The Original Vampire Chapter 163 to Chapter 240. Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk the sound of crystal shoes stepping on the floor approached Colin, a strange rhythm knocking on his heart. He couldn't help but turn around to see who the owner of the sound was. Then, he saw Empress Medela walking towards him with a smile on her face. Viscount Angley, may I have the honor of dancing with you? In the face of this glamorous Empress invitation, Colin's heart was alarmed. This woman is up to something. It would be my honor to dance with you, but I'm sorry, Your Highness, I've just invited Queen Xianxia, but Queen Medela didn't seem to want to let Colin off so easily. She turned to Queen Xianxia and asked with a smile. Your Highness, may I borrow Viscount Angley for a moment? Of course, Queen Xianxia could only reply with a smile, at the same time giving Colin a look that said, good luck. Colin was speechless. He could only take Queen Medela's hand and walk to the dance floor. The melodious harp accompanied the light bagpipes, playing an elegant and moving movement. Colin stood in the middle of the dance floor, looking into Queen Medela's eyes. He placed his right hand on her smooth back and pulled her into the crook of his arm. Queen Medela had a charming smile on her beautiful face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, allowing Colin to guide her through one dance step after another. Colin and Queen Medela displayed an astonishing tacit understanding in the music, as if they were dance partners who had known each other for many years. They performed the elegance of the court dance to the extreme, pleasing to the eye. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Queen Medela suddenly whispered, Viscount Angley, thank you for teaching Harrison. You're too polite, Your Highness. This is what I should do, Colin replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Colin was no longer the powerless son of a baron who could only go with the flow. With the power he now had, he didn't even need to bow and scrape in front of the queen. Moreover, this matter was instigated by the queen in the first place. Colin had to give her a warning and counterattack. Otherwise, she would definitely try to encroach on the half-elven kingdom that Colin regarded as his exclusive property. Hearing Colin's reply, Queen Medela didn't get angry. Instead, a perfect smile bloomed on her face. In that instant, the queen revealed a soul-stirring temptation that stunned the noble youths in the hall. They couldn't wait to replace Viscount Angley and dance with the queen. However, Queen Medela noticed that although her dance partner Colin had a smile on his face, his eyes were still clear. She could even detect a trace of well-hidden vigilance and fear. Your Excellency Viscounts, I'm not your enemy. Queen Medela spoke again, if you've misunderstood me before, I hope this dance will let you feel my apologies. You're exaggerating, Your Highness. I only have respect for you. There are no misunderstandings. Colin replied casually. Am I that gullible? Queen Medela stuck her chest out and pressed her entire upper body against Colin's. The distance between the two had already exceeded the limits of a normal ballroom dance. Colin shuddered and almost stepped on the wrong rhythm. Then, he heard Queen Medela whisper in his ear like a lover. Viscount Angley, I'm serious. Your teaching of Harrison is actually very much to my liking. To tell you the truth, that's the fate of the San Lorenzo family for 1,000 years. Even if you didn't teach him, I would have done it sooner or later. So, my thanks are sincere. Furthermore, if everything you've said to Harrison is true, then we're actually natural allies. Colin couldn't help but tilt his head slightly and look at Queen Medela in his arms. A pair of dazzling and enchanting eyes seemed to have a soul-stirring charm. Colin almost couldn't help but indulge in them. Your Highness, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Seeing that Colin was still deliberately playing dumb, Queen Medela giggled. Colin. Queen Medela breathed into Colin's ear, and the way she addressed him became exceptionally intimate. Actually, the power of this alliance is far beyond your imagination. Think about it carefully. When you understand it one day, you can come to me. Colin blinked and continued to play dumb. He cursed again in his heart. Am I that gullible? You want me to work for you with just a few words? Seeing that Colin didn't respond, Queen Medela wasn't discouraged. Instead, she smiled again and said, as a thank you, I'll give you a little secret. Please speak. Colin finally spoke. He wanted to see what other tricks the queen could play. The sword that my brother gave you, do you know its origin? The Blade of Judgment? Colin's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, yes, I know a little about it. It said that it was originally the sword of Duke St. Theon. Then you know what happened to the St. Theon family? Yes, I heard that they were exterminated. The smile on Queen Medella's face suddenly became unfathomable. How could a paladin family be so easily severed? Oh? Colin raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't too surprised. Then do you know where they are now? Queen Medella didn't answer. Seeing this, Colin didn't pursue the matter. In fact, he wasn't very interested in this family. If he wasn't given the blade of judgment, Colin wouldn't have interacted with them at all. After a moment of silence, Queen Medella suddenly tilted her head and looked in the direction of Queen Xianxia. She smiled and said, "Someone is trying to court your little lover." Colin looked over and saw Queen Xianxia talking to a young man. The young man was none other than Lawrence Amon, who had visited Colin the day before. Colin smiled and denied, "Your Highness, you must have misunderstood something. How could Her Majesty be my lover?" Queen Medella smiled charmingly, obviously not believing Colin's denial. However, she didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she changed the topic. "Are the people of the Oman family very annoying?" "Your Highness, my sister married into the Oman family." Colin wouldn't admit that he hated the Oman family. "Is that so?" "Sorry, but I just don't like them, especially those red eyes." Queen Medella seemed to mention it casually. "Just like the St. Theon family back then, it makes people panic." Colin's heart skipped a beat as he said in surprise, "The St. Theon family also has red pupils?" "That's right." Empress Medella suddenly smiled mysteriously. As if struck by lightning, Colin's expression instantly froze. Queen Medella's lazy voice sounded again, "Do you know how Count Oman's wife from the Suduo family died?" "How did she die?" Queen Medella didn't say anything else. Colin understood that the other party was deliberately keeping him in suspense, probably wanting him to join the so-called alliance. Of course, he wouldn't fall for it. However, the information given by the Queen was enough to make Colin's imagination run wild. Names kept popping up in his mind as if they were out of his control. The St. Theon family, the Savoy family, the Oman family, the Suduo family. Count Oman, Lady Penny, Lawrence, Madame Suduo, Vala. Colin felt as if he had seen a clue that connected all the doubts from before. Under his full concentration, everything around him seemed to be far away. Unknowingly, the harp played the last note. At the end of the song, Colin stopped dancing like a puppet. But then, he felt a pain in his foot. When he looked down, he saw Empress Medella stomping on his foot without any hesitation. She even used all her strength to stomp on his foot. "You actually got distracted while dancing with me." "Viscount Angley, you're too rude." Colin grimaced in pain and hurriedly apologized to the Queen before sending her back to the side of the stage. Then, he smiled and greeted Viscount Lawrence, who was beside Queen Xianxia. "Your Excellency Viscount Lawrence, we meet again." End of Volume 2, Book 3, Trials I, Brass Town, located southwest of Ice Stone City, got its name from a brass vein buried underground. There weren't many locals in the town, and most of them were slaves who worked in the mines. But now, these slaves who were supposed to be exploited in the dark mines were leisurely wandering the streets as if they were free people. If they weren't so weak and skinny, they would be no different from free people. The reason for this situation wasn't because the mine owners suddenly found their conscience and decided to give the slaves a vacation, but because the mine owners had all run away. They had no choice but to run. If they didn't run, they would lose their lives. Any commoner in Brass Town with a bit of wealth had all run away, not to mention the town officials and mine owners. Under the ravages of famine, Brass Town had become a giant barrel of gunpowder. The slaves who didn't have enough to eat didn't care about the overseer's whips. They were about to starve to death, and you still want me to work? Thus, the starving slaves started a rebellion. They smashed the shackles on their feet, killed the overseers, and chased away the town's garrison, successfully taking over the town. This small town, which used to be quite prosperous, gradually became desolate and depressing after this rebellion. The slaves whose eyes were green with hunger began to rummage through the town in search of any food they could stuff into their stomachs. But they were still hungry. A few slave leaders were gathered in a tavern in the center of town. They had to solve the problem of food, or else this town would really become a ghost town. "You said you can find food?" A slave leader looked at the unfamiliar guest across from him and asked cautiously. Sar nodded and said confidently, "Of course, as long as you listen to me, you will definitely be able to fill your stomachs." "Then tell us, where can we find food?" Sar said word by word, "Ice Stone City." The slave leaders were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Kid, are you messing with us? That's the castle of a noble lord. There are knights inside. Not only are there knights, there's also a large army. Do you want us to die?" In the face of everyone's doubts, Sar's expression did not change. He slowly raised a finger. "Firstly, there aren't many troops in Ice Stone City. Most of the Angeli family's private army had already been buried in the Sky Ice Plains, and the rest were brought to Silvermoon City by Viscount Angli. Although we have recruited a new batch of soldiers, their combat strength is very weak." Without waiting for the slave leaders to refute, Sar raised another finger. "Secondly, Viscount Angli is currently not in the city. Of the 3 knights in the city, 1 followed him to Silvermoon City, and 1 has already gone to Ice Lake Town to quell the rebellion there. Only 1 knight remains in Ice Stone City." The slave leaders looked at each other and seemed to be moved. A smug smile appeared on Sar's face as he raised another finger. "Third, I've already contacted the slaves in the city. They will start a rebellion tomorrow night, so, what are you afraid of?" This time, the slave leaders were even more restless as they began to whisper to each other. In the end, one of the slave leaders suddenly questioned Sar, "Why should we believe you?" Sar spread his hands. "Do you have any other choice? Either stay in Brass Town and gnaw on oars, or follow me to Ice Stone City and take a gamble." These words finally caused the expressions of most of the slave leaders to change. A flame called ambition was ignited in their eyes. After a fierce debate, the slave leaders finally came to a consensus. "All right, we'll go with you." The faint light of dawn slowly shone from the east, slowly tearing apart the darkness that enveloped the land bit by bit. The hazy light shone on the snow on the ground, sparkling and translucent. The slaves of Brass Town had already gathered in the wilderness north of the town before dawn. They were about to faint from hunger and could not wait to head to the place their leaders had promised them, a place filled with food. Sar looked at the 5,000 slaves gathered behind him, his heart full of ambition. Like a real general, he pointed in the direction of Ice Stone City and loudly ordered, "Advance." Unfortunately, the slaves' weak replies made his performance seem a bit comical. However, this little bit of awkwardness was unable to extinguish the flames of ambition rising in Sar's heart. He was like a real leader, leading his own army towards glory and victory. However, before they could walk far, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The grass began to sway, and translucent dewdrops dripped down, finally sinking into the soil. The trembling of the ground grew stronger and stronger. Even the grass snapped and fell helplessly, sticking tightly to the ground. Tap tap tap, it was as if spring thunder had exploded the ground, or as if a flood was surging forth. The withered grass and shattered gravel on the ground began to tremble, as if boiling water was boiling. The continuous sound of hooves came from afar, as if the earth was about to be torn apart. Sar abruptly turned his head and saw countless black shadows suddenly appear in the east, instantly filling up the ground without a single gap. The weather changed, and even the sun that had just risen was covered by the black flag. The dense horde of cavalry swept towards the slave rebel army in Brass Town with an aura that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The tall warhorses did not care about the existence of the grass and gravel at all, galloping on the ground that was still covered in a thin layer of snow. The snow that had yet to melt shattered under the hoofs of the horses, emitting a dazzling light under the sun. Woo! An ear-piercing bugle sounded. That was the order to attack. In that instant, Sar felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His mind was blank, and he stood stupidly on the spot, as if he had become an ice sculpture. His past ambitions, unwillingness, dreams, and the beautiful figure buried in the depths of his memories melted like snow in front of this apocalyptic cavalry charge. It's the leader's army. Run! In front of this kind of attack, the slave rebel army did not even dare to think of resisting, and they scattered in a hubbub. However, this kind of action was no different from suicide. Even if the slaves were given 2 more legs, they would not be able to outrun the charging cavalry. Kill! Countless cavalry roared, and like wolves in a flock of sheep, they charged into the slave rebel army and began a bloody massacre. Blood flowed freely, and heads flew everywhere. In front of the unstoppable force of the black cavalry, the 5,000 rebel slaves were no different from 5,000 pigs. Colin casually chopped down a rebel soldier who was stunned on the spot, as if he had been scared silly by the charge of the black cavalry. Isn't this the filial son? Sneering in his heart, Colin did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and he urged his horse forward. It was as if he had just casually crushed an ant. The rebellion in Ice Stone City was brought forward. The rebellion that was originally planned to start in the evening broke out near noon. The reason was very simple, even laughable: the slaves couldn't stand the hunger anymore. It was a fool's dream to make these starving slaves follow the plan strictly. Looking at the granary in front of them, how could the slaves hold back? They directly rushed up, throwing the plan of their leaders out of the window. As the battle cries rang out, the slaves gathered in the other granaries in the city decided to go all out. They directly tore off their masks and rushed up to steal the food. Steal the food, not give it out. The disorderly slaves made the word steal the food filled with the smell of blood. Countless starving slaves madly rushed into the granary, wanting to get some food out. However, the slaves who carried the food out were immediately surrounded and robbed by their companions who rushed in from behind. In the end, they started fighting among themselves. Countless slaves fell, and countless more squeezed in. Hysteria drowned their minds. There was no need for the city defense army to move. The granary became a battlefield for the slaves to kill each other. No one could peacefully steal the food from inside. The precious food was scattered on the ground, trampled on by the slaves, and even stained with blood. Some clever slaves saw that they couldn't charge into the granary, so they turned around and killed their way into the homes of the commoners. Thus, the screams of men and the cries of women and children rang out. These slaves formed groups and wandered around the city, burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes, as if they were venting the anger that had accumulated in the past. The city defense army under the leadership of the Knight of Charles urgently moved out. However, Ice Stone City was indeed in its weakest state right now. The Angeli family's army had already suffered heavy losses in the war with the trolls at the beginning of the year, and most of the veterans had been taken by the Knight of Rigo to Silvermoon City to support Colin. A few days ago, Baron Raymond led a group of troops to suppress the rebellion in Ice Lake Town. Currently, the Knight of Charles only had less than 2,000 regular soldiers, and they were all new recruits. In addition, there were 3,000 reserve soldiers. But at this time, whether it was the new recruits or the reserves, they all had to go to the battlefield, or else Ice Stone City would definitely be destroyed by the slave rebellion. Fortunately, although there were many slaves, their ability to organize. Forget it, they were not organized at all. They were a group of lunatics who only wanted to grab food to eat. The Knight of Seal first arranged for a large number of troops to guard the Red Castle, then sent troops to occupy the 4 city gates, locking the slave rebels in the city. Finally, he sent a small group of troops to the city to maintain order, killing any rebels who caused trouble in the city. However, he deliberately did not send a single soldier to the granaries in the city. That was because Xianxia understood that these granaries were the key points of the rebel army. Once they sent troops there, it would be a chaotic and bloody battle. The city defense army, which was already weak, would definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, after discussing with Butler Aemon, Knight Charles decided to give up on the granary and stabilize the situation in the city first. As for the food that had been wasted, they could only give up on it. However, Butler Aemon told him that Viscount Angley was already on his way back and had brought back a large amount of food from Silvery Moon City. Now that the food in the city had been wasted, it was fine. The Knight of Seal's strategy was proven to be very successful. By nightfall, the situation in Ice Stone City had basically stabilized. The rebel army scattered in the city had basically been eliminated, leaving only a few granaries in chaos. At this time, a faint muffled sound began to ring, and the ground began to tremble slightly. The Knight of Seal could not be more familiar with this. This was a sign that the cavalry army was about to arrive. He immediately rushed to the top of the city wall and looked towards the east of the city. There was a cloud of dust that did not settle for a long time. Then, a black line appeared on the horizon and quickly spread out. Under the illumination of the sunset, it was as if a divine weapon had descended from the heavens. The Knight of Seal's eyes instantly reddened, because he saw the black flag that had haunted his dreams, as well as the extremely familiar black armor and the black warhorse, black cavalry. "Open the city gates!" the Knight of Seal roared as he ordered. With a creak, the east city gates immediately opened. In the blink of an eye, the charging vanguard of the black cavalry charged into Ice Stone City through the open city gates. "Cavalry, the cavalry is here!" The slaves at the granaries were still fighting for food, but the shouts and the rumbling of horse hooves that followed caused them to tremble in fear. "Kneel and surrender, disarm and we will spare your lives." The cavalry formed 5 rows and galloped on the wide streets of Ice Stone City without any scruples. Anyone who blocked their path was knocked to the ground and crushed into mud. At this time, no matter who it was, no one could stop their charge. Even if there were innocent passers-by who did not have time to dodge, they could not slow down their speed. The slaves who had been incomparably fierce when they were fighting for food instantly wilted when they encountered a true elite army. Before the black cavalry even reached the granaries, the slaves gathered inside had already scattered and fled for their lives. There were also a few who were not afraid of death and actually charged at the black cavalry with simple weapons, but their fates were needless to say. As if they had poked a hornet's nest, the slaves fled in all directions amidst cries of alarm. Unfortunately, how could they escape the cavalry's pursuit? With a loud bang, dozens of figures were sent flying by the charging warhorses. Blood sprayed out in the air, and it was unknown how many of their bones were broken. The squads of black cavalry were like sharp knives cutting into butter. Their speed did not slow down at all as they trampled through the crowd of slaves just like that. The cavalry on the horses bent down skillfully, swung their blades, and used the horsepower to easily cut off row after row of heads. Countless mouthfuls of blood sprayed into the air and then onto the ground. Hundreds of cavalry galloped through the streets in front of the granaries like the wind, leaving behind a trail of blood. This was without a doubt a massacre. In front of the elite black cavalry, the rebellious slave army appeared so weak and laughable. Just one charge was enough to make them lose their courage. The slaves who were lucky enough to survive suddenly scattered, not even having the courage to look back as they fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. However, it was a pity that they would encounter the Blackguard's cleanup team elsewhere. At this time, if one were to look down from above, the squads of black cavalry were like black dragons, shuttling back and forth on the streets of Ice Stone City, washing the slave army into pieces and sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. When Colin led the main force of the black cavalry to Ice Stone City, he discovered that the rebels in the city had already been cleaned up by the vanguard. Steward Aemon and Knight Charles were also already waiting outside the eastern city gate to welcome his arrival. "Sir Viscounts, welcome home." Colin laughed, his 2 legs lightly clamped on the horse's belly as he said loudly, "Let's go home." Under the cold moonlight, Colin came to a balcony of the Red Castle. Behind him, the maids were busily setting up the tables and chairs. They also brought in 4 glasses of champagne and a few plates of dried fruits before quietly leaving. "Sit," Colin said to Aemon, Quincy, and Knight Charles with a smile. "Yes, master." "Yes, Lord Viscounts." The 3 of them sat down and raised their wine glasses, clinking them with Colin's. After taking a sip of wine, Butler Aemon was about to report to Colin about the recent political situation in Ice Stone City when Colin raised his hand to stop him. "Don't be in such a hurry. I have a question in my mind since returning from Silvermoon City. If I don't solve it, I probably won't be able to think about anything else." "Master, what is it?" Colin rubbed his chin and asked. "Count Amon's wife is the sister of the former Viscount Suduo, right?" "Yes." "Then what color is this countess's pupils?" Aemon turned to look at Quincy. Clearly, this old man who had been a tax official in Ice Stone City for decades should know. "Lord Viscounts, the countess's pupils are blue." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I watched her grow up. Even if I close my eyes, I can still recall her face." A smug smile appeared at the corner of Colin's mouth, as if a guess in his heart had been confirmed. However, out of caution, he still asked, "Has there ever been a direct descendant of the Suduo family with red pupils?" "Red?" Quincy thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, red pupils are rather rare. As far as I know, no direct descendant of the Suduo family has ever had pupils of this color." "That's right. Colin clapped his hands excitedly. He finally understood what the little secret that Empress Medela had only revealed half of in Silvermoon City was. Eamon, Quincy, and Charles looked at each other. Clearly, none of them could follow Colin's train of thought. Colin explained with a smile, Count Oman had red pupils, while the Countess had blue pupils. Then why did the Viscounts Lawrence have red pupils? Butler Eamon frowned and became even more confused. Quincy cautiously reminded him as well. My lord, Viscount Lawrence's red eyes were given to him by Count Oman. This shouldn't be a problem, right? No, there's a big problem. Colin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. However, Colin was a little worried about how to explain this genetic problem. There was no pea-growing Mendel in this world. People's understanding of genetics was still very shallow, and they didn't know the difference between recessive genes and dominant genes. In their understanding, it was normal for a father with red pupils to give birth to a son with red pupils. However, if one understood the basic theory of genetics, they would understand that this was not necessarily the case. Red pupils were rare, indicating that it was a recessive trait. For a recessive trait to be expressed in a child, he had to obtain a corresponding recessive gene from both the father and mother. In other words, Count Oman and the Countess had to both have the recessive gene of red eyes to give birth to a red-eyed son. Count Oman had no problem. His family had always had the gene of red eyes. However, the Suduo family did not. What was even more interesting was that Earl Oman's most beloved lover, Penny, was red-eyed. According to the laws of genetics, a child born of two red-eyed parents would definitely have red eyes. Just like how if both parents had single eyelids, the child would also have single eyelids, excluding the factors of old Wang's isolation and genetic mutation. Thus, the color of the pupils of the Oman family's descendants was very interesting. Viscount Lawrence, who wasn't supposed to have red eyes, had red eyes. Bala, who was supposed to have red eyes, had blue eyes. Colin was still worried that he had remembered wrongly, so he confirmed with Eamon. What is the color of my brother-in-law Vala's pupils? Eamon was confused, but he still replied, it's blue, my lord. As expected, Colin was now sure. Excluding the fact that there was also a neighboring old Wang in the Count's castle and genetic mutation, this was an extremely small probability. According to the laws of genetics and the pupils of the Count's descendants, Vala, the illegitimate child, was actually the child of Count Oman, and the Countess, Lawrence, on the other hand, should be the child of Count Oman and his lover, Penny. Then why did Count Oman raise his son as an illegitimate child, while the illegitimate child was treated as the first heir to his title? There was only one explanation for this behavior that defied common sense. Penny's identity was probably even nobler than the Countess of the Suduo family. Combined with what Queen Medela had said, the St. Thean family that should have been cut off also had the red-eye gene. Then, the truth of the matter was not hard to guess. Count Oman's lover, Penny, was probably a descendant of the St. Thean family. Colin finally understood why Count Oman valued this illegitimate child so much. Not only did he help him marry the daughter of the Angeli family, but he also tried to assassinate Colin and help Vala obtain a baron's family business. If he was an ordinary illegitimate child of a noble, how could he have received such great help from his father? Count Oman's actions were clearly due to his guilt towards his true son, and he wanted to make it up to him. Thinking about it more deeply, Count Oman probably really did have bad intentions when he suggested to Duke St. Hilda to lure the enemy deep into their territory. His original intention was to use this to incite internal strife in the northern frontier, so that the St. Thean family could take the opportunity to make a comeback and take revenge. Unfortunately, the St. Hilda brothers were one step ahead and did not fall for his trick. The current coup in Silvermoon City, as well as the current rebellion in the northern frontier, probably had something to do with the St. Thean family. Colin had been suspicious about who had arranged for the Pegasus Legion to ambush the Black Cavalry in the shadowy canyon. The Duke of St. Hilda could not have done this, but the St. Thean family could. 300 years ago, it was the Dukes of the North who led the army to defeat the main forces of the St. Thean family, thus opening the curtains to the decline of this paladin family. With the unerasable hatred between them and the House of St. Hilda, it was not difficult to gain the trust of the eastern region. Thus, it could be inferred that the coup in Silvermoon City was related to the St. Thean family. For example, the Savoy family might have been a pawn of the St. Thean family. If one thought back to the time when the Savoy family fell, they would find that it was after the St. Thean family lost their power. Thus, the relationship between the two families was definitely not simple. The more Colin thought about it, the more he felt that his conjecture was not far from the truth. The only thing he was not sure about was what role the Duke of St. Hilda had played in this series of conspiracies. No matter how he looked at it, Colin did not think that he was a person who had been fooled by the St. Thean family. Since Queen Medela knew that the St. Thean family was hiding in the dark, there was no reason that her brother, the Duke of St. Hilda, did not know. Come to think of it, in the first conspiracy of the St. Thean family against the northern frontier, the Duke of St. Hilda was actually the one who had benefited the most. In the second conspiracy, the Duke of St. Hilda did not lose too much. Although the destruction of the Black Cavalry had greatly reduced the military strength of the northern frontier, it had also helped him completely eliminate the internal threats. The Duke of St. Hilda had deliberately hidden his sanctuary-level strength in order to stabilize the current situation. As long as he could continue to stabilize the situation, perhaps he would still be the one who had the last laugh this time. Of course, the St. Thean family would definitely not let the Duke of St. Hilda have his way so easily. The northern frontier was bound to be turbulent. Thinking of this, Colin suddenly asked, "By the way, do any of you remember what the St. Thean family emblem is?" Quincy thought for a moment and answered, "My lord, it's the colorful tiger." "My lord, what you said seems to make some sense." Steward Eamon chose his words carefully. However, the hesitation in his eyes made Colin understand that it was unrealistic for these people who didn't understand the basic principles of genetics to understand the complicated relationships among the descendants of the Aldman family. "Eamon, if you have the time, you can plant some peas and see if two short-stemmed peas can produce taller ones. Then, you'll understand why I'm so sure that Vala isn't Count Aldman's illegitimate child." "Yes, my lord." Eamon respectfully noted this down. He was truly prepared to study it in the future. "As for the things I just said, whether you believe it or not, bury them in your hearts for now and don't spread it out. The development of the northern frontier should prove my conjecture." "Yes." Colin raised his cup again and drank with his 3 retainers before saying, "All right, now you can tell me about the fief's situation." "Yes, my lord." Eamon cleared his throat and then began to report to Colin about the development of the Viscount's fief. In the 4 months since Colin left, the fief's finances had recovered slightly from the disaster caused by the Trolls' invasion. However, due to the recent food crisis, the situation was still not optimistic. Fortunately, Colin had brought back a large amount of food from Silvery Moon City this time, so the situation would probably change soon. Ice Stone City's lowering taxes to attract trade was very successful. More and more merchants were now using Ice Stone City as a transit point for border trade. With Colin's current influence in Silvery Moon City, there would be even more half-elf merchants coming to Ice Stone City in the future. Therefore, the #1 trading city on the border that Quincy spoke of seemed to be taking shape. Of course, this kind of distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Currently, the Angeli family's finances could only be supported by the loans from the Tulip Merchant Guild. However, after taking control of the rich half-elf kingdom, as long as Colin didn't immediately start a war of aggression, then Queen Aisha would be able to support him. This was the benefit of keeping a rich woman. That's right, Colin felt that he was the one supporting Queen Aisha, not the other way around. After all, Queen Aisha's throne was won by Colin, so there was nothing wrong with it. After talking about the economy, it was time to talk about the military. The 3,000 infantrymen trained by Baron Raymond are already capable of fighting, but the 1,000 cavalrymen trained by Knight Charles are still lacking. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the slave rebellion, but if they had to go to the battlefield to deal with the regular army, it would be difficult. However, the 6,000 black cavalry that Colin brought back this time could completely change the military strength of the Angeli family. In addition to the half-elven Silvermoon Guard that could be deployed at any time, Colin had now become a military force that could not be ignored in the north of the Empire. Especially in the current chaotic situation, Colin's weight was even more important. "Eamon, send someone to Winter City and help me ask the Duke of St. Hilda to marry Miss Vera." "Master, it would be more appropriate for you to personally go to Winter City for this kind of thing." Eamon hesitated for a moment before persuading him. "But I can't leave." Now that the northern frontier is full of rebellions, it is more appropriate for me to stay in Ice Stone City. Besides, I have already personally asked the Duke once at Lion's Roar Castle, but the Duke didn't agree. Now that I am bringing up the old matter again, even if I am not present, it is not too rude. Eamon thought for a moment and felt that what Colin said was reasonable, so he didn't insist. All right, Master, I will arrange it. Colin nodded in satisfaction. He wouldn't go to Winter City personally at this time. Other than having to stay in Ice Stone City, he was also worried that he would be schemed against by the scheming Duke. In the current situation at the northern frontier, as long as Colin sat on the fishing platform, both the House of St. Hilda and the St. Thean family would have to rope him in. Therefore, Colin felt that if the Duke of St. Hilda was smart, he would definitely not reject his marriage proposal. Also, send someone to pay attention to the movements of Marquis Dawson and Earl Oman and report to me at any time. Colin felt that the most important cards in the St. Thean family's hands were probably these two. He just didn't know if other families would join in. Yes, Master. Eamon nodded and then reminded, Master, I am afraid that we will have to pay attention to the trolls' movements. Trolls? Colin finally realized that he had almost overlooked the northern frontier's mortal enemy. Although the trolls' main army had just been wiped out by the Black Cavalry, with the Empire's foundation, it wasn't impossible for them to put together another army of 100,000 in the near future. With this kind of strength, in the northern frontier where civil strife was about to erupt, they would have a lot of weight. Moreover, Colin had already realized that the relationship between the St. Thean family and the trolls was not simple. During the first Northern Frontier Rebellion, the trolls had been the St. Thean family's greatest support. This time, Colin remembered that the St. Thean family's most important chess piece in Silvery Moon City was Sith Savoy, who had been introduced to him by Prince Okamoto. Thinking of this, the situation that the Duke of St. Hilda was about to face was much more severe than Colin had imagined. Send someone to keep an eye on the trolls. Inform me if there is any news. Yes, Master. Charles, help me train another 3,000 cavalrymen. If the instructor doesn't have enough men, you can find Knight Roger. Yes, Lord Viscounts. When the Knight of Rigo returns to Ice Stone City, have him recruit another 5,000 infantrymen and train them. Colin now felt a sense of urgency. If he wanted to protect himself in the upcoming Northern Frontier Rebellion, or even take advantage of the situation, he had to quickly expand his army. Steward Eamon frowned and advised, Master, if you do this, the financial pressure on our family will be too great. You don't have to worry about this. Colin waved his hand and said heroically, I have already reached an agreement with Queen Xianxia. The Half-Elven Kingdom will support the construction of our army, and in return, I will help the half-elves defend against foreign enemies. That's great. Eamon and the other two obviously didn't understand the relationship between Colin and Queen Xianxia. Now that they heard that this agreement was so beneficial to the Angeli family, they were instantly filled with disbelief and joy. This agreement was basically saying that the Half-Elven Kingdom would pay to support the Angeli family's army. Colin smiled reservedly and then changed the topic, regarding the rebellion in Ice Stone City this time. Do you think that someone is behind it? Eamon immediately said, Master, I suspect that the Tulip Merchant Guild is behind it. Although there is no direct evidence, they were the first to start hoarding food, causing the price of food to skyrocket and thus causing the famine. Then immediately arrest the person in charge of their merchant guild in the city. Master, if we do this, won't it agitate Count Aldman? After all, the chairman of the Tulip Merchant Guild is his lover, Penny. You don't have to use the reason of inciting a rebellion to arrest people. Colin suddenly thought of the method the old king of Silvery Moon City used to deal with the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. Then what reason should we use? Just say that we suspect that they are evading taxes. White Dew Castle was located in White Dew City. This might seem like nonsense, but behind it was a bloody history. The original capital of the eastern region was Fragrance City, famous for producing all kinds of precious spices. Over time, even the whole city was influenced by the fragrance. It wasn't just the smell of spices, but the fragrance of hundreds of years of history. Bards used to describe it like this, even if Fragrance City disappeared from the world, you could still smell its fragrance on the map. However, no one would have thought that this overflowing praise would actually become a prophecy. Fragrance City, the capital of spices, was finally completely wiped out from the world by 10 sixth-step mages' forbidden spell, falling stars. All that was left was a huge pit that had now turned into a lake, and a faint fragrance on the map. Fortunately, the eastern region's house of St. Prospero's castle, White Dew Castle, was built outside Fragrance City, so it was able to escape that catastrophe. However, some people believed that the reason why the mages chose Fragrance City to be destroyed was because White Dew Castle wasn't in the city. The mages hoped to use this to show their strength to the nobles of the empire, so that they would be afraid. They didn't want to destroy a paladin family and completely intensify the conflict between the two sides. In short, since then, the House of St. Prospero and the Mage Parliament finally reached an agreement not to interfere with each other, and not to invade each other. Fragrance City was destroyed, but life still went on. Through this incident, the people of the eastern region finally realized one thing: it was safer to follow the nobles. Therefore, when the eastern region rebuilt its capital, the new city decisively surrounded White Dew Castle, and even changed its name to White Dew City. In fact, the people of the eastern region didn't have much military achievements. A mage city was enough to make them helpless. If it weren't for the fact that the eastern region was bordered by the elves who also hated war, perhaps this area wouldn't have belonged to the Radiant Empire. Although the military was weak, the eastern region's artistic attainments were quite high. Even the elves who hadn't completely retreated to the depths of the Radiant Moon Forest thought that the eastern region's people were the most noble and elegant of the human race. The White Dew Castle, located in the center of the White Dew City, was also the architectural masterpiece that the eastern region was most proud of. The dome, which was inlaid with white jade, was spotlessly white and flawless. Even in the moonless night, it would emit a cold light, as if the palace of the gods had descended to the mortal world. In the middle of the square in front of the castle, a huge white horse statue was spreading its wings, as if it was going to soar into the sky in the next second. This was the emblem of the House of St. Prospero, a pure white Pegasus. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the square. Hundreds of eastern knights dressed in pure white armor surrounded the sculpture. They all looked solemn as they held their swords and bowed their heads in prayer. Below the statue, a woman in a white priest robe was leading the knights in prayer. Her voice was dreamy, yet solemn and dignified. The glory of the Lord is everywhere. It will lead the souls of the deceased back to his temple. Rest in peace, fearless warriors. The priestess looked to be in her 40s, but she was still charming. The holy radiance that enveloped her gave her a strange charm. At the end of her prayer, a middle-aged man in a duke's robe strode into the square. He was the master of the eastern region, the Duke of St. Prospero. The Duke of the Eastern region came to the front of the priestess, put his left hand on his chest, bowed and said, "May the grace of the Lord of Glory last forever. May the souls of the deceased warriors rest in peace." His voice was soft, with a hint of hoarseness, but it was very infectious. After the Duke of the Eastern region finished speaking, he raised his head, and his face instantly became stiff. He pulled out his sword from his waist, raised it over his head, and pointed it at the sky. "But their will be inherited, and their hatred will be remembered by us." Clang, in a series of sounds of swords being pulled out, the knights gathered in the square followed the example of the Duke of St. Prospero. They raised their swords to the sky and shouted in unison, "Inherit the will, remember the hatred." After the ceremony, the knights dispersed one after another. The Earl of Avon slowly walked over and saluted the Duke of St. Prospero and the priestess, "Father, Mother." It turned out that the priestess was the Duchess. The Duke of St. Prospero looked at his second son and said in a cold tone, "What? Are you also here to help the Viscounts of Austin?" The Earl of Avon rolled his eyes and smiled, "I'm actually here to help my brother." "What do you mean?" "Your brother is still a prisoner of the Angeli family. What's the use of you coming to me?" The Earl of Avon didn't directly answer the question, but instead said, "Father, the Viscounts of Austin has been kneeling in White Dew Castle for 3 days and 3 nights, and he hasn't eaten a drop of water. If this goes on, even with the body of a 4th-grade knight, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on." "Humph. You sympathize with him? Then who will sympathize with the 200,000 soldiers of the Pegasus Legion?" "No, Father, I don't sympathize with the Viscounts of Austin. It's just that if the Deputy Viscounts of Austin kneels to death in White Dew Castle, then, as the commander, what punishment will Marquis Vincent receive?" The Duke of St. Prospero raised an eyebrow and snorted, "You're really here to plead for your brother?" The Earl of Avon chuckled and persuaded, "Yes, father. If you're not willing to forgive the Viscounts of Austen now, then when you redeem my brother in the future, what reason will you have to forgive him?" The Duke of St. Prospero said unhappily, "Why do you think I'll forgive that trash Vincent?" "Oh? You don't intend to forgive my brother? That's great." The Earl of Avon clapped his hands and shouted even more excitedly, "Then when can I inherit my brother's title of Marquis?" "In your dreams." The Duke of St. Prospero glared and said angrily. But the Earl of Avon wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he asked with a shocked expression, "It can't be, father. If you don't pass the title of Marquis to me, who do you intend to pass it to? It can't be Anna, right? With that silly look of hers, are you really going to hand the Eastern region to her?" The Duke of St. Prospero was so angry that he was panting heavily. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, as if he was going to slash his worrisome son in the next second. "All right, stop arguing." The Duchess stood up at the right time to smooth things over. "Evan, you're not allowed to speak to your father in such a tone in the future, and you're not allowed to slander your brother or sister." "Yes, mother." The Earl of Avon shrank his head back. It seemed that he was more in awe of this kind mother who spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. Then, the Duchess turned to look at her husband. "You too, are you going to draw your sword against your own child? And that Viscount of Austen, don't let him die in White Dew Castle. That will tarnish your reputation." "I know." The Duke of St. Prospero sighed and strode into the castle. But after taking a few steps, he saw that the Earl of Avon didn't follow, so he turned back and ordered, "Hurry up, I have something to ask you." "Yes, father." "Stand up, Viscount Austen." "Yes, your grace." Viscount Austen struggled to stand up, but after kneeling in the snow for 3 days, his legs were completely numb. He tried several times but failed. In the end, he finally stood up with the help of the Earl of Avon. The Duke of St. Prospero did not show any sympathy or pity. He glanced at the two of them indifferently and then walked into the castle first. "Sit." "Thank you, your grace." Viscount Austen, whose legs were trembling and could not stand properly, hurriedly sat down as if he had been pardoned. However, in front of the Duke of St. Prospero, he still did not dare to lean against the back of the chair and only sat down halfway. "I was going to kill you for sending my 200,000 soldiers to their deaths." Viscount Austen trembled when he heard this, but the Duke's next words made him sigh in relief. "However, in consideration of the Austen family's hundreds of years of loyalty, I have decided to spare your life." "Thank you, your grace. The Austen family will definitely remember your benevolence." A trace of disdain flashed through the Duke of St. Prospero's eyes as he looked at the Austen Viscount who was about to cry. However, he still said patiently, "Go to Ice Stone City and tell Viscount Angley that I agree to his suggestion of exchanging prisoners. Use Garcia to exchange for Vincent." "Yes." Viscount Austen hurriedly replied. Then, seeing that the Duke of St. Prospero had no other orders, he hurriedly stood up and left. Then, the hall became quiet. Neither father nor son spoke first, as if they were competing in patience. In the end, it was the Duke of St. Prospero who could not stand his son's lazy appearance and scolded, "Why are you still here?" Earl of Avon had an innocent expression as he spread his hands and said, "Father, didn't you tell me to follow you and say that you have something to ask me?" The Duke of St. Prospero's eyes widened. He just wanted to draw his sword and kill this unruly, unfilial son of his. But in the end, he forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, "Do you think we should intervene in the current situation on the northern frontier? Do we still have the strength to intervene?" The Earl of Avon asked bluntly, "The ground troops of the Pegasus Legion have basically been wiped out by my good brother. Are you going to dispatch the navy to the northern frontier, or do you want to recruit the private soldiers of the lords of the eastern region and let them fight for us against the northern frontier? So you think we can only watch from the sidelines? At the very least, we no longer have the strength to invade the northern frontier with great fanfare. However, it's not like we can't do anything." The Duke of St. Prospero's expression turned slightly better as he asked, "What should we do? The current situation on the northern frontier is on the verge of breaking out. Next, the House of St. Theon and the House of St. Hilda will definitely fight to the death. But before they are exhausted, we can't easily get involved. Otherwise, just like this time in the shadowy canyon, we will become the sword in the hands of others. Hearing this, the Duke of St. Prospero's eyebrows twitched. Obviously, his son had hit a sore spot, but he didn't lose his temper and continued to listen. So, our best choice now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At the same time, you need to pay attention to two key figures. Which two? Marquis Dawson and Viscount Angley. The Earl of Avon slowly spat out the two names and then explained, Marquis Dawson wants to realize the dream of the dwarves and has no loyalty to the House of St. Thean. Whoever can help him realize this dream, he will side with that person. So, this is a force that we can rope in. As for Viscount Angley, through the battle in Silvermoon City, you must have seen his ability clearly. Although he is currently under the Duke of St. Hilda's force, I always feel that his loyalty is not firm. He is also someone that we can rope in. The Duke of St. Prospero nodded slowly, expressing his agreement with his son's words. The Earl of Avon continued, in addition, the attitude of the royal family is also very important. I think, with the hatred between the San Lorenzo family and the House of St. Thean, they probably won't be willing to see the northern frontier fall into the hands of the House of St. Thean. It is very likely that when the House of St. Hilda can't hold on, they will personally step in. If the San Lorenzo family personally sends troops to the northern frontier, then what chance does the House of St. Thean have of winning? Not necessarily, the Earl of Avon shook his head. Many people hope that the northern frontier will change hands. Who do you mean by many people? The Earl of Avon's smile suddenly became somewhat playful. Aren't you one of them? The Duke of St. Prospero suddenly quieted down. Even the slightly disrespectful gaze of the Earl of Avon could not anger him. However, the Duke of St. Prospero did not respond to his son's rhetorical question. After a long silence, the Earl of Avon suddenly yawned and said with a smile, Father, if there is nothing else, I will go back and rest first. The Duke of St. Prospero nodded and did not say anything more. Looking at his son's back slowly disappearing outside the hall, the Duke of St. Prospero's eyes became somewhat conflicted. What, are you tempted? A soft voice suddenly sounded, and the Duchess, who had changed her clothes, appeared in the hall. The Duke of St. Prospero seemed to understand what his wife was talking about. He sighed and shook his head. Evan is indeed smart, but, to become the Lord of the Eastern region, intelligence alone is not enough. Not to mention. The Duchess stepped forward and gently rubbed her husband's shoulders, softly saying, Are you worried about the lords of the Eastern region? Yes. Vincent has been the Marquis of the Eastern region for so long, and I have been training him as the first successor. So many lords of the Eastern region have already placed their bets on him. If I cripple him now, those lords may not have the guts, right? Humph. Those who did not place a heavy bet are of course indifferent. But Earl Hall, he married his most precious daughter to Vincent. And Earl Bergen, you know how much financial support his Chamber of Commerce has provided to Vincent. And the Aston family, they are almost completely tied to Vincent. I don't know whether to call them smart or stupid. Once these families see that I cripple Vincent and let their years of investment go down the drain, do you think they will not resent me, especially when the Pegasus Legion has just suffered a heavy blow? Haha, if we are not careful, it may cause chaos. With a sigh, he continued leisurely, to be honest, I actually admire the Duke of St. Hilda for having the courage to lay hands on his own vassals. If I can do a great purge in the Eastern region, that idiot Vincent's marquis position will be abolished. The Duchess was silent for a long time before she spoke again, but if you are so biased toward Vincent, Evan will only become more and more resentful. The Duke of St. Prospero sneered, without the support of corresponding strength, what's the use of his resentment? The Duchess' eyes flashed, and she suggested, it's not too late for you to start helping Evan cultivate his forces now. The Duke of St. Prospero pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. Let's wait and see. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the dark clouds seemed to cover the earth with no end in sight. The flames of war in Icestone City had stopped, but the citizens were still in a heavy mood. Especially the slaves who had surrendered. They were shackled again and crouched at the foot of the city walls, shivering, their hearts filled with despair. Hey, Cripple, do you think the Lord wants to starve us to death? The slave named Cripple scratched his head and mumbled, how would I know? Do you even need to think about it? Another slave said weakly as he lay on the ground, "The city is already lacking food, why would the Lord waste food on us? Then, are we just going to wait for death? What else? Do you still want to fight your way out?" The slave who asked the question couldn't help but tremble. He seemed to have recalled the terrifying scene of the black cavalry charging and instantly shut his mouth. The aura of despair grew stronger. The aura of death emitted from the slaves had even attracted a few vultures circling in the air. They were silently waiting for the upcoming feast. Cripple was still a bit unwilling. He was still young and didn't want to die yet. Looking at the patrolling soldiers, he hesitated for a moment before finally gathering his courage. But just as he struggled to stand up and was about to walk towards the soldiers, he suddenly saw the city gate not far away open. Amidst the clattering of horse hooves, a large caravan slowly drove into Ice Stone City. Cripple didn't care about the caravan, he only cared about food. "Sir, are you calling me?" The soldier looked at Cripple, who was continuously approaching, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword as he said cautiously, "Stay where you are, don't come any closer." Yes. "What do you want?" "Sir, I'm really starving, can you give me some food?" Cripple bowed and begged, "I'm very strong, I can help you, I can do anything. Don't worry, I'll arrange for you to work later." "Then, is there food?" "Yes, as long as you're willing to work, there will be." "Really?" Cripple still couldn't believe that such a good thing could actually happen. "Why would I lie to you?" The soldier waved his hand impatiently, "Go back and stay there." Lame Leg didn't go back. Instead, he asked nervously, Sir, isn't there a shortage of food in the city? Why are you giving us food?" The soldier pointed at the caravan that was entering the city. "Do you know what those caravans are carrying?" The lame man shook his head stupidly. "Food." The soldier said proudly, "Sir Lord brought back a large amount of food from the half-elf kingdom, which is enough for you to eat." Really? The cripple's eyes lit up, and his whole body trembled with excitement. The soldier didn't want to deal with this annoying slave anymore. He waved his hand and told him to hurry back. The crippled man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the Red Fort. "Thank you, my lord. Praise you, my lord." His strange behavior also aroused the curiosity of the other slaves, who gathered around to inquire. Then, the cripple told the other slaves the good news he had just received. Soon, this news spread like the plague. More and more slaves began to imitate the cripple, kowtowing on the ground and praising their benevolent lord. In an instant, the entire Ice Stone City seemed to come alive. The aura of death that enveloped the city gradually dissipated, and the frightened vultures flapped their wings and scattered. Not long after, the soldiers began to divide the slaves into groups of about 10 people. Each group was led by a soldier, and they were assigned different tasks, such as repairing the city walls, cleaning the streets, building refugee camps. The cripple was assigned the task of repairing a house in the city. When he followed the leading soldier to the front of the collapsed house, he suddenly felt a bit awkward, because he remembered that he had taken advantage of the chaos to rush into this house and steal something. With a trace of shame, the cripple immediately went forward and began to work. A slave next to him asked the leading soldier uncertainly, "Sir, when will we have food to eat?" "At noon, hurry up and get to work." Okay. When the slaves heard that there was food, they ignored their hunger and exhaustion and immediately got to work. It was finally noon. The cripple, who was already exhausted, squeezed into the long line of slaves and walked towards the place where they received food. After walking for who knows how long, he finally smelled a faint meaty aroma. Gulp. For a moment, the sound of saliva being swallowed rose and fell. The cripple stretched his neck and looked forward, but he could only vaguely see a high platform and a huge iron pot on it. After a long wait, the cripple finally arrived in front of the high platform. The soldier handed him 3 pieces of black bread and a bowl of steaming meat soup. Although it was called meat soup, there was no trace of meat in it at all. There was only a layer of fat floating on top and a faint meaty aroma, proving that it was indeed meat soup and not water. Facing this kind of food, the cripple actually cried. It wasn't that he disliked the food, but that it was too good. As a slave, he had never eaten meat in his entire life. Now that he could actually drink meat soup, the cripple felt that his life was worth it. Dipping the bread in the meat soup, the cripple stuffed it into his stomach in a few mouthfuls. Then, he did not mind that it was hot and directly drank the entire bowl of meat soup into his stomach. Feeling the warmth spreading from his abdomen to his whole body, the cripple suddenly felt that his whole body was full of energy. "Sir, after work in the afternoon, is there still food to eat?" "Of course." "What about tomorrow?" "There is also tomorrow." "What about the day after tomorrow?" "Are you done yet?" The soldier was angry and glared at the cripple. "As long as you work for the Lord, you will naturally have food to eat." The cripple did not know what to say at the moment. In his heart, the Lord seemed to be on the same level as the God of light. There is not only food. The soldier gathered all the slaves in his group and explained, "There are also points." "Points?" The slaves looked at each other, completely clueless as to what this meant. "Points can they be eaten?" the cripple asked with trepidation. The soldier sneered and shook his head. "Points can't be eaten. But they are very useful." Without waiting for the slaves to continue asking, the soldier announced, "The one who worked the hardest this morning was the cripple. Does anyone have any objections?" The slaves shook their heads. The cripple was indeed the one who worked the hardest today, and everyone could see that. "Well, then I will give the cripple this morning's points." The soldier immediately took out a roll of parchment and began to record. The cripple was still confused. "Sir, points, what are they used for?" "Points can help you get rid of your slave status and become free people." "Free people?" This time, the rest of the slaves could not sit still. They gathered around the soldier and asked, "Sir, how many points do we need to become a free person?" "I don't know." The soldier spread his hands. "The Lord said that there will be a competition every month. The 10 slaves with the most points in the city will become free people." Whoosh, the slaves shouted excitedly. They did not know how many slaves there were in the city, and how rare it was to get 10 places every month. But they already saw hope, the hope of a class transition. This hope changed their mental outlook completely, as if they had become completely different people. When the afternoon work began again, all the slaves fought over the work like crazy, afraid that they would be outdone by their companions. A feverish mood gradually enveloped Ice Stone City. "Colin, do the slaves of Ice Stone City always work so hard?" Viscount Lawrence walked on the street and smiled at Colin. From the way he addressed Colin, it could be seen that the two were already quite familiar with each other. One had an ulterior motive, while the other had a favor to ask. Thus, the relationship between Colin and Lawrence quickly warmed up, and they were as close as brothers who had grown up together. "Haha, that's because I gave them meat to eat." Colin laughed, but didn't tell Lawrence about the point system that truly motivated these slaves. "You are too benevolent," Lawrence laughed, but then a trace of envy flashed across his face, "and you are too rich." Colin laughed and shook his head, saying self-deprecatingly, "How can I be considered rich? I still owe the Tulip Merchant Guild 300,000 gold coins." "Speaking of which." Lawrence's expression suddenly turned serious. "Colin, why did I hear that your subordinates sealed up the Tulip Merchant Guild's outpost in Ice Stone City? And even arrested the person in charge there? Is there such a thing?" Colin had an innocent expression as he turned to look at the Knight of Rigo behind him. "Rigo, what happened?" The Knight of Rigo rubbed his big bald head and smiled foolishly. "My lord, there is indeed such a thing. It was Lord Quincy's order, saying that he suspected them of tax evasion." "Is that so?" Colin pretended to frown, then immediately vowed to Viscount Lawrence, "Lawrence, don't worry, I will personally investigate this matter when I return. I will definitely not accuse innocent people." "Then I am relieved." It was unknown if Viscount Lawrence saw through Colin's trick, but he coughed lightly and said, "Colin, father has actually always thought highly of you, and hopes that the two families can have a closer relationship." "I feel that the relationship between our two families is already very close." Colin blinked and smiled. "Didn't my sister marry Knight Vala?" "Yes, that's right." Viscount Lawrence frowned when he heard Vala's name. It was as if he felt that the name of the illegitimate child had sullied his ears. "Actually, the relationship between our two families can be further improved." Viscount Lawrence's eyes were filled with undisguised eagerness. "What do you mean?" Viscount Lawrence suddenly smiled ambiguously and said, "I have a younger sister who hasn't married yet." She is as beautiful as a flower and has a dignified and refined personality. If Colin is interested, I can go back and mention it to my father. I'm sure he would be very happy to have a son-in-law like you." After these days of interaction, Viscount Lawrence had already determined that Colin had great value in roping him in. When the northern frontier was about to usher in a great change, he couldn't help but take the initiative to extend an olive branch. Colin raised his eyebrows, clearly a little surprised. The Oman family wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Angeli family. What was that old silver Earl Oman planning to do? Of course, Colin didn't know that this was actually an idea that Lawrence had come up with on the spur of the moment, and it wasn't instructed by Earl Oman. "I'm sorry, Lawrence. You should also know that I have always admired Miss Vera," so Colin decisively rejected the offer. How could the Earl's daughter be compared to Vera? Moreover, his vigilance towards the Oman family had not decreased at all. "That's really a pity." Viscount Lawrence sighed, as if he was really regretful. But soon, he calmed down and gave his blessings. "Then I wish you a smooth marriage with Miss Vera." Colin quickly thanked him. The two of them walked out of the city and Viscount Lawrence smiled and said, "Colin, you can stop here." "Okay. Recently, there have been many rebellions on the northern frontier, so you must be careful on the road." Viscount Lawrence waved his hand casually. "Don't worry, those rebellious slaves are no match for the Oman family's guards." Just as Viscount Lawrence was about to leave, Colin suddenly called out to him and said in a seemingly casual manner, "Don't worry. When you mentioned Knight Vala, I suddenly realized that I haven't seen my brother-in-law in a long time. I heard that he was injured in the war with the trolls and I was worried for him for a while. I wonder if I can invite Knight Vala, and of course my sister, to Ice Stone City as guests?" "Of course. When I return to Fallen Eagle City this time, I will definitely pass on your invitation to Knight Vala and Miss Caitlin." When Colin heard this, his smile became even brighter. After that, the two of them said their goodbyes again, as if they really couldn't bear to part. When the Oman family's convoy gradually disappeared outside the city, Colin put away the fake smile on his face and turned to ask the Knight of Rigo, "Did the manager of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce speak?" "Yes, sir." According to him, the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's actions of hoarding food and pushing up the price of food were orders from the headquarters. Moreover, the slave rebellion in Ice Stone City, and even the entire Viscount's territory, is inextricably linked to the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. Colin muttered to himself for a moment before ordering, "Make the arrangements, I want to see him." "Yes." Colin then turned his horse around and returned to the city. When he passed by a residential area, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Therefore, the points for half a day this morning will still be given to Cripple," the soldier announced loudly and recorded it down with a quill. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Cripple was so excited that his face was red as he repeatedly thanked him. Then, he saw Colin standing in the middle of the road. Cripple didn't recognize Colin, and of course, he didn't know how to tell a noble's rank from the style of his attire. However, he could tell from the group of guards behind Colin that this young man in front of him was an important person. Thus, he very cleverly prostrated himself on the ground and respectfully called out, "Greetings, master." The leading soldier obviously recognized Colin as he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, "Sir Viscounts." The crippled man's eyes widened as he realized that he had actually met the feudal lord. He slightly raised his head and carefully sized up Colin from the corner of his eyes, his heart full of gratitude and worship. Only then did the other slaves come to their senses and kneel on the ground, saluting Colin. Colin looked at Cripple and asked curiously, "You're called Cripple?" "Yes. Yes. Sir Lord." Cripple felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. "But I don't think you're crippled?" "Sir, my father's right leg was crippled, so he was called Cripple. After he died, he gave his name to me. Names could be inherited." This sounded ridiculous, but it was actually very normal among slaves. "Oh, then you should be called Cripple II." Colin made a joke, but unfortunately, the slaves did not understand. The atmosphere was a little cold for a moment. "Yes, sir, from now on I'll be called Cripple II." Cripple gave face and immediately kowtowed to Colin to thank him. Colin laughed and waved his hand. "Forget it, you should continue to be called Cripple. Otherwise, if the other nobles hear that a slave dares to be called Cripple II, who knows, they might just send you to the gallows. Yes, sir. Cripple naturally did not matter, slaves like him were named very casually, and many of them did not even have a name. Looking at this rather clever young slave, Colin suddenly smiled and said, "Limp, now I have something for you to do. Are you willing to do it?" Cripple did not hesitate to reply loudly, "Of course. It's my honor to serve you." "Good, follow me." "Yes, sir." The rest of the slaves looked at Cripple, who eagerly followed the Sir Lord, their eyes full of envy. Suddenly, a slave called out to the leading soldier, "Sir, Cripple is leaving, what about his points?" The soldier scratched his head and felt that if Cripple was chosen by the viscounts, he would not have to worry about points, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll redistribute his points." "Thank you, sir." The slaves immediately cheered. The Lord's favor was too unrealistic for them, the points in front of them were more realistic. In the great hall on the first floor of the Red Castle, Limp carefully sat on a chair, not even daring to breathe loudly. A beautiful half-elf maid placed a cup of hot water in front of Limp. Limp repeatedly thanked her, but did not dare to touch the delicate cup, as if he was afraid of dirtying it. The half-elf maid was none other than Kathy Savoy. When she completed the mission Colin gave her, she originally had the chance to become a baron of the half-elf kingdom, but unexpectedly, she gave the title to another member of the Savoy family and willingly became Colin's maid. Others thought that Kathy was too stupid, not knowing which to choose between a baron and a maid. But Colin felt that she was an ambitious half-elf. However, if Kathy could not show her worth, then she could only be a maid serving tea at Colin's side. After Kathy left, another fat merchant walked into the great hall under the escort of soldiers. His expression was very haggard, and there were bruises on his skin that his clothes could not cover. It was obvious that he had just been tortured to extort a confession. Colin looked at the somewhat familiar fat face and asked, "You are the manager of the Tulip Merchant Guild in Icestone City, Ulma?" "Yes, Sir Viscounts." "Who is Oliver to you?" "He is my younger brother, sir." Colin suddenly smiled, "Oliver and I have some friendship." "Since you are his older brother, then there is no need to be so restrained. Sit." "Yes, sir." Ulma hurriedly sat down, but his heart did not relax at all. He had heard his younger brother mention this Viscount Angley long ago and knew that this was not a lord that could be easily fooled. "Ulma, to be honest, I am very sad. My relationship with the Tulip Merchant Guild has always been very harmonious, and I even had a loan of up to 300,000 gold coins from your guild. But I did not expect that you would try to incite a rebellion in my territory." The fat on Ulma's face trembled as he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sir, I was only following the orders of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. I mean no harm to the Angeli family. However, the rebellion has already caused great losses to my territory. What do you think we should do?" Ulma hesitated, not knowing how to begin. Originally, he thought that Colin would be afraid of Count Oman, who stood behind the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, and would not dare to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the beating he received in prison made him realize the reality. This Viscount Angley didn't fear offending the Oman clan at all. A moment later, he could only dejectedly say, "Sir, I'm willing to accept any punishment you say." Colin did not immediately state the punishment. Instead, he sized up Ulma with a scrutinizing gaze until he felt goosebumps all over his body. "You said that the order to incite the slave rebellion was issued by the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's headquarters?" "Yes, sir." "So, this was all Ms. Penny's idea?" Ulma's forehead was slightly sweating, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "It should be." Colin asked again, "Ms. Penny is Count Oman's favorite lover. Then, does the Count know about this plan?" Ulma's face was covered in even more cold sweat. "This? I'm not sure about this, then what do you think? Is it possible for the Count to know?" Maybe, bang, Colin suddenly slammed the round table, causing the two people opposite him to jump up in fright. "Mr. Ulma, do you know that you just questioned the integrity of a Count of the northern frontier?" I. Ulma was sweating profusely and trembling all over. Colin revealed a cold smile. "Tell me, if the Count knew that you slandered him, slandered Ms. Penny, and slandered the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, what would he do?" Ulma knelt on the ground with a plop and cried, My lord, spare me." Colin suddenly laughed again, and his tone became gentle again. Olma, I hope you can understand that it's not a matter of how I punish you, but how the Count will punish you if he knows about you. My lord, save me, get up. Olma stood up, trembling, and then saw Colin hand over a roll of paper and a quill. At the same time, he ordered, write a letter to your brother, Oliver. Write what? Olma was at a loss. Tell him that you have leaked Count Oman's secret plan to me. Tell him to be careful and not be punished by Count Oman. My lord, this. Olma did not dare to touch the pen. Because he knew very well that Count Oman might not know that he had leaked the secret plan, but if such a letter fell into the hands of the Oman family, then he and his brother would definitely die without a burial place. What, you don't want to write? Colin raised his eyebrows and said coldly. All right. Looking at Colin's cold gaze, Olma knew that even if he was unwilling, he had to leave behind this proof of his loyalty. Seeing Olma trembling as he picked up the pen, Colin frowned and said, Don't tremble. What? Are you purposely trying to hide your handwriting? No. How would I dare? Seeing Olma obediently write this letter, Colin recovered his smile and even affectionately patted Olma's shoulder a few times. Don't worry, as long as you don't leave Ice Stone City, no one will dare to do anything to you. Yes, Lord Viscounts. At this time Olma also regained his composure. Because he knew that he had no other choice. Colin put away the letter and pointed at Cripple, who was standing to the side in a daze. This is Cripple. Later, tell him in detail the exact locations of the slave rebellions your Chamber of Commerce arranged around Ice Stone City. Yes. Of course, Olma nodded in response. Colin then looked at Cripple and ordered, Cripple, what I need you to do is very simple. Go to the locations of these slave rebellions and tell those rebels that there is food in Ice Stone City, a large amount of food. As long as you do this well, you don't have to work hard every day to earn points, and I can make you a free citizen. Yes, Lord. Even though Cripple didn't understand why Colin was doing this, he still responded loudly. In reality, Colin just wanted to obtain more cheap labor. These slave rebels were just a mob. If they were allowed to spread throughout the territory, they would only cause more damage. It was better to lure them all to Ice Stone City and then catch them all in one fell swoop. With a large amount of food, Colin wasn't worried that he couldn't settle these slaves down. He could make the slaves work without paying them a salary. As long as he gave them bread and meat soup that could barely fill their stomachs every day, they wouldn't cause trouble. If there were 10 free citizens every month, then the slaves would work even harder for Colin. Exploitation, it was just that simple. Of course, in a time of famine like this, someone like Colin who was willing to give the slaves food to eat was definitely a benevolent lord. Almost every year during the Winter Veil Festival, it would snow, and this year was no exception. Early in the morning, Ice Stone City was already covered in heavy snow, and gusts of bone-piercing cold wind blew through the dark sky. In such terrible weather, the merciful Lord did not let the slaves go out to work. They all huddled together in the refugee camp that had just been built, relying on each other's body heat to stay warm. Suddenly, the camp became lively again, and all kinds of surprised shouts could be heard. This was because the merciful Lord had actually let the soldiers deliver wine to the slaves. Of course, the wine was not good wine, and it was also mixed with a large amount of water, but to most of the slaves who had never tasted wine in their entire lives, it was like nectar from heaven. The spicy wine dispelled the cold, and countless slaves prostrated themselves on the ground, loudly praising the Lord's benevolence. And at this moment, the merciful Lord was still lying in his warm bed. It was snowing heavily outside, but the inside was as warm as spring. The flames in the fireplace had been dancing all night, and the heat it emitted made the entire room exceptionally comfortable. Kathy quietly walked in and stuffed a few pieces of dry wood into the fireplace. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Colin sit up from the bed. Sir, you're awake. Actually, Colin had woken up a long time ago, but lazing in bed on such a snowy morning was a kind of remembrance of his previous life's habits. Happy Winter Veil Festival, Lord Viscounts. I'll go prepare some water for you to wash up and have breakfast. Kathy had specially dressed up today. She wore a white dress with a flouncy apron around her waist, and her long chestnut hair was tied up with a red headscarf, making her look simple yet elegant. Her watery eyes, pointy ears, and delicate facial features made her exude a delicate temperament. Happy Winter Vale Festival. Colin smiled as he greeted the half-elf maid. Then he got off the bed and walked to the window, looking at the world covered in snow outside, his thoughts drifting. The Winter Vale Festival was a festival unique to the Radiant Empire. It lasted from the middle of December to the beginning of January every year, and was the biggest festival of the year. On the snowy ground in the castle, there were 3 children playing. They were all collateral members of the Angeli family. Colin was not familiar with them. It took him a while to remember the name of one of the boys. As for the other 2, he could not remember them at all. Listening to the innocent laughter of the children, an indescribable sense of loneliness suddenly welled up in Colin's heart. Colin suddenly pushed open the window. The biting cold north wind mixed with snowflakes blew in their faces, bringing with it an icy chill that seemed to penetrate deep into their bones and freeze their blood. However, Colin did not care at all. After being promoted to a 4th-grade knight, his heart, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly burst with vitality and started beating again. This time, it was even more powerful and surging than before. Driven by this heart, all the blood in his body flowed and surged like a torrential river. The heat emitted from his body caused the snowflakes in the sky to melt into water before they even touched his skin. Ah! Viscounts, why did you open the window? Be careful not to catch a cold. Kathy came in with toiletries and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Colin smiled and closed the window again. He turned back and let Kathy help him wash up. Sir, do you want to have breakfast here or go to the dining hall? Let's eat here. Yes. Soon, Kathy came in with a tray. The breakfast was sumptuous. There was grilled tilapia, creamed tomatoes, almond gingerbread, and a cup of eggnog wine. However, Colin frowned. Eggnog wine? Didn't I tell you to prepare deer blood wine for every meal? Kathy explained in a low voice, Sir, this is the first meal of the Winter Vale Festival. According to tradition, there must be almond gingerbread and eggnog wine. Colin then remembered that it seemed to be true. Sir, if you insist, I can go to the kitchen to prepare a cup of deer blood wine. Forget it. Colin waved his hand. It was fine if he did not drink deer blood, he was too lazy to let the kitchen go through the trouble. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Colin could use this food to experience the atmosphere of this world's Winter Vale Festival. How do you half-elves celebrate the Winter Vale Festival? Colin asked casually as he tasted the wonderful reaction of the gingerbread and eggnog wine in his mouth. Kathy, who was standing on the side, smiled. Actually, the half-elven kingdom's Winter Vale Festival is no different from the Empire. The only difference is that we have a bonfire party at night. Bonfire party? Yes, it can also be called a bonfire party, but the dancers are all male half-elves. They will show their talents at the party to attract the attention of the female half-elves. Won't they invite the female half-elves to dance with them? No, that is the custom of your human empire. The half-elves usually dance alone. At the end of the party, there will be a judge made up of respected elders to choose the male half-elves with the most beautiful dance. At this point, Kathy seemed to have recalled something, and her little face instantly turned red, making her look exceptionally adorable. Colin was speechless. The male with the most beautiful dance, this description gave Colin goosebumps all over his body. But as a gentleman, Colin suppressed the discomfort in his heart and smiled. Then what reward will the winner receive? He will receive the title of Moonlight Dancer. Kathy's eyes were full of envy and reverence, as if she yearned for this title. Colin nodded, suddenly becoming interested in the Moonlight Dancer. He wanted to see how beautiful their dance was. This custom of yours should have been passed down from the elves, right? Yes. Kathy nodded. Moreover, before the elves disappeared from the Radiant Moon Forest, there would be elven representatives participating in the Moonlight Dancer Selection Ball in Silvermoon City. Oh? Then, when did the elves completely cut off contact with you? Kathy muttered to herself for a moment before replying, I've seen the records of the Savoy family. Around 800 years ago, the elves completely disappeared from the depths of the Radiant Forest and never contacted us again. Colin had already finished the food in front of him. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and asked curiously, Have you half-elves never tried to enter the Radiant Moon Forest to look for traces of the elves? Of course we have. In the first few years after the elves disappeared, many half-elven nobles in Silvermoon City who had close ties with the elves panicked. They sent many rangers and soldiers to the Radiant Moon Forest in an attempt to find traces of the elves. But none of the half-elves who entered the Radiant Moon Forest ever came out. Never came out? Colin frowned. He suddenly felt that the disappearance of the elves wasn't that simple. That mysterious and dangerous Radiant Moon Forest should be hiding some unknown things. It was late at night, and everything was quiet. Only the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the fireplace could be heard. Little White's body was curled up in front of the fireplace, and the fur on the side of its body was slightly yellow from being too close to the fireplace. Colin stretched and stood up from the mountain of government documents. I've seen the tax documents for the past few months. You've done a good job. The measures of reducing taxes to attract business are quite effective, and you can continue to implement them. Colin said to the tax official, Quincy, as he walked to the fireplace. He picked up the little cat that was greedy for the temperature of the flames and almost caught fire. He hugged it in his arms and then laid it down on the rattan chair in front of the fireplace. Meow, Little White made a sound of dissatisfaction, as if angry at the stupid human for disturbing its rest. But soon, it calmed down under Colin's caress, and lay on Colin's chest and closed its eyes again. Yes, Lord Viscounts. Your approval is my greatest honor. Quincy bowed to Colin and let out a sigh of relief. He obviously didn't expect Colin to be so patient and have the ability to understand the complicated tax documents. He was quite nervous before. Most of the nobles in this world didn't have the mind to manage the mundane affairs of the territory. They basically threw it to the stewards and tax officials to manage. They themselves were either immersed in pleasure, hung around with the noble women, or just wanted to show off their martial prowess. It was rare to see a lord like Colin who was willing to spend time on these boring government affairs. Quincy couldn't help but be 120% alert, reminding himself that he couldn't be careless in his work in the future. All right, it's getting late. Quincy, you should go back and rest. Yes, Lord Viscounts. After Quincy left, only Colin and Steward Eamon were left in the study. Colin stroked Little White's soft fur and said, Today is the last day of the Winter Vale Festival, and the snow has stopped. From tomorrow onwards, let the slaves continue working. Yes, Master. You let them rest for the entire Winter Vale Festival, which is already very benevolent. Colin's mouth twitched. He was still not used to the way the nobles of this world exploited their slaves. What are the next main tasks? Eamon flipped open the sheepskin scroll in his hands, and after checking it for a bit, he reported, Master, the work in Icestone City has basically been completed. The next work is mainly to repair the Red Castle and the Water Conservancy project. Eamon paused and raised his head to look at Colin. Seeing that he had no objections, he continued, this time, with a large amount of surplus labor, I plan to renovate the Red Keep. The warehouse, stables, training ground, and cellar also need to be expanded. This is the design plan that I asked someone to draft. Please take a look. Colin took the design and looked at it while asking, how much is the budget for the renovation of the Red Castle? About 30,000 gold coins, Master. Colin pondered for a moment and felt that the cost was still acceptable. The Angeli family's current financial situation was no longer as poor as it was half a year ago. Moreover, they had the support of the rich half-elves behind them, so Colin could also splurge a bit. Moreover, this time during the slave rebellion, Colin had gathered a large number of slaves. If he didn't make good use of this nearly free labor, then it would be too much of a pity. All right, then we'll do it according to your plan. Yes, Master. Eamon nodded and then said, as for the second project, the Water Conservancy project. My plan is to split it into 2 phases, the near and far. The near phase will be completed within 3 to 4 months. The main task is to divert water and irrigate it to serve the upcoming spring plowing. For the long term, it can be slowed down to 3 to 5 years. Dredging the river, strengthening the dam, expanding the irrigation system, all of these will take a longer time and cost a lot. Colin looked at the Water Conservancy project plan that Eamon handed over and nodded seriously, this is worth doing. Water conservancy is the foundation of agriculture. Even if it costs a lot, it needs to be done well. Yes, master. Also, the half-elven kingdom has many experts in the field of agriculture. I want to hire some to come to Icestone City to instruct the slaves. I wonder if you can introduce me to them. Of course, I will write a letter to Queen Aisha and have her send some people over. Thank you, master. Aemon put away the parchment and hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, recently more and more rebel soldiers have gathered in Icestone City. Although they can't withstand a single blow from the Black Cavalry, with so many slaves gathered in the city, I'm still a bit worried. Colin narrowed his eyes and asked faintly, How many slaves do we have now? We just finished a count the day before yesterday. We currently have 85,000 slaves. That's quite a lot. However, it's not a big problem. Colin waved his hand carelessly. As long as we give the slaves food to eat and let them see the hope of becoming free citizens, they won't rebel. Aemon still said worriedly, Master, there are many slaves and their backgrounds are complicated. We can't investigate them one by one. I'm worried that there will be people with bad intentions who will intentionally incite the slaves to rebel. Only then did Colin open his eyes, a serious expression on his face. How about this? There are two measures. After thinking for a moment, Colin ordered, First, let the slaves live together. Don't let the slaves who are familiar with each other stay together to prevent them from associating with each other. Secondly, we will implement a system of exposing and reporting. Anyone who finds someone suspicious in the slave gathering area or tries to mislead the public can take the initiative to report it. If the exposure is successful, the informant will receive a reward of 10 silver coins. Yes, master. Colin picked up the coffee beside him and took a sip before asking, Is there still no movement from Marquis Dawson and Count Oman? No. Aemon shook his head. Master, I'm guessing that they're waiting for winter to pass. After all, it's not a good time for war. Colin nodded, agreeing with Aemon's judgment. Moreover, they're probably waiting for the famine to fester. There's still more than half a year until the next autumn harvest. Right now, only the slaves at the lowest rung of society can't eat. When the commoners run out of food as well, I'm afraid the northern frontier will descend into even greater chaos. Master, the rumor you asked me to pay attention to before is becoming more and more intense. Even many citizens of Icestone City are beginning to believe that the reason the trolls were able to successfully invade the northern frontier was because of the Duke of St. Hilda's failed plan to lure the enemy. Has Frostwinter City not responded to this? Not at the moment. Colin couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why the Duke of St. Hilda didn't come out to refute the rumor and instead allowed this rumor, which severely damaged his reputation, to spread freely in the northern frontier. Could it be that the Duke was seriously injured in the duel with the sacred samurai? Aemon saw that Colin's expression wasn't right and asked, Master, should we take action to stop this rumor from spreading in Icestone City? No need. Colin smiled and shook his head. Right now, our most important task is to strengthen ourselves. We don't need to care about other things. Just watch the show calmly. Yes, master. Aemon nodded in response. Then, the old butler looked at the clock on the wall and reminded, Master, today is the last day of the Winter Veil Festival. It's almost midnight. We still need you to preside over the Angeli family's vigil ceremony. Colin finally remembered this matter and sighed helplessly. He stood up as if he was dealing with a chore and walked out. Dang dang dang, when the clock struck 12, Colin, who was presiding over the vigil, finally stopped praying. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the window. The stars were lonely and the crescent moon was hazy. Thus, a brand new year had quietly arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Steward Aemon knocked on the large oak door in front of him and reported, Master, Count Morrison requests an audience. Let him in. Colin's voice came from inside the door. Yes. Aemon pushed open the door and bowed to Count Morrison, indicating, Lord Count, please. Count Morrison smiled faintly at Aemon, then walked into the study with his head held high. Welcome to the Red Castle, Your Excellency Count Morrison. Colin walked up with a smile and warmly shook hands with Count Morrison. Sir Viscount Angley, thank you for your hospitality. I hope my arrival hasn't caused you too much trouble. This Count Morrison didn't look to be even 20 years old, even younger than Colin. Even though he tried his best to pretend to be mature and experienced, even growing a beard, his movements still revealed his obvious immaturity. Of course there's no trouble. It's my honor to have you grace Icestone with your presence. Also, I've always admired the valiant old Count. The old Count Colin spoke of was the previous Count Morrison, who was also the grandfather of the young man in front of him. This old Count had been stabbed to death by Knight Consudo in a meeting of the Lords half a year ago. At the time, Colin had also been present and had personally witnessed the scene of this unyielding old Count loudly berating the Lords who were preparing to revolt. After the old Count's death, the Morrison family had no choice but to let such a young man inherit the Count's position. The Morrison family didn't have many descendants. The old Count only had one son, but this son had been seriously injured in a war many years ago and was almost completely paralyzed. A person like this who couldn't even take care of himself definitely couldn't inherit the Morrison family's title. Thus, the old Count's eldest grandson, Sycan Morrison, who was only 18 years old, could only inherit the Count's position. Thank you for your concern and praise. If grandfather knew that his sacrifice would receive so much recognition, he would definitely be able to rest in peace in the heavens. After exchanging some pleasantries, Colin invited Count Morrison to take a seat and had the maid serve coffee and desserts. Your Excellency Count, I wonder why you've come from so far away. Count Morrison put down the coffee in his hand and said seriously, Your Excellency Viscounts, I've taken the liberty of coming this time in hopes of receiving your help. Oh? Please speak. If it's within my power, I definitely won't be stingy, Colin said with a smile, already guessing Count Morrison's intentions in coming. Actually, after the winter veil, quite a few of the northern frontier nobles had come looking, wanting to buy a batch of food from Colin to deal with emergencies. This time around, Count Morrison was the one with the highest rank among the nobles. His next words confirmed Colin's suspicions. I heard that Your Excellency has purchased a large amount of food from Silvery Moon City. I wonder if you can sell some to the Morrison family? Of course. Count Morrison was pleasantly surprised by Colin's forthrightness, and he immediately shouted excitedly, Really? Thank you so much. Your Excellency Viscounts, the Morrison family will forever remember the kindness of the Angeli family. However, Your Excellency, I'm sure you're aware of the current price of food in the northern frontier. I'm afraid this batch of food won't be cheap. Count Morrison paused for a moment, but he still nodded. Don't worry, the Morrison family will not let a friend suffer a loss. We will buy this batch of food from you according to the market price. Hearing that, Colin couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. How could he suffer a loss? Given Colin's status in Silvery Moon, the local half-elven merchants naturally wouldn't dare to raise the price of the food. They sold it to Colin at the normal price. When this batch of food was shipped to the northern frontier, the price soared by more than 10 times. Colin could be said to have profited greatly. A few of the nobles who had come to buy the food had tried to lower the price after understanding the situation, but this young Count Morrison actually stupidly agreed without even discussing the price. It seemed that he was yet another honest person. Colin looked at Count Morrison and smiled even more brilliantly. Your Excellency, there's one more thing I need to tell you in advance. Please speak. I'm sure you're aware that too many people have come to Icestone to buy food. My food is all shipped from Silvery Moon, so I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. That's why I'm afraid you won't be able to deliver all the food in one go. Count Morrison furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Then when will we receive all the food? That depends on the speed of delivery from Silvery Moon. However, I can promise you that the Morrison family will definitely get priority in the supply. Alright, thank you so much, said Morrison with a smile. Unfortunately, the young Count didn't realize that Colin hadn't actually given him any promises. What could a priority in the supply guarantee? Colin wasn't bullying Count Morrison on purpose. He had given this condition to all the nobles who came to buy food that they had to pay in installments. Using this condition, Colin could control the food supply of these families to a certain extent and influence their stance in the upcoming chaos of the northern frontier. Of course, the food would be delivered in installments, but the money had to be paid in one go. The Angeli family didn't accept credit. Right now, food was in short supply in the northern frontier. No matter how harsh Colin's conditions were, the nobles could only hold their noses and accept. Count Morrison didn't seem to realize Colin's hidden scheme at all as he thanked him profusely and left. Looking at his joyous appearance, a trace of guilt flashed through Colin's heart, but it only lasted for less than a second before disappearing. Not long after, Eamon knocked on the door again. "Master, another guest has come to Ice Stone." "Which family's messenger is it this time?" Eamon shook his head. "Master, the guest this time comes from the north." "The north?" Colin was stunned. Ice Stone was already the northernmost part of the northern frontier. Further north, that would be Sky Ice Plains. Troll's messenger? No, it's the messenger of the Golden Lion Legion stationed at Sky Ice Plains. Colin's brow furrowed even tighter. Golden Lion Legion? Are you sure he wants to see me? In Colin's opinion, the messenger of the Golden Lion Legion should have gone to Frostwinter no matter what. Why was he looking for him? Eamon lowered his voice and explained, "Master, the one who wants to see you is the follower of the Golden Lion Legion's messenger. His name is Charles St. Hilda." "Charles?" Colin immediately stood up from his seat in shock. He remembered that this was the eldest son of the Duke of St. Hilda, the former Marquis of the Northern Frontier. However, his father had sent him to the front lines and asked him to, "As long as we don't break through the troll capital, we're not allowed to return to the Northern Frontier." He didn't expect him to sneak back at this time. No wonder he didn't dare to go to Frostwinter and ran to Ice Stone instead. Colin paced around the study a few times with his brow furrowed. After a while, he asked, "No one recognized him, right?" "No, Master." Sir Charles disguised himself and appeared in Ice Stone as the messenger's follower. "All right, bring him to see me. Honorable Viscount Angley, long time no see. You are even more elegant than before." When Colin saw the former Marquis of the Northern Frontier again, he almost didn't recognize him. In less than a year, Charles seemed to have become a completely different person. Without the arrogance and shrewdness of the past, the current Charles was exactly what a weather-beaten frontline knight should look like. Cold and serious. His attitude towards Colin had also completely changed. It was no longer the deliberate closeness he had in the past. Instead, it was somewhat distant. It was as if he was really a normal knight greeting the Lord of Ice Stone City. However, to be honest, it wasn't too strange for Charles to have such a change. The drastic change back then was enough to completely change a person's personality. "Sir Charles. I am so happy to see you in Ice Stone City." Colin smiled as he walked up to shake hands with Charles. The other's hand was somewhat cold. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you very much, Viscount Angley." Charles's excessive politeness made Colin slightly uncomfortable. Even if Charles was no longer the former Marquis of the Eastern Frontier, Colin still didn't dare to treat him as a normal knight just based on his surname. It must be difficult in Sky Ice Field right now. "Come, drink some strong alcohol to get rid of the cold." As Colin spoke, he personally poured a cup of rum for Charles. Charles thanked him again and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the cup, Charles's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Viscount Angley, I won't hide it from you. This time, I disobeyed my father's orders and secretly snuck back to the Northern Frontier. I hope this won't cause you too much trouble." "Of course not." Colin smiled and waved his hand. At the same time, he was curious, what on earth made this duke's eldest son sneak back to find him? If it was the former Marquis Charles, perhaps he would have chatted with Colin for a long time to get to know him better, and then beat around the bush before telling him the reason for his visit. However, the current Charles, who had completely changed, didn't beat around the bush with Colin at all. "The reason I came to Ice Stone City this time is to warn you that the giant Devil Empire is restless and is attempting to mobilize their troops to invade the south. Once they head south again, the Golden Lion Legion won't be able to stop them with the few people we have on the front lines." Colin's eyes instantly focused, and his face became solemn. However, he wasn't too surprised. Now that the Northern Frontier was about to fall into chaos, it would be strange if the giant Demon Empire didn't make a move. Although the giant Demon Empire's main army had been completely annihilated by the Black Cavalry, this was a golden opportunity. Even if the giant Demon Emperor had to sell everything he had, he would still gather an army to fish in troubled waters on the Northern Frontier. "Why did you tell me about this news? Shouldn't we inform your father?" This was what Colin was really confused about. The envoys of the Golden Lion Legion will depart for chilly winter castle tomorrow to inform my father. However, a trace of pain flashed through Charles's eyes. However, with the current situation on the northern frontier, even if my father knows about this, it will be very difficult for him to mobilize troops to the Sky Icefield. Colin nodded silently, evidently agreeing with Charles's judgment. The House of St. Hilda was indeed very weak now, and they might not even be able to deal with the rebellious Marquis Dawson and Earl Oman. Furthermore, they still had to suppress the slave rebellion caused by the famine. How would they be able to mobilize troops to deal with the restless giant demons? Sir Charles, I can understand your concerns, but it is very difficult for me to provide you with much help. Uncle Garcia's black cavalry is in your hands, right? That's right. However, after the battle at Shadow Canyon and the great battle at Silvery Moon City, the black cavalry is only left with around 6,000 men. They are no longer as powerful as they were at their peak. That's enough, Charles said resolutely, his bright eyes staring fixedly at Colin as he continued. Don't you want to hear my suggestion? Colin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Please speak. Charles leaned forward slightly, and a fervent look appeared on his face as he said, I'm sorry. In order to obtain sufficient benefits from the impending civil strife on the northern frontier, the giant demon emperor has conscripted almost all of the remaining soldiers of the empire. I estimate that there will be around 100,000 of them. And their first stop south is very likely to be your Ice Stone City. Hearing this, Colin's brows furrowed slightly. However, he didn't refute it. This was because Ice Stone City's geographical location determined that it was very likely to be the first major city on the northern frontier that the giant demon army would attack. Seeing the change in Colin's expression, Charles hurriedly spoke faster. Therefore, Sir Viscounts, it will be very difficult for you to extricate yourself from this matter this time. My suggestion to you is that instead of passively defending, why don't you take the initiative to attack? Colin raised his eyebrows and finally spoke. How do I take the initiative to attack? Of course it's by relying on the black cavalry in your hands. Charles said patiently. This time, the giant demon empire has mobilized almost all of their soldiers, so the interior of the empire must be incomparably empty. Therefore, as long as you mobilize the black cavalry, with the cavalry's superior mobility, you can definitely sweep through the heart of the giant demon empire before the giant demon army reaches the northern frontier. You can even seize the opportunity to attack the giant demon imperial city and cut off the giant demon emperor's head. At that time, you can lead your army back in triumph and return to Ice Stone City before the giant demons reach the northern frontier. At that time, you just need to hang the giant demon emperor's head on the city walls, and the giant demon army will naturally disperse without attacking. After listening to Charles's suggestion, Colin fell into a long silence. Attacking from 1,000 miles away and directly attacking the root of the problem, this was a seemingly brilliant plan, but it also concealed an enormous risk. Moreover, Colin also realized that Charles's true intention behind this move was probably to borrow the power of the black cavalry to attack the giant demon imperial city. This way, he could wash away his humiliation and openly return to the northern frontier. Charles spoke again when he saw that Colin was silent. His tone was once again affectionate as he said, Colin, think about it carefully. How great of an honor is it to break into the Troll King's city? Even Marquis Garcia, who led the black cavalry at their peak, was unable to achieve such a result. Such a heaven-sent opportunity, such a monstrous achievement, is already at your fingertips. Think about it. As long as you can attack the giant demon imperial city, you will definitely become the hero of the northern frontier. No, even the entire Radiant Empire. It's more than enough to bestow you the title of Earl, and even the title of Marquis is not impossible. Looking at the fervent eyes of Charles, Colin also showed that he was moved, but he still cautiously said, Charles, this plan of yours is of great importance. I still need to think about it carefully. Of course. Then I'll wait for your good news. Charles was slightly disappointed, but he still forced a smile and said, however, I estimate that the giant demons will send out their troops in the next 1 or 2 months. You'd better make a decision as soon as possible. Okay. After sending Charles off, Colin paced back and forth in the room with a grave expression. To be honest, he was not that enthusiastic about Charles's plan. If it succeeded, the glory would be shared equally between the two of them, but if it failed, Colin would have to bear the bitter consequences alone. Only a fool would do such a loss-making business. Moreover, Colin had some doubts whether this plan was thought up by the Duke of St. Hilda, whose purpose was to drive Colin to help him remove the threat of the giant demons. If that was the case, then Colin was not willing to easily become a knife in the hands of the other party. About 20 kilometers away from Icestone City, a simple but orderly campsite had been built. The campsite was built in an empty area beside a small lake, and the ground had been simply leveled. The bushes that were in the way had been cut down, but these bushes that had just been soaked in snow were still wet and couldn't be used as fuel, so they were sharpened and stuck into the ground to make a simple defensive fence. About 100 fully armed mercenaries patrolled around the campsite, and inside the campsite, there were dozens of even better equipped soldiers. From the flags they raised, it could be seen that these soldiers were the Oman family's private army. In the center of the campsite, a knight in silver armor was warming himself next to a bonfire. He wasn't wearing a helmet, revealing a handsome young face with blue eyes and black hair. His thin lips were tightly pursed, making him look determined and calm. Light footsteps sounded, and the knight turned around to see his wife walking over. "Dalla, it's so late, aren't you going to sleep?" Caitlin opened her sleepy eyes and came to the bonfire, leaning on her husband's broad shoulder. "I'll keep watch for a while, you go sleep first." Knight Dalla had a doting smile on his face as he rubbed his wife's hair. Then I'll accompany you, I'm actually not sleepy." Caitlin couldn't help but yawn as she said she wasn't sleepy. Dalla shook his head with a smile. "Go sleep, we should be able to reach Icestone City tomorrow." "Don't look so haggard then, otherwise Viscount Angley will probably blame me for not taking good care of his sister." The corner of Caitlin's lips curled up slightly. "Colin isn't that petty." Dalla was about to persuade her again, but he suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and all the muscles in his body instantly tensed up. Caitlin also felt the change in her husband, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Someone's coming." Dalla helped his wife up, and then quickly put on his helmet and sword. At this moment, the alarm indeed echoed in the campsite, and there were also the panicked cries of the mercenaries. "Rebels, the rebels are coming." "Rebels?" Caitlin's face was filled with panic, and she held her husband's arm tightly as she asked worriedly, "Will it be okay?" "Don't worry, it's just a bunch of starving slaves. Kill the ones at the front, and the rest will run on their own." Dalla comforted her with a relaxed expression. "Still, you have to be careful." "All right." After comforting his wife, Knight Dalla strode forward, and used his sword to hit his shield, making banging sounds as he shouted loudly. "Don't panic. Formation. Face the enemy." Under Knight Dalla's orders, the guards of the Oman family quickly formed a battle formation and gathered around the knight, looking at the slaves swarming in from outside the camp with a solemn expression. The performance of the mercenaries was a bit worse. When they saw the large number of slaves swarming over, they were suddenly scared to the point that their hands and feet turned to jelly, not knowing what to do. "Archers, fire!" Knight Dalla ordered. A rain of arrows was shot out from the campsite, and although it wasn't dense, it still caused quite a bit of damage to the unprotected slaves. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, the slaves had already reached the fence. Knight Dalla raised his giant shield in front of him and roared. "Raise your shields! Advance!" Under Knight Dalla's lead, the Oman family's guards were like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into the rebel army, and the slaves were unable to resist at all. The difference in equipment, martial arts, and battle intent was too great, and these starving slaves were no match for the Oman family's guards. Knight Dalla was bathed in golden holy light, and the slaves screamed as he killed, and ran away like rats. His bravery also woke the mercenaries up from their dreams, and they all yelled as they joined in the battle. The rebel army, who had the advantage in numbers, was forced to retreat. At the back of the rebel army, Cripple looked at his companions who couldn't even withstand a single blow, and disdain flashed through his heart. However, he still spoke respectfully to the slave leader beside him. "Sir, there are knights in this campsite, and I'm afraid we won't be able to take it down. We should retreat, and Icestone City is our true destination." The slave leader's expression changed, and he said angrily, "A bunch of trash, you can't even take down a campsite with so few people, how are you going to take Icestone City?" Cripple hurriedly explained, "Sir, you don't have that many troops in your hands right now. Only by meeting up with the other rebel forces in Icestone City will we have a chance to take down Icestone City." The slave leader's expression changed rapidly, and when he looked up and saw the terrifying scene of Night Vala's massacre, his entire body trembled, and he reluctantly ordered, "Retreat." After the rebel army received the order to retreat, it was as if they had been pardoned, and in the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. Under the cover of the night, many of the slaves actually lost their way and got separated from the main group. The slave leader didn't have the mind to count his losses, and directly led the retreating slaves back to Ice Stone City. The slave leader, who was immersed in the unwillingness of his failure, didn't notice that the slave called Cripple had disappeared from the group at some point. When the morning sun dispersed the fog in the forest, the Oman family's troops once again set off. After last night's battle, Night Vala's reputation in the group had greatly increased. Those who originally looked at her with disdain because of her lowly status as an illegitimate child now looked at her with reverence. Although one's background was important, strength was also a commonly used name card in this world. The troop didn't move quickly, and it wasn't until the sun set in the west that they could see the tall walls of Ice Stone City. However, at this moment, a bloody massacre was taking place under the walls of Ice Stone City. Countless rebel slaves gathered under the city walls like ants, and seemed to be attacking the city. They had built a dozen or so extremely crude wooden ladders, and were climbing up the city walls with all their might. However, Night Vala, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, could tell at a glance that the defenders were clearly not using their full strength. It was as if they were worried that if they used too much strength, they would scare away all the gathered slaves. However, even if the defenders had already retracted their strength, the slaves' attack was still chaotic and completely disorganized. Their own people were even fighting over the wooden ladders, and most of the slaves just stood under the city walls with blank expressions, randomly howling a few times, not knowing what they should be doing at all. The dozen or so slave leaders gathered together, and when they saw the chaotic situation in front of them, they were also somewhat helpless. They had never received military education, so how could they know how to attack a city? Just as the slave leaders were getting more and more anxious, the city gates of Ice Stone City suddenly opened. The slaves were stunned for a dozen or so seconds, and then suddenly cheered, all of them surging towards the open city gates. However, before they could celebrate for long, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Along with the flying corpses and splattering blood, the black armored cavalry shot out of the city gate like sharp arrows, completely scattering the slave army. Seeing all this, Night Vala shook her head with a smile, and turned to order, "Caitlin, you stay here with the mercenaries. I will lead the family guards to help." "All right." While the battle outside the city was in full swing, Colin was hiding in the gloomy basement of the Red Fort. Of course, he wasn't hiding here. The slave rebels outside couldn't scare him. Let alone scare him, they couldn't even attract Colin's attention. In the beginning, Colin personally went to the top of the city wall to supervise the battle, but after seeing the slave rebels' wonderful siege methods, Colin was no longer interested in watching the battle. At this time, Colin wasn't alone in the basement. There were nearly 100 figures standing in front of him. These figures were uniformly wearing steel masks that covered their faces, only revealing eyes without a trace of human emotion. These were, of course, the blood slaves that Colin had transformed. In addition to the Fox Knight and the Monkey Ranger, the newly added 85 horse-masked blood slaves were, of course, professionals selected from the captives of the Skyhorse Legion. 2 4th-grade knights, 8 3rd-grade knights, 5 4th-grade warriors, 17 3rd-grade warriors, and 53 1st-grade and 2nd-grade professionals. In order to transform so many blood slaves, Colin gritted his teeth until they were sore. He almost developed a psychological shadow over his neck. But fortunately, the results were remarkable. At present, it seemed that Colin's blood slave death squad was beginning to take shape. Colin had high hopes for this blood slave death squad. Their target was the Temple Knights of the Radiance Church. It was said that the Temple Knights were a terrifying legion composed entirely of knights. Although there were only 3,000 of them, their terrifying fighting strength was enough to make all the legions of the Radiance Empire pale in comparison. This was also the most powerful military force controlled by the Radiance Church. Of course, Colin's blood slave death squad couldn't be compared to the Temple Knights in terms of quantity or quality. But there was still a long way to go. Colin believed that one day, his blood slave death squad would become a powerful legion that could contend against the Temple Knights. Colin's gaze swept across the 87 blood slaves one by one, and finally stopped at the Monkey Ranger. He ordered, "Monkey, go to the Troll Empire." The Monkey Ranger nodded without a word, and then walked out. Colin stroked his chin and pointed at a horse-masked knight. He ordered, "You go with them." The news brought by Charles made Colin worry about the troll army that was about to head south. However, he still wanted to see the situation of the Troll Empire with his own eyes. Of course, he definitely couldn't make a trip to the giant Devil Empire himself at this time, so he could only let the blood slaves do it for him. After entering rank 4, Colin discovered that his control over the blood thralls had also increased by a level. Whatever the blood thrall saw and heard, as long as he willed it, he could see and hear everything at the same time. It was as if he had multiple clones of himself. Moreover, the distance limit he could control the blood thralls seemed to have disappeared as well. Before rank 4, Colin could only give orders to the blood thralls within 3,000 to 4,000 meters. But after rank 4, there seemed to be no distance limit. Back then, he purposely left a blood thrall in Silvermoon City, and then returned to Icestone City himself. When he arrived at Icestone City, he discovered that he could still control the blood thralls that were thousands of kilometers away. After that, Colin arranged for 3 more blood thralls to go to Winter City, Fallen Eagle City, and Iron Furnace City respectively to monitor the movements of the House of St. Hilda, the Oman family, and the Dawson family. These were all the main characters of the northern frontier that was about to begin, so Colin naturally had to pay more attention to them. After arranging everything, Colin left the basement. He had just taken a few steps when he met Knight Roger in the corridor. "Lord Viscounts, the rebellion outside the city has been quelled. Preliminary statistics show that we captured more than 12,000 slaves this time. 38 of the Black Cavalry were severely injured in this battle, and 3 others unfortunately died in battle." Colin frowned and asked, "These casualties should be caused by the new recruits, right?" "Yes." Only then did Colin feel relieved. Recently, he had ordered Knight Seal to train 1,000 new recruits into the Black Cavalry. Taking advantage of the slave rebellion this time, he could let them see some blood. However, from the casualties this time, the combat strength of the new recruits still needed to be improved. However, elite cavalry was definitely not something that could be trained in a short period of time. This kind of thing could not be rushed. He could only hope that these new recruits could quickly grow under the leadership of the Black Cavalry veterans. Treatment and compensation will be carried out as usual. I won't say anything else." "Yes, my lord." Knight Roger nodded in response, then reported, "My lord, we also encountered a group of guards from the Oman family outside the city. The leader claimed to be your brother-in-law, Knight Vala." "They're here already?" Colin was slightly surprised. Calculating the itinerary, Colin estimated that Vala and the others should have set off for Icestone City right after the Winter Veil Festival. He didn't know if his sister Caitlin really missed him, or if Knight Vala was ordered by Count Oman to come and rope in the Angeli family. "Welcome them into the city. I'll wait for them in the reception hall." "Yes." Just as Colin was playing with Whitey, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the hall. Soon, Caitlin's figure appeared in Colin's line of sight. When she saw Colin, an unconcealable joy appeared on her face. She lifted her skirt with both hands and quickly walked over, hugging her brother in her arms. "Colin, I heard that you fought with the Eastern Army in Silvermoon City. I was so scared." "You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine, sister." Colin patted Caitlin's back a little helplessly. However, this feeling of being remembered by a family member was pretty good, even if Colin had always been a little estranged from Caitlin. Breaking free from his sister's embrace, Colin looked at Knight Vala who was walking towards him. From the memories of his predecessor, he knew that Colin used to have a very good relationship with Vala. As he was the man who loved his sister dearly, Colin used to love her and her dog, so he was also very close to Knight Vala. And because of Vala's identity as an illegitimate child, she was looked down upon by the Oman family, but she found a rare warmth in front of her brother and sister in Grey Castle. Therefore, after marrying Caitlin, Vala actually spent more time in Grey Castle town than in Falling Eagle City. It could be said that Knight Vala was basically a knight of the Angeli family, except for the fact that she didn't officially swear allegiance to Baron Angeli. It was also because of this that Knight Vala took the initiative to follow Baron Angeli to the front lines when he led the army. However, after going through so many things, when Knight Vala saw Colin again, other than joy in her eyes, there was also lingering worry and guilt. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know how to greet this Viscount Angeli who had a completely different temperament from the past. Colin still had a smile on his face, as if everything that happened in the past year had already been thrown to the back of his mind. He gave Knight Vala a warm hug and said, "Vala, I heard from Knight Roger that you gave me a big gift when you just arrived in Ice Stone City. Lord Viscounts, if you're talking about the battle outside the city, then I really don't dare to claim credit for it. The guards I brought this time at most helped to intercept some rebels, it really can't be considered a big gift." "Haha, you're too polite. Also, don't be so formal, call me Colin." Vala looked at Colin's sincere smile and seemed to finally relax. She smiled as well. "Alright, Colin." When Colin brought his sister and brother-in-law to the dining hall, a feast of turkey had already been prepared. On the long and narrow oak table, there was a huge roasted turkey, which was overflowing with the aroma of oil. Around it were all kinds of side dishes, such as roasted bacon, mashed potatoes, vegetable soup, fruit salad, and a bottle of white wine from Winced Manor. Of course, Colin's exclusive deer blood wine was also included. Colin tied the napkin and said to Eamon, who was pouring wine for the three of them, "Eamon, sit down and eat with us." Eamon said awkwardly, "Master, this is against the rules." Colin waved his hand domineeringly, "In this castle, I am the rules. Sit." Eamon was still hesitating, but Caitlin persuaded, "Eamon, sit down. You have served the Angeli family for more than 40 years. We are already family." Eamon thanked her and sat down. Colin then looked at Kathy who was standing at the side and said with a smile, "Kathy, why don't you join as well?" Kathy's little face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly thanked him and sat down. Caitlin looked at the pretty half-elf maid and frowned slightly. She had obviously misunderstood the relationship between Colin and Kathy, and was planning to remind her brother in private. Half-elves could only be taken as lovers, and could not be married. Even if she was said to be a descendant of the half-elf royal family. This could be considered a form of racial discrimination. However, the nobles of the Radiant Empire had long since taken it as a matter of course. This was also the arrogance of the Radiant Empire, which occupied the center of the continent and suppressed all the other races. The nobles of the Radiant Empire also had the tradition of eating without talking when they were enjoying their meals. As for the dessert after the main meal, it was specially prepared for chatting. Tonight's dessert was a fresh fruit Cabernet Sauvignon. It was a delicacy made with egg, cream, and champagne poured over various fruits. After a simple roasting, it emitted a rich charred aroma that instantly filled the entire restaurant. After preparing the desserts, Eamon and Kathy sensibly excused themselves, leaving the rest of the reunion to Colin and Vala. Caitlin was very excited as she chattered about all the interesting things that happened between the three of them in Grey Castle. Vala and Colin added in from time to time, filling the entire dining hall with a cheerful atmosphere. But as time went by, Caitlin, who had just finished a long journey, was visibly tired. She began to yawn repeatedly. Seeing this, Vala said considerately, "Caitlin, why don't you go back and rest first? I'll talk to Colin for a while." "Alright, I'm too tired today. I'll go back to sleep first. You guys take your time." Colin also smiled and nodded. "Okay, sister. The maid outside the hall will take you to your room." When the door to the hall opened and closed again, the dining hall suddenly became quiet. A hint of awkwardness began to circulate in the air. The two men picked up the wine glasses in front of them almost at the same time and brought them to their mouths. Colin finished the deer blood wine in his glass in one gulp and then looked at Vala, as if waiting for her to speak first. In Colin's opinion, Vala had come to Icestone this time because she had received orders from Count Aldman to rope in the Angeli family. Caitlin had already helped to set up the atmosphere earlier. Now, it should be time for Vala's performance. "Colin." Vala spoke as expected. "Actually, ever since I followed the Baron to battle, I've been too ashamed to see you." "Why?" "Because I didn't fulfill my duty, causing the Baron to unfortunately die on the front lines." The sorrow and self-blame in Vala's eyes were completely flawless. At least, Colin couldn't find any flaws. What was the situation back then? At the time, the Baron was leading the family's army to carry out a rescue mission, but halfway through, he was surrounded by a troll army that was several times larger than ours. The battle was extremely fierce. The soldiers around him fell one by one, and my ears were filled with screams. Then, I saw the Baron's head, cut off by a troll warrior with my own eyes. Dala took a deep breath, as if to calm her agitated emotions. After a while, she continued her narration. After that, I was also stabbed in the stomach. Before I lost consciousness, I only remember the savage smile of the troll warrior who defeated me. After listening to Vala's narration, Colin nodded expressionlessly. There was no joy or anger in his eyes as he asked calmly, "So you were captured just like that?" Dala hesitated for a moment, then said in an uncertain tone, "I think so." "Think so?" Actually, I don't remember what happened after I was injured. I only know that when I woke up again, I was already in Fallen Eagle City. Colin finally sat up straight. Because he realized that something was wrong, that wasn't what Manager Oliver of the Tulip Merchant Guild said back then. When that fatty gave Colin an expensive enchanted armor as an apology, he clearly said Bala became a captive after her defeat, and was brought back to the Troll Empire by the Troll Army. However, when she was chased by the Black Cavalry, she was abandoned by the Trolls along with 50,000 other human captives on the icy plains. In the end, she only managed to return to the northern frontier after going through untold hardships. That explanation didn't match Bala's words at all. What's going on? Both sides didn't match up. She wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Thus, Colin decided to test her again. Dala, that's not what Manager Oliver of the Tulip Merchant Guild told me back then. Oliver? Bala frowned. He probably received my mother's instructions to fabricate some things for me in front of you. Colin blinked, clearly not used to Bala's honesty. Your mother? Lady Penny? Why would she help you fabricate a story? Mother, she. Dala looked conflicted and pained, but she still said softly, she might want to hide something. Hide what? Colin continued to ask. Dala looked up and looked at Colin seriously, complicated emotions flashing in her eyes. After a long while, she spoke again. I suspect that Mother might have a secret connection with the trolls. What? Colin was shocked. That shock wasn't an act. Colin obviously knew that Bala's mother, Penny, had a secret connection with the trolls. It wasn't just her, Count Aldman was the same. But what shocked him was that Bala actually admitted it herself. However, what Bala said next shocked Colin even more. Colin, I heard that you encountered an assassination in Grey Castle. Yes, Knight Carter did it. Do you know who ordered Knight Carter to do this? Who? My mother. Colin stared blankly at Knight Bala, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, he was cursing wildly in his mind. Bro, did you get the wrong script? The dining hall was dimly lit, and a cold wind that came out of nowhere blew at the candlelight. The flickering candlelight shone on the faces of the two knights at the long table, making them look gloomy and depressing. After a long while, Colin finally snapped out of his daze from Bala's unexpected words. He stared at his brother-in-law, as if trying to discern if he was being honest with him or if he had other motives. As if seeing Colin's disbelief, Bala explained again. Actually, I was just as shocked as you when I first found out about this. Furthermore, I didn't dare tell Caitlin about it until now. How did you find out about this? I started to have suspicions after returning from the battlefield. Just as I told you, I only remember being stabbed by a troll warrior, but when I woke up, I was already in Fallen Eagle City. I've been trying to figure out what happened in between. I once asked my mother, but she told me that the people from the Tulip Merchant Guild saw me abandoned on the battlefield, so they saved me. But this explanation obviously didn't convince me. So, I went to check the trade records of the Tulip Merchant Guild, and there, I found that a merchant group did indeed return to Fallen Eagle City from the front lines during the time I was injured. It should be this merchant group that brought me back, but the timing was too coincidental, so coincidental that it was hard to believe that it wasn't deliberately arranged. So, you suspect that Madame Penny has a secret relationship with the trolls? Yes. Of course, I might be overthinking it. My mother might not have betrayed the interests of the northern frontier. After all, the Tulip Merchant Guild has always been doing business between the Troll Empire and the northern frontier, so it's inevitable that they would have some connections with the higher-ups of the trolls. Perhaps they really happened to pass by the battlefield and redeemed me. Dalla defended his mother, but judging from his expression, even he didn't believe his own explanation. Colin sneered inwardly. Your mother's connection with the trolls is deeper than you think, but on the surface, he nodded in agreement, then continued to ask, then what about Knight Carter's assassination attempt on me? Why do you think that it was your mother's doing? Dalla paused, seemingly hesitant, but after struggling for a moment, she still said, the merchant group that brought me back from the front lines actually passed by Greycastle town. Moreover, it was the day before you were assassinated. Oh? Colin's eyes flashed, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? I've checked the account book of that caravan. It was recorded that a set of expensive enchanted armor was stolen, and the place where it was stolen was Greycastle town. Then, Colin came to a realization. How was this a theft? It was clearly a payment to Knight Carter as a commission for the assassination. No wonder Vala suspected that her mother was the mastermind. Then why do you think your mother sent someone to assassinate me? It should be for the Angeli family. Dalla didn't dare to meet Colin's gaze, the shame on her face so thick that it almost covered her entire face. Baron Carter died at the front lines, and if you die as well, then Caitlin will become the first heir to the Angeli family's title, and I will also obtain a family property, and won't have to be looked down upon all day in Fallen Eagle City. Perhaps, this is my mother's plan. I'm sorry, Colin, I've let you down. Dalla's honesty left Colin at a loss for how to respond. Originally, he already had a perfect plan for this banquet. He was prepared to use the conclusion he had deduced from the Red-Eye inheritance to make Vala believe that he was the true son of Count Oman, thus provoking her to hate the Viscounts of Lawrence and planting an unstable bomb within the Oman family. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this? As his mind raced, Colin suddenly felt that he had to change his way of thinking. Dalla, my father didn't care about your illegitimate identity and treated you as his own, even marrying my sister to you. But you failed to protect my father and let him die tragically on the battlefield, while you lived on alone. Can such actions be considered the virtue of a knight? Before Vala could speak, Colin continued to press her. Your mother actually ordered an assassin to kill me in order to obtain a family property for you. Do you think you can get my forgiveness with a simple sorry? Dalla's face flushed red in shame at Colin's questioning. She suddenly got up and left her seat, arriving in front of Colin and kneeling on one knee, at the same time holding the sword at her waist above her head with both hands. Viscount Angley, it is only right that I accept your judgment. Colin raised an eyebrow and sneered, what? Dalla, do you think I won't kill you just because you married my sister? No. My crimes have nothing to do with Caitlin, and I don't expect you to forgive me for her sake. Dalla's face was resolute, and his hands holding the sword did not tremble at all. Actually, when I found out about my mother's actions, I already knew that only death can redeem my sins to Baron Angeli and to you. She then raised her head and looked at Colin with a calm expression, and said word by word, Colin, please grant me release. Colin stared at Dalla's eyes expressionlessly, as if trying to discern the sincerity in her words. Dalla's blue eyes were as calm and deep as the surface of a windless sea. After a long while, Colin finally got up slowly. Clang, he unsheathed his longsword and pressed it against Vala's heart. Colin used a bit of force, and the sharp tip of the sword easily pierced through her thin outer clothes. Fresh blood dyed Vala's chest red, but his eyes did not tremble at all, and his body did not dodge at all. Colin narrowed his eyes and asked expressionlessly, Vala, do you have any last words? Dalla's eyes finally rippled, and there was a hint of longing in his voice. Please take good care of Caitlin, and help her find a good man to remarry. She's my sister, and I'll take good care of her even if you don't ask. Dalla nodded, as if she was finally relieved. She slowly closed her eyes and waited for death to descend upon her. Colin hesitated for a moment, but still slowly stabbed the longsword into Vala's chest. He was not fast, and it seemed like he was purposely controlling his strength so that the longsword pierced into Vala's chest bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, Vala did not have any intention of dodging other than clenching his teeth in pain and trembling out of reflex. It was only when the longsword completely pierced through her chest and came out of her back that Vala slowly opened her eyes and looked at the world with nostalgia, and said softly to Colin, "I'm sorry." She then slowly slumped to the ground. Colin sighed, as if finally confirming Vala's sincerity. He had seen too many old schemers who would do anything for their own benefits, and a knight like Vala who was willing to atone for her sins with her death for the sake of justice in her heart was an anomaly. Colin sighed again as he looked at Vala, who was on the verge of death with a long sword pierced through his chest. In the end, she still bit him. The blood mist dissipated. Colin returned to his seat. Vala was a grade 3 knight, and according to Colin's experience of transforming Queen Xianxia, embracing a bloodline that was lower in rank should not cause him to lose a rank. He quietly felt the changes in his body, and apart from feeling a little weak, he did not lose a rank. Heaving a sigh of relief, Colin poured himself another cup of dear blood wine, drinking it as he waited for Vala to wake up. To be honest, Vala's willingness to atone for his sins with his death had touched Colin greatly. Facing such a knight who held fast to the justice in his heart, Colin felt that he had to slightly change his original plan. After a long while, just as Colin was about to come up with a new plan, Vala finally woke up. I'm not dead?" Vala sat up straight, looking at the long sword that was still stuck in his chest with a blank expression. "You are indeed dead," Colin said calmly, "but I have granted you a second life." Vala stared blankly at Colin. In her eyes, Colin's entire body seemed to be shrouded in a vast, holy, and irresistible radiance, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. "Colin. What is going on? Have you heard of the Blood Angels?" After a round of brainwashing, Vala's attitude toward Colin became extremely respectful. He slowly pulled out the long sword in front of his chest, raised it above his head, and knelt on one knee, solemnly swearing an oath. "Thank you, God's chosen one, for your supreme grace. I, Vala Oman, hereby swear my loyalty to you. From this day onwards, until I return to the embrace of the Lord, I will serve you at all times. Your will shall be the direction of my sword, and your orders shall be the creed of my actions." Colin took Vala's sword and tapped his shoulder twice, accepting the knight's oath of loyalty. With the knight's previous display of loyalty to the virtues of a knight, Colin felt that this oath of loyalty might be even more reliable than the bonds of the blood breeds. "Vala, do you know why I forgive your sins and grant you a second life? God's chosen one, please instruct us." "Because you are just a pitiful person who has been kept in the dark." Vala's face was filled with confusion. Colin continued to explain, "You said that your mother, Penny, sent someone to assassinate me because she wanted to help you obtain a family business. Then let me ask you, is your relationship with Ms. Penny really that close?" "Mother." Vala hesitated. "Mother is not someone who is good at expressing her feelings." Colin sneered, "Not good at expressing feelings? Do you really think that a mother would not know how to be intimate with her own son?" Maybe she's a little conflicted about my identity as an illegitimate child, she's just a rank 1 commoner. What right does she have to look down on an illegitimate child? Even if she was conflicted about your identity and was unwilling to get close to you, why would she take such a huge risk to help you obtain the Angeli family's business?" Vala did not know what to say now, and could only say respectfully, "God's chosen one, please forgive my stupidity for not being able to see the reason. Actually, the real reason is very simple." Colin exuded a faint aura of might, and his tone became solemn. "Penny is not close to you because she's not your biological mother." "What?" Vala looked up in shock, and looked at Colin in disbelief. "Don't forget that I am the Blood Angel's apostle. Naturally, I can use divine spells to tell that you are actually a direct descendant of the Oman family, and that Lawrence is actually the illegitimate child of Penny and the Count." I'm my father's son?" Vala was completely dumbfounded. "Lawrence is the illegitimate child?" Colin leisurely swirled the wine glass in his hand, and did not continue speaking. Instead, he let Vala digest this shocking news. The reason why he did not mention recessive inheritance was that compared to the unproven genetic theory of this world, profound divine spells were more likely to gain the trust of a devout knight. Vala indeed fell into a deep struggle because of Colin's words. He did not dare to question Colin's judgment, but he could not understand why he had been treated as an illegitimate child all these years if he really was Count Oman's son. "Are you puzzled as to why you, a direct descendant, would be raised as an illegitimate child?" Yes, please enlighten me, God's chosen one. Because even though Lawrence is an illegitimate child, his bloodline is nobler than yours. How? How is that possible? Dalla was even more puzzled, but soon seemed to understand something. He quickly asked, you mean that Lawrence's birth mother, Penny, is not a commoner? That's right. Penny is actually a descendant of the House of St. Thean. Therefore, even though Lawrence is an illegitimate child, he is obviously nobler than you in Count Oman's eyes. The House of St. Thean. Dalla finally understood. A descendant of a holy knight family was naturally nobler than him. It was only then that Vala understood why Penny was always so cold to him, completely lacking the closeness and attention that a normal mother should have. Knight Vala fell silent after understanding the whole story. His expression kept changing as the years of humiliation due to his identity as an illegitimate child suddenly surged into his heart, finally condensing into a lingering resentment and unwillingness. Colin's lips curled up slightly as he provoked again, Vala, do you know about cuckoos? Yes. Vala nodded with a gloomy expression. Cuckoos lay their eggs in the nests of sparrows, allowing the sparrows to raise their own offspring. Then what will happen to the real offspring of the sparrows? They will be squeezed out of the nest by the hatched cuckoos, falling to their deaths, starving to death. Vala's expression was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. Then, Vala, are you willing to see Lawrence take over the title of count that should have belonged to you, and let the Oman family become a breeding ground for the descendants of the House of St. Thean? Of course not. And that Countess of the Sudor family, your real mother, is said to have died of an illness. Haha, do you believe that reason? Vala's eyes reddened as he squeezed out 2 words from his tightly clenched teeth. No. And your father, Count Oman. I can tell you with certainty that the reason why the trolls were able to defeat Marquis Charles's army, causing my father to die on the front lines and you to be heavily injured, was actually because he secretly leaked information to the trolls. Moreover, this time, in order to help the House of St. Thean make a comeback, Count Oman chose to betray his own lord and his own people once more, wholeheartedly wanting to cause chaos on the northern frontier. Are you still willing to serve such a person? And be ordered around by him? Of course not. Vala's veins bulged as he clenched his fists. He suddenly looked up and asked sincerely, Lord Chosen One, what should I do? Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Colin's face. Winter in the northern frontier was always exceptionally long. Even at the end of February, the heavy snow and howling cold wind still showed no signs of abating. The spring that many people were looking forward to was nowhere to be seen. Icestone City, city gates. Colin, you can stop here. Caitlin reached out to hug her brother and even helped him fix the collar of his shirt. She reminded him, when you're free, you must come visit me at Eagle Fall City. Of course, of course. Colin nodded with a chuckle. You must be careful on the way as well. Knight Vala bowed solemnly to Colin. Lord Viscounts, don't worry. I will protect Caitlin well. Also, I will pass on the words you told me to Lord Father. You must let the Lord Count feel my goodwill. The friendship between the Angeli family and the Oman family will last forever. Colin said seriously. Yes. The 2 of them exchanged a tacit glance and finally waved goodbye. After sending off Vala and her husband, Colin had just returned to the Red Castle. Before he could sit down and rest, he saw butler Eamon hastily walk over. Master, there's another letter from Pine Town. Colin received it with a frown. He opened the letter and scanned through it. Then, he actually laughed in anger. Heh. This Baron Lamba, he really isn't going to let this slide. Pine Town was located to the west of Icestone City and was Baron Lamba's territory. This Baron Lamba had once asked Colin to buy food. However, he wasn't as easy to get rid of as the young and immature Count Morrison. He haggled with Colin for a long time and annoyed Colin so much that they almost parted on bad terms. Although he finally accepted Colin's condition of paying in installments, he was obviously very dissatisfied with the result. As the news of Icestone City having enough food spread, the slaves in the vicinity flooded into Colin's territory and provided a large amount of labor for Colin. On the other hand, the surrounding territories of the Viscounts began to show signs of population loss. At first, they were only slaves. But later, as the famine deepened, the high price of food made it impossible for many commoners to afford food. These civilians who had run out of food also began to pack up their belongings and head towards Ice Stone City with their families. Of course, Colin didn't refuse anyone. He was well aware of the importance of population in this era, and Ice Stone City, which possessed a large amount of food, could continue to receive an influx of people. However, this obviously made the surrounding lords anxious. However, although they were anxious, they did not dare to do anything to Colin. After all, the Black Cavalry was in Ice Stone City. Although they were only remnants of an army, they were still not something that the surrounding minor lords could fight against. What's more, Colin had just defeated the famous Pegasus Legion in the Battle of Silvermoon City. Many people regarded him as the next rising star of the northern frontier after Marquis Garcia. Of course, there were always fools in this world who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. For example, Pine Forest Town's Baron Lamba. He had sent letters many times asking why Colin had taken in his citizens and even requested that Colin return all of Pine Forest Town's citizens. This attitude clearly angered Colin. Casually tearing up the letters and throwing them into the fireplace, Colin turned around and ordered Eamon, "Write a letter for me. Help me draft a reply letter. Tell Baron Lamba that I can't recognize any of the citizens of Pine Forest Town. If he wants his citizens back, then he has to personally come to Ice Stone City." "Yes, master." Just as Eamon was about to leave, he was stopped by Colin. "Wait, is there still no news from Winter City?" "None. It is said that the Duke of St. Hilda was injured in the duel with the paladins of the Troll Empire. Until now, he has not been able to receive the marriage proposal envoys we sent." Colin laughed coldly, clearly not believing the Duke's excuse. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Pine Forest Town's Baron Lamba might be a good opportunity to test the Duke. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed through Colin's eyes. He immediately said to Eamon, "I will personally write a letter for Baron Lamba." After saying this, he sat down in front of the desk, picked up a quill, and quickly finished writing a letter. Eamon, who understood Colin's temperament very well, had already guessed that the wording of this letter might not be to Baron Lamba's liking. On this side, Colin had already sealed the letter and handed it to Eamon. "Send it to Pine Forest Town." "Yes, master." 5 days later, that Baron Lamba really did personally come to Ice Stone City. At the same time, he also brought over 1,000 soldiers. His murderous appearance made Knight Roger, who was on the city wall, laugh. "Who are you trying to scare with such a small number of people?" Knight Roger shook his head and laughed at the squire beside him as he ordered people to open the city gates and welcome Baron Lamba in. Baron Lamba was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and a rough face. The beard on his face was connected to his hair, making him look like an irritable gorilla. "Where's Viscount Angley?" Baron Lamba's voice was very loud, causing the snow on the city gates to rustle down as soon as he opened his mouth. Knight Roger gave a perfunctory salute and replied with a smile, "Lord Baron, our Viscount is waiting for you at the Red Keep." Baron Lamba's expression became even more gloomy. He was clearly dissatisfied that Colin didn't greet him at the city gates. However, Colin's title was higher than his, so Baron Lamba couldn't really say that Colin was being rude. Of course, Baron Lamba wasn't afraid of Colin. After all, he wasn't Colin's vassal. Although there was a difference in their titles, they didn't have a subordinate relationship. He followed Knight Roger all the way to the Red Keep and saw that Colin was already waiting in front of the castle. Only then did Baron Lamba's expression soften slightly, but his attitude was still as cold as ever. Colin didn't seem to mind the other person's coldness and continued to smile as he greeted Baron Lamba. He even pretended to be affectionate as he pulled on the other person's arm and walked with him to the castle. Baron Lamba couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. He originally didn't think highly of Colin, this rapidly rising viscounts. He thought that the other person had only followed Marquis Garcia to the Sky Icefield for a stroll and gained some merit to be promoted to viscounts. Now that the two sides had a conflict over population, Baron Lamba disliked Colin even more. This time, he came to Ice Stone City because he was determined to bring back all the citizens that originally belonged to Pine Town. Otherwise, there would probably be no one to help him with the upcoming spring plowing. Just as Baron Lamba was pondering how to open his mouth, he suddenly noticed that someone was quickly approaching from behind. He turned his head in confusion and saw an armored knight wearing a horseface mask dashing towards him, the long sword in his hand glinting with a chilling light. "Assassin!" Baron Lamba immediately yelled. He was about to draw his sword to meet the enemy when he suddenly realized that his right arm was tightly gripped by Colin and couldn't move at all. Baron Lamba was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He immediately realized that this was a trap. Angus, before he even finished speaking, the strange man wearing the horseface mask had already rushed in front of Baron Lamba. The blade flashed and Baron Lamba's head was instantly chopped off. However, his body was still standing there, blood spurting out from his neck like a fountain. The Lamba family's guards were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They never would have thought that their lord would encounter an assassination at the entrance of the Red Keep, until Colin's sharp voice rang out, "Catch him, don't let the assassin escape." Only then did the Lamba family's guards wake up from their daze and chase after the assassin who had already run far away. Knight Roger stared blankly at this scene and seemed to understand something. He carefully asked, "Sir, should we chase after him?" Only now did Colin let go of Baron Lamba's right arm and carefully avoided the blood spurting out from the other party's neck. He righteously ordered, "Of course we should chase. Baron Lamba died in Icestone City. We are duty-bound and must capture the assassin." Under the raging cold wind, there were very few people on the streets of Pine Town. The high price of food caused the residents of this small town on the northern frontier to continuously leave. This also caused the town, which wasn't very prosperous to begin with, to become even more desolate. It was said that the irascible lord had already brought more than 1,000 soldiers to Icestone City, vowing to capture the fleeing citizens. However, before the citizens were captured, an earth-shattering piece of news came. The Lord of Pine Town, Baron Lamba, had actually died in Icestone City. No one knew where this news came from, but it quickly spread throughout the town. In just one day, almost everyone in Pine Town knew of this news. But what was strange was that no one from the Lamba family came out to confirm the authenticity of this news. Of course, they didn't deny it either. For a moment, the streets, inns, and taverns of Pine Town were all discussing this shocking news. More and more information was gradually revealed. It was said that the person who assassinated Baron Lamba was an Eastern Knight. And this Eastern Knight's original target was actually Viscount Angley, the lord of the northern frontier who had personally destroyed the Skyhorse Legion. However, at that time, Baron Lamba and Viscount Angley were traveling together, and the assassin actually killed the wrong person in a panic. Poor Baron Lamba, just like that, became Viscount Angley's scapegoat. However, with the help of Viscount Angley, the assassin was still captured and sentenced to death by hanging. His corpse was hung in the plaza of Icestone City for a day and a night. These details, which were so vivid, increased the authenticity of this news. Most of the residents of Pine Town already believed that their lord had really met with misfortune in Icestone City. The night gradually deepened, but the Lamba family's castle was still brightly lit. A group of family members were gathered in the hall, fiercely debating. Baron Lamba's eldest son, White Lamba, was currently looking at his family members who were arguing with a gloomy expression, his heart filled with anxiety and annoyance. His father's death had caught White somewhat unprepared, and he also smelled a thick scent of conspiracy. How could the assassin from the eastern region be so coincidental? How could the assassin from the eastern region suddenly attack when his father went to visit Viscount Angley and kill the wrong person by coincidence? However, the family knight who came back to Pine Town to report confirmed the identity of the assassin. The assassin was indeed a knight from the eastern region, and a rather famous 4th-grade knight. This assassin had once participated in the Battle of Silvermoon City. After the battle, his whereabouts were unknown. He indeed had a blood feud with Viscount Angley, so his motive for assassinating him was very sufficient. However, White still felt that Viscount Angley had something to do with his father's death. After all, the reason father went to Icestone City was to cause trouble for the other party. Just as White's imagination was running wild, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He raised his head and saw the butler looking at him with concern. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Young master, you have to make a decision quickly." "What decision?" Everyone looked at the bewildered White and was momentarily speechless. They had been arguing here for so long, but the young master didn't listen at all. In the end, it was the butler who asked for instructions. Young Master White, recently, because of the old master's death, the people of Pine Town are in a state of panic. In addition, the elites of the family army are still in Ice Stone City, so we've already discovered that many people with evil intentions are secretly inciting the civilians who lack food and preparing to rob the town's granaries. Therefore, what we should do next, please make a decision. White's brows instantly furrowed even tighter. He didn't expect that at such a time, there would actually be signs of a rebellion in Pine Town. The slave rebellion from before had already exhausted the Lamba family. If another civilian rebellion occurred, and at such a sensitive time, White was very doubtful that his family would be able to survive. Notify the entire town, starting tonight, there will be a curfew. White had just opened his mouth when he suddenly discovered that the outside of the castle was suddenly boiling. Soaring flames lit up the pitch-black night sky, and waves of battle cries broke the silence of the night. When the people of the Lamba family saw this situation, they instantly panicked and hurriedly looked at White for help. At this time, White was also extremely panicked, but he still forced himself to calm down and ordered the family knights to immediately gather the army and suppress the rebellion. At this time, Pine Town had indeed become a pot of porridge. All kinds of rumors started out of nowhere, but they quickly spread like a plague. Some said that the Lamba family was preparing to flee with the last of the town's food reserves. Some also said that the trolls were about to invade again, and that there was no hope for this year's spring plowing. Some even said that when Baron Lamba went to Ice Stone City, he took all the elites of the family army with him, so at this time, Pine Town's military strength was empty. Panic, impatience, and greed continued to spread, causing all the townspeople who were suffering from food shortage to become restless. No one knew who shouted first and lit the first fire, but soon, this fire engulfed the entire Pine Town like a prairie fire. Thus, the rebellion began. When the faint light of dawn dispersed the thick fog in the wilderness, an army was slowly advancing towards Pine Town. Sir Viscounts, Pine Town is not far ahead. You really don't need to continue escorting us, we can definitely escort the Lord Baron's body back. Knight Mark respectfully advised Colin. This knight of the Lamba family was especially vigilant towards the young lord of Ice Stone City. He also felt that the Lord Baron's death was very strange. Sigh, Baron Lamba died in Ice Stone City, and I have an unavoidable responsibility. Let me send his body back to Pine Town. Moreover, there have been many rebellions on the northern frontier recently, so I am worried that you will encounter some mishap on your way back. Knight Mark silently cursed in his heart, the greatest mishap has already happened in your Ice Stone City. However, when faced with the powerful Viscount Angley, he still couldn't change anything. He could only suppress his worries in the bottom of his heart and silently advance towards Pine Town. After walking for a while, a scout suddenly returned and reported, Sir Viscounts, Pine Town ahead is ablaze. It seems that a rebellion has occurred. What? Knight Mark was still in shock, but Colin had already decisively issued an order. Pass down my orders, speed up and enter the town to quell the rebellion. Sir Viscounts, it should only be a small-scale slave rebellion. Our Lamba family can definitely deal with it ourselves, there is no need to trouble you. Knight Mark still didn't want the Angeli family's army to enter Pine Town, but Colin completely ignored him and still gave the order. Knight Mark, there is no need to be so formal. We are all vassals of the Duke of St. Hilda, so it is only right that we help each other. Black Cavalry, attack! With this order, the Black Cavalry, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed towards Pine Town like a surging tide. Knight Mark stared blankly at the cavalry army in the distance, the uneasiness in his heart reaching its peak. In Pine Town, the rebellion had yet to be completely quelled. However, under the suppression of the Lamba family's army, the rebel army's arrogance had been completely suppressed. Based on this trend, it wouldn't be long before the rebellion was completely quelled. Some of the rebels also saw that the situation wasn't good. Seeing that they couldn't defeat the Lamba family's army, they rushed towards the town gates, preparing to take the wealth and food they had plundered from the night before and escape Pine Town. Seeing this, the Lamba family's army didn't stop them. They didn't have enough manpower right now, so their main task was to stabilize the situation within the town. It would be hard to take care of the rebels who escaped, and their escape would reduce the pressure on them. However, just as the rebel army successfully opened the east gate of the town and was about to rush out, they suddenly heard the low sound of a horn from afar. Then, the thunderous sound of horse hooves shook the earth of Pine Town. The black mass of cavalry instantly filled the wilderness outside the town. The rebel army had never seen such an imposing cavalry charge. They were so scared that they immediately scrambled back into the town. It was as if the Lamba family's army was a group of harmless sheep compared to the fierce cavalry. The Black Cavalry has come under the orders of Viscount Angley to assist in quelling the rebellion. Knight Roger, who had rushed to the outskirts of Pine Town, roared. He didn't care whether the Lamba family was willing to accept their help or not. He directly led the black mass of cavalry into the town like a sharp arrow. The situation that followed was naturally easy to describe. The rebel army that even the Lamba family's army couldn't fight against could only kneel and surrender when faced with the even more terrifying Black Cavalry. However, the arrival of the Black Guards caused the people of the Lamba family to be deeply worried. They didn't believe that the Black Cavalry would be so kind as to come and help them quell the rebellion. Moreover, the timing of the Black Cavalry's arrival was too coincidental. Just like how Baron Lamba was assassinated in Ice Stone City, it was full of coincidences. However, when there were too many coincidences, it was hard to believe that this wasn't a scheme planned by someone with ulterior motives. When Colin entered Pine Town, the rebellion in the town had already been quelled. The members of the Lamba family nervously welcomed the powerful young viscounts into their own castle. Lord Viscounts, thank you for extending a helping hand this time. The Lamba family will forever be grateful. White carefully followed behind Colin and respectfully thanked him. The ferocious Black Cavalry made him feel a strong threat, so even though he was full of doubts about this Viscount Angley, White didn't dare to show it. Knight White, there's no need to be so polite. As for your father's death, I was also responsible for not being able to protect him well. Therefore, helping to quell the rebellion this time can be considered my apology to the Lamba family. Colin spoke politely, but after entering the castle hall, he sat on the main seat. The corner of White's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. The steward of the Lamba family carefully probed, Lord Viscounts, how many days are you planning to stay in Pine Town? We'll arrange a reception for you. There's no need to specially arrange anything. Colin smiled and waved his hand, I'll leave today. White's eyes brightened. He suddenly felt that he might have misunderstood this Viscount Angley. But in the next second, he immediately dispelled this childish thought, because Colin continued. However, Knight Roger will stay behind, and a portion of the Black Cavalry will also stay behind to prevent another rebellion in Pine Town. Lord Viscounts, we appreciate your kindness, but protecting Pine Town is the responsibility of the Lamba family, and we have the ability to shoulder it alone. There's no need for you to, Knight White, Colin directly interrupted White's excuse, you're not the Lord of Pine Town yet, right? Indeed, I'm not. Although White was the eldest son of Baron Lamba and the first heir to the title of Baron, strictly speaking, he couldn't be considered the Lord of Pine Town until he was personally conferred the title by the Duke of St. Hilda. Colin spread out his hands and said, so, your priority now is to go to Winter Castle to accept the conferment of the Dukes of the North, and not to boast to me about your ability to protect Pine Town. I'm not doubting your ability, but your qualifications. Wright opened his mouth and was about to defend himself, but Colin didn't give him the chance to do so. He said in an aggressive tone, you're right. Furthermore, Knight White, if I didn't lead the army to help the Lamba family quell the rebellion, you might not even be able to protect Pine Town. According to the feudal rules, if you lose Pine Town, what qualifications do you have to inherit your father's title? This time, White couldn't hold it in anymore and loudly defended himself, Lord Viscounts. You can't doubt the ability of the Lamba family. Even without the help of the Black Cavalry, we can still defend Pine Town. As for whether I have the qualifications to inherit the title of Baron, that's up to the Dukes of the North to decide. Colin chuckled and waved his hand, indicating that White didn't need to be agitated. He said calmly, that's why I said that your priority now is to go to Winter Castle to meet the Duke. Don't worry, I have no intention of competing with the Lamba family for the ownership of Pine Town. Since you have no intention of occupying Pine Town, please take your army with you. Knight White, you're too petty. The reason I left my army behind is to help you defend Pine Town. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Don't you need the family's army to escort you to Winter Castle? You should know that the northern frontier isn't peaceful now. If you take away the family's army, aren't you worried that Pine Town's rebellion will rise again? White was speechless and seemed to feel that Colin's words made sense. Seeing this, the old butler of the Lamba family hurriedly stood up and said, "Lord Viscounts, thank you for your kindness. However, the Lamba family doesn't want to owe too many favors, so it's best that we sign an agreement to determine the conditions and rewards for your assistance in defending Pine Town." White finally reacted and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Lord Viscounts, let's sign an agreement." Colin laughed inwardly, seeing through the Lamba family's plan. They wanted to write down the conditions for the garrison's assistance on paper. This way, Colin wouldn't be able to blatantly plot against Pine Town. However, what the Lamba family didn't know was that Colin didn't intend to occupy this town. All right. However, as a reward for dispatching troops to quell the rebellion and assisting in maintaining stability, I need 10 years of logging rights in the northern forest region of Pine Town. 10 years? White exclaimed and shook his head repeatedly, "That's too long. Lord Viscounts, I can only give you 3 years of logging rights at most." The northern forest region of Pine Town could be said to be the Lamba family's cash cow. The red pine trees produced there were not only excellent construction materials, but they also produced a type of pine resin that was an extremely expensive medicinal material. Knight White, before you accept the Duke's conferment and become the Lord of Pine Town, you have no right to bargain with me. The Angeli family will protect Pine Town for you for the time being. White suppressed the humiliation and anger in his heart and could only lower his head. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Viscounts. I'll set off for Winter Castle to pay my respects to the Duke." Only then did Colin reveal a satisfied smile. His gaze passed through the Lamba family and looked in the direction of Winter Castle. "Duke of St. Hilda, it's time for you to come out and meet your guests." The Oman family's castle was located in the northwest of Fallen Eagle City, occupying a large area of land. Unlike the other nobles' castles, this castle did not have an exquisite garden or unique architecture. Instead, the empty space around the castle was filled with crops and fruit trees. The castle was built with sturdy but slightly rustic limestone. It had a simple design and did not have any extra decorations, making full use of the space. Amongst the nobles who pursued elegance and luxury, the Oman family who advocated frugality and practicality were an exception. It was said that this style was brought into the Oman family by the commoner grade 6 warrior who married the countess, but it had been passed down to this day. This generation's Count Oman agreed with this tradition and was not ashamed of it. Instead, he proudly proclaimed, "When you have a higher spiritual pursuit, material pleasures are not worth mentioning." However, this Count Ullman did not seem to have much attainment in the arts, so he did not know what the spiritual pursuit he was talking about was. In the evening, a group slowly entered the castle. The Oman family's guards did not stop them, but they did not welcome them either. They knew that this was the Count's illegitimate son, Knight Vala, who had returned. Knight Vala seemed to be used to the guards' cold attitude. After entering the castle, she helped Caitlin off the carriage. After sending Caitlin back to her room, Vala walked towards the dining hall. She knew that her father was most likely having his meal at this time. It was a tradition of the Oman family to finish their dinner before the sun set. That way, they could save a candle. As expected, Vala saw Count Oman in the dining hall, as well as his lover, Lady Penny. The two were sitting at a long table and enjoying their dinner. In the past, whenever Vala saw such a scene, she would feel a faint warmth in her heart, thinking that her father really doted on her mother to allow a commoner girl to sit at the same table as him. But now, Vala could only feel a bone-deep anger. The story of the cuckoo taking over the sparrow's nest that Colin told her surfaced in Vala's mind again, almost causing her to lose her composure. "Father, mother." Vala forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and greeted them with a normal expression. Count Oman had already finished his meal, and the servants on the side immediately came forward to clear the table. "Did the trip to Ice Stone City go smoothly?" Count Oman wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked. "Everything is going well. Viscount Angley welcomed us warmly." "Amen, what's the current situation in Ice Stone City?" "We have enough food and soldiers." Count Ullman pondered over Vala's brief comment and frowned slightly. "Then, have you figured out Viscount Angley's inclination?" "Yes. I'm sure that if a rebellion breaks out at the northern frontier, Viscount Angley will definitely stand by our side." Oh? Why are you so sure? Count Oman raised an eyebrow. Viscount Angley was already holding a grudge against the Duke of St. Hilda for marrying Miss Vera to Prince Tup. In Silvermoon City, he discovered that the Duke had actually sent someone to assassinate Vera, using Vera's death as an excuse for the northern frontier to intervene in the half-elf kingdom. This also caused Viscount Angley, who loved Miss Vera, to be completely disappointed in the Duke of St. Hilda, and even resented him. When he heard Vala say that Colin thought that the Duke had tried to assassinate Vera, Count Oman's eyes flashed slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. So, Vera chose to stay in Silvermoon City instead of returning to the northern frontier because she resented the Duke of St. Hilda? Yes. Count Oman nodded, as if he agreed with Vala's judgment. Then, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right?" "No, I haven't. Caitlin is still waiting for me in the room. I will eat with her later." "Alright, then go quickly. Remember to finish your meal before the sky turns dark." "Yes." Vala bowed again to Count Oman and Penny before taking her leave. Until Vala's figure disappeared from the hall, his biological mother Penny did not take the initiative to speak to him. "Do you think Viscount Angley has a chance of winning him over?" Penny put down the knife and fork in her hand and finally spoke. Count Oman shook his head slowly. "Ever since the failed assassination attempt a year ago, the Angeli family has not been on the same side as us. Do you think he knows that we were the ones who sent the assassins? He should have guessed it." Count Oman's eyes were deep. From the series of events in Silvermoon City, this Colin Angeli is a very smart person. It is impossible for him not to guess that we were the ones who did it. Penny snorted softly and complained. "You should not have caused trouble and coveted the Angeli family's title. You have already treated Vala very well. First, you let him be baptized as a knight, then you helped him marry a noble lady. There is no need to think of ways to compensate him." Guilt flashed in Count Oman's eyes, but he did not explain anything. Instead, he asked, "Since the Angeli family is difficult to win over, how does your brother plan to deal with them?" Penny hesitated, but shook her head. "I don't know. My brother did not tell me." Count Oman's expression was calm, but an indescribable anger surged in his heart. He knew that he was no longer trusted. During the chaos at the northern frontier a year ago, his indecisiveness had caused the St. Thean family to be on guard. This time, they were clearly on guard against him. Seeing her silent husband, Panani smiled and said gently, "You don't have to be impatient. Spring is coming. My brother's plan at the northern frontier is complete. This time, the House of St. Hilda will not be able to escape destruction." "Where is your brother now?" "He is in Imperial Dragon City." Count Oman frowned, but did not ask what Penny's brother was doing in the capital of the Radiant Empire. Because he knew that even if he asked, Penny would not tell him the truth. There was no need for him to ask for a rebuff. Actually, regarding this rebellion, Earl Oman had no confidence at all. Many of the St. Thean family's plans were hidden from him. This feeling of not being able to see the big picture made Count Oman very anxious. Moreover, he knew his lord, the Duke of St. Hilda, who had controlled the northern frontier for more than 30 years. He knew that the other party was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Moreover, this duke had hidden his strength. A paladin was enough to suppress a region, although the St. Thean family had invited the paladins of the giant demon empire to heavily injure the Duke of St. Hilda. No one knew how serious the injuries of the Dukes of the North were. Penny seemed to see the man's worry. She smiled and said, "The repairs to the city walls of Falling Eagle City have been completed. I was thinking that since we still have some construction materials left, should we repair and strengthen some of the old buildings in the city?" You can arrange that yourself," Count Oman replied casually, then stood up. "I'm going to the study." "Okay." Penny smiled and stood up. At the same time, she raised her head, as if waiting for the man's kiss. But Count Oman did not seem to notice his lover's hint and walked out. As one of the oldest cities on this continent, Imperial Dragon City was established much earlier than the Empire of Light. Its history could be traced back to 7,000 years ago. At that time, the dragons had not gone extinct, and the High Elves had not disappeared. These two powerful races were also the rulers of the world at that time. However, a mountain could not accommodate two tigers. The war between the dragons and the elves was also the main theme of that era. At the beginning of the war, the dragons relied on their stronger individual strength to suppress the elves. However, as the war continued, the dragons' population decreased, and their weakness of reproduction was gradually exposed. The elves began to gain the upper hand and gradually drove the dragons out of the center of the continent. Then, the Empire of Light was established, and Imperial Dragon City was the capital of the Empire of Light. The name of the city was deliberately chosen by the elves to humiliate the dragons. The so-called Imperial meant to control and dominate. It was due to this reason that Imperial Dragon City had become a thorn in the side of the dragons ever since it was built. Throughout history, countless angry dragons had attempted to burn it to the ground with their dragon flames, but none of them succeeded. The dragons and the high elves had disappeared from the world. Imperial Dragon City, the most dazzling stage in the center of the continent, now had a new protagonist. Now, there were not many buildings left by the elves in Imperial Dragon City. The river of time could wash away all traces. Humans had been the owners of Imperial Dragon City for more than 1,000 years, and had deeply engraved their mark in the bones of the city. But the palace was an exception. This palace, called Phoenix Palace, was the only building left by the elves. The ruler of the High Elves was called Phoenix King, and this palace was his former palace. Because of the efforts of the best architects of the elves, this beautiful palace had been preserved until today. Even the San Lorenzo royal family was conquered by its beauty, the glory it represented, and the glory it symbolized. They were willing to use it as the palace of the Empire of Light. Phoenix Palace was located in the center of Imperial Dragon City. It was a group of hundreds of palaces. The high dome of the main palace was white and flawless. It was a dome inlaid with pieces of white jade. Even in the moonless night, it emitted a cold light. The walls of the palace were inlaid with light blue frosted marble tiles, which looked grotesque under the sunlight. Hundreds of marble columns carved with rose patterns supported the high roof, and the inner walls of the roof were painted with all kinds of murals. Small and round sculptures of young girls were neatly arranged on the wide window. Each of them had different shapes and looked charmingly naive. The king's qi that had been accumulated over thousands of years made the entire main hall exude a thick and heavy pressure, causing those who stepped into it to involuntarily want to prostrate themselves in worship. However, in such a solemn palace, waves of decadent sounds could be heard. An attendant walked to the front of the hall and immediately stopped awkwardly. With a wry smile, he stood in the cold wind and waited quietly. However, the sounds of moaning continued to enter the servant's ears, causing him to feel hot all over. But when the bone-piercing cold wind blew, he immediately sobered up and hurriedly covered his ears with both hands until he could no longer hear the movements in the hall. After a long time, the door of the hall finally opened, and a beautiful lady with a graceful figure walked out. The servant hurriedly put down his hands and bowed. The noblewoman saw the waiter shivering in the cold wind and smiled charmingly at him. "Ah, are you eavesdropping?" After saying that, she did not wait for the servant to answer and left with a smile. The servant lowered his head from beginning to end, not daring to look at the lady at all. But that familiar voice still allowed him to distinguish the identity of the other party. It was Marquise Grandy. However, the servant was not too surprised. After all, His Majesty's hobby of cuckolding his vassals was no secret in the circle of the Empire's nobles. The nobles of Imperial Dragon City had long been accustomed to this. It had even evolved to the point that if there was no cuckolding on their heads, they would be embarrassed to call themselves a true noble of the Empire. The servant slowly walked into the hall and bowed meticulously, not daring to show any emotions on his face. The current emperor of the Empire of Light was named Reinhardt San Lorenzo, and he was also respectfully called Emperor Reinhardt. Emperor Reinhardt was a burly middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a thick beard and straight eyebrows. Coupled with the unique aquiline nose of the San Lorenzo family, he looked very imposing at first glance. It was just that he was dressed too casually at this time. He was only wearing a thin shirt with his chest open, revealing his thick golden chest hair. The servants brought in the cold wind from outside the hall, but Emperor Reinhardt didn't feel cold at all. "Your Majesty, the emissary of the Gnome Kingdom will arrive in Imperial Dragon City tomorrow morning. Do you want to meet him personally?" Emperor Reinhardt picked up the goblet on the table and poured all the red wine in it into his mouth. He seemed to still feel thirsty, so he poured himself another goblet and drank it in one gulp. Burp, after burping without caring about his image, Emperor Reinhardt glanced at the servant and asked in an emotionless tone, "Didn't we agree to let the queen meet him?" The servant replied carefully, "Your Majesty, it was Her Highness who asked me to ask you. She hopes that you." Emperor Reinhardt waved his hand impatiently. "It's just an emissary of the Gnome King. The queen can meet him. What else is there? The Prime Minister hopes that you can attend the Imperial Conference tomorrow. He said that the spring plowing is imminent and needs you." Emperor Reinhardt became even more impatient. "The Prime Minister can host the Imperial Conference himself. I have other things to do." The attendant nodded and then carefully said, "Your Majesty, it will be Prince Leahy's birthday in 3 days. Her Highness the Empress wants me to ask you, will the prince's birthday banquet be held in the banquet hall of Phoenix Palace like in previous years?" Hearing this, Emperor Reinhardt fell silent. The servant, who did not get a response for a long time, secretly raised his head, only to see the emperor's cold gaze. The servant trembled in fear and hurriedly lowered his head again. He was annoyed that he dared to raise his head just now. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze in an instant. After a long time, the servant's cold sweat had almost soaked his clothes. Finally, he heard Emperor Reinhardt's calm voice. "Yes, the same as in previous years." "Yes, Your Majesty." The servant was relieved. He hurriedly bowed and left, not daring to delay for a moment longer. The heavy door of the hall opened and closed, isolating the snowy world outside. Emperor Reinhardt picked up his wine cup again and began to drink by himself. The hall was filled with a decadent aura, as well as a faint trace of resentment. Suddenly, Emperor Reinhardt's gaze froze. He turned his head abruptly. The golden curtain moved without any wind, and a man covered in a black mage robe appeared there. However, there was a sharp sword pressed against his neck. However, the man did not seem to care about such a threat. He continued to smile at Emperor Reinhardt. "Your Majesty, when did Prince Rhy have the right to hold a birthday banquet in the Phoenix Palace?" "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. He accidentally slipped into the palace and disturbed you." The knight with the sword bowed slightly to Emperor Reinhardt and apologized. Emperor Reinhardt looked at the intruder who was restrained by his knight and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You can leave now." The knight was still a little hesitant, but the intruder in the mage robe said, "Your Majesty is a 6th-grade knight. Is he afraid of a mage at such a close distance?" This was true. A mage was definitely at a disadvantage in a one-on-one duel with a knight, especially when the two sides were close enough. If this mage who broke into the Phoenix Palace wanted to harm Emperor Reinhardt, his head would be twisted off by the 6th-grade knight as soon as the first syllable of the spell came out of his mouth. "Humph." The knight glared at the intruder fiercely and then withdrew his sword. He bowed to Emperor Reinhardt and then quietly left. "I heard that they all call you Mr. Feng?" Emperor Reinhardt poured himself another glass of red wine and looked at the mage opposite him with a smile. "It's just a title. Your Majesty, you can call me whatever you want." Mr. Feng put down his hood, revealing a slightly pale and weather-beaten face. He walked to Emperor Reinhardt and bowed respectfully. Emperor Reinhardt looked at the impeccable palace etiquette and said with a smile, "It's been more than 300 years. It's hard for you to still remember how to bow." "Of course I remember." Mr. Feng said seriously, "If I don't dare to mention my family name and forget the etiquette, what's the difference between our family and those muddle-headed civilians?" "Heh, you're quite resentful," Emperor Reinhardt said playfully. "I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty, we, Saint Thean, will always abide by our duties. We're not like some people who get carried away and take your Majesty's favor as the right to overstep their boundaries." "Duty?" Emperor Reinhardt seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "When the judge of your family pierced the back of the Black Emperor with his sword, was he also abiding by his duties?" "Your Majesty, no matter how pure the bloodline of the White Sheep is, it's inevitable that there will be a black mutant among them. You cannot disregard the loyalty of the House of St. Thean just because of the Inquisitor's betrayal. Just like how we can't deny the San Lorenzo family's status as a model knight just because of Prince Lacey's arrogance." Reinhardt could not help but laugh when he saw that Mr. Fu kept bringing the topic to Prince Lacey. "Prince Lacey is my uncle, and he's also a powerful paladin. Do you think he's not qualified to be a role model for knights? Your Majesty, if you want to be a role model for knights, you need not only strength, but also the most important virtue. There is no doubt about Prince Lacy's strength, but as a collateral descendant of the San Lorenzo family, he has become arrogant because of the favor. He has repeatedly occupied the banquet hall of Phoenix Palace to hold birthday celebrations. This kind of behavior is a serious violation of a knight's virtue. Mr. Qi, you took such a huge risk to come to Phoenix Palace to see me, just to sow discord between me and Prince Rhy? If that's really the case, then your House of St. Theon should continue to be silent for another 300 years. Faced with Emperor Reinhardt's ridicule, Mr. Fu was still calm, as if nothing in the world could move him. He shook his head and said, "No, Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty, I'm actually here for the northern region." The northern frontier? Humph. I heard that you've made a big scene in the northern frontier. You even joined forces with the trolls. What, do you really think I can't kill you, a traitor to the human race? Your Majesty, please don't get angry. Think about it carefully. I've been in the troll empire for so many years. Have the troll's strength grown or weakened? Emperor Reinhardt swirled the red wine glass in his hand and sneered disdainfully, "What? You want to take the credit for Marquis Garcia?" "No, Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. The House of St. Hilda is certainly worthy of being the barrier to the north of the empire. I don't dare to take the credit. I just want to tell you that the trolls are just a knife in my hand. I have no feelings for them, let alone loyalty." "Then who are you going to cut with the knife in your hand now?" "The House of St. Hilda," Mr. Fu said without hesitation. Emperor Reinhardt didn't show any surprise. Obviously, he already knew. "Then, why did you come to me?" "I want to ask you not to intervene in the upcoming war on the northern frontier." Ha ha ha. Emperor Reinhardt suddenly laughed. "Have you forgotten that the Duke St. Hilda is the Empress' brother? Why do you think I'll sit by and watch a traitor's descendant like you steal the power of the northern frontier?" Mr. Fu seemed to have a card up his sleeve in the face of Emperor Reinhardt's questioning. He slowly took out a scroll from his loose mage robe and respectfully handed it to the emperor. Emperor Reinhardt showed a trace of doubt, but he still took it personally. When he opened it, he saw that the scroll was filled with dense elvish characters. Emperor Reinhardt, who had received a strict palace education, naturally understood the elvish characters. But the more he read, the more he frowned. Mr. Fu stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. Only the sound of steady breathing could be heard in the hall. There wasn't much content in the scroll, but Emperor Reinhardt read it for half an hour. When he raised his head again, the frivolous expression on his face had disappeared, and his tone had become extremely solemn. "How can you make me believe that it will succeed?" Mr. Fu bowed again and said indifferently, "I'll show it to you at the northern frontier. I only ask that you give me this opportunity. Also, I still believe that Prince Rhy isn't qualified to hold a birthday party in Phoenix Palace." This time, Emperor Reinhardt didn't speak. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded. "Okay, I'll give you a chance." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A smile finally appeared on Mr. Fu's skinny face. "How many people have read this scroll?" "Including you, 3 people." Emperor Reinhardt narrowed his eyes, and his sharp eyes were full of undisguised fear. "Who else besides you and me?" Mr. Fu didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more solemn, and visible heat waves rose in the air. Emperor Reinhardt's eyes had turned golden, and countless tiny golden lines crawled all over his face, as if he was wearing a golden mask. An invisible pressure filled the hall, making it hard for people to breathe. Mr. Su was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, as if he could be torn to pieces by this violent storm at any time. But his expression was still indifferent, and he ignored Emperor Reinhardt's threat. After an unknown amount of time, the storm suddenly calmed down. The golden light quietly faded away, and Emperor Reinhardt returned to his original lazy and frivolous posture, as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. "Okay, Mr. Fu, I'll give you a chance. I hope that you can prove to me that you are qualified to be the new lord of the northern frontier." Mr. Fu let out a long breath. Obviously, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Viscount Austin, why are you only here now?" I thought that the Eastern Territory didn't want to redeem Marquis Vincent? Colin lazily leaned against the recliner and narrowed his eyes at the Viscount Austen in front of him. Whitey was curled up on his leg like a blue sea cucumber, sleeping soundly. My apologies, Lord Viscounts, I had some matters to attend to, so I was delayed. The Viscount Austen's expression was a bit awkward, but he didn't have the nerve to say the reason he was delayed until now. The reason he had only arrived at Icestone City now was because he had underestimated the chaotic situation at the northern frontier and overestimated the combat strength of his own guards. Before the winter festival, the Viscount Austen had already set out for Icestone City under the orders of the Duke of the Eastern Territory, but after entering the northern frontier, he realized that he had brought too few guards with him. After bracing himself and advancing for a few days, the 100 or so guards that the Viscount Austen had brought with him suffered heavy losses. Those starving slave mobs attacked his troops without any regard for their lives. Adding on the fact that he was unfamiliar with the place, the Viscount Austen hadn't even seen the shadow of Icestone City before he realized that his guards were on the verge of collapse under the endless attacks of the rebel army. Helpless, he could only lead his troops back. When he returned, he was naturally scolded by the Duke of the Eastern Territory and even had one of his ribs broken. After resting at home for a while, the Viscount Austen brought enough guards and set out on his second trip to Icestone City. This time, he finally arrived without a hitch. Of course, there were many dangers along the way, but the Viscount Austen definitely wouldn't tell Colin. After all, it would really damage the reputation of the nobles of the Eastern Territory. Then, what does the Duke of St. Prospero think of my suggestion? The Duke agrees with your suggestion and is willing to exchange Marquis Garcia for Marquis Vincent. When and where? If you don't have any objections, we will exchange the prisoners of war in a month at the Raging River. The Viscount Austen took out a simple map with markings and handed it to Colin. I have no problem with the location. Colin looked at the mark on the map and said, but as for the time, change it to 3 months later. Alright, the northern frontier isn't very peaceful right now. Let's do it in 3 months. I'll go back and report to the Duke. If he doesn't have any objections, then it's settled. Yes. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't mention any prisoners other than the 2 marquises because they knew that there were no other prisoners. In the Battle of Shadow Canyon, other than the 8,000 remnants of the army that managed to escape under the leadership of Knight Roger and the captured Marquis Garcia, the rest of the black cavalry soldiers had all died in battle. Similarly, after the battle at Silvermoon City, Colin had returned the favor by executing all the prisoners of war in the Skyhorse army. The first confrontation between the northern frontier and the eastern region after 100 years could be said to be a lose-lose situation. Perhaps, this was the result that the St. Thean family, who was hiding in the shadows and manipulating the situation, wanted to see the most. Not long after the Viscount Austen left, Steward Aemon came to report, Master, the reinforcements from the half-elf kingdom are about to arrive. Colin excitedly stood up from his seat and smiled, Oh? Come with me to welcome them. In order to deal with the impending storm on the northern frontier, Colin had written a letter to Queen Aisha last month, asking her to send the Silvermoon Guard to Icestone City to provide support. Queen Aisha naturally wouldn't refuse Colin's request and sent out the order the day she received the letter. When Colin led the Knight of Rigo and the others to the top of the city wall, they saw a thin silver-gray line on the horizon to the east of Icestone City. As time passed, this thin line gradually spread out and finally covered the wilderness to the east of Icestone City. The bright red thorn flag rustled in the cold wind. That was the insignia of the Miller family and also the new symbol of the half-elf royal family. Colin frowned slightly and thought, Queen Aisha couldn't have come personally, could she? Although if Aisha came, she would definitely be a great help to Colin. He hoped that she could stay in Silvermoon City and take care of her baby. Under Colin's gaze, a small group of cavalry broke out from the Silvermoon Guard's formation and quickly rushed towards Icestone City. When they arrived at Icestone City, the city gates just happened to open and a group of black cavalry soldiers came out to welcome them. The half-elf general in the lead immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee, loudly saying, Honorable Viscount Angley, under the orders of Her Majesty the Queen, the 30,000 warriors of the Silvermoon Guard are gathered here and are at your command. Duke Modwin, welcome to Icestone City. When Colin first saw William Modwin, he was a little surprised, but he quickly understood the intentions of Queen Aisha's arrangements. Letting this former half-elf prince become the commander of the Silvermoon Guard was indeed a good idea. The current mid-level generals of the Silvermoon Guard were all members of the Miller family. Under the circumstances where Queen Aisha was pregnant and couldn't come, if another member of the Miller family was sent to be the commander, then he might not wholeheartedly follow Colin's orders. Especially when Colin needed the Silvermoon Guard to make a certain sacrifice. Duke Modwin was different. He was an honest man and was easy to control. Moreover, under the circumstances where the mid-level generals of the Silvermoon Guard were all members of the Miller family, if Duke Modwin didn't want to be a mere figurehead, then he had to obtain Colin's support. In this way, the Silvermoon Guard would be more convenient for Colin to completely control. Duke Modwin followed Colin into the city and walked all the way to the Red Fort. At the same time, he reported the situation of the reinforcements. "Sir Viscounts, this time I brought a total of 30,000 Silvermoon Guard, 10,000 archers, 7,000 spearmen, 8,000 sword and shield soldiers, 2,000 shield soldiers, and 3,000 light cavalry soldiers. In addition, there are 38 knights and 15 rangers accompanying the army." "Well, very good." Colin nodded in satisfaction. With the support of the Silvermoon Guard, he was now more confident. The 3,000 light cavalry soldiers will be incorporated into the Black Cavalry and be under the command of Knight Roger. "Yes, sir." In the face of Colin's first order, Duke Modwin didn't hesitate to agree. Even if this order was obviously to take over the cavalry troops of the Silvermoon Guard. "Are Her Majesty the Queen and Miss Vera doing well?" "Her Majesty is in good health." As for Miss Vera, Duke Modwin suddenly turned his head to look at one of the attendants behind him. Colin also turned his head in confusion, but he saw that the attendant slowly took off her helmet, revealing a beautiful smile. It was Vera. "Vera, why did you run?" Before Colin could finish his words, Vera threw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Feeling the warm and soft touch and the familiar fragrance, Colin smiled and said, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to Icestone City?" Vera buried her head in Colin's arms and said in a muffled voice, "Don't you welcome me?" "Of course not." Colin laughed and said, "The door of the Red Fort will always be open to you." When Duke Modwin and the others saw this, they all quietly stepped back to a distance, allowing the two lovers who had not seen each other for a long time to say goodbye. Early in the morning, Colin woke up from his dream. The fireplace was still burning and making a crackling sound. The girl's body temperature and fragrance still lingered on the bed, but she was no longer there. "Good morning, Colin." Colin sat up and saw Vera sitting by the dressing table in front of the window. The most beautiful flower in the house of St. Hilda had already changed into a bright yellow crocheted dress. She was facing the mirror and pasting a rose gold ornament on her forehead. "Good morning, Vera." Colin looked at Vera, who was not far away, with appreciation. In his opinion, the girl seemed to have matured a lot after not seeing her for a long time. Her blue and pure eyes were beautiful, and the makeup on her face was even more gorgeous and charming than usual. The bright red lip gloss made her perfect outline look even more three-dimensional. Although there was still a trace of the shyness of a delicate young girl, there was more of a natural and graceful elegance and solemnity, as well as a gradually blossoming charm. "Do I look good?" After Vera finished dressing up, she turned around and smiled at Colin. The sunlight outside the window was very good, and the rays of light shone in and fell on the girl's body, reflecting a faint halo. "Of course, your beauty is overshadowed by the warm winter sun." Colin smiled and flattered her. Vera rolled her eyes cutely, as if she felt that Colin's praise was too exaggerated. "This is what Queen Aisha taught me." The girl lifted the hem of her dress and twirled in a circle. Colin thought that it was no wonder. He felt that this dress was a little familiar, and it was not Vera's usual style. "It seems that you have learned a lot during the time you were in Silvermoon City." "Yes. Queen Aisha also told me about her past. After listening to her story, I realized that I am actually very lucky compared to her." After saying that, Vera stretched out her hands to Colin and motioned for him to hug her. Colin stepped forward with a smile and hugged the girl through her thin dress. At this time, he finally understood that the reason why Vera was able to walk out of the shadow of her past was all thanks to Queen Aisha's persuasion. She was such a sweet lover. "I've sent someone to Winter Castle to request the Duke of St. Hilda to marry you." It won't be long before you can officially become the mistress of the Red Castle. She didn't know if it was because of the man's words or because of the warm embrace, but the girl's body gradually became soft and her whole body sank into Colin's embrace. Colin, even if my adoptive father does not agree to our marriage, I will never leave you. Vera said firmly. Colin smiled with relief and tightened his grip on the girl's soft and slender waist. He promised, don't worry, I will make the Duke agree to our marriage. Their marriage had to be approved by the Duke. Otherwise, Vera would be eloping with him. This was obviously not a result that Colin, who had greater ambitions, was willing to accept. However, judging from the current situation, the Duke of St. Hilda really didn't seem to be willing to marry Vera to Colin. The messenger from Ice Stone City had been waiting in Winter Castle for more than 2 months, but he still hadn't received an audience with the Duke. Therefore, Colin took advantage of Baron Lamba's provocation and sent the Baron's son to Winter Castle to test if the Duke of St. Hilda was seriously injured and couldn't receive guests, or if he was purposely delaying the meeting with the messenger from Ice Stone City. If the Duke really met with the Lamba family but didn't see the messenger from Ice Stone City, then Colin would have to reformulate his next plan. If you don't want to give it to me, then I'll snatch it from you. Feeling some changes in the man's body, Vera suddenly struggled out of Colin's embrace and changed the topic. Colin, are you hungry? Let's go eat breakfast. Okay, Colin smiled mischievously, understanding that the girl probably still hadn't recovered from last night's madness. With Vera's help, Colin quickly got dressed and walked to the dining room together. After a sumptuous breakfast, Vera suggested that they go to Ice Stone City for a stroll, and Colin naturally didn't object. Today was a rare day of good weather. The warm sun hung high in the sky, dispelling some of the winter's cold. Colin and Vera walked hand in hand on the streets of Ice Stone City, but they didn't cause too much of a commotion. This wasn't because the people of Ice Stone City were disrespectful to their lord, but because Colin and Vera deliberately hid their identities. Colin wore a wide triangular hat that covered most of his face, and Vera wore a black veil, returning to her appearance when Colin first met her. The guards followed the two of them from afar, but they didn't make a big fuss. Colin, the slaves in your territory are a little different from the ones I saw before. How are they different? Vera tilted her head and looked at the slaves who were concentrating on their work. She said, the slaves I saw in Cold Winter City were all lazy. If they didn't have the whip of the overseer, they would rather lie on the ground and bask in the sun for the whole day. However, the slaves in your territory are different. Even if they don't have the whip, they are still very motivated. Do you know the reason for this? Vera pondered for a moment and shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Because I gave them hope. Hope? Yes. Colin told Vera about the point system that he implemented in Ice Stone City. Vera thought for a moment and nodded. It is indeed a great idea. However, Colin, aren't you worried that the number of slaves in your hands will decrease? 10 places per month, and only 120 free people will be produced in a year. Even after 100 years, only 10,000 slaves will be qualified to become free people. However, in this process, the wealth that the slaves create will far exceed the value of these 10,000 slaves. Moreover, with the current situation at the northern frontier, do you think that I will be worried about the lack of slaves? Vera thought carefully and nodded in agreement. Colin, you are a kind and wise lord. Colin laughed and suddenly lamented in his heart. Such a method of exploitation could actually be called benevolent. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. After walking for a few blocks, a group of children attracted Vera's attention. In an open space that was the size of a basketball court, there was an old gentleman who looked to be around 50 years old. In front of him, there were hundreds of children gathered. The older ones were around 13 or 14 years old, and the younger ones were only 4 or 5 years old. The only thing that they had in common was that they were all wearing shabby clothes and iron rings on their feet. This was a group of slave children. The old gentleman was writing on a wall with charcoal, and then he led the slave children to read aloud. Colin, is this also your arrangement? Yes. Vera turned around and looked at Colin with eager eyes. At this time, Colin's image in her heart had become particularly high. However, what she didn't know was that Colin only thought that these slave children were too weak and couldn't do heavy work. Therefore, it was better to let someone teach them so that when they grew up, they could become more valuable labor. At this time an old voice suddenly sounded, "My lord, for people of low status, knowledge is not a blessing, but a curse." Colin turned around and saw an old priest standing behind the two of them. In this magical medieval world, knowledge was a precious treasure. Not to mention slaves, even civilians generally did not have the opportunity to come into contact with such wealth. Naturally, the nobles did not have to worry about this. Their castles had a large number of books, and there were also private tutors who were responsible for the education of the nobles. However, it was very difficult for the civilians to learn. There were two main ways for them to master knowledge. The first way was through the church. The churches in various places would set up schools for the civilians to study. However, the children here would basically learn theological knowledge. In addition to being taught a lot of principles on how to serve God and why to serve God, it was basically impossible for them to learn much useful knowledge in daily life. The second way was through the nobles. Yes, the nobles would also recruit some civilian children to accompany their own children. However, such a quota was very rare. Normally, it would only be left to the descendants of the retainers. After these descendants of the retainers grasped the knowledge, they would be able to better serve their lord. In fact, there was a third way, and that was the Empire's White Tower Academy. However, this way was very difficult for the nobles to come into contact with, let alone the civilians. This was because the White Tower Academy's admission requirements were very simple and harsh. It did not look at identity, but only looked at talent. Only talented children, regardless of whether they were nobles or civilians, could enter the White Tower Academy to study for free. However, there was only one White Tower Academy in the entire Empire of Light, and the number of students admitted every year was less than 2 digits. Therefore, most of the civilians would be illiterate their whole life, not to mention the slaves. However, this might be what the rulers wanted to see. The first Pope of the Empire of Light, His Holiness Peter Messer, had a famous saying, "It is easier to fill an ignorant mind with loyalty and faith." Only the ignorant civilians and slaves would be able to facilitate the rule of the church and the nobles. Bishop Emeritus, do you think that I should not let people teach these slaves knowledge? Colin was not worried that his behavior would cause dissatisfaction with the church. After all, the church did not explicitly prohibit this. Of course, this was because generally, no lord would teach knowledge to the slaves. "No, my lord, I have no right to interfere with how you govern the people in your territory." The Bishop Emeritus bowed to Colin and said with a smile. After that, he bowed to Vera and it was obvious that he had recognized her identity. Colin's eyes flashed. He was not too surprised that the Emeritus Bishop could recognize him. After all, he had dealt with him many times. Moreover, his disguise was not very tight. However, how did the Emeritus Bishop recognize Vera? How did he know that Vera had come to Ice Stone City? Therefore, Jiang Yuning was afraid that one of the servants in the Red Castle might have leaked the news of Vera's arrival to the church. Although Colin did not deliberately hide the fact that Vera was in Ice Stone City, the feeling of being surrounded by so many people still made Colin feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he did not have any good ideas for the church at the moment. Faith, to the people of this world, was an extremely serious matter. If they had to choose between a lord and a deity, most of the people would choose the deity. The nobles could only accept this helplessly. When they were in Silvermoon City, Colin deliberately planted the seed of hatred for the church in Prince Harrison's heart. In addition to finding some trouble for the San Lorenzo family, he also wanted to use this opportunity to test the true strength of the church. When Vera saw this, she had no choice but to lift her skirt and bow in return. She then asked in a crisp voice, "Bishop Emeritus, why did you say that knowledge can also be a curse?" "Miss Vera, for you, of course, knowledge will not be a curse. However, for these lowly slaves, knowledge can make them more aware of their own situation and thus fall into the abyss of despair. If this is not a curse, then what is it?" Vera was silent. Colin sneered in his heart. It was obviously a trick to fool the people, but in the words of the bishop, it seemed to be a kind of humane concern. It was as if not letting the slaves come into contact with knowledge could save them from suffering. Although Colin was complaining in his heart, on the surface, he pretended to be enlightened. "Ah, Bishop, you are right. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I am afraid that I would have done something bad." "Lord Viscounts, you are too serious." When the Bishop Emeritus saw that the young lord had taken the initiative to admit his mistake, he had a look on his face. In fact, there is nothing wrong with your approach. It is not impossible for these slave children to learn how to read, but please do not forget to spread the glory of the Lord to them. Colin finally understood the true intention of the Bishop Emeritus. He wanted to brainwash these slave children. In fact, when Colin arranged for the teachers to teach these slave children literacy, he deliberately omitted the related content of theology. Instead, he replaced it with more content about who gave them food to eat, who gave them the opportunity to learn, and so on. He wanted to instill the concept of loyalty to the Lord in these slave children. Unexpectedly, the church was still aware of it. Of course. It is only right for these slaves to bask in the glory of the Lord. Colin smiled as usual. Very well, I will arrange for a few priests to come and assist you in teaching these slave children. Thank you, Bishop, for your help. Colin could only nod in agreement. Although he was wary of the church, Colin would not provoke them at this time. He hoped that Prince Harrison of the San Lorenzo family could become the hero charging at the front lines against the church, while he himself could just wave the flag and shout from behind. Seeing that his goal was achieved, the Bishop Emeritus nodded in satisfaction, then said, Lord, there is something else I want to tell you. Please tell me. Next month, I will be transferred out of Ice Stone City. However, don't worry, there will be a new bishop to take over my position. Oh? Where will you be transferred to? Chilly Winter City. A ripple appeared in the Bishop Emeritus' eyes. Then I must congratulate you. Colin smiled. Compared to the Bishop of Ice Stone City, the Bishop of Chilly Winter City was clearly a promotion. The Bishop Emeritus also smiled humbly, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. The Bishop of Chilly Winter City was also a popular candidate for the Archbishop of the Northern Frontier Diocese. Therefore, this Bishop Emeritus was only one step away from stepping into the true core of the church. I wonder where Bishop Xian has been transferred to? Vera suddenly asked. The Xian she spoke of was the former Bishop of Chilly Winter City. The Bishop Emeritus had a sorrowful expression and sighed, Bishop Xian has returned to the embrace of the Lord. Dara was shocked and hurriedly expressed her apologies and condolences. However, Colin keenly saw a trace of unnaturalness on the Bishop Emeritus' face, so he asked, May I ask, how did Bishop Xian pass away? From what I know, Bishop Xian passed away due to illness. Passed away due to illness? At this time, Colin was certain that there was something fishy about Bishop Xian's death. Thinking about it carefully, the Duke of St. Hilda was injured in the duel with the troll paladins, so the one who treated him was most likely this Bishop Xian. However, he passed away at this time. What secrets were hidden in this? What was the situation in Chilly Winter City? One question after another appeared in Colin's mind, causing him to unconsciously fall into a daze. It was already the middle of March and they could already vaguely feel the arrival of spring. For the northern frontier where the winter was exceptionally long, spring seemed to have come a little early this year. Perhaps the merciful God could not bear to see the famine continue to wreak havoc, and he intended to bring forward the spring planting. However, even if the crops were planted now, they would have to wait until autumn to harvest the crops. Therefore, the famine was destined to take more lives in the northern frontier. It was also destined to cause more turmoil. Chaos is a ladder. Colin read the letter in his hand with a playful expression on his face. Is that all? Vera asked curiously when she saw that Colin had stopped reading the letter. The two of them were enjoying their breakfast at this time when Eamon suddenly handed them a letter that he had just received. The letter was from Iron Furnace City and it was obvious that it was written by Marquis Dawson. Yes, that's all. Colin sneered as he crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the fireplace. The flames flickered for a moment before calming down. Marquis Dawson must be trying to win you over, right? Dara asked as she sipped her milk. Her heart was stirred up by the letter. I think so. Colin looked at Vera, who was a little pale, and reached out his hand to hold her cold little hand. He comforted her, Don't worry, I will cut off the head of this shameless dwarf who betrayed your father with my own hands. Okay. Vera nodded as she held Colin's hand. She felt a little relieved. Colin continued to eat the food on his plate as he thought about the words in Marquis Dawson's letter. Perhaps, as the winter was about to end, the turmoil in the northern frontier would gradually begin. After breakfast, Colin was about to take Vera to the garden for a walk. However, Eamon suddenly walked over and said, "Master, the messenger from the northern frontier is here again." The northern frontier? Colin was stunned for a moment before he understood who Eamon was talking about. Wasn't this his future brother-in-law? Bring him to my study room. Yes, master. After that, Colin turned around and looked at Vera before he said, "Your brother is here. Do you want to meet him? Charles?" Vera was taken aback, but soon after, her small face wrinkled up as if she was very conflicted. "If you don't want to see him, then don't. I'm afraid he sneaked back this time. It's not appropriate for you to see him." "Okay, then you go ahead. I'll go to the garden by myself." "Okay, I'll come find you later." "Haha, Sir Charles, welcome to Ice Stone City again." Viscount Angley, "Thank you for your hospitality." When he saw Charles again, his attitude towards Colin was still as respectful as before. It was as if he had forgotten that he was once the first successor of the Dukes of the North. Colin invited Charles to take a seat with a smile and asked the maid to bring coffee and pastries. However, Charles seemed to be in a hurry. After taking a sip of coffee, he asked directly, "Viscount Angley, have you considered my suggestion from last time?" Colin's heart trembled. He knew that Charles was still hung up on his suggestion to attack the giant demon king's city. "Charles, without the Duke's orders, I wouldn't dare to attack the giant demon empire without permission." "Viscount Angley, you're not attacking without permission. You're being forced to counterattack." "What do you mean?" "When I returned from the front lines this time, the giant demon empire had already sent 100,000 troops south. They'll probably reach Ice Stone City in a month or so." Colin's heart skipped a beat. "Oh? The giant demons really sent out their troops?" Charles said solemnly, "It's absolutely true. Viscount Angley, the giant demons have sent 100,000 troops south this time. It can be said that they've used up all of their resources. Right now, the giant demon empire's internal defenses are basically useless. As long as you lead an elite cavalry, you'll be able to easily take down the giant demon king's city and make a great contribution." Seeing that Colin was still hesitating, Charles tried to persuade him again. "Viscount Angley, I know that you've received help from the half-elven kingdom. With the Silver Moon Guard helping you defend Ice Stone City, you don't have to worry about your rear being unstable even if you move the Black Cavalry away. Since that's the case, why don't you take a gamble with me?" Colin rolled his eyes in his mind. "Of course you're willing to take a gamble. You don't have to pay the stakes anyway." "Charles, although your plan does move me, I still need to ask the Duke." "Then it'll be too late." Charles was a little anxious. "Viscount Angley, the giant demon army had already moved out before I left. If you ask Winter City for instructions, the giant demons might have already approached Ice Stone City. At that time, how are you going to send troops to ambush the giant demon king city? Doesn't the Golden Lion army have 3 fortresses at the front lines? Can't they delay the giant demon army?" The fortresses Colin spoke of were actually the 3 fortresses that Prince Okamoto had given to the Duke of St. Hilda during Vera's coming-of-age ceremony. The giant demon king city was surrounded by snowy mountains. There were only 3 main paths that could allow an army to pass through, and these 3 fortresses just happened to be at the crucial points of these 3 paths. "Viscount Angley, do you know how many troops the Golden Lion army has stationed in these 3 fortresses?" Charles's face was full of helplessness. "How many?" 3,000. 3,000 in total? "Yes. And most of them are new recruits." Colin was speechless. The Golden Lion army had only stationed so few people in such an important military location. How could they possibly stop the giant demon army? No, Colin suddenly realized that the Duke of St. Hilda might have purposely given up on these 3 fortresses. Firstly, the Golden Lion army needed to concentrate their forces to deal with the internal rebellion. Secondly, the Duke of St. Hilda might have purposely lured the giant demons out. If that was the case, my apologies, Charles. Without the Duke's orders, I will not send troops." Colin's attitude suddenly became abnormally firm. Charles looked at Colin's resolute eyes. After a while, he finally shook his head and sighed. "Colin, have you guessed something?" Colin also smiled. "Charles, you should have met the Duke, right?" This time, Charles didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes. Since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you. This ambush plan was actually devised by father. As expected, Colin sneered in his heart. As expected, the Duke of St. Hilda wanted to use him. However, in the current situation, it would be too naive of him to think that he would send troops just because of Charles's provocative words and illusory achievements. Colin naturally understood that he had to send troops. This wasn't just because of the Duke of St. Hilda's orders. It was because once the giant demon army approached the northern frontier, Ice Stone City would very likely become their first target. However, the Duke of St. Hilda shouldn't think that he could make Colin work for him without paying a price. Charles, since this is the Duke's order, I will definitely follow it. However, the messenger I sent to Coldwinter City has already waited for more than 2 months, and the Duke still hasn't received an audience. This kind of behavior really makes me disappointed. Discount angrily, of course father knows that you want to marry Vera. He actually approves of this marriage. Therefore, as long as you are willing to send troops to attack the giant demon king's city, he will definitely receive your messenger. Oh? Did the Duke really say that? Of course, I swear to you in the name of the holy ancestors of the House of St. Hilda. As long as you lead the army to attack the giant demon king's city, Vera will definitely marry into the Angeli family. Colin stared into Charles's eyes. After a long time, he finally nodded. Good. In 3 days, I will send troops to attack the giant demon king's city. Under the dim candlelight, 3 people were sitting at the long table in the Red Castle's dining hall. Colin, Vera, and the future brother-in-law Charles. After thinking about it, Vera decided to meet her brother. Although she was now disgusted with her adoptive father, she still had some feelings for her brother. However, after learning about Colin and Charles's plan, Vera was no longer in the mood to catch up with her brother. Instead, she began to worry about Colin's safety. As Charles's identity still needed to be kept a secret, there were no other attendants in the dining hall. The butler, Eamon, was serving them personally. After quietly finishing their meal, Eamon brought 3 desserts. However, Vera was obviously not in the mood to enjoy the desserts now. She looked up at Colin and asked, Colin, are you really not willing to take me with you? I am a mage and I can be of great help to you on the battlefield. Colin held Vera's little hand and smiled, no need. Our surprise attack this time depends on the element of surprise. There should not be any hard battles. Moreover, I need you to help me guard Ice Stone City. In case the northern frontier becomes chaotic, there must be someone I trust here who is of sufficient status to take charge. Charles also smiled and persuaded, Vera, you should stay in Ice Stone City with peace of mind. It is already inappropriate for you to sneak into the Red Castle. If you are abducted to the Blue Ice Field now, I am afraid that father will punish Viscount Angley when he finds out. In the face of Charles's teasing, Vera reluctantly pulled out a polite smile. The Duke's eldest son obviously did not know what Vera had experienced in Silvermoon City. He thought that the adoptive father and daughter were still as close as before. Colin did not expose him and looked at everything in front of him with a smile. He was thinking about when to tell Charles that his biological father had sold him out in order to create an opportunity for the Black Cavalry to destroy the Troll army. If Charles knew that the suffering he had suffered was actually caused by his own father, that scene. It would be very interesting. He wouldn't have another filial son, would he? Just as Colin was thinking about how he should deal with the Duke and his son, Vera's clear voice sounded again. By the way, Colin, isn't there a paladin prince in the giant demon empire? If he's in the Troll King city. Don't worry, my good sister. Charles smiled and comforted him. This Saint Samurai prince was seriously injured in the battle with his father. He has already returned to the extreme north to recuperate. In his current state, if he dares to appear in the giant devil royal city, then perhaps we'll have an extremely dazzling addition to our list of achievements. Colin suddenly thought of something and asked, I heard that it is very difficult to injure a Saint Realm expert, but once injured, it will be extremely troublesome? That's right. The body of a Saint-level combatant was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. They already possessed a trace of divinity. But because of this, if their bodies were to be harmed, they would need to repair this trace of divinity. However, condensing divinity in the mortal world is extremely difficult. Therefore, once a Saint-level combatant is injured, it will be very difficult for them to completely recover without 2 or 3 years. Colin nodded and asked in a casual tone, "Then what about the Duke of St. Hilda? Is his injury also very serious?" Father's injury is indeed somewhat troublesome. Charles sighed, then smiled and comforted him. "However, you don't have to worry too much. The church has already sent a cardinal to Chile Winter to personally treat father's injury." Hearing this, Colin suddenly thought of the honorary bishop who was about to go to Chile Winter to take up a post, as well as Bishop Jean, who was said to have passed away due to illness. "That's good." Colin smiled as if he was finally relieved. In the morning 3 days later, a low bugle horn sounded in the outskirts of Ice Stone City. Teams of cavalry urged their mounts and set off on their journey to the north under the orders of their officers. For this surprise attack on the Troll King's city, Colin mobilized a total of 11,000 pure cavalry soldiers. Among them were 6,000 black cavalry soldiers, 3,000 Silvermoon Guard soldiers, and 2,000 new recruits that Knight Charles had trained in Ice Stone City in the past year. There was no need to doubt the battle strength of the black cavalry veterans, but the battle strength of the Silvermoon Guard soldiers and the new recruits of Ice Stone City was somewhat worrying. However, Colin still brought them along. After all, if they did not experience the test of blood and fire, these new recruits would never be able to become true elites. As for the Silvermoon Guard's cavalry, Colin hoped that they could be integrated into the Black Cavalry system. This surprise attack on the Troll King's city was a good opportunity to let these half-elves experience the battle style of the Black Cavalry. At the top of Ice Stone City's walls, Colin once again reminded Steward Aemon and Knight Charles. He would be accompanying the army this time, so Charles and Aemon would be in charge of the military and political affairs in the territory. One of them was the old steward of the Angeli family, and the other was Colin's blood descendant, so he naturally did not have to worry about their loyalty. Moreover, their abilities were also quite outstanding. With them guarding the rear, Colin was very assured. In the end, Colin reluctantly said goodbye to Vera. Although the girl was very reluctant, she still revealed a bright smile in order not to worry Colin. It was like a plum blossom blooming in the middle of winter. "When you return in triumph, I will marry you." Colin looked at the girl's beautiful smile in front of him and his chest instantly filled with pride. He laughed loudly. "Okay." The two of them did not deliberately lower their voices, so everyone around them heard it. The retainers of the Angeli family naturally revealed motherly smiles, happy for their lord. Vera's identity was noble enough, so of course she was worthy of Colin. Moreover, this was the bloodline of the Paladin family. If she really married Colin, then the Angeli family would be considered as a high-ranking noble family in the Empire of Light. Discounts would definitely not be the end of the Angeli family. If another Paladin appeared in the future, then the entire political landscape of the Empire of Light would undergo a drastic change. Of course, the probability of this happening was extremely small. The birth of a Paladin was very difficult. From the historical records of the Empire of Light, almost all of the Paladin powerhouses were the descendants of Paladin parents. Therefore, the 5 major Paladin families of the Empire of Light liked to intermarry. Of course, it was not impossible to have a Paladin descendant if only one of the parents had the bloodline of the Paladin. However, in the few cases, the father was a member of the Paladin family. Only the mother was a member of the Paladin family. There had never been a case of a Paladin descendant. Maybe the Angeli family could break this record. Only Charles had a speechless expression on his face, and he wanted to remind his sister to be more reserved. "Let's go," Colin ordered, and tens of thousands of cavalrymen suddenly surged and rushed towards the ice field in the north. The sound of the horses' hooves was like rolling thunder, shaking the wilderness. The flags fluttered in the air, guiding the direction of the cavalrymen's march. Vera stood on top of the city wall, looking at the dense cavalrymen heading north. In addition to being worried about Colin's safety, she was also full of pride and pride. How could the trolls and rats be a match for such a strong northern frontier army? At the end of March, the situation at the northern frontier was not optimistic. As the weather gradually turned warmer, a group of ambitious people seemed to be ready for action. The lords of the northern frontier all smelled the scent of war and began to gather their troops to strengthen the city's defenses. Although the lords should be actively preparing for spring plowing so that the worsening famine would not continue to spread, the current situation was not ideal. Unfortunately, the weak situation at the northern frontier made it impossible for the lords to care about spring plowing. Moreover, if the slaves and civilians starved to death, the lords would naturally be more concerned about the safety of their own territories. Finally, on the first day of April, a man who claimed to be a descendant of the House of St. Thean officially announced his identity in Ironforge City. At the same time, he claimed that it was the Duke of St. Hilda's incompetence that led to the unprecedented famine at the northern frontier. Therefore, as a descendant of the Paladin family, he spoke up for the countless people of the northern frontier who were suffering from the famine. He asked the Duke of St. Hilda to voluntarily give up his title of Lord of the Northern Frontier and let someone more capable take on the responsibility of protecting the northern frontier. After Mr. Thean's public statement, a group of northern frontier nobles led by Marquis Dawson and Earl Ullman also publicly announced that they wanted the Duke of St. Hilda to take responsibility for the famine at the northern frontier. The sudden return of the House of St. Thean, who had been silent for 300 years, completely stirred up the situation at the northern frontier. While the lords of the northern frontier were stunned, they began to consider which side to take. As for the people of the northern frontier, with the reputation of the House of St. Hilda for thousands of years, the people of the northern frontier naturally did not care about the House of St. Thean. In fact, many people had already forgotten about this paladin family. However, the famine that had ravaged the northern frontier for half a year had accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction with the House of St. Hilda. Now that the House of St. Thean had ignited this dissatisfaction, it instantly became a prairie fire. Countless people in the northern frontier who didn't have enough to eat began to think that perhaps it was time for the northern frontier to change masters. In the face of House St. Herd's public attack, Duke St. Hilda finally appeared in public. This was also his first public appearance since his duel with the Saint Samurai. The Lord of the Northern Frontier unceremoniously launched a counterattack, refuting the absurd remarks of the House of St. Thean and claiming that they were the culprits of the chaos in the northern frontier. At the same time, he announced that Marquis Dawson, Earl Oman, and the other lords of the northern frontier were traitors and decided to immediately strip them of their titles and fiefs. He also sent the Golden Lion Legion to Ironforge City in an attempt to eliminate the Dwarven Rebellion. In addition, the Duke of St. Hilda also issued an emergency conscription order, requesting all the lords and mercenary groups in the northern frontier to join the war against the dwarves. In an instant, the northern frontier was in turmoil, and the War of the Lion and the Tiger had officially begun. Just as the northern frontier was in chaos, Colin had already led his army to the snowy mountains. Here, the cold wind howled and snow covered the sky. There was no sign of spring at all. If they went any further, even if they officially entered the territory of the Troll Empire, Colin and the others would no longer be able to hide their tracks. Of course, in order to enter the Troll Empire, they still had to pass through a final barrier. Lord Viscount Angley, Sir Charles, a weather-beaten knight of the House of St. Hilda, was brought to the temporary command post and bowed to Colin and Charles. He wore a full set of chainmail, with the insignia of the Golden Lion Legion on his chest. He had a knight's sword and kite shield at his waist, and a conical helmet in his left hand. The various cuts and bloodstains on his equipment showed that he had recently experienced a bloody battle. "Knight Brad, what's the situation at Gale Castle?" Charles asked anxiously. The Gale Castle he spoke of was one of the 3 castles that the Troll Empire had given to the Golden Lion Legion. It was also the castle that Charles had served in before. Colin could only truly enter the territory of the Troll Empire after passing through this castle. This Knight Brad was the commander of the garrison that guarded Gale Castle. The Troll Army South arrived at Gale Castle 13 days ago and launched an attack on us. Our army defended for a day, but the Trolls still managed to take over Gale Castle in the end. After Gale Castle fell, I led the remaining troops out and hid in the snowy mountains, waiting for reinforcements. How many people do you have now? When we retreated, there were more than 500 people, but some of them got separated. Now, there are only about 200 people left. Knight Brad's expression was gloomy. Colin obviously understood that the separated that Knight Brad was talking about was actually escaping. However, these people could not be blamed for becoming deserters. After all, this place was too far from the northern frontier, and reinforcements seemed to be out of reach. Furthermore, most of the garrison were new recruits, so it was not unusual for them to escape in despair. The Trolls left after taking over Gale Castle? Yes, they only rested in Gale Castle for half a day before hurriedly heading south. Yes. Colin calculated the time and realized that he should have just brushed shoulders with the troll army that was heading south. This was actually very normal. The firmament icefield was so big that it was normal for two armies to brush shoulders. It was rare for them to bump into each other head-on. What about the other two castles? 2 days ago, I saw smoke rising in the direction of the other two castles. So, they should have been taken over by the trolls. Colin nodded. He was not surprised. The Golden Lion Legion had only placed so few troops here. Obviously, they did not intend to hold on. What's the situation in Gale Castle now? Do you know? Yes. The trolls did not leave too many troops to guard it. I estimate that there are only about 1,000 or 2,000 of them, and the defense is extremely lax. I even tried to sneak up to less than 100 meters away from the castle to observe at night, but it did not attract the attention of the guards. Well, do you have any suggestions on how to attack Gale Castle? Knight Brad laughed when he heard this question. Charles laughed too. He looked at Knight Brad and explained, Viscount Angley, when the troll army first mobilized, we realized that Gale Castle would definitely fall. So, in order to make it easier for us to come back in the future, we did something to the walls of the castle. Oh? Colin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, what did you do? In the southeast corner of Gale Castle, the foundation of a section of the wall has been deliberately hollowed out by us. So, now, we only need to hit it a few times with blackwood and it will collapse. Good. Colin clapped his hands excitedly. He then ordered, Knight Brad, please lead your men to prepare the siege equipment. When the sun rises tomorrow morning, we will attack. Yes. Cam was a warrior of the 4th rank. Similar to the human knights, the troll race's warrior profession was usually reserved for the nobles. However, warrior Cam was still a mercenary. This was rather unusual. This was because most nobles were more willing to fight for glory than for money. But Cam was an anomaly. He liked money more. When he was still Baron Cam, in order to get more taxes, he raised the tax rate in his territory to a shocking 9 out of 10. It could be imagined that Baron Carm's citizens would soon run away because they couldn't bear such exploitation. Then, Cam was determined by the Troll Emperor to have no management ability and was stripped of his title and territory. From then on, Baron Carm became Captain Carm. The Tush mercenary band he established was rather famous in the Troll Empire. They had close to 2,000 members and most of them were lunatics like Cam who valued money over their lives. This time, Cam received another mission, to guard the Howling Wind Castle. Letting a mercenary band guard a military stronghold at the Empire's border sounded a bit unreliable. Many mercenary bands had many members and many experts, but if they really met an elite army, they would only be wantonly slaughtered. Because of this, many more powerful troll mercenary bands rejected this mission. Only Cam, who valued money over his life, accepted it. Moreover, this troll warrior who talked about money even asked the military representative who issued the mission if the Tush mercenary band killed an invading enemy in the process of guarding the Howling Wind Castle, would there be additional rewards? Hearing this, the military representative had a strange expression, but he still promised Cam that for every enemy they killed, they would exchange their heads for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins for one head. Cam heard this reward and his eyes turned red with excitement. He nodded and agreed to the deal. However, when Cam rubbed his hands and led the Tush mercenary band into the Howling Wind Castle, he was shocked to find that there were no traces of the enemy. In the first few days, the Tush mercenary band was very serious about patrolling. However, after a few days of peace, the mercenary band's lax nature was exposed. Drinking, slacking off, fighting over female slaves. In short, the whole Howling Wind Castle was in a mess because of the Tush mercenary group. Facing such a situation, Cam didn't care because in his opinion, it was fine as long as his mercenaries could kill. As for discipline, what the hell was that? The only thing that made the mercenary leader anxious was that the enemy had yet to appear. But soon, Commander Cam's dream came true. Early in the morning, there was a loud bang, and the entire Howling Wind Castle seemed to be shaken by a giant hand. Cam woke up with a start from his sleep. Just as he was wondering what had happened, he heard his subordinates shouting, "Enemy attack!" Enemy attack. This time, instead of being shocked, Cam was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a golden light. He quickly put on his chainmail, picked up his machete, and rushed out while shouting, "Brothers, kill! The chance to make a lot of money is here." Outside the Howling Wind Castle, Colin was overjoyed when he saw that Knight Brad had really knocked down a section of the wall with a few logs. He immediately ordered Knight Roger to lead the army into the city. Although he knew that the narrow terrain of the castle wasn't suitable for cavalry, he couldn't care less at this time. If they couldn't even take down the Howling Wind Castle, then what was the point of talking about the Troll King's city? They might as well just go back home. Knight Roger estimated the size of the gap in the wall and arranged 10 groups of cavalry, each group of 200 people, to charge into the city in batches. But before the first group of cavalry could charge, they saw the defenders of the Howling Wind Castle rushing out from the gap in the wall. What's going on? Knight Roger was confused. Knight Brad, who was at the foot of the wall, saw the troll soldiers rushing towards them and quickly led his men back. After running for some distance, Knight Brad looked back and was shocked to find that the troll soldiers were chasing after them. What's going on? Knight Brad was also dumbfounded. Didn't you see that we have cavalry? Why didn't you use the castle's terrain and come out to fight with cavalry? This isn't a trap, right? Colin saw the situation and was also confused. Why don't we test the waters? Knight Roger suggested. All right. When the trolls rush out a little more, send the cavalry to kill them, but don't charge into the city. Deal with the trolls outside the city first. Yes. Kill. The trolls chased after Knight Brad and the others, roaring and cursing, as if they were angry that these humans ran too fast and caused them to lose so many gold coins. At this time, Cam also rushed out of the Howling Wind Castle. This captain of the Tusk mercenary group was indeed not cut out for war. Of course, a mercenary group's battle was very different from a regular army's battle. But to be honest, Cam's brain wasn't very good. Which lord with a normal brain would set a tax rate of 9 out of 10, but at least there were some normal people around him. Captain. We can't charge anymore. We don't know the enemy's situation. If we rush out like this, what if the enemy is too strong? Bullsh *T. Cam glared and scolded, war depends on courage. If we don't even dare to charge, then what's the point of fighting? It seemed to make sense, but, in the next second, Cam regretted it. Dong dong dong, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and 2 cavalry units appeared on both sides of the Tusk mercenary group. They stuck close to the trolls' formation, and like a pair of large hands, they hugged the trolls that rushed out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows rained down on the trolls' formation. Counterattack! Counterattack! Cam was furious. He roared and ordered his mercenaries to counterattack with arrows. But in the wilderness outside the city, there was too much space for the cavalry to move around. They maintained their high speed, and after shooting a wave of arrows, they immediately pulled away to avoid the trolls' counterattack. Then, when the trolls' arrow rain thinned out, they would approach again and shoot another wave of arrows. Because they were worried that this was a trap, the Black Cavalry's attack method was still very conservative. They didn't use a frontal assault, but instead used a harassment tactic, patiently cutting off the trolls' flesh bit by bit. In fact, Colin was still too careful. These troll mercenaries who didn't have heavy shields and didn't have a tight formation couldn't possibly withstand a frontal assault from the Black Cavalry. As time passed, Knight Roger gradually came to his senses. These trolls were a group of scattered soldiers, and couldn't even set up a basic military formation. They probably weren't a proper army. After receiving the report, Colin helplessly shook his head. Sigh. It seems that the Troll Empire's internal defenses are really weak. Let's quickly end this battle. Yes. The night deepened, and the silver moon hung high in the sky. The battle at the Gale Castle had already ended. The Tusk mercenary group, who valued money over their lives, had lost both their money and their lives. After quietly turning a few surviving troll warriors into blood thralls, Colin climbed to the top of the watchtower. In the howling cold wind, Charles was leaning on the fence, looking north. What are you looking at? Colin stepped forward and stood side by side with Charles. Viscount Angley. Charles bowed slightly to Colin, then smiled and said, I'm looking at the Troll King's city. Just call me Colin. Colin smiled and waved his hand. But can you see the Troll King city from here? Haha, of course not. However, I've been looking north almost every day for the past year. Even if I can't see the Troll King city, I can still feel its existence. Charles clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to flicker with raging flames. Have you been to the Troll King city? I have. I sneaked in with the caravan once before, but this time, we're going to kill our way in. Colin smiled. I hope that the Troll King city is as easy to capture as the Scale Castle. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the Troll army has already gone south. Even the Troll King city probably won't have elite regular troops stationed there. Colin turned to look at Charles's side profile and suddenly frowned. But Charles, don't you think that our journey has been a bit too smooth? Charles was a little stunned. Too smooth? Colin, what are you worried about? Do you think this is a trap for the trolls? Trap? Charles could not help but laugh. Colin, aren't you worrying a little too much? The trolls' last 100,000 troops have already gone south. It's inevitable that there will be emptiness inside. How can it be a trap? Colin grabbed a handful of snow from the fence and kneaded it into 2 snowballs, one big and one small. Charles, what do you think will happen if the trolls' army is a motley crew, and the last batch of elite troops are placed in the Troll King city? No. It can't be. Charles said in a daze as he looked at the snowball that kept changing its position in Colin's hand. Do you know? Colin smiled playfully. Not long ago, I played a similar trick in Silvermoon City. Those stupid Eastern region people were fooled by me. Really? Charles smiled. I heard that you defeated the Skyhorse army in Silvermoon City. How did you do it? It's very simple. First, I made the Eastern region people mistakenly believe that the Black Cavalry was hiding outside the city. But when the Eastern region people sent their elites to search for the Black Cavalry outside the city, they only found a group of half-elven recruits. The real Black Cavalry came out of Silvermoon City. Colin changed the positions of the snowballs in his hand. It's that simple. Charles suddenly had a look of realization. He said in admiration, it's indeed a brilliant plan. Colin stared into Charles's eyes as if trying to find something in them. Charles, do you think the trolls are playing a similar trick on us now? This is impossible? Charles was surprised. How did the trolls know that we would take the opportunity to attack the Troll King city? What if? Colin's eyes had a trace of scrutiny. Someone snitches? Snitch? The fear on Charles's face did not seem to be fake at all. Colin, did you discover something? Did our whereabouts really get exposed? No, it's just a guess. Phew. You scared me. Charles patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Then, he said in a sincere tone, Colin, actually, your worries are not impossible. Let's do it this way. When we reach the Troll King city, we will launch a tentative attack. If the resistance in the city is too strong, it won't be too late for us to withdraw. That makes sense. Colin threw out 2 snowballs. A moment later, they hit the ground and made 2 thuds. He patted the remaining snow on his hands and said with a smile, I just patted around the Howling Wind Castle. I have to say, this castle is built very sturdy. If Knight Brad hadn't tampered with the walls and the guards in the city were that group of stupid mercenaries, I'm afraid we would have to pay a heavy price to take down this place. Charles puffed out his chest, and said in a proud tone, Colin, to tell you the truth, I actually asked Knight Brad to tamper with the walls so that we could take down this castle more smoothly. Colin ignored Charles's attempt to claim credit, and continued, so, if such a sturdy fortress were to be retaken by the troll army heading south after we leave, hee. Tell me, don't you think we'll have nowhere to retreat to? Charles was stunned, as if he was really frightened by Colin's idea. After a while, he shook his head, and said, Colin, aren't you overthinking things? The troll army has long gone to the northern frontier. Why would they suddenly turn back? Colin did not answer this question. Instead, he said with a smile, Charles, you know, I hate 2 kinds of people the most. Which 2? Charles asked in confusion. People who deceive me, and people who I can't deceive. Charles was speechless. This was the first time he had seen someone who said double standards so matter-of-factly. Colin looked at Charles with a smile, and said, if I were a troll, I would purposely make it look like a large-scale invasion to the south and trick Ice Stone City into sending out their most elite cavalry to ambush the troll capital. But in reality, the army heading south was nothing more than a motley crew of newly recruited soldiers, militia, and mercenary groups. The last elite army of the Giant Demon Empire was stationed in the Giant Demon King's city. When the northern frontier cavalry is badly battered at the troll capital and wants to retreat, they will find that the Howling Wind Castle has been reoccupied by the returning southern army. This way, isn't it like closing the door and beating the dog? Charles blinked, first nodded, then shook his head, and said, Colin, your analysis is reasonable, but the trolls can't have predicted that we would ambush the troll capital before we even sent out the troops, right? Yes. Colin leaned against the railing and stared into Charles's eyes. Unless, from the beginning, this was a trap to kill the Black Cavalry. And you were the one responsible for luring the Black Cavalry into the trap. What? Colin? How can you think that? Charles's face was full of shock and grievance. Then, he put on a look of righteous indignation. Colin, don't forget what kind of blood feud there is between me and the giant demons. Every day, I think about attacking the giant demon royal city and burning it to the ground. How can I help them? Colin watched Charles's performance with a smile. It was as if he had returned to that banquet in Ice Stone City a year ago. At that time, this movie king had almost fooled all the nobles of the northern frontier. Do you know when you were exposed? Lying was an exceedingly exciting game. Gambling, war, politics, these were all things that people flocked to, and all of them required excellent lying skills. A good liar would be able to come up with a flawless lie without batting an eyelid. It would be so easy to come up with a perfect lie that people would be confused and feel as if they had been deceived for a lifetime. They might even become addicted to it and want to do it again after falling for it once. This kind of liar was usually respectfully called a master, or even an even more prestigious title, but those who were not skilled would be full of flaws and make people laugh. Actually, compared to lying, exposing a lie was also a very interesting thing. Especially when the liar was still trying to put up a final struggle. Colin now experienced this kind of joy. Although he had already seen through it, he was still willing to provide a stage for Charles to perform. Continue pretending. Colin, what do you mean by this? What did I reveal? Are you suspecting that I conspired with the great demons to scheme against you? Charles's expression and tone were just right. In a simple sentence, he conveyed astonishment, shock, grievance, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Colin smiled as he leaned against the fence and enjoyed Charles's performance. He said leisurely, you said before that this operation has already received the approval of the Duke of St. Hilda. The Duke even promised that as long as I send troops to attack the great demon city, he will marry Vera to me? Yes. Charles immediately nodded. Haha. Colin laughed coldly. Did you know? On the third day after we left Ice Stone City, the Duke of St. Hilda publicly appeared. He first announced that Marquis Dawson, Earl Oman, and the others were traitors and ordered the Golden Lion Army to attack Ironforge City. Then, he received the envoys sent by the various lords to Chilly Winter City. Even that brat from the Lamba family was received, but he did not receive the envoy from Ice Stone City, and this envoy is the one I sent to ask for the Duke's hand in marriage. He has been waiting in Chilly Winter City for more than 2 months. Charles's expression didn't change. In fact, he even revealed a similarly puzzled expression. After thinking for a moment, he explained, Colin, I believe that father isn't purposely targeting Ice Stone City. Instead, he wants to wait until you've successfully taken down the giant demon royal city before rewarding you and marrying Vera to you. Is that so? Colin actually nodded seriously. That makes sense. Just as Charles secretly heaved a sigh of relief, he heard Colin ask, then, how do you explain the timing of the trolls' attack? When will the trolls attack? Charles looked confused, as if he didn't understand what Colin meant. Yes. If I remember correctly, you arrived at Ice Stone City on the March 26th. Seeing Charles nod, Colin chuckled and continued, but the Great Demon City sent troops on the 23rd of March. Even if you received the news the moment the Great Demon City sent troops, how did you get to Ice Stone City from Howling Wind Castle in 3 short days? Could it be that you can fly, or did you receive the news before the great demon city sent troops? Hearing this, Charles's heart suddenly sped up, but his expression did not change. Colin, did you make a mistake about the timing of the troll's attack? Seeing that Charles was still stubbornly resisting, Colin shook his head with a smile. He had seen the great demon army move with his own eyes through the eyes of the blood slaves, but Charles had appeared in Ice Stone City in 3 short days and even brought news of the great demon city's attack. At that time, he had concluded that there was something wrong with this Charles. Did I get it wrong? Then tell me, when exactly did the great demon city send troops? Colin chuckled as he looked at Charles and reminded him, however, you better think carefully before you speak. There are still many great demon captives in Howling Wind Castle. If your timing is different from what they said, then it will be difficult to deal with. Since he had said this much, Charles did not argue anymore. He slowly lowered his head and let the shadow cover his entire face. He did not speak anymore. The cold wind whistled and blew snowflakes into the watchtower, causing the already cold atmosphere to seem to drop by a few degrees. Colin looked at the silent Charles and suddenly sighed. He asked, if my guess is correct, the great demon city should have already told you the truth about the terrible defeat at the northern frontier at the beginning of last year, right? Charles did not answer. Just when Colin thought that the other party was not going to pay attention to him, Charles finally spoke, yes. His voice became as cold as frost, and the cold air that came out was even lower than the temperature of the sky ice field at this time. So, you have a grudge against the Duke of St. Hilda and decided to take this opportunity to take revenge on the northern frontier? Yes. Charles raised his head again, and his eyes flashed with undisguised hatred. My good father treats everyone as his tools, his chess pieces. In order to achieve his goal, he will not hesitate to abandon us, 200,000 northern frontier soldiers, hundreds of northern frontier lords, and countless people who died in the northern frontier due to war and famine, are insignificant in his eyes. As for me, Adams, Vera, Uncle Garcia, and of course, you, Colin. In his eyes, we are worthless. Tell me, what qualifications does such a person have to become the lord of the northern frontier? What qualifications does he have to obtain our loyalty? This is the reason for your betrayal? Colin looked at Charles coldly. What is the difference between you now and the Duke of St. Hilda? You colluded with the trolls, framed your own people, and plunged the northern frontier into greater chaos. You are nothing but an ambitious person who only cares about your own interests. Don't put on a face of justice. Charles laughed and did not care about Colin's sarcasm. Instead, he advised, Colin, it is not too late to regret it now. I can help you put in a few good words in front of Mr. Kong. I think he will be willing to accept your loyalty. Colin laughed and mocked. Do you really think that the schemer of the St. Thean family will win? Charles shook his head. Before the dust settles, no one dares to say that they will win. However, I do not want to live in the shadow of the Duke of St. Hilda anymore. What about you? Colin, since you know what he has done, why do you continue to work for him? I am not working for him. Then what is it for? Colin pointed below. Under the moonlight, a group of black cavalry soldiers could be seen patrolling. Black cavalry? Oh, I understand. Charles suddenly understood. The Black Cavalry, which was established by Marquis Garcia, grew up in bloody battles with the trolls. The hatred for the trolls had been completely integrated into the soul of this army. If Colin chose to make peace with the trolls, then he would completely lose the morale of the Black Cavalry. Even if the Black Cavalry were willing to continue to fight for him under the oath, they would not be able to maintain their invincible combat power. What's more, Colin wanted to marry Vera. If the St. Thean family ruled the northern frontier, then Vera would completely lose her detached status. Moreover, an important helper of the St. Thean family, the Oman family, had a grudge against Colin. In short, unless it was a last resort, Colin would never seek refuge with the St. Thean family. Seeing that he could not persuade Colin, Charles said helplessly, well, then I hope you can survive the whirlpool of the northern frontier. The northern frontier? There is no hurry. Let them fight for a while. Let me taste the feast that the trolls have prepared for me first. Charles was stunned, and then he said in disbelief, do you still want to continue to attack the troll city? Colin showed an inscrutable smile. yes, I am already here. In the whistling northern wind, the falling snow dyed the world a vast expanse of white. An army of trolls was moving forward with great difficulty in the snow. The enormous and bloated army stretched for more than 10 kilometers. From above, it looked like a black python was moving forward. However, there were tiny ants around this giant python. These ants were the black cavalry's sentries. They were insignificant compared to the enormous army of trolls. It was as if the python could crush these ants to death with a casual movement of its body. But the one who was truly nervous was the giant python. Prince Okamoto narrowed his eyes as he sized up the black cavalry sentries. His heart was filled with anxiety and even fear. He didn't know that the black cavalry sentries had appeared. Were they just Colin's eyes behind him out of habit, or was the black cavalry's main force nearby? If the original plan had been carried out smoothly, the black cavalry should already be on their way to the Troll Kingdom. And he could have led his 100,000 army south to turn back and occupy the 3 forts along the snowy mountain range, completely cutting off the black cavalry's path of retreat. But now, Prince Okamoto was somewhat uncertain. Could it be that Colin had seen through this trap? In his anxiety, Prince Okamoto sent out several groups of sentries in an attempt to scout the surrounding situation. But the moment these sentries were sent out, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. They never returned, and there was no trace of them. This situation left Prince Okamoto, who didn't have much experience in leading armies, somewhat dumbfounded. Only now did he realize how great the difference between a real army and an armchair strategist was. The young southern prince couldn't help but have a thought. Was he going to follow in his father's footsteps? 2 days quickly passed while Prince Okamoto was filled with doubts. In these 2 days, the black cavalry scouts surrounded the giant demon army. Whenever the giant demons tried to attack, they would immediately scatter. However, not long after, they would appear again. They were like flies that could not be chased away. At first, the troll soldiers were very nervous, but as time passed, they seemed to have gotten used to the swarm of flies around them. Anyway, these flies don't bite. So what if they follow? However, on the 3rd day, the black cavalry sentinel cavalry that had been following them from time to time suddenly disappeared without a trace. The trolls couldn't get used to this. The young Prince Okamoto didn't notice the danger at the first moment. Fortunately, there were some experienced troll generals in the troll army. When they noticed the abnormal behavior of the black cavalry scouts, they immediately sent someone to report to Prince Okamoto, reminding him that the main force of the black cavalry would be arriving soon. Only then did Prince Okamoto realize that the situation was far from good. He hurriedly ordered the troops to gather and prepare to face the enemy. However, the reaction of this large and bloated troll army was despairingly slow. It couldn't be helped. Prince Okamoto was leading a decoy army. Most of them were newly recruited soldiers. It was impossible to expect them to react quickly on the battlefield. However, the black cavalry wouldn't give the trolls any time to react. When the snowflakes began to spread in the distance, the sound of hooves could be heard. The troll generals felt the earth tremble and hurriedly shouted at the top of their lungs. They had the soldiers raise their shields and spears to protect the army. Unfortunately, the troll army, which was made up of a large number of new troll soldiers, still revealed many fatal weaknesses before the battle. Their formations were not in order, and they lacked basic coordination. Chaos began to spread from the flanks of the troll army like a plague. For a moment, all sorts of chaotic and panicked voices gathered together, causing the troll army to be unable to get into the rhythm of battle. In truth, the most panicked person at this moment wasn't the troll soldiers, but the commander of the troll army, Prince Okamoto. This troll demon prince, who had once thought highly of himself and believed that he could also devise strategies on the battlefield and determine victory from 1,000 miles away, was now panicking. Calmness in the face of battle and calmness in command had all disappeared from Prince Okamoto's mind. The mental preparations he had made before the battle were of no use at all. Prince Okamoto was at a loss when he heard all sorts of requests for orders. At this moment, Prince Okamoto finally understood that he wasn't a qualified commander. Even his father, whom he had always looked down on, was probably much stronger than him. Of course, this wasn't strange. Prince Okamoto was indeed intelligent, and he was adept at scheming and plotting, but these weren't necessary conditions to determine victory on the battlefield. In short, the troll army's performance in this sudden battle was indescribably terrible. Fortunately, the troll army still had the advantage in numbers. The recruits didn't immediately collapse when they saw their endless comrades. The black guards came quickly, accompanied by the thunder-like sound of horse hooves. Troop after troop of black armored cavalry rode over. But when they got close, they changed direction slightly and streaked past the troll army's flank. The buzzing of bowstrings immediately sounded, and the rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts that filled the sky, flying towards the trolls in a black mass. "Raise your shields! Don't move! Archers, get ready! Spear throwers, get ready!" Voices rose and fell among the troll army, but they were quickly drowned out by the rumbling of hooves. Arrows fell like rain, and the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Swathes of troll soldiers fell to the ground, their screams endless. There was no war of words, no scheming and no scheming. The black cavalry used the most direct and violent method to open the curtains to the battle. There was almost no pause in the wave of attacks. Thousands of black cavalry formed several ranks, galloping past the troll army's flank. Arrows constantly rose into the sky, turning into a continuous spring rain that rained down on the troll army's heads. The troll army also paid a heavy price for the chaos from before. They didn't raise their shields in time, and their shields weren't tight enough. The troll soldiers gathered together were like wheat fields blown by a gust of wind, falling one by one. Blood flowed freely, dyeing the ground beneath their feet red. After thousands of black cavalry galloped past, a clear red line was drawn across the troll army's flank. Countless corpses lay there, and the injured soldiers howled. The troll soldiers who were lucky enough to be unharmed gripped their shields tightly, trembling as they held them above their heads. But this was only the beginning. Once the curtains to the battle had been drawn, it wouldn't stop so easily. The black cavalry's attack was meant to be a distraction. After all, Colin wasn't sure if this troll army that had returned from the south was really a diversion. But after the short and cruel first clash, Colin was 80% sure that the last elite army of the Troll Empire wasn't here. But he wasn't impatient. In his opinion, the fate of this bloated and weak troll army was already decided. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was how to take down the enemy with as few casualties as possible. At this moment, the black cavalry had already circled back, and once again used the unique method of cavalry to quickly sweep past the troll army's flank, repeating everything that had happened before. This scene was like a replay of the bloody battle on the icy plains a year ago. Prince Okamoto looked at the black cavalry that were recklessly slaughtering the troll army. He racked his brains, but he couldn't find a way to break out of this situation. The endless screams in his ears made Prince Okamoto even more vexed. What was worse was that the generals under him were looking at him with eyes full of distrust. Thus, the angry Prince Okamoto gave a foolish order. Actually, Prince Okamoto's troll army wasn't completely without elites. If an army made up entirely of new recruits was sent south to attack the northern frontier, it would be Prince Okamoto's fault if even half of the 100,000-strong army was left after they passed through the 1,000-mile ice plains. In order to successfully block the black cavalry's retreat, Prince Okamoto still had 30,000 elites with decent fighting strength under his command. Among them, the strongest were the 3,000 wolf cavalry. This was the last organized wolf cavalry unit of the Troll Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that cavalry wasn't very useful in defending a city, the Troll Emperor probably wouldn't be willing to give this last bit of strength to Prince Okamoto. Faced with the menacing black cavalry, Prince Okamoto staked everything on this one throw and ordered the 3,000 wolf cavalry to attack the black cavalry with the infantry. If the troll army was elite enough, this wouldn't be a ridiculous military order. However, Prince Okamoto didn't know how big the gap was between his wolf cavalry and the black cavalry that was truly unstoppable on the sky ice plains. The 3,000 wolf cavalry were originally deployed on the right flank of the central army in order to guard against enemy attacks. Now that they were deployed from the flank, it didn't cause much chaos. However, when Colin saw the wolf cavalry attack from afar, his eyes lit up. He had already learned from Charles that the commander of this troll army was his old acquaintance, Prince Okamoto. However, he didn't expect this young troll prince to be so impatient. Without waiting for Colin's order, Knight Roger, who was already familiar with how to deal with the wolf cavalry, immediately led his army to retreat, far away from the flank of the troll army. The black cavalry officers had already practiced with Marquis Garcia countless times on how to break through the coordination of the troll infantry and cavalry. The method was simple. If they had a large number of troops, the best choice was to break through the enemy's cavalry. If they didn't have enough troops, the most suitable tactic was to temporarily avoid the enemy's cavalry and lure them away from the infantry formation. Then, depending on the situation, they would attack. Therefore, the moment Knight Roger saw the wolf riders, he immediately ordered his subordinates to turn around. A short syllable sounded from the bugle, which was a signal for temporary retreat. At this moment, the flanks of the troll army were already covered in dust. The wolf cavalry was like a thick arm that suddenly stretched out from the troll army and followed closely behind the black cavalry. In a split second, a muffled boom exploded on the battlefield. The black cavalry's tail was still caught by the wolf cavalry. Amidst the neighing of the warhorses, the warriors of the black cavalry raised their weapons one after another, brandishing their blades against each other. Then, countless figures screamed as they were cut down from their horses. At this moment, the troll wolf cavalry were also attacked by an extremely fierce rain of arrows. The troll wolf cavalry that were charging forward with their blades covering their heads didn't have time to raise their shields and fell from their horses. In the blink of an eye, this sudden and intense collision ended. Only lumps of flesh and blood were left on the ground, which were quickly covered up by the troll infantry that swarmed over. These wolf cavalry were indeed elites. In this charge, they had almost completely crushed the black cavalry's little tail, causing the black cavalry to suffer the most damage since the start of the battle. This kind of result made the trolls that had been holding back their anger all this time to howl in excitement. The flowing blood and flying limbs aroused their ferocity even more. Thus, they all let out howls that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves as they chased after the black guards. At this moment, Prince Okamoto, who was watching the battle from the rear, also waved his fist fiercely, as if venting all the anger he had suffered over the past few days. It was a pity that this young prince couldn't see the situation on the battlefield clearly. When he ordered his subordinates to continue fighting the enemy without caring about anything else, he pushed this army step by step into the abyss of destruction. Colin was overjoyed when he saw the wolf cavalry continue their pursuit and widen the distance between them and the infantry army. He had originally planned to use the tactic of constant harassment to slowly drag the troll army to death along the way. But now, he had found a rare opportunity. In truth, this was the true difference between a talented general and a mediocre one. In the face of a chaotic and ever-changing battlefield, the mediocre would only be at a loss and make one stupid move after another. A true general, on the other hand, could grasp the fleeting opportunity and make the most correct decision. This step seemed simple, but it required a great deal of courage, boldness, and a keen sense of the battlefield. Colin did not let down Knight Bliss and Marquis Garcia's evaluation of him. This is a man born for the battlefield. Woo, a long bugle call sounded, and Colin gave the order to attack. Squads of black cavalry changed directions once more, and the arrows in the sky suddenly became denser. Amidst the shouts of men and the neighs of horses, the situation on the battlefield changed once more. The troll demon wolf cavalry vainly chased after the enemy, only to find that the black cavalry had appeared on both sides of them at some point. The black cavalry in front of them parted like the tide. Just as the leader of the wolf cavalry was wondering where to go, the black tide in front of them dispersed, and a new wave of monstrous waves came. A group of heavy cavalry crashed into them. The leader of the wolf cavalry was scared out of his wits, and only then did he realize that he had chased too far. But now, it was impossible for him to stop the wolf cavalry even if he wanted to. It would take a lot of effort for the charging wolf riders to change direction, let alone stop and turn around. Under the influence of inertia, the 3,000 wolf cavalry crashed into the black cavalry's heavy cavalry. Boom! 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 In an instant, countless wolf cavalry were knocked to the ground, and then trampled to pieces. The werewolf cavalry was already at the end of their rope, and they were wearing light armor. Unprepared, they actually collided head-on with the heavily armored cavalry of the Black Guards. The scene was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. The Black Cavalry's light cavalry that were patrolling the area also took the opportunity to surround them like a pack of wolves. At this moment, life was as fragile as withered grass. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the world along with the blood that filled the sky. The Black Cavalry had used flexible tactics and powerful combat strength to teach the trolls a bloody lesson, letting them know who was the true ruler of this icy plain. The 3,000 wolf cavalry crumbled in an instant. The wolf cavalry that had fallen behind desperately tried to change directions, trying to charge back so that the infantry behind them could receive them. However, such a sudden change in direction without any preparation was an extremely difficult movement for a dire wolf that was sprinting at full speed. In the chaos, the wolf cavalry's formation was completely torn apart, and they were utterly defeated. Prince Okamoto, who had witnessed all of this, also experienced the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. In his anger and fear, he completely lost his sense of propriety and crazily ordered the infantry army to go and rescue the scattered wolf cavalry. And this order also completely destroyed the last shred of hope for the troll army. Veterans who had been on the battlefield knew that defeat was not a slow process, but something that happened in an instant. It was not necessary to kill the enemy one by one to obtain victory. In fact, as long as the enemy's organization was destroyed, defeat would naturally occur. This was what it meant to be defeated like a landslide. Experienced generals knew that once the front line was defeated, sending reinforcements seemed correct, but it was actually the stupidest decision. This was because the defeated front line would break the formation of the reinforcements, resulting in an avalanche of deaths. This was also why feigning defeat to lure the enemy was rarely seen in reality. Unless one had enough confidence in their commanding ability and the soldiers under their command, ordinary generals would not dare to use such a strategy. This was because if they were not careful, feigning defeat would become a true defeat. Thus, when Colin saw the troll infantry's movements, he almost laughed out loud. That Prince Okamoto seemed to be a smart person. How did he become so stupid on the battlefield? This was actually nothing strange. Xiaoque was also well-versed in military books. When it came to the art of war, even Lian Pe admitted defeat. Before Masu was defeated, he was also extremely intelligent and was highly regarded by Zhuge Liang. But the real battlefield was a cruel demon-revealing mirror. Whether one was a man or a ghost, whether one was talented or not, they would all know once they tried. At this time, Colin even wondered if his original plan had been too cautious. The current situation on the battlefield was not out of Colin's expectations. The wolf cavalry that had fled back had completely broken the formation of the infantry. Even if many troll generals saw the problem, it was too late to stop the chaos from happening. This was the perfect embodiment of a general being useless and exhausting an army to death. Seeing this situation, Colin, who was charging at the front, immediately raised the blade of judgment above his head and urged his warhorse to gallop. At the same time, he roared, "Kill, kill." The 800 heavy cavalry behind him also roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." Roars brimming with killing intent spread throughout the army, shaking the surroundings and shooting straight into the clouds. For a time, it even covered the rumbling of horse hooves. The ferocious heavy cavalry of the Black Cavalry were like fast-moving steel monsters. They swarmed forward and charged towards the formation of the giant demon army. The scattered wolf riders seemed to have become the vanguard of the Black Cavalry, helping them break the formation of the troll army. In their panic, the troll infantry at the front were unable to form a stable shield formation. The archers at the back fired a few arrows, but they were unable to deal much damage to the heavy cavalry. Before the enemy had even arrived, the troll army was already terrified. Many troll soldiers simply fled with the wolf riders. As panic spread, the trolls' vanguard completely lost their formation. Rumble, following a resounding boom, the heavy cavalry of the Black Cavalry had already charged into the formation of the troll army along with their horses. Countless troll soldiers were sent flying like puppets by the force of the impact, which weighed several tons. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and blood splattered everywhere, making the scene particularly horrifying. The Black Cavalry's heavy cavalry were like ferocious monsters of steel. They stabbed viciously into the flanks of the troll army and quickly advanced deeper into the forest. Rows of troll soldiers were trampled like scarecrows by the heavy cavalry. Blood splattered everywhere as the troll soldiers either had their bones broken or their stomachs punctured. Everywhere the Black Cavalry passed, only a bloody and terrifying mess was left behind. Such a scene made people feel as if they had arrived in hell. It was as if the scene from a year ago was repeated once again. Black Cavalry used a bloody storm to firmly engrave this nightmarish memory in the troll's mind. Colin had also personally proven that numbers were not the key to victory on the battlefield. 800 cavalrymen could indeed defeat an army of 100,000. At this point, the battle had already lost all suspense. The Black Cavalry's light cavalry immediately swarmed through the wide gap created by the heavy cavalry, chasing after the troll soldiers who were already focused on fleeing. The sound of hooves, battle cries, screams, and wails, everything within a dozen kilometers was covered in the sonata of war. At this point, there was no troll general who could stop the collapse of the troll army. Anything that stood in the way of the Black Cavalry's iron hooves would be drowned by this black flood. Prince Okamoto stared blankly at all of this, as if he had been completely struck dumb. He could not understand how this battle had suddenly turned out like this. An army of 100,000, an army of 100,000, how could they be so weak in front of the Black Cavalry, so easily defeated? At this moment, Prince Okamoto suddenly understood why his father had been so pathetic in front of Marquis Garcia. It seemed that he really could not be blamed. The Black Cavalry, could it be that he was destined to be a nightmare that the troll would never be able to escape? At this moment, all of Prince Okamoto's lofty aspirations, glory, and wealth seemed to have left him. Disheartened, he suddenly pulled out the long sword in his hand and was about to slash his own neck. "Your Highness! You can't die yet." The personal guard beside him snatched the sword from Prince Okamoto's hand and roared at the top of his lungs. "Your Highness! You have always said that death is the release of a coward, and that enduring humiliation and seeking revenge is the decision of a hero." Prince Okamoto was stunned. The screams by his ears seemed to have faded away, and the bloody scene before him became blurry. At this moment, he recalled the scene of him groveling in front of the Duke of St. Hilda and begging for peace in chilly winter. Suddenly, Prince Okamoto felt relieved. Yes, he had already knelt once. So what if he knelt again? Hence, Prince Okamoto threw away the long sword in his hand, adjusted his military uniform, and took the flag from the flag-bearer. Then, he held his head high and looked in the direction of the Black Cavalry. Unfortunately, the general's impassioned speech was unable to reverse the situation of the defeated troll army. At this moment, the troll army was unable to organize any effective resistance. The Black Cavalry had already spread to the heart of the troll army. In their despair, most of the troll soldiers only cared about fleeing, but how could they escape the cavalry's pursuit? More troll soldiers knelt and surrendered, but they seemed to have forgotten how the Black Cavalry had treated the troll soldiers who surrendered. However, to reduce unnecessary resistance, Colin still ordered for the troll captives to be taken in. Leaving his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and clean up the mess, Colin led a team of personal guards in the direction of the troll commander's flag. Without waiting for Colin to reach him, Prince Okamoto swiftly dismounted from his horse and walked briskly with the commander's flag in his hand. Then, he suddenly threw the commander's flag to the ground and laid his entire body on it. His 5 limbs were prostrated on the ground, forming a Mu character. He shouted loudly, "Great Viscount Angley, your most loyal servant greets you." Night fell. The Black Cavalry set up camp on the spot. Bonfires burned, dispersing the cold air and the smell of blood. Groups of troll captives were detained in batches and kept under strict watch. The seized supplies were also being cleaned up. In the temporary command post in the center of the camp, Colin took a roasted lamb leg from a guard and started munching on it. After finishing the meat, he gulped down a pot of sheep blood before letting out a comfortable burp. Prince Okamoto, who was starving, swallowed his saliva when he saw this. Unfortunately, Colin didn't prepare dinner for Prince Okamoto. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Okamoto, I've always treated you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to scheme against me." Hearing Colin's pretentious words, Prince Okamoto was moved to tears, as if he was deeply moved. At the same time, he shook his head frantically, as if he had been greatly wronged. "Lord Viscounts, it's my honor to be your friend. I cherish this friendship very much. But please believe me, I was forced to do this because I had no other choice. It was all Mr. Kwang's scheme from the St. Thean family. Even His Majesty was bewitched by him. I was only following orders. I had no choice." Colin lazily leaned against the back of the chair. While scoring the performance of the movie king in front of him in his heart, he asked with a smile, "What's wrong with you?" He then asked with a smile, "How much do you know about Mr. Kwang's plans?" "I know about his arrangements in the Troll Empire." As for the northern frontier, I know very little. Then tell me what you know. Yes, yes. Prince Okamoto nodded and began to narrate. Sure enough, it was just as Colin had guessed. The giant demon empire had gathered all sorts of forces, and they had a total of 80,000 soldiers that could fight. However, they weren't prepared to invest all of their resources into the whirlpool at the northern frontier. If they messed up, the entire troll empire would be in danger of falling apart. And to be honest, the current giant demon empire couldn't afford such a huge military expenditure. Therefore, Mr. Chung asked them to target Colin, or more accurately, the black cavalry in Colin's hands. This army could be said to be the nightmare of the troll empire. Every troll dreamed of having that black lion flag disappear from the world forever. Thus, the two sides came to an agreement. The giant demon empire sent out 30,000 regular soldiers and 70,000 new recruits to form a mighty expeditionary army of 100,000. They pretended that they were going south to invade the northern frontier. Then, Mr. Cinderella instigated Charles St. Silda to betray the great demon empire and had him report to Ice Stone City, convincing Colin to take advantage of the fact that the great demon empire was empty to ambush the great demon empire. But in reality, there were still 50,000 elite soldiers hidden in the great demon empire, waiting for Colin to charge in unprepared and bleed. At the same time, the army heading south to invade the northern frontier would turn back halfway and take control of the 3 forts along the snowy mountain range, completely cutting off the black cavalry's escape route. This way, they would be able to kill this terrifying cavalry that could influence the situation between the northern frontier and the troll empire within the great demon empire. After listening to Prince Okamoto's explanation, Colin's expression was indifferent, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. A moment later, he asked again, "How much do you know about Mr. Chang's plans on the northern frontier?" "I only know that Mr. Chung has already instigated the Dawson and Oman families to betray him. They will be the main force against the Golden Lion Army." "Only against the Golden Lion Army?" Prince Okamoto stared blankly for a moment before saying, "My lord, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the House of St. Hilda on the northern frontier can only rely on the Golden Lion Army. The other lords aren't that strong and won't have much of an impact on the overall situation. Moreover, these people are fence-sitters and might not be willing to risk their lives for the House of St. Hilda. Of course, if the black cavalry in your hands is still on the northern frontier, they will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. That's why Mr. Chung made this plan in the first place." Colin shook his head. "No, I'm talking about the San Lorenzo family. If the St. Thean family wants to take over the northern frontier, will the royal family just sit by and watch?" "The royal family?" Prince Okamoto frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said in an uncertain tone, "My lord Viscounts, from what I know of Mr. Chang's plan, he didn't make any arrangements against the San Lorenzo family. It's as if he's certain that the San Lorenzo family will just sit by and watch the chaos on the northern frontier." "Oh?" Colin frowned and asked doubtfully, "But you should know about the grudge between the San Lorenzo family and the St. Thean family, right?" "Yes, I know. Back then, the St. Thean family had an inquisitor who personally cut off the head of the San Lorenzo family's Dark Emperor. This led to the tragic fate of the St. Thean family. Since you know about this, then you should also understand that although it was the House of St. Hilda that destroyed the St. Thean family's army, the real mastermind behind the scenes is probably the San Lorenzo family. So, how could Mr. Chung not take precautions against the San Lorenzo family when he plans to take over the northern frontier?" "My lord Viscounts, I really don't know about this," Prince Okamoto said with a bitter face. "Mr. Chung is only using us. It's not to the point where he trusts us wholeheartedly." Colin rubbed between his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Prince Okamoto was afraid that Viscounts would think that he was hiding something. After thinking hard for a moment, he hurriedly added, "My lord Viscounts, I suddenly thought of something that might be of help to you." "Speak." "Mr. Chung is actually a powerful mage, and he has close ties with the upper echelons of the Yule Parliament. I'm guessing that the mages are involved in the chaos on the northern frontier. Perhaps this is his way of dealing with the San Lorenzo family." "Mage?" Colin's brows were still tightly knitted. He did not think that the Yule Parliament's mages had the ability to stop the San Lorenzo family from intervening in the battle on the northern frontier. Although the mage's forbidden spells were extremely powerful, the price they had to pay was equally frightening. Colin did not believe that the high-ranked mages would be willing to sacrifice their lives to help the St. Thean family take over the northern frontier. Moreover, forbidden spells were like nuclear weapons, but nuclear weapons were only a deterrent when they were ready to be fired. Once they were fired, the threat would not be as great, because what followed would be a situation where one side would fight to the death. Therefore, if the mages wanted to interfere in this situation on the northern frontier, they could only rely on conventional means. But if they used conventional means, how could the Yule Parliament influence the decision of the San Lorenzo family? Colin shook his head and decided not to think about this for now. After all, he had too little information and could not make an accurate judgment. Then, he looked at Prince Okamoto with an unfathomable smile and said calmly, "You're right. Okamoto, I'm going to be a guest at the Troll King's city, so I need you to help me send an invitation to your Troll King." Prince Okamoto stared blankly at Colin for a long time, wondering if he had heard wrongly. He had already told Colin that the Troll King's city was a trap, and that there were 50,000 elite troops hidden inside. Why did he still want to be a guest? But looking at Colin's serious expression, Prince Okamoto knew that he had not heard wrongly. Confused, he did not dare to ask any more questions, and could only nod. "Yes, I'm willing to serve you." The Troll Palace was located in the northwest corner of the capital. It was surrounded by lakes, and the palace was built on an island in the center of the Emerald Lake. The Emerald Lake was the most famous hot spring in the Troll capital. It was said that the Troll Emperor built the new capital here because of this rare hot spring. In the snowy sky ice plains, a hot spring like this was a miracle. The trolls naturally thought of it as a gift from the White Wolf war god and built the palace in the center of the Emerald Lake. Before the first light of dawn could spread to every corner of the capital, the Troll Emperor Moto II held an imperial meeting. This emperor was the most hard-working one in the history of the Troll Empire. Every time he held a meeting, it would be when the sun had just risen. This was undoubtedly torture for the troll ministers. However, facing Moto II, who was determined to revive the empire, the troll ministers had no choice but to endure it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard-working Moto II was, he could not stop the troll empire from falling under his rule. Sometimes, the fate of an empire could not be changed by the efforts of one or two people. The topic of this imperial meeting was very clear: black cavalry. The trolls had already weaved a net, but the prey had yet to arrive. As time went on, the troll ministers could not help but start to get impatient. Moto II was already over 50 years old, but his spirit was still very strong. His body was strong and straight, and he looked like a soldier sitting on the throne. In fact, this troll emperor had indeed joined the army before. He had even fought with Marquis Garcia before. Of course, it was not appropriate to say that he had fought with Marquis Garcia before. More accurately, he had been taught a lesson by Marquis Garcia. However, this was nothing to be ashamed of. The generals of the Troll Empire who had not been taught a lesson by Marquis Garcia did not even have the right to go to the front lines. Because he had been traumatized by the Black Cavalry, this Troll Emperor placed great importance on this assassination mission. As long as the Black Cavalry was still alive, Moto II would not be able to sleep in peace. Most of the troll nobles also believed that if they could really make the name of Black Cavalry disappear into history, then the Troll Empire's revival would be just around the corner. There was a huge military map in the meeting hall. The black arrow indicated that the Black Cavalry was occupying the Howling Wind Castle. However, this status had not been updated for more than 10 days. Why was the Black Cavalry still in the Howling Wind Castle? Why was he not attacking the troll capital? Did they see through this plan? All sorts of thoughts swirled in the minds of the troll nobles, and the atmosphere became somewhat stifling. Finally, it was Moto II who broke the awkward silence. Is there still no movement from the Black Guards? The military affairs minister's face stiffened as he carefully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The sentries at the front lines still did not see them. Moto II. The military minister was troubled by Moto II's question. He looked pleadingly at the two princes at the front. Among the 4 princes of the Troll Empire, Northern Prince Otto was injured in a duel with the Duke of St. Hilda and was recuperating in the extreme north. Southern Prince Okamoto led his troops to the south. Only Eastern Prince Abbas and Western Prince Malu were left in the meeting hall. Prince Abbas was a middle-aged troll with an elegant demeanor. He liked human culture, clothing, etiquette, and of course, human beauties. If one did not look at his ferocious face in the eyes of humans, Prince Abbas would be no different from an elegant and dignified human noble. Prince Abbas was a staunch peacemaker of the Troll Empire. To him, it was unwise to be enemies with the northern frontier. Only by peaceful coexistence and trade with the northern frontier could the Troll Empire have hope of revival. Last year, Prince Okamoto went to chilly Winterfell to ask for peace and arranged a marriage. Prince Abbas praised him greatly. He felt that this was the right way for the Troll Empire and the northern frontier to coexist. On the other hand, the western prince, Morway, was the exact opposite. He was a staunch war hawk. Prince Malyu was tall and muscular. His dark green skin was covered with thick hair, and he looked like a green-skinned gorilla. As for his attire, it was hard to describe. His entire body was covered in jewels of various colors. At first glance, he did indeed look like a jewel, but it was too much. This kind of attire revealed Prince Malvi's extremely tacky taste. Prince Morway had a pair of triangular eyes, and the ferocious look in his eyes made it seem like he didn't like anyone, especially Prince Abbas. In his opinion, a sissy like Prince Abbas was a disgrace to the trolls, not to mention his tendency to surrender. This made Prince Malvi want nothing more than to cut down this traitor of the trolls with his sword. Seeing the pleading gaze of the military affairs minister, Prince Malyu said, "Your Majesty, I don't think there's a need to worry. The Black Cavalry is probably waiting for the Southern Army to move further away. That's why he's staying at the Howling Wind Fortress. What we have to do now is wait patiently." As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Abbas shook his head with a cold smile, as if he had heard something stupid. Prince Malyu glared at him and said, "Abbas, what are you laughing at? Is there a problem with my words?" Prince Abbas took a step back and dodged the spit from Prince Morway's mouth. He said with a look of disgust. "Malyu, have you thought about it? We only know that the Black Cavalry isn't heading north of the Howling Wind Fortress. What about south of the Howling Wind Fortress? Do you know what's going on there?" Prince Malyu was speechless, but he soon shouted again, "What else can happen in the south?" Prince Abbas laughed disdainfully, looking at the time. Okamoto should be leading his army back according to the plan. What do you think will happen if the Black Cavalry continues to stay at the Howling Wind Fortress? Prince Malyu frowned. "You're saying that the Black Cavalry is waiting for Okamoto's army to return? How is that possible? How could they know that Okamoto would return?" Prince Abbas sneered, "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? I was strongly against this so-called plan to lure the enemy. If the enemy sees through it, we'll be in an extremely passive situation. Now that the Black Cavalry is occupying the Howling Wind Fortress and not continuing north, it's very likely that they already know that the Troll City is a trap. Hee, you want to lure the enemy, but you didn't expect the enemy to eat the bait and not step into your trap." "Nonsense." Prince Malyu's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. This was because most of the troll nobles had already begun to realize that the Black Cavalry's actions were too suspicious. Perhaps this plan to lure the enemy really did go wrong, as Prince Abbas said. "These are just your guesses. What evidence do you have to prove that the Black Cavalry saw through our plan?" Prince Malyu was still trying to put up a strong front. Prince Abbas laughed coldly, as if he couldn't be bothered to explain himself to this brute. "Abbas." Moto too also spoke, his voice exceptionally hoarse. However, before this troll emperor could continue, a guard quickly walked into the meeting hall and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Okamoto is outside the palace, requesting an audience." "Okamoto? Why is he back? What's wrong with the army going south? Could it be that the Black Guards have really seen through our plan?" For a moment, the meeting hall was in chaos. When Prince Okamoto walked into the meeting hall, everyone quieted down. All eyes were on Prince Okamoto as if they were waiting for the judgment of fate. King Moto too was still sitting with a straight back and a calm expression on his face. However, if one looked closely, they would see that his hands were trembling. It was obvious that the Troll Emperor was not as calm as he appeared to be. After patiently waiting for Prince Okamoto to bow, King Moto too finally asked the question in his mind, "Okamoto, why did you come back at this time? Where's your army?" Hearing this, Prince Okamoto knelt on the ground and said with a gloomy expression, "Your Majesty, I have failed to live up to your trust. The Black Guards have seen through our plan, and the 100,000 troops that went south have been completely annihilated. What? Moto 2 exclaimed. He could no longer maintain his composure as an emperor. He immediately jumped up from his throne and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? You idiot! What happened? Where's my army? How long has it been? How could they all be wiped out? Also, what do you mean by the Black Cavalry saw through our plan? How did they see through it? Did someone leak the information? Tell me, tell me." Prince Okamoto prostrated himself on the ground and recounted the events of the previous battle. Then, he immediately shifted the blame. "Your Majesty, it's all because Charles betrayed us. He already told Colin about our plan, and that's why the Black Cavalry knew that the Troll King city was a trap. Colin Angeli also knew that my army was only an empty shell, and that's why he waited outside the Howling Wind Castle and ambushed us." Bullsh *T. Prince Malvi stepped forward and kicked Prince Okamoto to the ground. He yelled, "What empty shell? You had 100,000 soldiers under your command. 30,000 of them were elites, and 3,000 of them were wolf riders. Tell me, how did the Black Cavalry wipe out 100,000 soldiers in such a short amount of time?" "All right." Prince Abbas suddenly spoke. "If you encounter the Black Cavalry in the open, even if you have the advantage in numbers, who dares to say that they can escape unscathed? Do you dare, Morway?" The veins on Prince Malvi's forehead were throbbing. It was as if Prince Abbas's question had brought back some unpleasant memories. His breathing became heavier, and his face turned red. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or shame. "Abbas, are you trying to absolve a defeated general?" "I don't mean to exonerate Okamoto. I just want to remind you that Okamoto is not the only one responsible for this fiasco. I reminded you back then that although Charles resented his father, he might not be willing to work for us sincerely. See, he's the one with the problem now." Cough, cough. At this moment, Moto 2's expression also became awkward because Prince Abbas' words made him feel awkward. After all, he agreed with Mr. Feng's plan to lure the enemy. However, not only did they fail to lure the Black Cavalry to attack the Troll King city, but they also lost an army. Now is not the time to find out who's responsible. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Black Cavalry in the Howling Wind Castle. Facing Moto 2's question, Prince Abbas immediately said loudly, "Your Majesty, I still stand by my previous opinion, negotiate for peace." "Negotiate for peace my ass." Prince Malvi cursed again. "Abbas, you scum of the troll race. All you think about is negotiating for peace with the northern frontier. But why don't you think about it? How can humans and trolls coexist peacefully? Why not? Goblins, dwarves, and half-elves can do it. Why can't we trolls do it? The races you mentioned are weak enough that humans can tolerate them." Hee, Malvi, did you forget that Okamoto just reached a peace agreement with the Duke of St. Hilda not long ago? Bullsh *T peace agreement. Prince Malvi's spit was almost on Prince Abbas's face. That's just because the Duke of St. Hilda needs time to solve his internal conflict. That's why he's willing to stop fighting with us. Once he's free, he won't let us go. That's just baseless speculation. Enough. Moto 2 interrupted the two princes' argument again. "Malvi, since you don't agree with the peace agreement, what do you think we should do?" "Your Majesty, we don't actually have to do anything. The Black Cavalry will leave on its own," Prince Malvi said confidently. "Since the plan is leaked, the Black Cavalry will definitely know that there are 50,000 elite soldiers in the King City. So, as long as Colin Angeli still has some sense, he won't send his precious cavalry to attack the King City. Therefore, he will definitely retreat. Don't forget that the northern frontier is in a mess right now. Colin Angeli won't stay in the Howling Wind Castle for long." Prince Abbas sneered and asked, "What if the Black Cavalry comes to the Empire before retreating to the northern frontier?" Prince Malvi was speechless. Obviously, he was asked the right question. Right now, the last elite army of the Giant Demon Empire was gathered in the Giant Demon Royal City. If the Black Cavalry were to sweep through the surroundings of the Royal City and wreak havoc, the Giant Demon Empire would be helpless and heartbroken. As the nobles of the Giant Demon Empire were deep in thought, Prince Okamoto suddenly spoke again. Your Majesty, Viscount Angley let me come back this time because he wanted me to send you a letter. A letter? King Moto was surprised. You mean Colin Angeli wants to see me? Yes. Prince Okamoto took out a letter and handed it to King Moto. After a quick glance, Moto too raised his head again. He looked at the troll nobles with curious expressions and said, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Colin Angeli wants to meet me outside the city. He wants to talk to me about peace. Prince Malvi immediately shouted, Your Majesty! This must be a trap. Don't fall for it. Your Majesty, maybe Viscount Angeli really wants to negotiate with us. Don't miss such a good opportunity, Prince Abbas said. Bullsh *T. Prince Malvi yelled again, Abbas, you evil bastard. You want His Majesty to meet the enemy outside the city? What if something happens to His Majesty? Don't worry about that. King Moto waved the letter in his hand and explained, Viscount Angley set the meeting location to be 5 kilometers away from the King City. He also promised that the Black Cavalry will stay 10 kilometers away. Also, each side can only bring 1 guard to the meeting location. Prince Malvi thought for a while after hearing the suggestion, but he did not say anything. Before King Moto was about to agree, Prince Okamoto spoke again, Your Majesty, I think this might be a great opportunity for us. What opportunity? King Moto's brow furrowed. He did not want to talk to this general who just lost 100,000 soldiers, but he was interested after hearing the word opportunity. Prince Okamoto raised his head, his eyes flashing with the flames of vengeance. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, we can use this opportunity to kill Colin Angeli. As Prince Okamoto's deep and firm voice echoed in the meeting hall, all the troll nobles were stunned for a second. King Moto too narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Prince Okamoto, who was kneeling on the ground, and slowly asked in a deep voice, How? A hint of unconcealable joy suddenly appeared on Prince Okamoto's face as he said in a hurry, Your Majesty, Viscount Angley saw through our plan and destroyed 100,000 soldiers. This achievement is enough for him to become a rising star after Marquis Garcia on the northern frontier. However, he should also know that the great demon King City cannot be conquered. This time, he invited you out of the city to meet him because he is young and ambitious. He wants to show off in front of you, Your Majesty. However, this Viscount Angeli forgot about his biggest weakness when he was so proud of himself. King Moto too had already walked to Prince Okamoto. He bowed slightly and asked in a hurry, What weakness? Prince Okamoto's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he said in a cold tone, He lacks high-rank warriors. High-rank warriors? Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Okamoto continued, I know everything about the Black Cavalry. This was an extremely frightening army, but what made it so frightening was that it had extremely high combat standards, extremely excellent weapons and equipment, and an extremely frightening will to fight. Of course, they also have a great commander. Marquis Garcia is a good commander, and Colin Angeli is also a great commander. However, the Black Cavalry has a weakness, they don't have many high-rank warriors. The troll nobles in the hall couldn't help but nod in agreement when they heard this. They were all familiar with the Black Cavalry. They also knew that high-rank warriors weren't that useful on a real battlefield. Unless they were at the level of a saint, a normal grade 5 or even grade 6 warrior wouldn't dare to face the charge of thousands of elite cavalry. Therefore, although the Black Cavalry didn't have many high-rank warriors, it still didn't stop them from becoming a nightmare for the troll nobles. Prince Okamoto continued, according to the previous information, there are no grade 6 warriors in the Black Cavalry, but there are 2 grade 5 knights. However, in the Battle of Shadow Canyon, one of the grade 5 knights died, and the other one, Marquis Garcia, was captured by the East. Therefore, there are no grade 5 warriors in the Black Cavalry army that Viscount Angley took over. Also, I've asked around. The Angeli family was only a baron's family, and their strongest knight was only grade 3. Only Viscount Angley himself showed that he had the power of a grade 4 warrior in Silver Moon City. Hearing this, Moto too understood what Prince Okamoto meant. You're saying that in this meeting, Colin's guards can't be grade 4 warriors? Moto too didn't doubt the accuracy of Prince Okamoto's information. The high-rank warriors above grade 5 were all famous people, and it wasn't hard to investigate them. It was impossible for a hidden expert to suddenly appear out of nowhere. that's right. Prince Okamoto's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Therefore, as long as you bring a warrior above grade 5, you can use this chance to kill Colin Angeli. No. Prince Abbas yelled. Why not? Seeing that his old enemy was against it, Prince Morvay stepped forward and questioned without thinking. Prince Abbas looked at Moto II with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Viscount Angli sent a letter and requested to meet you in front of the two armies. If you don't want to meet him, you can reject him. But if we agree to his request for a meeting, then suddenly kill him during the meeting, then the reputation of the giant devil empire will be completely destroyed. Moto II's expression turned serious. He didn't say anything for a long time, but his eyes were filled with hesitation. It seemed like he was struggling. Prince Morvay saw the hesitation on Moto II's face, so he yelled, The giant demon empire is already in a bad situation, and there's no point in talking about reputation. I think we should use this chance to kill that Colin Angeli. Prince Abbas immediately sneered, Malyu, do you use your brain when you speak? Do you think it's worth it to throw away the reputation of the empire just for Colin Angeli? Moto II remained silent. Your Majesty. Prince Okamoto couldn't help but yell, Please let me escort you to the meeting. I'll kill Colin Angeli with my own hands. As for you, you just have to say that I killed him because I couldn't accept the fact that I lost. It's my own decision, and it has nothing to do with the empire. You can even take away my throne after that as an apology to the northern frontier. You can also draw a line between us and keep the empire's reputation. I know that I'm unforgivable, so please give me a chance to redeem myself. I'm willing to become your blade and stab any enemy, even if I have to die. Moto II blinked his eyes. It seemed like he was touched by Prince Okamoto's words. However, he still didn't agree. Prince Morvay snorted after seeing this. Okamoto, you're just a rank 3 warrior. How can you kill Colin Angeli? How can you take on the responsibility of protecting the king? His words were not polite, but the way he looked at Prince Okamoto was much gentler. It seemed like he was also moved by the prince's actions. Then, Prince Malvi turned to Moto II, bowed solemnly, and said with a deep voice, Your Majesty, please allow me to escort you to this meeting. It was obvious that this prince was going to sacrifice himself to assassinate Colin Angeli. Moto II blinked his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Prince Morvay, is it worth it for Colin Angeli? Prince Morvay put his left hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, it's your decision. I'll only follow your orders. Moto II remained silent again. Prince Okamoto saw this and opened his mouth again, Your Majesty. I think it's worth it. Although it was impossible for the Black Guards to take down the monarch city, they could still kill and plunder wantonly within the empire's borders and deal a heavy blow to the empire. It was impossible for the army in Royal City to stop the cavalry army that came and went like the wind. Furthermore, with Colin Angelo's current military talent, if he was given another 3 to 5 years of development, he would probably become another Marquis of Garcia. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him, then the future of the empire will be bleak. Prince Okamoto's words made Moto II make up his mind. Marquis Garcia had been suppressing the empire for more than 20 years. If another Marquis Garcia appeared, with that in mind, King Moto II took a deep breath and turned to Prince Morvay. Prince Morvay, please come with me to meet this Colin Angeli. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Abbas still wanted to persuade him, but Moto II already turned around. Dismissed. Troll King City. The faint light of dawn shone from the east, gently tearing away the darkness on the ground. The hazy light shone on the snow on the ground, giving off a cold glow. Clop, 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 the crisp sound of hooves quickly broke this tranquil and beautiful scene. Countless black shadows suddenly appeared on the horizon and continued to approach the great Demon King city. However, when they were about 10 kilometers away from the palace, the Black Guard stopped. However, this almost tangible pressure still made the troll guards on the city feel suffocated. Ever since the capital was moved, this was the first time an enemy had come so close to the heart of the troll empire. Moreover, it was the Black Guard that instilled fear in countless trolls. Not long after the arrival of the Black Guards, the south gate of the great Devil King city slowly opened. King Moto II and Prince Malyu walked out. Behind them, a group of wolf cavalry guards were standing guard at the city gates. If anything happened, they would rush out of the city gates and bring their emperor back to the city. At the same time, two figures walked out from the black cavalry. The two sides slowly approached. After walking for a while, King Moto II recognized Colin, but the guards beside Colin made him frown slightly. Malyu, is the person beside Colin Charles St. Hilda? Prince Malyu narrowed his eyes and nodded, Your Majesty, it should be. Following which, the troll prince revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I heard that this brat was the one who leaked our plan. Hee, we can kill him together with us later. King Moto II shook his head and said softly, No, we can kill Colin, but it's best to capture Charles alive. We can use him to negotiate with the Duke St. Hilda. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Malyu nodded and reminded, Your Majesty, when the fight starts, you can run back immediately. Don't worry about me. King Moto II nodded and did not refute. This troll emperor was not known for his strength and was only at rank 3. In fact, this was a rather rare occurrence in the giant demon empire where the strong were respected. But there was a reason for this. Unlike the inheritance law of the Radiance Empire, the inheritance law of the giant demon empire did not use the eldest son inheritance system. The successive troll emperors were usually the strongest members of the troll royal family, the Vol'jin family. The most powerful person in this generation of the Vol'jin family was undoubtedly the paladin prince of the north, Otto Vol'jin. However, Prince Otto was famous for being a martial arts fanatic and had no interest in becoming the emperor. Moreover, when he rejected the throne, Prince Otto said something that would deeply affect the ownership of the throne of the giant demon empire. What the empire needs now is an emperor with political wisdom, not a warrior with brute strength. At that time, the troll empire had been suppressed by the blackguards to the point of suffocation. Moreover, the previous troll emperor had his head chopped off in a duel with Duke St. Hilda. Such a blow caused many troll nobles to reflect. Was martial strength a requirement to become the troll emperor? Under such circumstances, the words of the most powerful person in the troll empire, Prince Otto, had a decisive effect. Thus, the ownership of the throne of the giant demon empire did not take martial strength into consideration. It was also because of this that King Moto II, who had displayed great political talent, stood out and ascended the throne. After ascending the throne, this emperor had indeed been diligent and had pushed for many reforms, allowing the giant demon empire to regain its vitality. If not for the St. Hilda brothers putting on a show last year that caused the giant demon empire's elite army of 300,000 to be annihilated, the northern frontier would have to face a gradually growing giant demon empire. Soon, the two sides met at the center of the Black Cavalry and the giant demon empire city. Your Majesty King Moto II, Your Highness Prince Malyu, please allow me to bring the Duke of St. Hilda's warm greetings to you. Colin smiled and bowed slightly. The corner of Moto II's mouth twitched. Perhaps he was displeased with Colin's friendly greeting, but he still maintained his poise on such an occasion. After returning the greeting, he smiled and said, Viscount Angley, welcome to the royal city. Please also pass on my greetings to the Duke of St. Hilda. Then, he turned to Charles and greeted, Your Excellency Charles, I didn't expect you to have such deep feelings for the northern frontier and your father. King Moto II thought Charles was playing the spy, so he was obviously mocking Charles's betrayal. However, Charles did not respond to Moto II's mockery. Even his expression did not change at all, as if he did not hear anything. Colin smiled and continued, Your Majesty, let's get down to business. Okay. King Moto II did not waste too much time on Charles. He nodded and said, I wonder what Viscount Angley wants to talk to me about. Colin looked into King Moto II's eyes and said with a smile, First of all, to thank you for agreeing to this meeting, I have a big gift for you. What gift? King Moto II asked curiously. Colin turned around and waved his hand behind him. Then, more than 100 troll captives were pushed out and walked toward the royal city. Your Majesty, these troll captives are my big gift to you. They're all professionals in the army going south. I'm sure you don't want them to die under the blades of the Black Cavalry, right? King Moto II observed carefully. After confirming that the figures walking over were indeed trolls, he was relieved and asked, So, you don't want a ransom? Colin shrugged and said generously, Since it's a gift, why would I want a ransom? Then I thank you for your generosity. King Moto II finally showed a sincere smile. He then asked, what happened to the other troll captives? Killed them all, Colin said casually. Prince Malvi's eyes widened. He could barely hide his murderous intent. King Moto2's heart was bleeding, but he still kept calm on the surface. He continued to ask, okay, Viscount Angley, I'll accept your gift. Now, let's talk business. Colin nodded with a smile. Okay. Your Majesty, I came to see you this time to make peace. Make peace? Yes. Continuing to fight won't benefit either side. So, why don't we make peace? Colin paused and said, of course, there are conditions. Speak. King Moto2's tone turned cold. Colin did not seem to notice it at all. He continued casually, Your Majesty, as long as you agree to the following conditions, I'll immediately withdraw my army. First, you'll personally apologize for attempting to invade the northern frontier. Second, to compensate the Angeli family for their losses in this war, the Troll Empire must compensate 18 million gold coins, which can be paid over 5 years. Third, the Troll Empire must promise never to be enemies with the northern frontier again and disband their army. They can only keep 30,000 regular soldiers at most. Fourth, the Troll Empire will send 200,000 young and strong slaves to the northern frontier. Fifth. King Moto2's face turned pale when he heard Colin's first condition. However, when Colin listed out more ridiculous conditions, King Moto2 calmed down. A cold smile slowly appeared on his face. He looked at Colin as if he was looking at a clown. When Colin finally finished listing all the conditions, Moto2 smiled and said, I'm not going to give you a chance. Viscount Angley, we also have a condition for this negotiation. Oh? Your Majesty, please go ahead. Our condition is. King Moto2 looked at Prince Malvi, who was already furious, you must die. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Malvi charged towards Colin like an arrow released from a bow. Colin, I'll take your life. Prince Malvi yelled like a clap of thunder. His huge and slightly bloated body became exceptionally nimble at this moment. Like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, he shot towards Colin's direction like lightning. Facing Prince Malvi's sudden attack, Colin quickly retreated as if he had expected it. At the same time, 2,000 cavalrymen from the Black Cavalry immediately rushed out from both sides to cover Colin's return. The trolls were not slow either. A team of wolf riders rushed out from the city gate and prepared to support Moto2. The moment Prince Malyu attacked, Moto2 immediately ran towards the city gate. He was not worried about Prince Malyu. As a 5th-grade warrior, killing Colin and Charles should be a piece of cake. Even if it delayed him for a while and he was entangled by the Black Guard, with Prince Malyu's strength, if he wanted to run, he would be able to escape. At this time, Prince Malvi was already in front of Colin. He had a ferocious smile on his face. His hands were like iron as he reached for Colin's head. But what he did not expect was that Charles, who was next to Colin, suddenly stepped forward and blocked Colin's path. Prince Malvi was confused. If it was a normal guard, there would be no problem in risking his life to save Colin. But how could Charles be a normal guard? He was the eldest son of the House of St. Hilda, even if he had been stripped of his title of Marquis in the northern frontier, as long as his surname was St. Hilda, and as long as the blood of the Paladin family flowed in his body, no one would dare to underestimate him. In a sense, Charles's life was even more precious than Colin's life. That was why Moto2 warned Prince Malvi that he could kill Colin, but Charles must be captured alive. He was afraid that letting Charles die here would infuriate the Duke of the Northern Region, who was a holy knight. But now, Charles seemed to have turned into a loyal knight of the Angeli family, fearlessly facing Prince Malvi's murderous attack. Prince Morve was terrified. With his strength, killing Charles was like killing a chicken. But he didn't dare. Whether it was Moto2's warning or the threat of the Duke of Paladins, Prince Malvi did not dare to touch the blood of the direct descendants of the House of St. Hilda. Left with no choice, Prince Malyu could only change his strategy. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, Charles's arms were instantly dislocated. Prince Malvi threw Charles to the ground and continued forward. But as soon as he took a step, he felt pain in his ankle. He looked back and saw Charles biting his right foot like a mad dog. Are you crazy? Prince Malvi could not understand why Charles would risk his life for Colin. However, the madness in his eyes sent a chill down Prince Malvi's spine. Resisting the urge to kill Charles, Prince Malvi controlled his strength and kicked Charles in the chest. Crack, a series of bone fracture sounds rang out one after another. It was unknown how many intact ribs Charles had left. Only then did Prince Malvi break free from Charles's entanglement, but Colin had already run far away. Boom! Boom, boom! Under the powerful stomp, deep pits appeared on the hard frozen ground. Using the recoil force, Prince Malvi rushed toward Colin like a giant elephant. In fact, when Prince Malvi suddenly turned on Colin, other than the Black Cavalry and the guards in the capital, there was a third force that rushed toward the meeting place. They were the troll captives that Colin had just released as a gift. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but when Colin finished talking about the terms of peace, these troll captives just happened to walk between the Black Cavalry and the troll capital, which was about where Colin and Moto 2 were meeting. Moto 2 chose to attack because he saw these troll captives nearby. At that time, he even secretly mocked Colin for being too careless and allowing these captives to get so close. Did he think that the troll wouldn't dare to do anything to him? At this moment, these troll captives immediately split into two groups. One group rushed toward Colin, and the other rushed toward Moto 2. Seeing this, Moto 2 thought that these troll captives were here to help him, so he immediately ordered loudly, "Don't worry about me, go help Prince Malvi stop Colin." However, these troll captives did not seem to hear Moto 2's order at all. They continued to rush toward him. Moto 2 frowned, but seeing that half of the troll captives were already rushing toward Colin, he did not say anything. He thought that these troll captives were only rushing toward him because they wanted to protect their master. However, in the next second, Moto 2 realized that something was wrong. This group of troll captives aggressively rushed in front of him. There was not the slightest trace of fear or respect on their faces. Instead, there was a heart-palpitating indifference. "What are you doing?" Moto 2 did not know what to do when he saw the troll captives surrounding him. However, the troll captives ignored Moto 2. They only surrounded him and stopped him from running toward the city gate. Moto 2 panicked. Seeing that Black Cavalry was approaching, he yelled fiercely, "Are you all crazy? Why are you blocking my way?" Then, Moto 2 saw a familiar face among the captives. "Gondo. What is the meaning of this? I have no intention of holding you accountable for the defeat outside the Wind-Howling Castle. As long as you escort me back to the capital, I will not punish you at all." However, it was like Moto 2 was talking to a wall. These troll captives completely ignored him. On the other side, when Prince Malvi also saw the troll captives, he yelled excitedly, "Quick, quick, help me stop Colin." However, those troll captives had no intention of stopping Colin at all. Instead, they rushed toward Prince Malvi. "Are you all crazy?" Prince Malvi was also stunned. He did not understand why these trolls were helping the humans. These troll captives were all professionals picked from the army going south. Although their grades were not high, there were still a lot of them. Prince Malvi panicked. Seeing that Moto 2 and Prince Malvi were surrounded, Colin smiled and stopped running. Not long after, the Black Cavalry also caught up. Colin began to speed up. Knight Roger was already right in front of him. He let go of an empty horse, and Colin took the opportunity to jump on it. Nay, the Black Cavalry did not stop at all. They went around Prince Malvi, who was being held back by the troll captives, and charged toward Moto 2. The wolf riders also arrived at the same time. However, there were only 200 of them. They were like fragile pieces of paper in front of the 2,000 Black Cavalry. Moto 2 was already in deep despair. He could not understand why his people would betray him. Moto 2, die. Colin rushed over as fast as lightning, returning the arrogance of Prince Malvi 10 minutes ago. The knight's sword was raised high above his head. It shone with a chilling light under the morning sun. Moto 2's heart almost stopped at this moment. In his fear, he roared unwillingly, "What the hell? Colin, Colin. I agree to your conditions. I agree to all of your conditions." Ha ha ha. It's too late. Colin didn't want to waste any more time with him. He just rode past. The blade of judgment in his hand shone with a golden light, and blood splattered everywhere. And a giant head. On the city wall of the Troll Kingdom. When Prince Abbas saw Moto II being surrounded by a group of troll captives, he knew something was wrong. Although the wolf riders had already rushed out as soon as Prince Malu attacked, if Moto II was trapped in place, even if the wolf riders arrived, he would not be able to get away from the black guards. Prince Abbas turned around and ordered the general of the city defense force, "We need to send out the troops immediately and bring His Majesty back to the city." However, Prince Okamoto immediately objected, "No. We don't have any knights left. Even if we rush out of the city, we won't be able to save His Majesty in time. Instead, we'll lose the last elite troop of the Empire and the city will be lost. Are you just going to watch His Majesty get killed by black cavalry? Black cavalry might not dare to kill His Majesty." Prince Okamoto did not back down. "However, if the city is lost, not only His Majesty, but also you, me, the troll nobles, and the citizens of the city will all be killed by black cavalry." Prince Abbas was speechless. Moreover, he also noticed that Prince Okamoto's words had caused the expressions of the surrounding troll nobles to change. It was obvious that they did not want black cavalry to enter the city. While they were hesitating, black cavalry had already arrived in front of Moto II. Although the wolf riders had arrived, they were too few in number and were quickly separated by black cavalry. Then, the troll nobles on the city wall saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Colin Angeli cut off Moto II's head with one strike. All the troll nobles who witnessed this were stunned. It felt like all the sounds in the world had disappeared at this moment. It also felt like they were in a terrifying nightmare that they could not wake up from. Prince Okamoto clenched his fists. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. When he saw the troll captives betraying him, he finally understood why Colin insisted on meeting Moto II outside the city. This was a meticulously designed trap. The funny thing was that Prince Okamoto wanted to make up for his mistake and proposed the plan to assassinate Colin, trying to regain his position in Moto II's heart. However, he would never have thought that Colin was also planning to assassinate him. Moreover, his methods were so strange that he couldn't understand it at all. What did Colin promise those troll captives that they dared to conspire to kill the Emperor of the Troll Empire? At this moment, the name Colin Angeli had replaced Marquis Garcia and was deeply engraved in Prince Okamoto's heart. It had become a nightmare that Prince Okamoto would never have the courage to fight against again. Prince Abbas saw Colin holding Moto II's head in one hand and waving it in the direction of the Troll Empire. Fear and panic rose in his heart. He suddenly turned around and glared at Prince Okamoto. He yelled, "Okamoto! Didn't you say that the black cavalry wouldn't dare to kill His Majesty? Open your eyes and take a good look. His Majesty died because of you." Prince Okamoto clenched his fists and did not say anything. Looking at Prince Abbas's furious gaze, which was about to pierce through him, Prince Okamoto calmed down. He suddenly realized that Moto II's death might be a good opportunity for him. "Uncle Abbas, you're right. Therefore, to atone for my mistake, I'm willing to go to the Black Cavalry and ask Colin Angeli for His Majesty's body." Hearing Prince Okamoto's words, Prince Abbas was stunned. A troll noble tried to persuade him in a low voice, "Prince Okamoto, if you go to the Black Cavalry now, aren't you afraid that Colin will?" "Then I deserve it," Prince Okamoto said righteously. Prince Abbas took a deep look at Prince Okamoto before looking at the black guards who were flaunting their prowess outside the city. He slowly nodded. "All right, then you'll be the messenger. Remember, not only do you need to redeem His Majesty and Prince Morvay's bodies, but you also need to ask the Black Cavalry about the conditions for retreating." "Yes, Uncle Abbas. I won't disappoint you again." Prince Okamoto bowed to Prince Abbas, then went down the tower and walked out of the city alone. For a moment, the lonely figure of Prince Okamoto slowly walking toward the boiling black guard formation had the feeling of the wind blowing and the water turning cold. At this moment, Colin was immersed in a fanatical mood. The cheers of the black cavalry around him made him feel like he was in the clouds. The bloody head in his hand was like a medal that symbolized supreme glory, and he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Of course, he hadn't completely lost his mind. Thus, when some of the hot-headed black cavalry generals wanted to ask for orders to charge into the troll capital, Colin decisively refused. The troll capital still had 50,000 elites defending it. Moreover, the narrow terrain of the city wasn't conducive for cavalry. Charging in rashly would only lead to disaster. This time, they had already wiped out the troll army of 100,000 and killed the troll emperor. Such a feat was already extremely impressive. It was better to stop while they were ahead, lest they end up making a fool of themselves. Just as Colin was about to give the order to retreat, he saw a lone figure walk out of the troll capital. Lord Viscounts, it seems to be Prince Okamoto. Let him come. Yes. Soon, Prince Okamoto arrived in front of Colin. Colin knew that this southern prince of the Troll Empire wasn't very strong, so he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat. Prince Okamoto came in front of Colin and bowed respectfully. Dong. Colin casually tossed King Moto's head over, and it rolled to Prince Okamoto's feet. Coincidentally, the eyes that died with grievances were staring straight at Prince Okamoto. At the same time, Colin's mocking voice sounded. Okamoto, how about I let you be the emperor of the Troll Empire? Prince Okamoto suddenly raised his head. The fire of ambition in his eyes was not hidden at all. However, when he opened his mouth, he said something else. Lord Viscounts, you think too highly of me. I have no right to inherit the throne of the Troll Empire. Why? Colin frowned. Isn't your surname Vulcan? Prince Okamoto smiled bitterly. Lord Viscounts, don't forget that I just killed 100,000 troll soldiers. Also, to tell you the truth, I was the one who suggested King Moto II to come out of the city to meet you and assassinate you, but now, things have turned out like this, I have an undeniable responsibility for King Moto II's death. So, no matter what, the troll nobles in the capital will never agree to let me be the next emperor of the empire. Colin raised an eyebrow as if he was thinking about something. Prince Okamoto spoke again, Lord Viscounts, although I can't inherit the throne, I have a more suitable successor. Perhaps he can satisfy you more. Oh? Who? Prince Abbas. Prince Abbas? Colin frowned in confusion. Clearly, he was not familiar with this troll prince. Yes. Prince Okamoto saw Colin's confusion and immediately explained, he is Prince Dongfeng of the Troll Empire and a member of the Wakan family. He has the right to inherit the throne. Moreover, I've already been eliminated among the 4 princes of the empire. Prince Otto of the North is focused on pursuing the path of a warrior and has long since said that he has no interest in the throne. Therefore, in terms of ability and experience, Prince Abbas is the most promising candidate to become the next troll emperor. Colin rubbed his chin, his expression unreadable. He keenly noticed that Okamoto had only mentioned 3 princes and left out Prince Moro. This Prince Moro had followed Moto II out of the city and tried to assassinate Colin. Fortunately, Colin had Charles as a shield and a group of troll captives who had been turned into blood thralls. That was how he managed to avoid the assassination. However, that Prince Moro was indeed valiant. He had killed almost 100 troll captives. After all, these captives were professionals that Colin had picked out from an army of 100,000. Even so, if the Black Cavalry had not arrived in time, Prince Moro might not have been able to kill them all. Unfortunately, this valiant prince had been shot into a hedgehog. Colin had heard that he was still breathing. The vitality of a grade 5 warrior was truly tenacious. However, it was clear that Okamoto hoped that Colin could help him eliminate this candidate. Colin did not make a clear statement about this. Instead, he asked, then why do you say that Prince Abbas would be a more satisfactory successor to the throne? Because he is a firm peacemaker. He advocates for friendly relations with the northern frontier and mutual benefits, not military confrontation like now. Seeing that Colin did not seem to believe him, Prince Okamoto added, Lord Viscounts, this Prince Abbas has a total of 3 lovers. All of them are humans and have a bunch of half-troll illegitimate children. However, he and his troll queen consort have no children, and their relationship is extremely cold. Colin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Prince Abbas was actually a human fetish. If that was the case, he would indeed improve the relationship between the Troll Empire and the northern frontier. Then how can I ensure that Prince Abbas successfully ascends to the throne? Prince Okamoto's eyes flickered as he said sinisterly, Lord Viscount, right now, Prince Abbas is already the most likely candidate to ascend the throne in the royal city. Is that so? Colin understood what Prince Okamoto was implying. The so-called most likely candidate to ascend the throne within the royal city meant that there were other candidates outside the royal city who were more suitable than Prince Abbas. Clearly, the most suitable candidate for the throne was Prince Malvi, whom Prince Okamoto had purposely ignored. It seemed that among the troll leaders, the forces that were hostile to the northern frontier were still stronger than the forces that were close to the northern frontier. Okay, I'll make sure that there are no other candidates more suitable for the throne in the royal city. Thank you, Lord Viscounts. Prince Okamoto bowed again and said, Lord Viscounts, I came to see you this time with the mission of making peace. Making peace? Sure, I've been wanting to make peace for a long time, but Moto too didn't agree to the terms. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. What terms do you have? Colin then told King Moto too about the terms of peace that he had discussed with him earlier. Prince Okamoto's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, no wonder Moto too wanted to kill you. These terms are not sincere at all. Lord Viscounts, if I go back with this agreement, I'm afraid that I'll be torn apart by the angry troll nobles. Colin smiled. He knew that his terms were indeed too harsh. However, those terms were meant to provoke Moto too so that he would make the first move. It was a plan to blame the troll for ruining the peace talks. Colin also knew that Moto too wouldn't agree to these terms. Okay, then tell me what terms you're willing to accept. Then, the two bargained intensely and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. There were 4 main terms in the modified agreement. First, the Troll Empire promised to maintain the current 50,000 regular army and not expand the army. Second, they would compensate the Angeli family 5 million gold coins for their war losses. Third, they would send 100,000 young and strong troll slaves to the Angeli family over a period of 5 years. Fourth, all caravans with customs documents issued by Ice Stone City would enjoy the preferential tariff reduction policy in the Troll Empire. Of course, in exchange, Colin would return Moto too's body and lead the Black Cavalry out of the Troll Empire. Such an agreement was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for the giant demon empire. However, they had no other choice right now. Although the Black Cavalry couldn't take down the Troll Empire, if such a cavalry army rampaged through the Troll Empire, it would bring unbearable losses to the Troll Empire. However, when Prince Okamoto brought such a peace agreement back to the Troll Royal City, it still aroused the anger of the troll nobles. In the meeting hall, the troll nobles were arguing. They were all cursing Colin's greed and criticizing Okamoto's weakness. Facing the criticism, Prince Okamoto said expressionlessly, "Everyone, if you know how ridiculous the terms Colin proposed to His Majesty Moto II were, then you'll understand that I've really tried my best to negotiate this agreement." As he spoke, he recounted the original peace agreement. Now, the voices of criticism were much quieter. Then, Prince Okamoto bowed to Prince Abbas and said, "Uncle Abbas, you're now the most respected person in the Troll Empire. What do you think of this agreement?" Prince Abbas was very satisfied with Okamoto's respectful attitude, but he still shook his head slightly. "Okamoto, I know you've done your best, but these conditions are simply a humiliation to the Troll Empire, especially the first condition that restricts the expansion of the army. If you agree to it, won't the Empire forever lose the hope of rising?" "Uncle, I really can't get Viscount Angley to make any more concessions. However, if you talk to him, perhaps there's still hope." "Oh? Why?" "Because Viscount Angley thinks that you're the most likely candidate to inherit the throne. If you talk to him personally, perhaps he'll give you some face." Hearing this, Prince Abbas felt a little smug. Being able to gain the recognition of the enemy was a kind of glory. However, he did not dare to meet Colin in person. What if he was killed by Colin as well? Prince Abbas felt that he was only a step away from becoming the great demon emperor. He did not want to take the risk at such a crucial moment. "Ahem, how about this? I'll send an envoy to meet Viscount Angley on my behalf and get a decent agreement for the Troll Empire." Hearing this, the troll nobles immediately praised him. Prince Abbas accepted the praise with a flushed face, as if he had already ascended to the throne. Troll Royal Palace. In the dead of the night, there was a faint fragrance in the air. It was the fragrance of the bluebell flower. This flower was one of the few flowers that could grow in the extreme climate of the sky ice plains. When it bloomed, it was like a vast blue ocean. Therefore, it became the national flower of the Troll Kingdom. Prince Okamoto stood in front of the window and looked at the faint light outside. No one knew what he was thinking. The fragrance of the bluebell flower kept wafting into his nose, calming his restless mind. "Your Highness, are you not going to sleep yet?" Princess Nala appeared behind him and asked softly. "Go to sleep first." Prince Okamoto turned around and smiled. "Okay." Nala nodded obediently and left quietly. This troll princess who was born in the side branch of the House of St. Hilda was very cautious in this foreign country. Luckily, Prince Okamoto treated her well. The only thing that made Nala not know whether to be happy or worried was that Prince Okamoto had never touched her. To be honest, Nala obviously couldn't accept the appearance of a troll, but if she couldn't give birth to a child for Prince Okamoto, she felt like she had no one to rely on in this cold royal palace. When she heard that the Black Cavalry had fought their way to the royal palace and even killed Moto too, it was impossible for Nala not to be excited. But at the same time, she also felt a deep sense of fear. The troll wouldn't vent his anger on her, right? She didn't dare to say these words to Prince Okamoto. Because she knew that although this young southern prince respected her on the surface, this respect was more of a distance. Prince Okamoto obviously didn't know about the princess' worries. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Right now, he had his own worries. Prince Okamoto stared at the darkness in front of him. His deep eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the darkness and find the figure he had been waiting for. "Your Highness Okamoto, good evening." Finally, an old voice sounded behind Prince Okamoto. At that moment, Prince Okamoto's eyes lit up. "Good evening, Lord Sequin." A troll dressed in a black witch doctor's robe stood silently behind Prince Okamoto. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of dark green mist, obscuring his face. However, one could tell from his aged voice that he was very old. Prince Okamoto's attitude instantly became extremely respectful when he saw Voodoo Dr. Squin. This was because this was the leader of the Giant Devil Empire's War God Church, the White Wolf Shaman King. The status of witch doctors in the Giant Demon Empire was similar to the status of priests in the Radiant Empire. They didn't have much fighting power, but they firmly controlled the faith of the thousands of people in the Giant Demon Empire. They also had the inheritance of the Giant Demon Warrior profession. This White Wolf Shaman King lived in seclusion and never participated in the politics of the Giant Demon Empire. He didn't even show his face when the enemy invaded. However, if he really did show himself, it would definitely have a huge impact on the political situation of the Giant Demon Empire. Moreover, the coronation ceremony of the Giant Demon Emperor was to be presided over by the White Wolf Shaman King, Sequin. "I heard that Moto too has died at the hands of the Black Cavalry?" Sequin's voice was very low, but it was clearly transmitted into Prince Okamoto's ears. It even had an intimidating effect. "Yes, His Majesty was unfortunately killed by Colin Angeli," Prince Okamoto answered honestly. "Yes." Sequin nodded. His tone didn't fluctuate much, as if he didn't care at all. "Then, who do you think is more suitable to inherit the throne?" Faced with such a straightforward question from the White Wolf Shaman King, Prince Okamoto was slightly uncomfortable. However, he quickly adjusted his attitude and said respectfully, "I think Prince Abbas is more suitable to become the next emperor of the empire." Sequin didn't say anything. His cold gaze lingered on Prince Okamoto's face, as if he was examining something. The long silence made Prince Okamoto's hair stand on end. He even felt that the White Wolf Shaman King's gaze was tangible, like a venomous snake shuttling back and forth on his body. Finally, Sequin retracted his gaze and said calmly, "You should know Prince Abbas's political orientation, right? Do you really think that a weak prince who admires human culture should inherit the throne of the empire?" Prince Okamoto's expression didn't change. He replied, "Sir, I think that in the current situation, perhaps reaching a temporary truce with the northern frontier is the best choice. Moreover, the northern frontier is now in internal strife. It's still unknown whether the House of St. Hilda can maintain its position as the ruler of the northern frontier. At this time, we should temporarily avoid the brunt of the conflict and recuperate." Sequin was silent for a while before asking, "Prince Abbas is now in charge of the peace negotiations with the Black Cavalry?" "Yes, and Prince Abbas has already made some progress. The Black Cavalry has made some concessions again." "Is that so?" "It seems that Colin Angeli is giving Prince Abbas face." Sequin's tone was emotionless. Of course, the Black Cavalry is probably in a hurry to go back and deal with the chaos in the northern frontier. He doesn't want to waste time here. Prince Abbas's political stance will also help to quickly reach a truce agreement. After all, this Count Angli also wants to see Prince Abbas ascend the throne. Humph. Since when does the giant demon empire need to consider the opinions of the people of the northern frontier? Sequin said coldly. Then, without waiting for Prince Okamoto to speak, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Prince Okamoto, you don't have any children yet, right? Not yet. That's good. The son of Moto too is still young and can't lack education. Why don't you adopt him and teach him well? Prince Okamoto seemed to have realized something, and his heart skipped a few beats. He hurriedly replied, all right, I'll work hard to be a qualified father. Sequin nodded in satisfaction, then said casually, I hope you can not only be a good father, but also a good emperor. What? Prince Okamoto raised his head in surprise. Yes, I'll recommend you to inherit the throne. The smoke around Sequin quietly dispersed, revealing a wrinkled face. His deep eyes were full of encouragement for Prince Okamoto. But, I've just sent 100,000 soldiers to their deaths, and caused His Majesty Moto II to die outside the capital. Strictly speaking, the responsibility for these failures should not be borne by you alone. Moreover, I can accept a stumbling emperor, but I can't tolerate an emperor who grovels. Sequin's eyes instantly became sharp. If Prince Abbas really inherits the throne, then it won't be long before the Troll Empire becomes a vassal of the Empire of Light. Even the noble bloodline of the Vol'jin family will be tainted by human blood. Prince Okamoto lowered his head, as if he could not bear Sequin's gaze. He said solemnly, Sir, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'll never touch that human queen. Sequin nodded in satisfaction, and comforted him again. You don't have to worry that your previous failures will hinder you. I'll help you persuade the troll nobles one by one. You just have to remember that the Troll Empire can tolerate temporary failures, but you can't break your spine just like that. Prince Okamoto shuddered, and involuntarily straightened his back. He looked straight into the White Wolf Shaman King's sharp eyes and said loudly, Yes, I'll always remember your teachings. Outside the Troll Kingdom, in the Black Cavalry's camp. In the tent, Colin was circling around Prince Malvi's massive body, pinching and patting him from time to time, as if he was feeling the other party's explosive muscles. After all, this was the first rank 5 blood thrall that Colin had turned. He was like a child who had gotten a new toy and couldn't help but explore it. Furthermore, this Prince Malvi had left an extremely deep impression on Colin in the previous battle. More than half of the blood thralls that had been turned from nearly 100 troll prisoners had been killed by this rank 5 warrior. One had to know that Colin only knew one way to kill a blood thrall, and that was to chop off the head. The rest of the injuries wouldn't be fatal. This also meant that blood thralls, who were fearless and had no fatal weaknesses, would always have an absolute advantage when facing opponents of the same rank. Furthermore, one could see the strength of this Prince Malvi's battle prowess. However, even though he had lost a large number of troll blood thralls, Colin was still very satisfied to be able to obtain a high-ranked fighter like Prince Malvi. Colin estimated that even if he transformed, he might not be a match for this Prince Malvi. However, with the help of the bat wings, Colin had an absolute advantage in mobility. If he wanted to run, even Prince Malvi wouldn't be able to stop him. At this point, the number of members of the Blood Shadow Guard had increased to 108. Yes, it just so happened to be 108 generals. His gains from the Troll Kingdom this time included 1 rank 5, 1 rank 4, 5 rank 3, and 14 rank 1 and 2 professionals. Colin put ghost masks on these troll blood thralls and even covered their skin with thick full-body armor to prevent others from recognizing their identity and race. Just as Colin was rubbing his chin and admiring the new members of the Blood Shadow Guard, an attendant's voice came from outside the tent. Lord Viscounts, the troll emissary requests an audience. Let him come in. Yes. Soon, a troll emissary walked into the tent. As he bowed towards Colin, he secretly observed the group of blood thralls standing in the tent from the corner of his eyes. Because they were covered in full body armor, the troll emissary naturally couldn't recognize the identities of these blood thralls. He could only sigh. Viscount Angli's personal guards were truly impressive. huh? Why does the figure at the front look so familiar? Just as the troll messenger was in a daze, Colin asked calmly, "Did Prince Abbas send you here again? Does he still have a problem with the peace agreement?" The troll messenger hurriedly retracted his probing gaze and replied, "Lord Viscounts, Prince Abbas did not send me." "Who is that?" "I am here on the orders of the new emperor of the giant devil empire, His Majesty Gang Ben." "Wait." Colin quickly interrupted the emissary and asked in disbelief, "Who did you say the new emperor is?" "It's His Majesty Okamoto." Colin blinked, confirming that he had not misheard. The new emperor of the giant demon empire was not Abbas, but Okamoto. Suddenly, he began to laugh. Because Colin finally realized that he had been tricked by Okamoto, however, he did not mind too much. After all, he had been prepared to let Okamoto inherit the throne, but Okamoto himself had refused. It turned out that this guy already had an idea and had even used Colin. Not only did he get Colin to help him get rid of Prince Malvi, he also used the peace agreement to attack Prince Abbas's prestige. Although he said that he did not want to inherit the throne, he had been secretly scheming, retreating in order to advance, and had the last laugh. "Hee hee." Colin laughed coldly. This Okamoto could not withstand a single blow on the battlefield, but he was like a fish in water in political struggles. "Interesting. Why did your emperor send you to see me?" "Lord Viscounts, His Majesty wishes to meet you again. Just like last time, 5 kilometers away from the capital, but you cannot bring any guards." "Hee hee, sure. As long as your emperor is not worried that I will twist his head off, then let's meet." Colin casually agreed. He did not care about Okamoto's strength, and even if an accident happened, no one would be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. He wanted to see what this new giant demon emperor wanted to say to him alone. "Yes, Lord Viscounts. The time will be tomorrow at noon. What do you think?" "Sure." The next day, noon. The warm sun shone on this silver world, and the walls of the royal city, which were made of huge blocks of ice, reflected a beautiful light. With a dull rumble, the southern gate slowly opened. Okamoto walked out alone. On the Black Cavalry's side, Colin walked towards the capital alone. Not long after, the two met midway. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've changed your mind. You really gave me a surprise, Your Majesty Okamoto." "Lord Viscounts, this matter is indeed my fault. But I also have some difficulties that are difficult to speak of. I hope you can understand." Looking at the humble Okamoto, Colin's vigilance did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. From the first time they met, Colin knew that Okamoto was an extremely tolerant person. Back then, when Okamoto went to chilly Winter Castle to seek peace, Colin had secretly compared him to a scoundrel from another world. Now, he felt that his judgment was very accurate. "Your Majesty is too polite. I express my sincere congratulations on your ascension to the throne. I also hope that in the future, both sides will be more friendly and less hostile." "Thank you, Lord Viscounts, for your congratulations." Okamoto chuckled and nodded. "I have always believed that the giant demon empire and the northern frontier should get along amicably and not continue to be at odds. Therefore, I am prepared to accept the peace agreement that you proposed previously. I hope this goodwill can make up for some of the previous misunderstandings." "Very good. I believe this agreement is a new beginning." Colin was also very satisfied with Okamoto's straightforwardness. He then took out the prepared sheepskin scroll, signed it, and handed it to Okamoto. Okamoto also signed it immediately. The peace agreement was officially reached. Colin took the agreement and chuckled. "I will withdraw my troops tomorrow. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be on the battlefield." "I hope so too," Okamoto said seriously. He was really scared after being beaten by Colin. Even the terrifying scene of the Black Guards charging had become a nightmare that he could not get rid of. There were a few times when he dreamed about it in the middle of the night, and he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Colin smiled and shook hands with Okamoto. "Actually, when I first met Your Majesty, I felt that we would become friends." "Really?" Okamoto was pleasantly surprised. "It is my honor to be your friend, Viscount Angley." Colin laughed. "May our friendship last forever." "May our friendship last forever." After shaking hands, the two of them hugged each other as if they were old friends who were reluctant to part ways. But after turning around, they revealed cold gazes almost at the same time. Obviously, this friendship only lasted for a few seconds. At the end of April, Colin led his army back to Ice Stone City. At this time, spring had already arrived in the northern frontier. Greenery could be seen everywhere on the roadside. The lush green grass swayed in the wind and stretched its proud body in the spring breeze. The layers of greenery completely covered the land. What made Colin even more happy was the wheat fields that had basically been completely cultivated. Although the other parts of the northern frontier were in a mess and people's brains were about to explode, the Angeli family's territory was very peaceful. The existence of the 30,000 Silvermoon Guard, sufficient food reserves, and geographical location far away from the center of the storm made it difficult for the flames of war to spread to this territory. Occasionally, there would be some sporadic slave rebellions and rebels from outside, but they were quickly suppressed. This year's spring harvest was not affected too much. The messenger had already sent the news of the victory back to Ice Stone City in advance. Therefore, when Colin arrived, a large number of people had already gathered outside the city to welcome him. The military band played a triumphant melody at the right time. Colin rode his horse out of the crowd, and saw a figure riding a horse towards him from the crowd that had come to greet him. It was Vera. The young girl was wearing a white military uniform today, and there was a golden lion emblem of the House of St. Hilda on her chest. Her golden hair was tied into a ponytail and it swayed freely behind her head with the jolting of the horse. "Colin, welcome home." Vera slowed down as she approached Colin. She was panting slightly as she revealed a beautiful smile to him. Colin rode his horse to Vera's side and reached out his hand to hug the young girl's slender waist. He then carried her in front of him and rode on the same horse with her. Vera did not stop Colin's actions, but her face was red and she was a little shy. "The last time we rode on the same horse was a year ago," Colin whispered into Vera's ear as he sniffed the fragrance of the young girl's body. Vera could feel the warm and moist breath on her ear and she could not help but curl up in Colin's arms as she reminisced about the past. "That's right, time really flies. The son of a nameless baron has now become a great hero who destroyed an army of 100,000 trolls and killed the troll emperor himself." Colin laughed, then shook his head and said, "So what if he's a great hero? The Duke of St. Hilda is still unwilling to marry you to me." Vera's expression darkened as soon as she heard Jiang Yuning's words. Until now, Colin's emissary to chilly Winter City hadn't been received by the Duke. Colin couldn't understand. Was the Duke still confident that the Golden Lion Legion alone could quell the Northern Frontier's rebellion without Colin's help? Was he not worried that Colin would side with the rebels? With Colin's current military strength, he had already become a force to be reckoned with on the Northern Frontier. However, the Duke of St. Hilda seemed to turn a blind eye to this, and nobody knew what he was thinking. However, Colin wasn't in a hurry. The St. Thean family's main target was definitely not the Angeli family. Therefore, after dealing with the trolls, Colin didn't believe that they would come looking for trouble with him again. Of course, this was the best time to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Hold on tight to the chips in your hands. This was the House of Media's motto, which was very suitable for Colin's current state. He wasn't in a hurry to place his bets. The longer he delayed, the more valuable the chips in his hands would be. While he was thinking, Colin had already entered Ice Stone City under the escort of the crowd. Both sides of the street were filled with people who had come to welcome them. They loudly cheered Colin's name, creating waves of cheers. Colin smiled and waved his hand in greeting. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This trip to the Troll Empire had won Colin an extremely high reputation. It could even be said that as his battle achievements spread and fermented, Colin's reputation on the northern frontier might rise to the point that it was second only to the Duke of St. Hilda. This wasn't nonsense. Although Colin's surprise attack this time was actually taking advantage of the fact that the Troll Empire was relatively empty, Marquis Garcia was the undisputed #1 in terms of attacking the Troll Empire's strength. However, the normal citizens of the northern frontier couldn't tell the difference. They didn't know how much of the 100,000 troll army Colin had annihilated was, or how much of a difference there was between their battle strength and the elite army led by Prince Gambir. In their eyes, although Colin hadn't annihilated as many trolls as Marquis Garcia, he had still cut off the head of a troll emperor and forced the troll empire to sign a humiliating peace treaty. This kind of achievement couldn't be said to be inferior to Marquis Garcia's. Moreover, the Battle of Shadow Canyon had already caused Marquis Garcia to fall from his pedestal. With this, Colin was already showing signs of replacing Marquis Garcia as the #1 general of the northern frontier. With a beauty in his arms and an army behind him, surrounded by fanatical citizens who lined the streets to welcome him, his ears filled with sincere and fervent praises. This kind of scene was probably something that every man yearned for. Colin couldn't help but feel a little lightheaded under the warm spring breeze. After returning to Red Castle, Colin washed up and rested for a while before starting the banquet. Today, Red Castle's banquet hall displayed its most beautiful side to congratulate the soldiers who had returned from this great victory. Steward Eamon stood at the entrance of the hall with a red face, proudly welcoming the guests who had arrived. The attendants of the Angeli family were also in high spirits today. Their lord's achievements made them feel proud, and their backs were straighter than usual. Because the people invited to the banquet were all officers of the expedition to the Troll Empire, many of them weren't nobles, so the etiquette was relatively casual and there weren't too many restrictions. Moreover, because they had just returned from the battlefield, these officers still seemed to be emitting a thick scent of blood. Their gazes carried traces of killing intent, causing the entire banquet hall to be filled with the aura of a powerful army. Everyone chatted and laughed without any scruples, and their voices quickly drowned out the band's performance. This was an internal celebration banquet, and Colin didn't send out invitations, so there weren't any guests sent by other families. The only outsider was the dwarf messenger who had arrived in Ice Stone City a month ago. This dwarf messenger had been waiting for Colin in Ice Stone City for so long, and he had long accumulated a stomach full of resentment. Now that he saw these officers who had little to do with elegance and nobility, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt. In his opinion, the Angeli family hadn't risen to power for long, so they didn't have a strong foundation, and there was still a barbaric aura in their bones. At this moment, Colin and Vera appeared at the entrance of the hall hand in hand. Colin had changed into the Viscount's formal attire, with a roaring white bear emblem on his chest and the blade of judgment at his waist. At this moment, he carried the momentum of a great victory, and he walked with the might of a tiger, full of heroic spirit. Vera, who was beside him, wore a blue backless formal dress, and her dazzling golden hair was fixed by a thorny headdress. The soft ends of her hair formed a curly line on her fair shoulders, and her sea blue eyes were even more dazzling in the contrast of the formal attire. Her height of 1.7 meters and the silver stiletto heels on her feet not only made her look tall and slender, but also accentuated her golden ratio figure incisively and vividly. When the two of them walked into the banquet hall, the noise instantly quieted down. All the officers, without anyone commanding them, actually saluted Colin in unison, and this made the dwarf messenger stand out, and he suddenly felt very awkward. However, he also put away his contempt a little, and he had some understanding of Colin's high prestige in the military. Colin naturally also saw the dwarf messenger, but he didn't pay him any attention. He only smiled and returned the greeting to the officers, and then announced the official start of the banquet. At the end of the song, Colin hugged Vera and stopped spinning. Thunderous applause followed, and everyone praised Colin and Vera for their wonderful dance. Colin asked Vera to hold his arm as they walked to the side of the field and began to entertain the officers who were attending the banquet. After experiencing 2 major battles in Silverman City and the expedition to the giant demon empire, the Black Cavalry was now deeply engraved with Colin's brand. Even if Marquis Garcia returned to the northern frontier, he would not be able to easily take away this strong army. Colin even began to plan to change the name of the Black Cavalry. However, considering that Marquis Garcia was about to be redeemed, Colin was not in a hurry to change the name of the Black Cavalry. Otherwise, it would be a little ugly. He was now thinking of marrying Vera so that Marquis Garcia would become his father-in-law. Then, it would be easier for him to bargain with his son-in-law. Colin shook hands with the officers of the Black Cavalry one by one, and he also found that these people were looking at him with admiration and respect. In the beginning, these people had only chosen to be loyal to Colin because they obeyed Marquis Garcia's orders. However, now, they had already recognized the new commander of the Black Cavalry from the bottom of their hearts. Sure enough, the best way to conquer an army was to lead them to victory. After walking around the officers of the Black Cavalry, Colin finally arrived in front of the dwarf messenger. Dear Viscount Angley, congratulations on your great victory in the expedition to the giant demon empire. Your achievements have overshadowed the sun in the sky. Haha, Count Anka, you are flattering me. When they were walking over, Vera had already whispered the origin of the dwarf messenger in Colin's ear. Anka Maynard, eldest son of the Marquis of Maynard. The Menham family was the most prestigious family among the dwarves. Their fief was not in the northern frontier, but in the Flaming Territory. The so-called Crimson Flame Territory was actually the territory of the Radiance Empire's royal family, the world-purifying Crimson Flame San Lorenzo family. It was located in the center of the empire and was surrounded by the East, South, West, and North territories. Therefore, Marquis Maynard was naturally a vassal of the San Lorenzo family. The eldest son of Marquis Maynard, Count Anka, was actually about the same age as Colin. However, dwarves generally looked older, and they liked to grow thick beards, so he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. He was less than 1.3 meters tall, and his bloated figure made him look even more comical. Viscount Angley, you are too modest. Count Anka always had a simple and honest smile on his face, but the light that flashed through his eyes from time to time let Colin know that this was not a simple character. May I know why Count Anka has come to Icestone City from so far away? Colin also put on a harmless smile. There are two main things. Count Anka seemed to be an impatient person as he immediately said, the first thing is to tell you that the Menham family has decided to send troops to the northern frontier. Oh? Colin's eyes flashed as he continued to ask, may I know why the Menham family is sending troops? Of course it is to attack the Duke of St. Hilda. Count Anka said righteously. This duke is the ruler of the northern frontier, but he failed to fulfill his responsibility to protect his people. He allowed the northern frontier to be invaded by trolls and suffered from famine. Now, the people of the northern frontier are in dire straits and war is everywhere. He must pay the price. What price? Give up the position of the Dukes of the North. Give it to who? Count Anka glanced at Vera, who was beside Colin, and said in a deep voice, I think that Mr. Fong of the St. Thean family is more suitable to become the new ruler of the northern frontier. Hearing this, Vera's hand, which was holding Colin's hand, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Colin reached out and patted Vera's small hand, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. Then, he looked at Count Anka and asked, so, is this Emperor Reinhardt's idea? No, this is the Menham family's idea. Moreover, we also received Marquis Dawson's request for help, so we decided to send troops to the northern frontier to attack the Duke of St. Hilda, who is not qualified to be the ruler of the northern frontier. I don't believe you, Colin secretly complained. He didn't believe that the Menham family didn't get Emperor Reinhardt's permission to send troops. If it wasn't for the Emperor of the Light Empire's tacit approval, the Menham family's troops wouldn't be able to leave the Flaming Territory safely. But why was that? Colin immediately fell into deep confusion. He originally thought that the San Lorenzo family and the House of St. Hilda's in-laws would definitely help the northern frontier defend against the St. Thean family's invasion. Moreover, the St. Thean family had a deep grudge with the Light Empire's royal family. It didn't make sense for the royal family to allow the Menham family to help the St. Thean family. What exactly was Emperor Reinhardt thinking? Instead of helping his brother-in-law, he was helping his enemy? A smug smile appeared on the corners of Count Anka's mouth when he saw Colin fall into deep thought, and then he continued. The second matter is directly related to you. Oh? Colin came back to his senses and nodded. Please speak. Father wants to exchange territories with the Angeli family. Exchange territories? Colin was a little confused, his brows deeply furrowed. Count Anka saw this and comforted him. Don't worry, the Menham family has always been fair. The territories we will exchange with you will definitely not be small, and the production will only be more, not less. Colin narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand something. He then asked, I'm afraid the Menham family isn't the only territory you want to exchange, right? Of course not. There's also the Morrison family, the Lamba family, the Billy family. Hearing Count Anka mention the names one by one, Colin confirmed the locations of these territories in his heart. He then realized that after exchanging these territories, the Menham family would completely move to the northern frontier, and their territory would be connected to the Dawson families. Haha, this would probably be the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom in the future, so this was what the San Lorenzo family was planning. Taking advantage of the internal strife in the northern frontier, they would move all the dwarves in the Flaming Flame territory to the northern frontier and allow them to establish their own country. After establishing their own country, the Dwarf Kingdom would naturally become a subsidiary of the Radiant Empire. The Dwarf King's loyalty would not be to the Lord of the Northern Frontier, but to Emperor Reinhardt. As for Colin and the other former lords of the Northern Frontier who would be exchanging territories with the Flaming Flame territory, they would probably also change factions and pledge their loyalty to the Emperor. This way, the San Lorenzo family would not have to pay any price to divide the northern frontier and even take away a large piece of territory. What a good plan. So, this was the reason why Emperor Reinhardt did not help his brother-in-law and was instead preparing to support his family's former enemy to become the Dukes of the North. Colin felt that this reason was a little far-fetched. Count Xianxia, this is a serious matter. I need some time to think about it. Of course. Count Xianxia nodded. However, you'd better hurry up. Our Menham family's army will enter the northern frontier in early May. The longer you delay, the less territory you will be able to get. Haha, I will think about it as soon as possible. Colin smiled faintly, nodded, and turned around to leave. After taking a few steps, Vera asked softly, Colin, will the northern frontier really become the territory of the St. Thean family? Colin turned his head and looked at Vera, who had a worried expression on her face. He comforted her gently, don't worry, if you want to change the owner of the northern frontier, you have to ask for my opinion. Vera looked at Colin, who was full of confidence, and suddenly smiled. She had faced despair many times before, but this mysterious man always managed to surprise her. This time, she believed that it would be no exception. Ice Stone City. In an ordinary tavern on the west side of the city, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Wooden tables and chairs were casually moved around the hall, and the empty space in the middle became a simple dance floor. The passionate and heroic people of the northern frontier were displaying their poor dancing skills to their heart's content, drinking spicy and refreshing barley wine. The tavern owner directed a few waiters to continuously bring out all kinds of food and drinks from the bar. The flames burning in the fireplace dispelled the chill of early spring. Ding dong. Amidst the crisp sound of the doorbell, a flamboyantly dressed young man wearing purple clothes and a red bonnet walked into the tavern. He had a harp on his shoulder, the favorite instrument of the bard. When the people in the tavern saw the young man, they instantly cheered. They seemed to be very familiar with him. One of the patrons shouted loudly, Honorable Mr. Bard. What story do you plan to tell us today? The young bard took off his red bonnet, raised his chin, and walked to the center of the dance floor with an arrogant expression. He said reservedly, I have a good story, but do you have good wine worthy of it? Why don't we have good wine? Everyone jeered while looking at the tavern owner behind the bar. The tavern owner shook his head helplessly and reluctantly took out a bottle of beautifully packaged red wine, shouting, 3 silver coins. Remember to pay for him. Got it, we've always been generous with our rewards. But the story has to be interesting, or else I won't pay. Hurry, hurry, what good story do you have today? Under the urging of the crowd, the bard unhurriedly took the wine the tavern owner handed over. He raised his head and took a sip, then closed his eyes in enjoyment. It wasn't until the crowd's condemnation became more and more intense that he opened his eyes again. As if he was still savoring the taste of the wine, he shook his head and fiddled with the harp in his hand. Amidst the crisp sound of the harp, the tavern gradually quieted down. Only the crackling of the charcoal in the fireplace could be heard. The patrons all took their seats and patiently waited for the bard's performance. Today, I will tell you the story of Viscount Angley's expedition to the Troll Empire. Hey, wait. How many times have we heard the story of Lord Viscount's expedition to the Troll Empire? Can't you tell us something new? Yes, yes. Otherwise, don't blame us for not paying for your drinks. Hearing the crowd's clamor, the bard snorted impatiently and said, Of course I won't tell you what you already know. Then what do you want to talk about? Today, I'm going to tell you the story of how Viscount Angley killed the Troll Emperor. Do you want to hear it? Listen, listen, listen. Everyone quieted down. Although the story of Colin's expedition to the Troll Empire had already spread through the streets and alleys of Icestone City, there were still some details that had yet to be revealed. Now that the bard actually said that he knew the details of the most dramatic scene of this expedition, everyone's interest was naturally piqued. The bard coughed a few times, plucked the strings again, and began to sing. It was a windy and snowy morning. Outside the great Demon King city, the Black Cavalry's army pressed in. The evil trolls had been hiding behind the decaying King's city. They didn't dare to face the Black Cavalry's sharp edge. The embodiment of justice, the brave and invincible Viscount Angli. He invited the cowardly Troll Emperor to a duel. Duel? A voice suddenly interrupted the bard. Why did I hear that Viscount Angli invited the Troll Emperor to a meeting? The bard's brows instantly furrowed. Who interrupted me? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw two middle-aged men sitting opposite each other in the corner. Under the dim candlelight, their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but their voices were very unfamiliar. Hey, you two outsiders who don't know the rules. You're not welcome here. Everyone instantly became noisy, wanting to chase away these two outsiders who were interrupting their story. The tavern owner walked over with a frown. He was just about to reprimand them, but when he saw their luxurious clothes, his tone immediately became much gentler. I'm sorry, both of you. Please leave as soon as possible. I don't want to cause trouble. The two outsiders looked at each other and smiled. They didn't make things difficult for the tavern owner. After casually throwing a few silver coins, they got up and walked out. The tavern owner picked up the silver coins and sighed in his heart. These two were really generous customers. Thus, he turned his head and reprimanded the drinkers angrily. You bastards, you just chased away two big customers. The drinkers naturally smiled mischievously again. They all said that they would definitely take care of the tavern owner's business and persuade him not to bother with the two outsiders. After leaving the tavern, the younger of the outsiders said to his companion, Sir, I actually heard a new version. Yes. The older outsider smiled and said, Hee hee. There are already 5 or 6 versions of the story of how Viscount Angli killed the Troll Emperor. Some say he killed him in a duel, some say he suddenly attacked during the meeting, some say he killed him in a sneak attack after the meeting, and some say he had the Black Cavalry pretend to be a troll captive and kill him. I keep feeling that someone is purposely spreading these different versions. Their goal is probably to hide the true process. But why would they do this? Killing the Troll Emperor is such a glorious thing. Why would they hide the details? Perhaps, the method Viscount Angli really used, is a bit despicable. Perhaps. But when it comes to fighting on the battlefield, everything goes to the extreme. How can there be such a thing as despicable? Viscount Angli is still young after all. I'm afraid he still wants to establish a glorious image for himself. Hee hee, young. That older outsider shook his head, not knowing what he was trying to deny. Let's go. We've wandered around Icestone City for so many days, it's about time we meet that mysterious Viscount Angli. Yes, sir. The two outsiders came to the Red Castle. It was already late at night. The guards in front of the castle blocked their path and questioned, Who are you? The older outsider shook off his cloak and revealed the golden lion insignia on his chest. The guards instantly widened their eyes. You are an envoy of the House of St. Hilda? You don't recognize me? The outsider took 2 steps forward and let the light of the torches illuminate his face. The guards looked carefully for a moment and felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, one of the guards finally remembered and exclaimed, Lord Duke of St. Hilda. It really is you. Juan. Welcome to the Red Castle. Lord Duke? The other guards finally woke up from their daze and hurriedly bowed in greeting. The Duke of St. Hilda smiled and waved his hand, saying, Where's Colin? If he hasn't slept yet, have him come see me. Yes. The guards hurriedly welcomed the Duke of St. Hilda into the Red Castle. At the same time, one of them hurriedly ran towards the Lord's bedroom. The Dukes of the North had actually silently arrived at Icestone City just like that. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Lord Viscounts, the Duke of St. Hilda has arrived at the Red Castle and is waiting for you in the reception hall. Exclamations suddenly came from the bathroom. Who? The Duke of St. Hilda? Yes, Lord. The Duke of St. Hilda has personally come to the Red Castle. The guard repeated it with certainty. Then, he heard a series of frantic sounds coming from inside. Please wait for a moment, Lord Duke, I will be there soon. Yes. In the bathroom, the naked Colin hurriedly wiped the water off his body, and his mind was still a little confused. The Duke of St. Hilda had actually come to the Red Castle. Such a sudden attack really caught Colin off guard, and now he was really at a loss. A wet little head popped out from behind the shower curtain. Colin, why would my foster father appear in Ice Stone City at this time? Colin shrugged and said with a speechless expression, I don't know. Sigh, let's see him first. Vera's little face was red, and it seemed like the water was a little hot, or maybe she had just gone through some intense exercise. She whispered, then, do I need to go see him? He should know that you're in Ice Stone City, but it's fine if he doesn't see you tonight. I'll just say that you're already asleep. Okay. Vera was obviously not prepared to see her foster father, and she immediately felt relieved when she heard this, and her little head shrank back. When Colin was dressed and ready to go out, she popped her head out again and warned, Colin, you have to be careful. Colin turned around and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he is the Dukes of the North after all, and I am a great hero who just killed the Troll Emperor. What can he do to me? Vera nodded and watched Colin leave. After leaving the room, the smile on Colin's face instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath and strode toward the reception hall. Passing through the dark corridor, Colin saw Scholar Dwayne at the entrance of the reception hall. Colin had met this man once at Vera's coming-of-age ceremony, and he knew that he was the Duke of St. Hilda's most trusted advisor. Scholar Dwayne, why don't you come in and have a seat? Lord Viscounts, the Duke wishes to speak with you in private. Please. Okay. Colin smiled at Dwayne, then calmed himself down and entered the room. In the parlor, the Duke of St. Hilda stood with his hands behind his back. With a kind smile on his face, he watched Colin walk in. It had been a long time since they last met, but the Duke of the Northern region still looked like a middle-aged uncle. With his round face, protruding belly, and thick beard, he looked harmless and harmless. However, Colin did not dare to let his guard down. He had personally experienced the methods of the Lord of the Northern Frontier, and the mere thought of it sent chills down his spine. What's more, this was a paladin. Even if he was injured, if he wanted to pinch Colin to death, it would be no different from pinching an ant. Colin quickly walked up to the Duke of St. Hilda and bowed. Lord Duke, I am really flattered by your visit to the Red Castle. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive me. The Duke of St. Hilda smiled and walked a few steps closer. Then, he suddenly reached out and pulled out the sword at Colin's waist. Clang, the blade of judgment was unsheathed, and it gave off a dazzling cold light under the light. Colin's heart was in his throat, but he did not move his body. It has been stained with the blood of another Troll Emperor. Haha, this sword seems to have become sharper. The Duke of St. Hilda played with the knight's sword in his hand and laughed. Colin immediately said loudly, Lord Duke, anyone with evil in their heart will not be able to escape the judgment of justice. Ha ha ha. The Duke of St. Hilda laughed even more heartily. After a pause, he solemnly said to Colin, Very good. Very good, you are indeed worthy of this blade of judgment. However, you must remember that although the sword is sharp, the person wielding it is more important. I do not wish to see you use it to behead a righteous person one day. Colin obviously understood the meaning behind the Duke of St. Hilda's words. He quickly expressed his loyalty, Lord Duke, please rest assured. Wherever your will points, that is where my sword points. The Duke of St. Hilda nodded in satisfaction and placed the blade of judgment on Colin's shoulder. Feeling the sharp blade that was only a few centimeters away from his neck, Colin secretly swallowed his saliva and thought, Don't tell me I'm going to be promoted again. With Colin's military exploits in the expedition to the giant demon empire, it was not too much to promote him to a count. However, the speed of promotion of the Angeli family was too fast. Within 2 years, he had climbed from a baron to a count. This was probably going to set a new record in the Radiant Empire. Just as Colin was hesitating on whether to kneel on one knee, the Duke of St. Hilda spoke. Colin, with your contributions this time, I could have conferred you the title of a count. Hearing this, Colin understood that he did not need to kneel. Hence, he slightly bowed and patiently waited for the Duke of St. Hilda's butt. However, the internal strife in the northern frontier has yet to be quelled. Even if I give you a new territory, you will not be able to take it over. Hence, the matter of conferring a title should wait until the end of the rebellion. Yes, Your Excellency. In the face of the Duke's promise, Colin had no choice but to swallow it. The Duke of St. Hilda's blade of judgment still did not leave Colin's shoulder. He continued, "You don't have to think that I'm being perfunctory. In fact, I already have an idea for your new fief. It's Fallen Eagle City." Colin blinked and cursed in his heart. "Are you trying to encourage me to help you deal with Count Alman?" However, even though he knew that the Duke of St. Hilda was deliberately throwing out bait, Colin could only put on a grateful expression. "Thank you, Your Excellency." "Yes." The Duke of St. Hilda retracted the blade of judgment and put it back into the scabbard. "However, you have made a great contribution this time. If I don't reward you at all, it would be unreasonable. How about this? Haven't you always wanted to marry Vera? I will betroth her to you now." Colin's eyes lit up and he finally said sincerely, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace. I swear that I will do my best to protect Vera for the rest of my life." "Good. The situation at the northern frontier is not stable now. You should get married as soon as possible. Set it for 5 days later. I will host the wedding for you." 5 days? Colin was stunned. He did not expect the Duke to be so anxious. "Why? Is there no time to prepare?" "It is a little rushed, but I will ask the butler to start preparing immediately." Colin knew that since the Duke had proposed to get married within 5 days, he would not give him a chance to object. In fact, he also felt that it was better to get married as soon as possible. He was a man and he did not care much about the wedding ceremony. "Very good." The Duke of St. Hilda patted Colin's shoulder and said in a more intimate tone, "After the wedding, you and I will work together to clean up those clowns." "Yes, Your Excellency." Colin could only nod his head in agreement. However, he was still wary of the Duke who was about to become his father-in-law. At this time, he finally realized that the Duke of St. Hilda had come to Ice Stone City personally to tie the Angeli family to his war chariot. It had to be said that although this move was simple and crude, Colin could not refuse. Fortunately, the Duke of St. Hilda still had some conscience. At least, he had married Vera to Colin and made him a count. At least, he was not trying to gain something without risking anything. In fact, Colin did not want to see the House of St. Hilda driven out of the northern frontier. However, he was a little afraid of the scheming Duke. If the Duke wanted the Angeli family to fight to the death with the rebel army while he reaped the benefits, then Colin would not foolishly fall for it. "Your Excellency, the Menham family sent people to Ice Stone City a few days ago. It is said that they will soon send troops to the northern frontier." Since it was inevitable that they would board the Duke of St. Hilda's pirate ship, then he did not want to see this ship capsize too early. In response to Colin's reminder, the Duke of St. Hilda smiled indifferently and said in a confident tone, "Don't worry about these things. With me here, the northern frontier will not be able to overturn the heavens." For a moment, an unparalleled aura was emitted from the Duke of St. Hilda's body, causing Colin to have the urge to kneel down and worship him. The Duke's blue eyes flashed with a golden light, as if they contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Colin felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. He could no longer raise his head to look at them directly. Colin hurriedly collected his thoughts, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "Yes." The next morning, when Colin walked into the dining room with Vera, they saw that the Duke of St. Hilda was already having breakfast. Scholar Dawn was sitting next to him. "Duke." "Father." "Well, have a seat." The both of them sat down, and the half-elf maid Kathy immediately served the breakfast that had already been prepared. There was grilled steak, fried eggs, chickpeas, strawberries with cream, milk, and wine. No one talked during the entire meal, and there was only the sound of knives and forks colliding with the plates. After breakfast, the Duke of St. Hilda said, "Colin, you can go and prepare for the wedding. Scholar Dawn is also here, so he can help. Vera, walk with me." "Yes." Colin gave Vera a reassuring look before he got up and left the dining room with Scholar Dawn. Vera lowered her head and looked at the silver candlesticks on the dining table, but she did not speak. There was a trace of awkwardness between the father and daughter. After a long time, the Duke of St. Hilda spoke first. I heard that Charles unfortunately died in the Battle of the Troll Empire? Yes. Vera nodded, but she could not help but feel sad. The Duke of St. Hilda was silent for a moment, and then he said with a blank expression, "Where is he buried now?" "He is buried in the military cemetery of the Angeli family." "Take me to see it." "Okay." Dara immediately got up and led the Duke of St. Hilda outside. The cemetery was not far behind the Red Fortress, and the people in this world did not have much taboo about cemeteries. They even felt that it was the closest place to heaven, and they could feel the aura of the god of light there. Therefore, the cemetery was not remote, and there was no gloomy and scary feeling. Charles was buried in the most conspicuous position in the first row of the cemetery, and his full name was engraved on the epitaph, and there was a sentence written by Colin himself. "The one who rests here is a St. Hilda. He was born for the northern frontier, and he died for the northern frontier." The Duke of St. Hilda looked down at Charles's tombstone, and he was silent for a long time. A few petals were blown by the breeze, and they were like dancing butterflies as they flew past Charles's tombstone. The father and daughter who were silently mourning did not know that the one buried in the tomb was an empty coffin. After a long time, the Duke of St. Hilda raised his head and looked at Vera. Of course, he had already sensed that Vera was alienating him, and he could roughly guess where this estrangement came from. "You hate me," St. Hilda said, making it sound like a statement. Vera was still immersed in mourning her brother's death. She sniffled but didn't say anything. "Do you resent me for marrying you to Silvermoon City?" Vera shook her head. After a moment of silence, she finally asked, "The Savoy family tried to assassinate me in Silvermoon City. Were you the one who ordered them to do so?" "No," the Duke of St. Hilda said firmly. "It was a conspiracy by the St. Thean family." However, the Duke of St. Hilda continued, "However, the Savoy family had contacted me secretly, so I knew about this conspiracy." Vera's eyes widened. She did not know if she was shocked by the Duke of St. Hilda's sincerity, or if she was sighing because the doubts in her heart had finally been answered. "Then why didn't you stop them?" For a moment, she did not dare to face the truth. Perhaps she would rather hear a lie from the Duke. "No." The proud Duke seemed disdainful of lying to his daughter. "Because I also need you to die in Silvermoon City." 2 lines of tears fell from Vera's eyes. The girl's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled, but she could not say anything. The Duke of St. Hilda continued expressionlessly, "Don't resent me. This is the destiny of St. Hilda." He pointed at Charles's epitaph and said in a deep voice, "We were born for the northern frontier, and we will die for the northern frontier. This is our responsibility and obligation. You can't escape from it." Vera cried and shook her head. "No, it shouldn't be like this." "Why not?" St. Hilda's face was solemn. "You enjoy the worship of the people of the northern frontier. You live a luxurious life. You receive the glory that the ancestors of St. Hilda have sacrificed their lives for. You are always the focus of the crowd. Do you really think that these things come without a price? I am willing to bear the responsibility of being a member of St. Hilda. However, this does not mean that you can use me as a tool to protect your rule over the northern frontier." "Rule over the northern frontier?" The Duke of St. Hilda suddenly laughed. "Vera, the mission of the House of St. Hilda is to protect the northern frontier, not to rule over the northern frontier." Before Vera could answer, the Duke of St. Hilda lifted his shirt. A hideous wound extended from his left shoulder all the way to his right hip. Through this wound, one could clearly see the squirming organs and golden blood inside his body. There were all kinds of cross-shaped charms drawn around the wound. However, such a holy power could only barely prevent the wound from getting worse. "Do you see this? This is the price that I have to pay." The Duke of St. Hilda's face was solemn. 5 years ago, when the Troll King Dimedorf challenged me to a duel, did I back down? Last year, when the Paladin Prince Otto came to Coldwinter City, did I hide? I can sacrifice my life to protect the northern frontier at any time. You, Charles, Garcia, and all of the St. Hildas are the same. Perhaps she was frightened by the horrible scene in front of her, but Vera's mouth was wide open and she was speechless for a long time. After the Duke of St. Hilda put on his shirt again, she slowly shook her head and said firmly, "I do not deny your contribution to the northern frontier. However, I will never forgive you for what you have done in the past." "I don't need your forgiveness." The Duke of St. Hilda said coldly, "Perhaps the Lord of the northern frontier represents the supreme authority and glory in your eyes, but you will never understand what it means to be the Lord of the northern frontier unless you are in the position yourself. Of course, I hope that all of you can live a peaceful and happy life. Unfortunately, since you were born in the house of St. Hilda, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything, including your life, for the sake of the northern frontier." Vera gently wiped away the tears on her face, and she seemed to have finally calmed down. However, the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. When you sacrifice your life for the northern frontier, that is a sacrifice. However, when you use your authority or conspiracy to force others to sacrifice their lives for the northern frontier, that is a sacrifice. No matter what reason you have, you will never be able to move my heart again. This is the last time that I will sincerely call you father. I do not have the authority nor the ability to judge you. However, the omnipotent God of light will eventually give you a fair judgment for what you have done." After saying these words, Vera floated away, as if she did not want to stay with her adoptive father for another second. The Duke of St. Hilda stood alone in front of Charles's tombstone for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said softly, "Do you hate me as much as you do?" Of course, there was no response to this question. There was only a gentle breeze blowing past, carrying the Duke's murmuring somewhere. The rapids in May had high waves. The House of St. Hilda and the House of St. Thean had invested a total of 300,000 men here, and they were in a tense standoff with the rapids as the boundary. In the past month, both sides had gone through dozens of battles of various sizes, and the entire rapids had become a quagmire of war. However, the situation was still in a stalemate, and it would be difficult to determine a victor. On the north bank of the rapids, in the camp of the Oman family, hundreds of injured soldiers were receiving treatment. Although the cries of pain did not stop, the faces of these soldiers were brimming with smiles. That was because they had just won a battle. Such probing battles happened almost every day, and there were victories and defeats. Of course, the soldiers would definitely hope to win, as only then would they be able to accumulate military merits. The thick and pungent smell of herbs permeated the camp, and the surrounding soldiers were unwilling to come close. Count Oman, however, frowned as he arrived at the camp. Along the way, the soldiers all bowed and greeted him. The Count nodded casually in return. He was not here to comfort the wounded soldiers. This kind of show was not very useful, and it was not his style. "Where is Knight Vala?" "Your Excellency, please come with me." Following the soldier who led the way, Count Oman came to an ordinary tent. Pulling open the curtains, Count Oman walked in. "Count." The priest who was treating Vala was slightly shocked, and hurriedly stood up and bowed. "No need to be so polite. How is he?" Count Oman waved his hand. The priest was a little surprised. Apparently, he felt that the Count seemed to be too concerned about his illegitimate son. "Count, Knight Vala was stabbed in the left side of her chest, but it should not have hit any vital parts, so her life is not in danger. She should be fine after a month or two of rest." "All right." Count Oman nodded, his expression unreadable. The priest then took his leave, leaving the tent to the father and son. "Sorry, father, for making you worry." Vala's face was pale as she said weakly, "Don't take such risks again. I will arrange for someone to send you back to Fallen Eagle City to recuperate." "Yes, father." Knight Vala hurriedly replied, a hint of undetectable joy flashing in her eyes. After casually giving a few more instructions, Count Alman did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After the Count left, Knight Vala, who had been on the brink of death, immediately sat up straight and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Then, he revealed a satisfied smile. Outside the tent, Count Oman had just taken a few steps when a dwarf soldier hurriedly ran over. "Lord Count, Marquis Dawson has invited you to discuss something." "All right." Earl Oman followed the dwarven soldiers to Marquis Dawson's tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Marquis Dawson handed over an invitation card. Earl Alman took a look at it and frowned immediately. Vera is going to marry Viscount Angley? The wedding is in 3 days? Yes. Marquis Dawson poured another cup of ale for Earl Oman. I just received the news. Also, the Duke of St. Hilda is currently in Icestone City. He will be hosting the wedding in 3 days. Earl Oman took a sip of ale and said in a serious tone, so, the Angeli family is completely on the side of the House of St. Hilda? Yes. Marquis Dawson also sighed. No one would have thought that the Duke of St. Hilda would actually abandon his army at such a crucial time and personally head to Icestone City. It seems that he values Viscount Angley a lot. Anyone who has an army like the Black Cavalry in their hands will be valued by the Lord of the Northern Frontier. Marquis Dawson nodded and said with some emotion, not only the Black Cavalry, but also the half-elf Silvermoon Guard. Hee, back in the Sky Ice Field, I thought that this kid was valued by Marquis Garcia because of Vera. But now, it seems that this Colin Angeli is really a powerful character. First, he defeated the Pegasus army in Silvermoon City, then he killed Moto II outside the Troll King City. Unknowingly, this once insignificant baron's son has quickly risen to become a powerful lord that no one dares to underestimate. Earl Oman's expression changed. Speaking of which, the Angeli family and the Oman family were related by marriage. Colin should have been a lord that Earl Oman could easily rope in. But unfortunately, he had personally pushed him to the opposite side because of a slight mistake. Therefore, when he heard Marquis Dawson praise Colin like this, Earl Oman felt a little uncomfortable. Although he knew that regret was a useless emotion, Earl Oman could not help but think that if he had not sent the assassin back then, perhaps Colin would have become a great help to the Oman family. Marquis Dawson looked at the silent Earl Oman and his eyes moved slightly, but he still said in a deep voice, "We have to prevent the Angeli family from joining the battle, so I hope that you can lead the army north and protect the army's retreat. You can't let the Angeli family's army easily come to the battlefield of the Rapids River." Earl Oman heard this and quickly calmed down. He looked at the military map on the wall and thought for a moment, then said, "Then can you deal with the Golden Lion army? With the Rapids River as a natural defense line, it won't be a big problem. And after so many days of fighting, I have a basic understanding of the enemy's fighting style. He is a steady commander. If he can't find the perfect opportunity, he will definitely not launch a large-scale attack. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news." Earl Oman looked at the smile on Marquis Dawson's face and could not help but ask curiously, "What good news?" "The Menham family has already sent out their troops. They have already reached the northern frontier. They will probably reach the Rapids River in about 10 days. "Marquis Menham?" Earl Oman was shocked, but then he asked with a face full of smiles, "So, the San Lorenzo family has already decided to give up the House of St. Hilda?" Marquis Dawson smiled and nodded. "Then this time, the House of St. Hilda will definitely not be able to escape this calamity," Earl Oman said with an excited expression. But then, he felt an indescribable anger. He actually only knew about such an important matter now. Clearly, the St. Thean family had already excluded him from the core circle. How did Mr. Chung convince Emperor Reinhardt? Earl Oman, who was unwilling to give up, asked tentatively. Marquis Dawson swirled his wine glass and said with a smile, "The Menham family will move to the northern frontier. Their original territory will also become the territory of the northern frontier." Earl Oman thought for a moment before understanding what he meant. "And then, the dwarfs will establish a country?" "Yes." Marquis Dawson nodded with certainty, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. Earl Oman immediately understood what the San Lorenzo family was planning. This was equivalent to taking away a large territory from the northern frontier. But he still had some doubts. Could these conditions be enough to move Emperor Reinhardt and make him abandon the House of St. Hilda, which was related to him by marriage, and support the St. Thean family, which had a blood feud with the royal family? Are there no other conditions? Earl Oman asked again. "I don't know anything else." Marquis Dawson shook his head with a sincere expression. Earl Oman saw that he could not get any more information from him, so he drank the wine in his glass and stood up. "All right, I'll lead the army north. I'll leave the Rapids River to you." "Ha ha ha, good." Marquis Dawson laughed confidently. "When the Menham family army arrives, it will be the day of the Golden Lion Legion's destruction. As the wedding date approached, the festive atmosphere in Ice Stone City became more and more intense. However, Colin and Vera's wedding this time was still too rushed. Furthermore, the Northern Frontiers Rebellion was still ongoing, so the wedding scene would not be particularly grand. The invitations had already been sent out, but with such a short notice, it was estimated that only a few lords nearby would be able to attend the wedding in time. In order to prepare for this wedding, Butler Eamon had been extremely busy these past few days. The tax officer, Quincy, had no choice but to temporarily put down his work to help Eamon relieve the pressure. It was a good thing that Ice Stone City wasn't lacking in labor right now. When the slaves who were deeply grateful to Colin heard that their lord was about to marry Miss Vera, they instantly looked as if they shared the honor and worked even harder. In just 3 to 4 days, hundreds of livestock were slaughtered. Mountains of barley, vegetables, and fruits were also transported to the storage room. Honey, cheese, butter, and of course, barrels of wine were also prepared. On the day of the wedding, the entire city would celebrate and pray for the Lord and his wife together. According to the tradition of the Radiant Empire, the noble's wedding ceremony would be held in the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church of Ice Stone City was located on the east side of the Red Castle. The interior of the church was completely built with marble. The blue and white dome was more than 100 meters high and was supported by 18 huge stone pillars. Now, these stone pillars were covered with festive white garlands. The oil painting depicting the story of the first holy night on the dome was also wiped clean and looked brand new. The colorful glass reflected the main entrance of the church. This 10-meter-high large arch would only be opened during important ceremonies. In front of the arch stood a magnificent bronze statue. It was the image of the founding emperor of the Empire of Light, the only level 8 legendary paladin in history, Garner San Lorenzo. The knight's sword in his hand emitted a chilling light under the sunlight, as if it could be swung down at any time. His majestic face was vivid and lifelike, making people unable to help but have the urge to worship him. Discount Angley, you need to stay under King Garner's statue for 10 seconds. Scholar Dwayne was teaching Colin about wedding etiquette. Yes, it's right below the knight's sword. Alright, stop moving. Put your left hand on your chest and look straight ahead. Colin was like a wooden puppet. He would do whatever Scholar Dwayne told him to do. Alright, Your Excellency Viscounts, please follow my footsteps into the church. Yes, don't be in a hurry, take it easy. Very good. The wedding ceremony was actually not complicated, but Scholar Dwayne, who was very strict, forced Colin to rehearse it 10 times. Only when there were no more mistakes did he finally let go of Colin. Discount Angley, today's rehearsal will end here. When you go back, please recall it carefully. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me. Alright. Colin heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that holding a wedding was more tiring than fighting on the battlefield. Right now, he just wanted to go back and lie down for a while. After taking a few steps, Colin suddenly heard voices coming from the side hall of the church. He quickly asked, "Is Vera rehearsing over there?" Yes. Scholar Dwayne seemed to have seen through Colin's thoughts. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Your Excellency Viscounts, according to the rules, you are not allowed to see the bride before the wedding. Alright. Colin was a little helpless. He had no choice but to suppress his restless heart and walk out of the church. However, he was secretly wondering if he should sneak into Vera's room at night. The two of them had not seen each other for several days, and Colin suddenly missed the taste of the young girl. In the side hall of the church, Vera, who was wearing a white dress with vertical buttons, was slowly walking up the stairs under the guidance of the half-elf maid, Kathy. Her head was covered with a white veil, and her long dress was dragging behind her, deliberately simulating the dress of the wedding day. However, it was indeed a little troublesome for her to walk with such a long dress that was 5 or 6 meters long. Is this okay? Vera stood on the high platform as she turned around to look at Kathy. Kathy looked at the long dress that was dragging a perfect semicircle on the stairs before she nodded with satisfaction. Yes, miss. Vera heaved a sigh of relief. She could not help but lift up the hem of her dress, revealing her slender thighs that were wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings. Kathy took the opportunity to step forward and help her adjust the diamond necklace that was hanging on her suede boots. Miss, let's take a break before we go through the last process. Okay. Vera nodded and listened carefully. She found that the main hall next to them was completely quiet. She knew that Colin had already finished his rehearsal. She looked at the half-elf maid who was standing at the side and suddenly asked, "Kathy, why did you give up the title of a baron in the half-elf kingdom and willingly come to the Red Castle to be an ordinary maid?" Kathy was stunned. She knew that sooner or later, the future mistress of the Red Castle would ask her this question. Moreover, she also knew that she had to be careful. This was because Vera would obviously be more concerned than Colin about whether she had ulterior motives. "Miss, I chose to stay by Viscount Angley's side because I wanted to use the power of the Viscounts to explore the Radiant Moon Forest." Radiant Moon Forest? Vera looked at the half-elf maid in surprise. "Isn't that place a forbidden area? It is said that no one who has gone there has ever come out alive." "Yes. However, there is an ancient prophecy recorded in the books of the Savoy family. When the long-tailed star cuts through the sky, the knights in blood-red armor will open the door to the forbidden forest." Knights in blood-red armor? Vera frowned. "Do you think that the knight is referring to Colin?" Kathy nodded. She could not help but think of the scene where Colin fought a bloody battle outside Silvermoon City. Vera thought for a moment and realized that Colin really liked the color red. The main color of his armor was red and the castle was also called the Red Castle. Previously, he had also discussed with her about changing the family badge and changing the main color to red. "But based on this information, you are sure that Colin is the knight in the prophecy?" Kathy hesitated for a moment before she asked again, "Miss, I don't know if you have noticed that the Viscounts only took less than 2 years to advance from a knight apprentice to a fourth-order knight." Vera was shocked to realize that Colin's speed of improvement was indeed terrifying. He was even comparable to the genius ancestors who were recorded in the House of St. Hilda who were able to advance to the Sanctuary realm. If she thought about it this way, Colin might indeed be the knight in the Savoy family's prophecy. It was understandable why Kathy chose to stay by Colin's side. She was preparing to use Colin's power to find out the secret of the disappearance of the elves. This secret was obviously more interesting to the Savoy family, who used to be the royal family of half-elves, than a mere baron title. To be honest, Vera was also very curious about the secret of the disappearance of the elves. The elves were the first race to explore the mystery of the arcane magic. Therefore, they were very important to every Yevil mage. "Can I have a look at the ancient book of the Savoy family?" Vera asked. "Of course, miss. I will send a letter back to Silvermoon City and ask someone to send a copy to you." "Well, thank you. You are too polite." Kathy was secretly relieved because she knew that she had been accepted by the future mistress of the Red Castle. Fallen Eagle City. Count Amon's study was currently occupied by another man. He was sitting in the Count's personal seat, flipping through documents with great concentration, as if he had become the new master of this place. With a creak, the door opened, and the Count's lover, Penny, walked in. The man raised his head from the thick documents. It was Mr. Wang. "Has everything been arranged?" Mr. Wang looked at Penny and smiled warmly. Penny nodded and walked behind Mr. Wang to massage his shoulders. "The important assets of the Chamber of Commerce have all been transferred, and the key personnel will be evacuated tonight as well." Mr. Wang enjoyed Penny's massage and closed his eyes in comfort. He reminded, "Don't move too many people, it'll attract attention." "I only notified a few managers in the city and some managers with potential. Also, they are now under strict control and will not have any contact with the outside world." "Good." Mr. Wang smiled in satisfaction. "Why don't you take one last look at this castle? In the future, you can only search for it in your memories." Penny smiled disdainfully. "What's there to miss in such a shabby place? I've tolerated the stinginess of the Oman family for too long." "Haha, then what about the Lion's Roar Castle in Winter City?" "Too monotonous and tasteless." Mr. Wang was amused and asked again, "Then what about Phoenix Palace?" "Phoenix Palace is all right." Pan and I looked like she was in a difficult position. Mr. Wang shook his head with a smile, speechless at his sister's ambition. He pointed at a document on the desk and said, "Have someone wrap it up and send it to Icestone City. Consider it my wedding gift to Viscount Angley." "Okay." Penny nodded and then said in surprise, if I remember correctly, Viscount Angley's wedding should be tomorrow, right? Yes. Later is later, it's better than nothing. We can't make it seem like the St. Thean family doesn't understand etiquette. Okay. Penny picked up the document on the desk and scanned it. She laughed, aren't you afraid of angering Viscount Angley with a gift like this? Mr. Wong also laughed. No, after tomorrow, he'll thank me. You're right. I'll arrange for someone to send this gift to Icestone City. By the way, Mr. Fong called out to Penny, who was about to leave, and asked, is Viscount Angley's sister still in Fallen Eagle City? No, she hurried over to Icestone City the moment she received the news of Viscount Angley's wedding. However, with such a rush, I'm afraid she won't be able to make it in time for the wedding. Yes, she's still useful to us. Did you send someone to keep an eye on her? Of course. Penny nodded and left the study with a smile. As soon as she stepped out of the door, the butler who was waiting outside quickly reported, Madam, Knight Vala has just returned. Vala? Penny frowned. Isn't he at the front lines of the Rapids River? Why is he back now? Knight Vala was heavily injured in the battle and was sent back by the Count to recuperate. All right, I got it, Penny replied casually. As Vala's mother, she didn't even ask about Vala's injuries in detail, nor did she seem to be planning to visit her. At the entrance of the castle, Knight Vala got off the carriage with the help of his squire. Knight Vala? Is it really you? What happened to you? Knight Vala heard a cry of surprise behind him after taking a few steps. Turning around, he saw a fatty with a body full of fat running towards him. Vala recognized that it was one of the stewards of the Tulip Merchant Guild, Oliver. Oliver ran to Vala's side while panting, greeting him with an exaggerated tone, Sir Knight, you're injured? This is really too bad. Please allow me to send you back to your room to rest. As he spoke, the fat merchant went up to Vala and pulled her arm over his shoulder, before wrapping his own fat arm around Vala's waist. Vala didn't stop Oliver's overly enthusiastic help. Although he wasn't familiar with the steward of the Tulip Merchant Guild, he knew that Oliver's brother was currently in Icestone City and had been instigated by Colin. That was why Vala thought that Oliver was someone sent by Colin to contact him. Mr. Oliver, you're too polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Vala signaled for his squire to leave and entered the castle with Oliver's help. After entering the room and closing the door, Vala sat by the bed and was about to test if this Oliver was really sent by Colin. However, before he could speak, Oliver spoke first. Knight Vala, I think something big is about to happen in Fallen Eagle City. Vala's expression changed, clearly not expecting him to say something like that. However, looking at Oliver's anxious eyes, he still asked patiently, what did you discover? Oliver hurriedly lowered his voice and said, Sir Knight, after you left with the Count, Lady Penny began to secretly transfer the assets of the Tulip Merchant Guild. Moreover, all the stewards, including me, are being strictly monitored. Just now, Lady Penny summoned us and said that we have to leave Fallen Eagle City tonight. Moreover, we are not allowed to return home, nor are we allowed to inform anyone of this. That is why I suspect that something big is about to happen here. Vala furrowed his brows, clearly noticing that something was wrong. After some thought, he asked, then, did Penny have any other unusual actions during this period? Oliver nodded and said in a low voice, Sir Knight, you should know that since the beginning of the year, Madam Penny has been in charge of the Fallen Eagle City's renovation and reinforcement project, right? Most of the construction materials used for this renovation project were purchased from the Tulip Merchant Guild. However, I noticed that there was something wrong with the purchase price of these construction materials. What's wrong? One of the materials is called bluestone fragments, but the price is 5 copper coins per pound. Seeing Vala's blank expression, Oliver knew that he was not sensitive to the price of this stone and hurriedly explained, Sir Knight, this is already more than 30 times the normal price of bluestone fragments. Only then did Vala come back to his senses. His first reaction was, could someone be using this opportunity to amass wealth? However, he quickly rejected this guess. If it was to amass wealth, they would not have done it so obviously and only increased the price of bluestone fragments. Moreover, they did it so fiercely that it could be seen through at a glance. What do you think is going on? Vala asked humbly. Oliver nervously rubbed his hands and whispered, I suspect that it's not bluestone fragments at all. Then what is it? Oliver's voice was trembling. I went to the construction site and saw that the palms of the laboring slaves were all pitch black. That is why I suspect that it's not bluestone fragments that are used to fill the gaps between the limestone, but coal. Coal? Dalla's brows were knitted together. Aren't coal used to make fire and forge weapons? Why do they need to buy so much coal to renovate Fallen Eagle City? At this point, he was stunned. That was because a terrifying thought flashed through his mind like lightning, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. The 15th of May was the Empire of Light's annual Easter. Legend had it that on this day, the god of light, who had sacrificed himself for the human race, would be resurrected and bring forth the final judgment. Those who believed in him, followed his teachings, and spread his glory would ascend to heaven, while those who were false, evil, and heretics would fall to hell. Thus, this day was also known as Judgment Day. Ice Stone City appeared peaceful and beautiful under the light of the morning sun. On such a beautiful day, the master of this city was about to hold a grand wedding ceremony. At 8 o'clock sharp, the knights of the Angeli family were already waiting in front of the church's entrance. They wore full sets of armor and luxurious robes. They held their knight swords in front of them, their gazes firm and their expressions pious. Behind the knights was the church's choir. They all wore white priest robes and chanted hymns. At the same time, purple irises floated in the air. Dong, 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 amidst the melodious sound of the bell, the church's door slowly opened. The faceless statue of the god of light could be seen clearly in the main hall, as if it was watching everything in front of it. The first batch of guests were nobles from the half-elf kingdom. They were led by Duke Maudwin to the front of the church. Eamon and Quincy stood on either side of the door, their faces flushed red as they greeted the guests. Following them were the lords near Ice Stone City. There weren't many of them, only a mere 9 people. Perhaps it was because time was too tight that the lords further away couldn't come to watch the ceremony. Or perhaps, the Duke of St. Hilda's rallying power was far from what it used to be. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Duke of St. Hilda finally appeared. The Dukes of the North wore a red duke's suit today. His beard was also carefully groomed, making him look dignified and elegant. The arrival of the Duke meant that today's male and female protagonists were about to appear. However, before that, there was a large group of bridesmaids. They were all daughters of nobles from the northern frontier who came to watch the ceremony. They all wore yellow evening gowns and colorful garlands on their heads. As for the groomsmen, there was only one, Baron Raymond. This was also the first knight that Colin had met who swore loyalty to him after coming to this world. He was also the first vassal that he had personally conferred. About 800 meters away from the church, 2 carriages pulled by 4 tall horses were slowly moving towards the church, one in front and one behind. The person sitting in the carriage in front was, of course, today's groom. Colin was wearing a simple black suit with a rose on his chest. He looked rather emotional. They were actually getting married. In his past life, before he transmigrated, he was still single. Although he had had many girlfriends, he could never take the final step. It should be because I didn't have a strong father-in-law like the Duke of St. Hilda in my previous life. Just as Colin was lost in his thoughts, the carriage arrived in front of the church. Baron Raymond stepped forward to open the door and helped Colin out. After Colin got out of the carriage, he couldn't help but look back at the carriage behind him. Dara was inside, but of course, he couldn't see anything now. "Viscounts, please." Baron Raymond thought that Colin had forgotten the procedure, so he quickly reminded him. Colin smiled and followed Raymond into the church. As soon as he stepped through the church door and stepped on the long red carpet, the wedding march started playing. At this time, the Duke of St. Hilda also came to the back of the carriage and opened the door. Today's focus, Vera, finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. She was wearing a pure white veil and an ivory wedding dress made of silk. The 5-meter-long dress was spread out with layers of lace, and the silver crystals on the hem of the dress formed a beautiful arc. Purple irises and sparkling diamonds covered the upper and lower layers of the wedding dress. The delicate and simple elements made it a perfect blend of low-key and luxurious. The beautiful arc of the tube top made her slender waist look very slim, and half of her shoulders were exposed. There was a pure emerald on her chest that exuded a faint halo, and the same colored gemstone earring swayed slowly with her movements. The only strange thing was that Vera only wore one of her earrings, and the other one was empty. However, the people present didn't notice this detail. Most of them were already fascinated by this girl who looked like an angel descending to earth. Her snow-white skin looked even more delicate in the ivory wedding dress. She was wearing a pair of white lace gloves, and she was gently holding the Duke of St. Hilda's arm as she slowly walked towards the church door. As she walked, her slender legs were tightly wrapped in white lace stockings, and her milky white high heels inlaid with fine diamonds sparkled. There were also 2 white gold and diamond chains tied around her delicate ankles, and they added more moving details to the sexy and soft lines of her beautiful legs. The Duke of St. Hilda held Vera's hand as they walked along the red carpet into the magnificent main hall of the church. When they arrived in front of Colin, the Duke of St. Hilda looked at the young man's face with a trace of emotion and nostalgia. He stopped, turned around, and said to Vera, who was dressed up, "My daughter, father will accompany you to this point." Vera stared at the Duke, but she didn't say anything. The thin veil couldn't completely cover her expression, but the Duke couldn't find any trace of reluctance on her face. He sighed secretly and finally put Vera's hand in Colin's hand. He then turned around and walked down the stage. There was a warm applause in the church, but such a lively atmosphere made the Duke of St. Hilda look even more lonely. His eldest son and second son had already passed away, his younger brother was defeated and captured, and his younger sister was already married. Now, Vera was also about to leave him. The Duke of St. Hilda, who was known as the Lord of the Northern Frontier, was about to become a lonely man. Colin's eyes stayed on the Duke's back for a few seconds before he immediately looked away. He could feel the Duke's loneliness, but he didn't feel any pity for him. People who only had themselves to blame did not deserve any sympathy. A thin middle-aged man wearing a white priest's robe walked in between Colin and Vera. His name was Beth, and he was the new bishop of Ice Stone City after the emeritus bishop left. Bishop Perth's gentle voice echoed in his ears, "Colin Angeli, in poverty, in sickness, in pain, in wealth, in health, in happiness, in poverty, in sickness, in pain, in wealth, in health, in happiness, will you stay by Vera St. Hilda's side and protect her forever?" "I am willing," Colin replied sincerely as he looked into Vera's eyes. "Vera St. Hilda, no matter if you are poor or sick, are you willing to stay by Colin Angeli's side and stay by his side for the rest of your life?" "I do." Vera's eyes were sparkling with tears as she made a serious vow. "In the name of the God of Light, I officially declare you husband and wife. May the light of the Lord illuminate your future path." Now, the bride and groom can exchange rings. A 4 or 5-year-old boy ran up and handed the ring box to the newcomers. However, Colin did not take the box from the boy's hands. Instead, he took out a sapphire earring from his chest pocket. When Vera saw the earring, she could no longer control her emotions. She had mixed feelings and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Colin smiled gently as he lifted Vera's veil. He gently wiped away her tears before putting the earring on her head. The people who were watching the ceremony were obviously confused. Logically speaking, there should not be such a part of the wedding process. However, this small part that only belonged to Colin and Vera was the real proof of their love. The scene where they fought side by side at the Rapids River and sacrificed themselves to save each other appeared in front of their eyes again. Bishop Beth coughed softly as if he was reminding the newlyweds not to forget the proper wedding process. Fortunately, Colin did not want to be too unconventional. After putting the earring on Vera's head, he picked up the ring box and put the rings on both of them. Bishop Beth heaved a sigh of relief as if his mission had finally been completed. He then announced loudly, "Now, the groom can kiss his bride." As soon as Vera heard the bishop's words, she closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes as she leaned forward. Colin was a little nervous for a moment. However, when he looked at the pretty face in front of him, he finally took a step forward and kissed the girl's red lips. It was very sweet. Fallen Eagle City. Bala knocked on the door of a house in the west of the city. Not long after, a middle-aged woman opened the door and walked out. She obviously recognized Vala and quickly bowed. "Good day, Knight Vala. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Good day, Madam Oliver. Your husband has asked me to deliver a letter to you." Vala handed over a letter as she spoke. Madame Oliver quickly thanked her and took the letter, reading it carefully. Her husband had not returned home for more than a month. She had gone to the Tulip Merchant Guild to look for him, but was told that Oliver had left with a merchant group and would not be back for some time. This made Madame Oliver feel a little strange, because her husband would always tell her a few days before he left and ask her to prepare his luggage. However, there were no signs this time. After reading her husband's letter, the worry on Madame Oliver's face became even more intense, and she quickly asked, "Sir Knight, where is my husband now? Do you know?" Vala shook her head. "My apologies, madam. I am only helping him deliver the letter. I can't say anything else. However, I suggest that you do as he says." Madame Oliver seemed to understand something and nodded. "All right, I will take the children and leave Fallen Eagle City now." She then bowed apologetically to Vala and hurried back into the house. Vala left soon after, but he did not go far. Instead, he found a seat by the window in a nearby tavern. About an hour later, Madame Oliver walked out with the two young boys, followed by 3 servants carrying all kinds of bags. They hurried out of the city. Vala immediately followed them. However, Madame Oliver's group was stopped at the city gates. In fact, all the residents who tried to leave the city were stopped, and the guards at the city gates loudly announced, "Today, Fallen Eagle City only allowed people to enter and not leave." Madame Oliver kept pleading with the guards to be lenient, and even took out a considerable amount of bribes, but she was still mercilessly rejected. Vala hid not far away and watched for a while before shaking his head and turning to leave. The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, he was even more certain that the House of St. Thean was going to cause trouble in Fallen Eagle City. How should he inform Viscount Angley? Vala was a little worried. In fact, he had purposely allowed himself to be injured and recuperated in order to cooperate with Colin to secretly take over Fallen Eagle City. However, he had not expected that before their plan had even begun, the House of St. Thean seemed to have beaten them to it. The ground of the street had just been repaved, but as long as the layer of grey gravel was removed, a layer of black coal could be seen underneath. Vala arrived at an empty alley and drew her knight's sword. The blade emitted a faint holy light before turning into a streak of golden lightning and slashing at the wall. Rumble, gravel flew everywhere. Vala quickly checked the hole in the wall, and found that there were also pieces of black coal aside from limestone shards. The commotion this time was rather loud and had clearly attracted attention. Voices could be heard from outside the alley, and Vala quickly left quietly. With this series of discoveries and the information provided by Oliver, Vala had basically confirmed the House of St. Thean's plan. However, what puzzled him was why the House of St. Thean was doing this. As he was deep in thought, Vala did not notice that the people around him were getting fewer and fewer until they completely disappeared. By the time he realized that something was wrong, he had already been surrounded. "I am Vala Oman. Who are you people?" Vala drew her knight's sword and roared. The 8 armored knights surrounding him did not speak. They were all wearing helmets and their faces could not be seen clearly as they approached Vala in silence. "Mother, is that you?" Vala shouted, as if trying to lure Penny out to meet him. Unfortunately, his question did not receive any response. He did not know if Penny did not want to see him, or if she was not present at all. Vala sighed as if he had accepted his fate. He swung his long sword at a knight in front of him. Clang! Clang, clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard everywhere. Vala tried to break out of the encirclement, but there were too many enemies and they were not weak either. His charge was interrupted halfway. Tch! A longsword pierced through Vala's back and came out from his chest. Vala screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Tch! The enemy stabbed him in the back twice more before leaving quietly. As night fell, Ice Stone City regained its peace. It was even quieter than usual because there was a curfew in Ice Stone City tonight. The residents grumbled for a bit before they could only obediently hide in their homes and go to bed early. However, they did not sleep for long before many people were woken up by the heat. They touched their faces and bodies and realized that they were covered in sweat. They looked out of the window. It was still pitch black, but there seemed to be some light flickering. Why was the spring night in the northern frontier so hot? Oliver's wife was also woken up by the heat. The child beside her was crying nonstop, asking for water. She could only get out of bed to get some water, but when she stepped barefoot on the ground, she realized that the ground was actually a little hot. Just as she was feeling puzzled, she vaguely heard a commotion outside. Oliver's wife did not want to be nosy at first, but a servant suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Madam, madam, it's bad. The house next door is on fire." Oliver's wife was stunned for a moment before she ordered, "Then why aren't you going to help put out the fire?" "Yes, yes." Oliver's wife furrowed her brows, but did not take it to heart. However, the fire quickly grew bigger and bigger, gradually showing signs of going out of control. Moreover, Oliver's wife saw that many places in the city were on fire, and she could vaguely see thick smoke rising into the sky. More and more residents ran out of their houses naked, shouting on the streets. They did not even care about the curfew anymore. The soldiers also did not care about the residents who were running around and shouting, and they all joined the crowd to put out the fire. However, not only was the fire in the city not put out, it was burning even more fiercely. Buckets after buckets of water were poured down, turning into steam after a few sizzling sounds, and the places that had just been put out were still burning red, as if they could not be put out at all. "The House of St. Thean wants to burn down Fallen Eagle City. Everyone, follow me out of the city." Knight Vala, who was already dead, suddenly stood up and shouted at the crowd. However, his call did not receive much response. The residents of the city found it hard to believe such terrifying words. Moreover, their belongings were all in the city, and they would not be willing to give it up unless they had no other choice. Vala shouted as he ran, but there were only a few people who were willing to follow him out of the city. In just a short while, the fire in the city had become even fiercer and fiercer. Red flames constantly emerged from the ground and shot up into the sky. The flames shot higher and higher, and the originally weak circle of fire became a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. It was only then that most of the citizens realized that something was wrong, and finally began to believe Vala's words. More and more people followed him out of the city. However, when they reached the city gates, they were shocked to find that the walls of Fallen Eagle City had already turned into a wall of fire. Vala tried to continue forward, but he was forced back by the intense fire and choking smoke after a few steps. Something was wrong. Vala immediately realized that if it was just coal, the fire would not have spread so quickly. After all, it was not that simple to make coal burn, and the fire in the city must have been affected by something else. If Vala could fly up to the sky and look down, she would discover that the flames rising from Fallen Eagle City had gradually spread into fire dragons. These fire dragons intertwined with each other and gradually formed the pattern of an extremely profound arcane array. The center of the formation was where the Oman family's castle was. There was not a single trace of fire there, and only a lone figure wearing a mage robe stood at the highest point of the castle, holding a dagger in his hand as he chanted. The raging flames illuminated his face, and it was Mr. Chong. The raging flames in the city illuminated the night sky as if it was daytime. Screams of agony could be heard, and the smell of burnt meat wafted in the air. This hellish scene did not move Mr. Chong at all, and he slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk he gouged out his left eye. Ice Stone City. After nightfall, the banquet hall of the Red Castle gradually became lively. The newly married viscounts would be hosting a banquet for all the guests who had come to attend the wedding. The luxurious hall of more than 600 square meters was paved with red paulownia wood. 2 long oak tables were placed on both sides of the hall, with all kinds of fine wine and delicacies on them. The well-dressed attendants stood beside the long tables like statues, ready to serve the guests at any time. However, very few people came here to eat. Even if they did, they would only try a little. It was rude to eat and drink in such an occasion. The guests in the hall were divided into 2 groups. The beautiful and charming ladies were gathered in the resting area on the left, and they would occasionally let out bell-like laughter. A young girl who looked no more than 15 years old became the target of the ladies' teasing. This was because she was the one who had received the flowers that Vera had thrown to her during the day. This meant that she had received the bride's blessing and was about to become the next lucky person to get married. The young girl's face was as red as a ripe apple, and it was unknown whether she was shy or excited. The well-dressed gentlemen were gathered on the right side of the hall. They gathered in 2s and 3s, holding a glass of champagne in their hands as they chatted amiably. It was unknown how much consensus and tacit understanding they had reached, or how many schemes they had conspired against each other. Among these male nobles, there was an obvious core, the Duke of St. Hilda. He just stood there quietly, taking small sips of the champagne in his glass. Although he did not say anything, the surrounding nobles still took turns to greet him. If they received a few words of praise from the Duke, they would immediately become drunk, and their faces would turn red with excitement. However, the Duke of St. Hilda was of noble status, and the nobles did not dare to disturb him too much. After a few words, they tactfully left. Thus, Scholar Dwayne became the target of everyone's conversation. The topic of discussion naturally could not stray away from the current chaotic situation on the northern frontier. Those who were able to attend this wedding were definitely vassals loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda. At this moment, they were all wantonly attacking the St. Thean family, the Oman family, and the Dawson family, as if they could not wait to immediately lead their troops to the battlefield and kill these traitors of the northern frontier. Scholar Dwayne chuckled as he dealt with the suzerains, feeling rather disdainful in his heart. After the Great Purge last year, the powerful forces among the lords of the northern frontier were basically wiped out. At this time, the nobles in front of him were basically new lords who had just been enfeoffed not long ago. The army in their hands was too weak. Not to mention the Duke of St. Hilda, even Scholar Dwayne looked down on them. What the Duke truly valued was still the Angeli family's army. Only this young man who had inherited Marquis Garcia's legacy could make the Duke of St. Hilda personally come to Ice Stone City at such a critical time and marry off his beloved daughter. Of course, even though Scholar Dwayne was disdainful of the nobles who came forward, he still had to put on a front. While dealing with the nobles, he was also secretly observing the Duke of St. Hilda. Then, Scholar Dawn keenly noticed that the Duke seemed a little absent-minded tonight. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet was getting more and more lively, Colin and Vera finally appeared in a new set of clothes. Colin had changed into a red and black viscount's suit with a delicate rose pinned to his chest. He looked elegant and handsome. Vera had also changed out of her wedding dress, which was inconvenient for her to walk around in. She had put on a white, low-cut, backless dress. Her blonde hair was tied up into a bun, and her blue eyes were clear and bright. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure was graceful and graceful. Her beauty was pure and delicate, and the beauty of youth and maturity combined to form a unique charm on her body. Applause sounded as the newlyweds were welcomed into the hall. A huge wedding cake was pushed out by Kathy. The butler, Eamon, handed a silver table knife to Colin and motioned for him to cut the cake together with Vera so that everyone could share the cake. Colin smiled as he handed the table knife to Vera. He then held her hand and cut a small piece of the huge 8-layer cake. Bang, a bottle of champagne was opened, and the bubbles immediately sprayed onto the newlyweds' heads. Colin quickly hugged Vera in his arms to prevent her from getting splashed by the champagne. After playing around for a while, Colin handed the piece of cake that he had cut to the Duke of St. Hilda. He then handed the table knife to Vera and motioned for her to continue dividing the cake for the guests. He then walked through the crowd with the Duke of St. Hilda and came to a secluded corner. "I'm afraid that there won't be time for your honeymoon," the Duke of St. Hilda said straightforwardly. Colin nodded. He had already expected this. The Duke had personally come to Ice Stone City and even asked Vera to marry him. It would be strange if the Duke did not want anything else. "I need you to mobilize the army as soon as possible and attack Iron Furnace City. If you can take down this city within a month, I will immediately make you an earl." Colin blinked and said carefully, "Duke, of course I am willing to fight for you. However, I think that it would be better to take down Fallen Eagle City first." "Oh? Why?" The Duke of St. Hilda tasted the wedding cake in small bites, his face expressionless. "First of all, Fallen Eagle City is closer to Ice Stone City. Moreover, Earl Oman is weaker than Marquis Dawson, so we have a better chance of taking down Fallen Eagle City. Moreover, the St. Thean family is obviously closer to the Oman family. If we take out Earl Oman's nest, we can greatly weaken the power of the St. Thean family." Colin stated his reasons, but he did not mention the most important one. The fact that he had Vala as a spy in Fallen Eagle City was his trump card. He could not casually tell the Duke of St. Hilda about it. "You think that the Oman family is the most important power of the St. Thean family?" A mocking smile appeared on the Duke of St. Hilda's face. Is that not the case? The Duke of St. Hilda did not answer directly. Instead, he said mysteriously, "Don't worry about the Oman family. They are nothing more than a fence-sitter who wants to please both sides. Moreover, I have a way to sow discord between them and the St. Thean family." Colin rolled his eyes as if he had understood something. "Moreover, the dwarves are our biggest problem." The Duke of St. Hilda finished his cake and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He then ordered in an unquestionable tone, "In 3 days, I hope to see your army depart from Ice Stone City and march into Iron Furnace City." Then, without waiting for Colin to respond, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he drifted away. The Duke's forcefulness made Colin very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to oppose the other party directly. Rubbing his chin, Colin suddenly thought that if he could not resist directly, could he have Vala cause some trouble in Fallen Eagle City and make the Duke change his mind? While thinking, Colin decisively switched to the perspective of the blood thrall he had arranged in Fallen Eagle City. He wanted to see the current situation in Fallen Eagle City. But then, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Was there a fire? Colin instructed the blood thrall to climb onto a nearby roof. All he could see was a sea of red. Numerous fire dragons wreaked havoc, turning Fallen Eagle City into a fiery purgatory. He was instantly dumbfounded. It had only been a few days since he last saw Fallen Eagle City. How did it become like this? Of course, he could not find any useful information from the blood thrall's mind. If he wanted to know what had happened, he would probably have to ask Vala. However, all blood thralls had their own consciousness and could not be controlled by Colin at will like the blood thrall. He had to find Vala. But in this situation, where would Vala be? Colin looked around and found that there was no fire in the center of Fallen Eagle City. Moreover, a green pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped the Oman family's castle. "Colin, do you want to eat cake?" Dara quietly appeared beside Colin and asked with a smile. "Okay." Colin quickly came back to his senses and took the plate from Dara's hands with a smile. At the same time, he ordered the blood thralls in Fallen Eagle City to immediately head toward the Oman family's castle. He had to figure out what had happened there. Even though it was still late at night, the sky above Fallen Eagle City was as bright as day. The raging flames devoured everything in the city, and even the weeds within a few hundred meters of the city were scorched yellow by the terrifying heat. Boom. The tightly shut city gates suddenly opened, and a group of knights charged out of the city. However, before they could escape the sea of fire, the sudden flames devoured them along with their horses. The knights who were still breathing struggled in the sea of fire, letting out ear-piercing screams that sent chills down one's spine. Moments later, the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Boom. A section of the city wall finally collapsed under the scorching flames. However, even as the scorching smoke gradually subsided, no one was seen rushing out of the city. The entire Fallen Eagle City had turned into a burning furnace, but what was being tempered inside was not steel, but living people. The endless cries of agony had completely stopped at some point, and the countless lives that were being roasted into charcoal in the furnace seemed to have condensed into green smoke floating in the air. These wisps of green smoke were being driven by some unknown force, and they were gathering at the center of Fallen Eagle City. There, a green pillar of light descended from the sky like a gigantic transparent barrier, protecting the Oman family's castle. It was only here that there was the aura of living people. Dala opened his mouth wide, trying his best to take in a breath of air, but the burning in his chest did not ease at all. Instead, it seemed to be burning even more fiercely. While the green barrier blocked out the flames, it could not block out the suffocating air and the terrifying heat that could cook a person alive. Dala could hear a sizzling sound under his feet with every step he took, and the intense pain made him lose consciousness. In fact, if Vala had not been turned into a bloodkin and had terrifying self-healing abilities, he would have died long ago. Even if his frightening self-regenerative ability would only bring more suffering to Vala, he did not give up and continued to stride toward the castle with determined steps. At the top of the castle, the figure in magician's robes held a staff in one hand and an eyeball in the other, loudly chanting an elven incantation. Thick green smoke enveloped his body and formed a huge green cocoon on top of his head. The surface of the green cocoon trembled as Mr. Chung chanted, as if something terrifying was about to break out of its shell. Sizzle. Dalla reached out to grab the wall of the castle, the scorching heat instantly scorching his palm black. However, he didn't seem to feel it at all as he continued to climb upwards. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Revenge. He wanted to take revenge for the 300,000 innocent citizens of Fallen Eagle City. Driven by vengeance, Dalla seemed to have forgotten pain and fear. All she wanted to do was twist the head of that evil mage on the top of the castle. However, the closer she got to the smoke-shrouded silhouette, the more Dalla felt a frightening pressure. Mr. Fang's not-so-tall figure seemed to have turned into some ancient behemoth, and under the overwhelming pressure, Dalla felt as if she was an ant trying to challenge the gods. However, the ant didn't stop. He was getting closer and closer. Mr. Feng didn't seem to notice Dalla's approach at all as he continued to chant his incantation. Dalla couldn't understand Elvish, and only felt that the foreign syllables were like venomous snakes drilling into her heart, trying to evoke the fear in the depths of her heart. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Dalla drew out her knight's sword, the blade already turning red from the scorching flames. Just as she was about to launch her final charge, she suddenly noticed from the corner of her eyes that another figure was climbing up from the other side of the roof. That person was completely covered in armor, but Dalla felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from that person, as if they were her own kind. While the two knights were still in a daze, Mr. Chang's incantation seemed to have reached the final stage. He suddenly raised his left hand and crushed the strange eyeball. He shouted, "Let's go! Duke of St. Hilda, receive your judgment!" Asterisk boom. Asterisk a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, as if it was tearing the sky apart in an instant. The lightning struck the green cocoon on Mr. Chang's head, and an incomparably dazzling light exploded. Dalla only felt that her vision had turned completely white, and then she couldn't see anything anymore. However, she was delighted instead of shocked, and immediately realized that this was the best chance for revenge. Although she couldn't see anything, Dalla still charged out according to the direction in her memory. Colin, who was controlling the blood thrall, also realized that he couldn't see anything, but he still heard Dalla's voice, and quickly controlled the blood thrall's body to charge out as well. When the blinding light gradually faded, Colin finally saw a blurry image in front of his eyes. Ah! Dalla's blood-curdling screams rang in his ears, and Colin focused his gaze to see Dalla rolling on the roof while holding half of her face. Mr. Chang was also in a terrible state. His entire right arm had been cut off at the base, and fresh blood splattered all over the roof, corroding the thick limestone into wisps of green smoke. Colin immediately guessed that Dalla must have cut off Mr. Chang's right arm, but was burned by the blood that splattered out. At this moment, the green cocoon on Mr. Chang's head had already transformed into a giant eye that was tightly shut. Although it didn't open, Colin had a feeling that something extremely terrifying would happen the moment it opened. Colin hurriedly controlled the blood thrall to swing its sword at Mr. Chang's neck. At this moment, Mr. Chang's right arm had been cut off, and his left arm was raised high above his head, as if supporting the giant eye. It seemed that his spell wasn't complete yet. Facing the longsword that swung at him again, a hint of despair appeared in Mr. Chang's eyes. However, the longsword stopped at the last moment. That was because Colin suddenly remembered what Mr. Chang had shouted in the common language earlier. The Duke of St. Hilda, judgment, that was why he hesitated. Asterisk boom. Asterisk another bolt of lightning flashed, and Colin's vision turned white once again. In that instant, it was as if he had completely lost contact with the blood thrall. When he could see the situation in Fallen Eagle City clearly again, Colin was shocked to discover that the giant green eye above Mr. Chang's head had already disappeared, and he didn't know where it had gone. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Chang looked up at the sky and finally laughed wildly. He then turned his head to look at the blood thrall that Colin was controlling. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he didn't stop chanting at all. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Colin only saw a flash of fire in front of his eyes, and then he was completely enveloped by darkness. Colin, what's wrong? When he came back to his senses, he saw Vera looking at him with a worried expression. I'm fine. Colin smiled as he patted his beloved wife's hand. He then tried to contact the blood thrall in Fallen Eagle City, but he didn't get any response. It seemed that Mr. Chang had killed it. However, he didn't regret it. Instead, he immediately looked for the Duke of St. Hilda in the banquet hall. Almost at the same time, the Duke of St. Hilda also looked at Colin and said with a smile, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we announce the end of the banquet so that the two newlyweds can spend the night together?" Everyone in the banquet hall burst into laughter and nodded in agreement. Colin also laughed and said, "Your Excellency, please announce the end of the banquet." "Okay." The Duke of St. Hilda nodded and said, "Thank you all." Suddenly, the sound in the banquet hall disappeared. Everyone saw the Duke of St. Hilda's mouth opening and closing, but they couldn't hear anything. It was as if he had been dragged into another time and space by some mysterious force, and only an illusory projection was left in his original place. Colin's heart trembled, and he immediately held Vera's hand tightly. Then, he felt a gaze above his head. It was a gaze that seemed to be projected from a higher level of life, and it had a terrifying power that made him shudder. Colin subconsciously looked up at the sky. Although there were layers of obstacles, he could still see the familiar huge green eye, which was suspended above the red fortress at this time. In the next moment, the green eye opened. Colin's vision was once again white, and he couldn't see anything. At this moment, his vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had all disappeared. It was as if he had also been banished to a pale and empty space, and he was completely disconnected from the world. It felt as if only a moment had passed, but it also felt as if thousands of years had passed. Colin finally felt Vera's warmth again, and he could smell the familiar fragrance in his nose. He greedily took a deep breath, and then looked at the Duke of St. Hilda with a lingering fear. Colin, what happened just now?" Vera hugged Colin's arm tightly, and she sounded panicked. Colin did not answer. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Duke of St. Hilda. Vera turned her head in confusion, and then she saw a horrifying scene. Under the green light that descended from the sky, St. Hilda seemed to have been frozen in place for an instant. Then, he fell to the ground with his head facing upwards. Bang, the green light dissipated, and the former king of the northern frontier shattered into pieces like a stone statue. There was no blood, no splashing of flesh and bones, but only gravel all over the ground. "Ah!" A sharp scream immediately sounded in the banquet hall. A ray of white gradually appeared on the eastern horizon, signifying the beginning of a new day. But to the residents of Fallen Eagle City, the fiery purgatory of last night was the last day of their lives. The flames were gradually extinguished, but the suffocating heat had yet to dissipate. Even from afar, one could still feel the unbearable heat. In the bushes 3 kilometers away from Fallen Eagle City, there was a unique-looking carriage parked there. The coachman was taking a nap, as if he did not sleep well last night. There were dark circles under his eyes and a lingering fear between his brows, as if he was having a nightmare. The 2 old horses pulling the carriage were leisurely eating the grass on the ground, swinging their tails from time to drive away mosquitoes and flies. Dong dong. 2 knocks came from within the carriage, waking the coachman up. He hurriedly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and respectfully asked, "Master, are we leaving?" "Yes, to the east." A majestic voice came from within the carriage, short and powerful. "Yes, master." The coachman immediately waved his whip, urging the old horses to head east. But before they could go far, the voice came from within the carriage again, "Stop." The coachman did not understand, but he still stopped the carriage. Just as he was scratching his head and preparing to ask what was going on, he realized that a figure wearing a silver mage robe had appeared beside the carriage. His face was covered by a large hood, and his appearance could not be seen clearly, but the terrifying aura he emitted made the coachman tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, the man's voice came from within the carriage again, "Mark, go further away." The coachman felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran far away. Then, the curtain of the carriage opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a white mage robe walked out of the carriage. "Xianxia, I did not expect this forbidden technique to be restored by you." The silver-robed mage opened his mouth, his tone was both surprised and fearful, but more than that, it was filled with deep worry. "Lord Ernest, I did not expect to alarm you." The white-robed mage Xianxia who walked out of the carriage bowed slightly and saluted. Then, he shook his head and said, "However, we did not restore that forbidden technique. It can only be considered a clumsy imitation. Fortunately, it should have succeeded." Ernest sighed as if he was lamenting about something. Then, his tone turned cold. Do you know what it means if this taboo technique succeeds? Xianxia laughed, his face brimming with pride and exuberance. It means that we, the mages, no longer have to be careful around the nobles of the empire. We no longer have to hide in Yevil and struggle at death's door. We no longer have to pay the price of our lives to gain the power to fight against the sanctum. Hearing Xianxia's bold words, Ernest raised his head, revealing a weather-beaten old face. However, there was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with boundless sorrow and pity. No. Ernest slowly shook his head and poured a bucket of cold water on Xianxia. If this taboo technique really succeeds, it will only bring disaster to you and Yevil. Hearing the old mage's frightening words, Xianxia chuckled. Lord Ernest, although I have great respect for you, I still have to say that your weakness has surprised me. Ernest chuckled in the face of Xianxia's mockery, as if he was not angry. He only calmly but firmly said, Apologies, Xianxia. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I've always admired you and Mr. Chang's spirit of exploration, but I can't tolerate you sacrificing the lives of innocent people to complete a forbidden spell. I can't allow your reckless actions to destroy Yevil. Xianxia laughed coldly and retorted, How can there be no sacrifices on the path to the truth? Instead of sacrificing precious mages, why not sacrifice those ignorant and foolish people? As for Yevil, haha, Lord Ernest, your weakness is the true reason for its gradual decline and even extinction. Right now, Mr. Xianxia and Lionheart have already reached a consensus. The northern frontier will soon have a new master, and a new master who is a mage. As for the paladins that have always been a headache for mages, haha, we have already found a way to deal with them. Thus, Lord Ernest, it is time for you to cast aside those old dogmas and let the Mage Council rise from the ashes. Rise from the ashes? I think you will only burn yourselves if you play with fire. Ernest's expression was cold. Your target this time should be the Duke of St. Hilda, right? Whether he dies under this forbidden technique or not, it will cause a huge uproar in the Radiance Empire. As for Yevil, he might not be able to survive such a monstrous wave as you expect. No, I must find Mr. Xianxia and talk to him personally. As he spoke, Ernest walked towards Fallen Eagle City. However, after taking a few steps, Xianxia blocked his path. Ernest narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Xianxia, you actually dare to stop me? Xianxia shook his head firmly and said, My apologies, Lord Ernest. I promised Mr. Xianxia that I would protect him for a day. During this day, no one is allowed to approach the ruins of Fallen Eagle City. Ernest suddenly laughed and said in a cold tone, Xianxia, do you really think that I am old? Xianxia raised his staff and replied, No, I just think that it is time for you to give up your position. Ha ha ha. Ernest laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Give up my position? You want to be the chairman of the Parliament of Mages? Fine, let me see how much you've improved over the years. As he spoke, Ernest's eyes instantly turned silver white. Countless tiny lightning bolts slithered around his body like silver snakes. His expression became incomparably cold as he chanted some obscure elven language. Xianxia also entered battle mode at the same time. His golden hair turned completely white in an instant, and there were even traces of frost on it. The temperature around him dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and visible ice crystals began to condense in the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and the wind on the plains seemed to have stopped. At this moment, the surroundings of Xianxia and Ernest had already become two distinct worlds. On one side was the bone-chilling cold, on the other was the dancing lightning bolts. On one side was the deathly stillness of winter, as if it wanted to freeze all life. On the other side was an endless frenzy, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Xianxia, this is your last chance. Are you going to give up or not? Lord Ernest, the world has changed. You are already outdated. Arrogant. With a loud shout, countless lightning bolts as thick as pythons twisted their bodies and blasted towards Xianxia at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Asterisk ding ding ding, asterisk layers of sparkling and translucent ice shields shattered in an instant, turning into tiny crystals that fluttered in the air. Under the reflection of the sun, they reflected colorful rays. There was a kind of demonic beauty. These beautiful yet dangerous ice crystals condensed in the air and did not disperse. Following Xianxia's hand gestures, they constantly changed their positions and gradually formed a mysterious array in the air. Asterisk roar. The deathly still world of ice and snow suddenly went berserk. An extreme cold storm carried fine ice crystals like a tornado and rushed towards Ernest with an unstoppable momentum. Along the way, a thick ice crack was blown out of the ground. All the animals and plants on the ice crack were frozen in this ice crack in an instant. Rumble. A huge shockwave, along with ice and lightning, quickly spread out in all directions. Although Coachman Mark had already hidden far away, he was still affected by the aftershocks. His body trembled and he fainted instantly. As the sun set in the west, the Oman family's army began to set up camp. Bonfires were lit, dispelling the darkness that was gradually enveloping the land. As night fell, a convoy bearing the Tulip Merchant Guild's insignia slowly entered the camp. Penny lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked a knight who came up to greet her, "Where is the Count?" The knight bowed slightly and replied, "Madam Penny, please follow me." Penny got off the carriage and followed the knight to a tent in the center of the camp. "Why are you here?" Earl Oman looked at Penny, who had just walked in. He was slightly surprised. Penny smiled sweetly. "What? Am I not welcome?" "Not at all. It's just that I'm a little worried when you're not in Fallen Eagle City." Penny stepped forward and gently poured a cup of tea for Oman. "Don't worry, there are 30,000 soldiers in the city. Besides, isn't Vala here too?" Count Oman nodded. How's Vala's injury?" "I've seen it myself. It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after resting for a while." Just as the two were talking, they saw Viscount Lawrence excitedly walk in. "Father, I heard that mother is here?" Count Oman glared at his son and scolded, "Keep your voice down." Viscount Lawrence smiled carelessly. "Don't worry, father. I've already sent the guards away. No one will hear." Penny looked at her son dotingly and smiled. "It won't be long before Lawrence can openly call me mother." Count Oman was a little helpless, but he did not want to go against his wife's wishes. He nodded vaguely and asked, "Why did you come to the camp to look for me?" Penny rolled her eyes at the Count. "Can't I come to see you if there's nothing?" As she spoke, she picked up the tea she had just poured and handed it to Count Oman. Count Oman took the teacup but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he looked at his lover and smiled. "Of course not. I just feel that with your personality, you wouldn't have come so far to find me if there wasn't something." Penny glanced at the Count. Seeing that his expression was normal, she said, "There is indeed something going on. I just learned about the details of the peace agreement between Viscount Angli and the Troll Empire." As she spoke, she handed a letter to the Count. "According to this agreement, the Angeli family will definitely rise to power in the future and become the most powerful force in the northeast of the northern frontier. Therefore, my brother suggests that you plan as soon as possible and eliminate the threat in the bud." Earl Oman received the letter, frowning as he read it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. How badly did the trolls lose? How could they sign such a peace agreement? Before he could fully digest this information, Penny opened her mouth again and said something even more explosive. "Oh right, there's one more thing. The Duke of St. Hilda is dead." "What? Who died?" Earl Oman's eyes widened, and he looked at his lover in disbelief. At this moment, a silver light pierced towards Count Aldman's back. Ka. However, it was as if Count Aldman had eyes on the back of his head. In an instant, he grabbed the attacker's wrist with lightning speed. The tent fell silent. Only the letter floated down slowly, falling into the bonfire and igniting a flame. Count Aldman slowly turned his head, looking at the attacker behind him. His expression was extremely complicated, and his voice was filled with disbelief and pain. "Lawrence? You actually want to kill me?" Viscount Lawrence clearly did not expect Count Aldman to be so vigilant in such a situation. For a moment, he did not know what expression to make. "You? Are you my son?" Count Aldman asked, trembling. At the same time, he tipped over the teacup in his left hand, allowing the tea to drip onto the ground with an ear-piercing sizzling sound. There was even a puff of smoke. There was poison in the water. Count Aldman turned his head again, looking at Penny. However, he did not question her about the poison. Instead, he asked, Is he my son?" Penny's lips trembled, but she did not answer Count Aldman's question. Instead, she quickly chanted an elven incantation. She was also a magus. "You're courting death," Count Aldman roared, sending Viscount Lawrence flying with a kick. At the same time, he shot towards Penny and grabbed her by the throat, interrupting her incantation. Viscount Lawrence fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up and was about to charge again when he heard Penny squeeze out a word. "Let's go. Mother." Viscount Lawrence's face was conflicted. "Scram." Count Aldman turned his head and glared, roaring. Viscount Lawrence saw the terrifying look on the other party's face, and immediately scrambled out of the tent in fear. "Is he my son?" Count Aldman was still conflicted about this question, as if he would not give up until he got to the bottom of it. Penny patted Count Aldman's steel-like hand on her throat, indicating that she could not answer. Only then did Count Aldman let go, staring at his lover expressionlessly. Penny panted a few times, and only after a long while did she regain her breath. Then, she did not panic, looking coldly at Count Aldman and slowly uttered a word. "No. Slut." Count Aldman's expression twisted, his eyes looking as if he wanted to swallow the woman in front of him alive. "He's your and your brother's bastard, isn't he?" "Isn't he?" Penny did not reply, tacitly agreeing. Count Aldman once again grabbed Penny's throat, as if he really wanted to choke her to death. Penny stared fixedly at Count Aldman, not begging for mercy. Instead, her eyes revealed a fearless provocation. It was as if she was saying, "Why don't you try and choke me to death?" After a while, Count Aldman finally let go of his hands. The arrogance in Penny's eyes deepened. She rubbed her neck, which had turned red from being pinched, and said in a bewitching tone, "Talos Aldman, you should feel honored to be a partner of the St. Thean family. As long as you let me go, when my brother becomes the new lord of the northern frontier, you will be the greatest contributor." Count Aldman looked at Penny expressionlessly, and only after a while did he ask in a hoarse voice, "We've been husband and wife for 30 years, so you don't have any feelings for me at all?" Penny's eyes flashed with disdain. "All right, Count Aldman, when did you become so sentimental? Then why did you want to kill me this time? Could it be that your brother has already made up his mind to take Lawrence as his adopted son?" "Yes, that's one reason." "You don't object, do you?" Penny observed Count Aldman's expression, as if she wanted to see something from it. "Haven't you always felt that you owed Vala? After Lawrence changes his surname, you can officially make Vala the heir of the Count. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Count Aldman's mouth twitched, and he pulled out a mocking smile. "There must be another reason?" Penny's eyes flashed, as if she was hesitating. But facing Count Aldman's sharp gaze, and knowing that he would receive the news soon, she spoke frankly. "Yes, there's another reason. Didn't I just tell you that the Duke of St. Hilda is dead? That wasn't a lie to divert your attention." "So, the Duke of St. Hilda is really dead?" Count Aldman's gaze seemed to soften a little, and there was even a hint of unconcealable joy in it. "Yes." Penny raised her head proudly. "So, the House of St. Hilda is finished, and the House of St. Thean will soon become the master of the northern frontier. Don't make the wrong choice at this final juncture." Count Aldman looked unmoved, and persistently asked, "If the Duke of St. Hilda is dead, why do you want to kill me?" Penny glared at him unhappily, as if she felt that she had regained control of the situation. "There must be a price to pay for killing a holy knight. My brother paid the price of an eye, and your Aldman family naturally had to pay something as well." Count Aldman's gaze trembled, and he asked sternly, "What price did the Aldman family pay?" "Fallen Eagle City." "Fallen Eagle City?" "Yes. Fallen Eagle City was sacrificed." Penny looked at Count Aldman, whose gaze had suddenly turned violent, and hurriedly advised, "Talos, don't be agitated. Although the Aldman family lost a city, as long as you continue to be loyal to the House of St. Thean, we will definitely compensate you, and double the compensation." "Compensate?" Count Aldman suddenly quieted down, as if he was moved. Penny looked at Count Aldman, who had calmed down, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She hurriedly said, "I will ask my brother to confer you the title of Marquis, how about that?" Seeing that the other party did not speak, Penny leaned forward and drew circles on Count Aldman's chest. She said with a coquettish look, "If you don't want that lowly illegitimate son of Vala to inherit the title, I can give birth to another child. How about it? Count Aldman looked at Penny expressionlessly, and said flatly, Balaloli? Haha, he is the son of Madame Suduo and I. What about Lawrence? He's just the illegitimate son of your incestuous relationship with your brother. Penny's expression changed slightly, but she suppressed her anger, and said with a charming smile, What do you know? Lawrence has the purest blood of the house of St. Theon flowing in his body. Count Aldman's gaze turned colder and colder. Do you think that just because you have the word saint in your surname, you can treat others like dogs? Penny's charming smile froze on her face, and her tone hardened. Talos Aldman, don't fail to appreciate, *kacha. She was only halfway through her sentence when Count Aldman broke her neck. Count Aldman looked at the corpse of the woman in his arms and mocked. So killing a descendant of a paladin family is no different from killing a mortal. Bang. Throwing the corpse to the ground, Count Aldman shouted outside the tent, Men. Not long after, a knight appeared in the tent and said respectfully, Count, what are your orders? Go and capture Lawrence Aldman, dead or alive. Yes. The Duke of St. Hilda's coffin was placed in the main hall of the church. Who would have thought that just yesterday, the Dukes of the North had presided over the wedding of Colin and Vera? But now, he had closed his eyes forever. The elusive fate was just like pollen that was moving in Brownian motion in water. With the limited wisdom of mortals, they would never be able to predict its next trajectory. The coffin was opened, and a group of nobles from the northern frontier took turns to come forward and express their condolences. Colin held Vera's hand and stood beside the coffin as he stared blankly at the body of the Duke. No one knew what he was thinking. The broken body of the Duke of St. Hilda had been reassembled. The stonemason's workmanship was quite good. Except for the cracks that were difficult to erase, there was no difference at all. Anyone who had tried to put a broken vase together would understand how difficult it was. In a sense, Colin was an accomplice in the death of the Duke of St. Hilda. If the blood slave that he controlled had not stopped at the most critical moment when Mr. Feng was casting the spell, he was afraid that the forbidden spell would not have succeeded. If he had to do it again, Colin would still choose to stop and let the Duke of St. Hilda die. He would never forget the humiliation that the Dukes of the North had brought to him, Vera, and Marquis Garcia. If he missed this opportunity, he really did not know how to deal with this person who stood at the top of the northern frontier in terms of strength and intelligence. Colin was afraid that from now on, he could only be at the mercy of the Dukes of the North, just like he had been at Vera's coming-of-age ceremony. Although the cold Dukes of the North seemed to be on Colin's side, his existence would only bring Colin endless pressure. As long as he was in the northern frontier, Colin could only live with his tail between his legs. Moreover, he had to constantly worry about whether or not he would become a pawn that the other party would casually sacrifice. Although Colin was now the Duke's son-in-law, the Duke was a ruthless character who would sell his own son. A son-in-law was nothing. This way, he would be able to avenge Vera and Marquis Garcia. As for whether this would cause the situation at the northern frontier to collapse, Colin wasn't too worried. Chaos was a staircase. Although Marquis Dawson's words didn't have good intentions, they were what Colin wanted. For someone as ambitious as Colin, a chaotic northern frontier might be more suitable for him. Therefore, it was better for the Duke to die. The only thing that Colin felt was a pity was that after the Duke of St. Hilda was petrified, no one knew where his blood had gone. Otherwise, he could take the opportunity to taste the blood of a holy knight and see how sweet it was. After the nobles finished their mourning, Bishop Peirce went forward and sprinkled holy water into the coffin as he recited a prayer. Finally, under the bishop's lead, everyone observed a moment of silence for the Duke of St. Hilda. The wake ceremony ended, but the Duke of St. Hilda couldn't be buried yet. After all, he was once the lord of the northern frontier. The Duke of St. Hilda's body couldn't be buried in a random cemetery in Icestone City like Charles, who didn't have a title. Instead, it had to be transported back to Winter City for a grand funeral. When the time came, the Empire's royal family would send people to participate. At the same time, the new Dukes of the North would be decided. Colin, I will stay to keep watch. You can go back. After everyone left, Vera turned to Colin and said softly. Her face was a little pale, and there was an unconcealable sadness in her eyes, but more than that, there was worry and confusion. Colin held her cold little hand and said gently, I will stay to keep watch with you. Okay. Vera smiled and hugged Colin's arm. She leaned her head on his shoulder and let out a long sigh of relief. After Bishop Peirce closed the door of the hall, only Colin and Vera were left in the hall. The cold moonlight shone through the glass on the marble floor, and it blended with the brilliance of the magic crystal chandelier, forming a strange pattern. A gentle breeze came in from nowhere, and it brought the tranquility of the spring night into the hall. Colin. Vera suddenly opened her mouth, and her voice seemed to come from the distant starry sky. It was deep and ethereal. What's wrong? Colin turned his head and kissed Vera's hair. Do you think I should hate him? What do you think? Colin did not give an answer because he knew that what Vera needed at this time was not an answer, but a confession. No matter how bad the Duke of St. Hilda's behavior was, after all, he had raised Vera for 20 years. This was something that could not be refuted. What's more, he had given Vera something that she needed the most, an identity. Colin did not know which beautiful woman Marquis Garcia had given birth to Vera, but if the Duke had not adopted her, she would have been a despised illegitimate daughter. I don't know. Vera said softly. However, Colin did not hear a trace of hatred in her voice. If you don't know, then you should keep this question in your heart for the time being. Maybe one day, when you look back at this experience, you will have the answer. Colin decisively gave her a bowl of chicken soup to soothe the girl's wounded heart. Vera thought about Colin's words, and her eyebrows relaxed a lot. I understand. Thank you, Colin. She was so easy to coax. Colin smiled and patted Vera's arm, indicating that she should not think too much about it. The hall fell into silence again. Colin began to study the lines on the Duke of St. Hilda's body out of boredom. It seemed as though there were some secrets hidden in them. However, not long after, Vera opened her mouth again and asked, Colin, what do you think killed my father? I guess it should be some kind of magic. However, if it can kill a paladin, I am afraid that it must be a forbidden spell. At this point, Colin suddenly recalled the scene in Fallen Eagle City that he had seen through the eyes of the blood thrall. Colin could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he saw the terrible scene of fire burning the city. I guess it is also a forbidden spell. Vera nodded. Moreover, it is very similar to a forbidden spell that I have seen before. Oh? Colin suddenly became alert. He suddenly remembered that his wife was also a mage. Maybe she would know some useful information. Therefore, he asked, do you know about this forbidden spell? Vera nodded and then shook her head. I have seen a similar forbidden spell in my teacher's library. However, it is impossible to release that forbidden spell now because one of the most important casting materials can no longer be found. Oh? What kind of forbidden spell is it? The Eyes of Petrification. The Eyes of Petrification? Colin looked at the Duke of St. Hilda who had turned into a stone statue in the coffin. Yes. However, this forbidden spell is not the same as the Eyes of Petrification. I remember that the Eyes of Petrification is a forbidden spell that uses the spellcaster's eyes as a medium to release the spell. Everyone who looks directly into the spellcaster's eyes will turn into stone. However, there were no suspicious spellcasters in the Red Fort on the day that my father was affected by the forbidden spell. Moreover, I also looked up and saw the mysterious green eyes in the sky. Therefore, although the two spells are similar, they are definitely not the same forbidden spell. I guess it is a new spell that is modified from the Eyes of Petrification. Colin touched his chin. He then noticed an important piece of information that Vera had told him. You said that you saw the Eyes of Petrification in your teacher's library? Yes. Who is your teacher? He is the deputy chairman of the Yevil Mage Council, Master Cusius. Cusius? Of course, Colin had never heard of this name before. He knew almost nothing about Yevil, a city of mages. Then, do you know Mr. Kong? Colin said the name of the real spellcaster. Yes, I have met him a few times in Yevil. His origin is very mysterious. It seems that he has a very good relationship with my teacher and they often exchange their research experiences together. Colin looked at Vera who had a confused expression on her face and said, actually, Mr. Kong is a descendant of the St. Thean family. St. Thean family? Vera was really surprised. Yes, And I suspect that Mr. Kong is the one who killed the Duke of St. Hilda. Vera frowned. Then, do you think that Mr. Kong developed the forbidden spell that killed my father based on the eyes of petrification in my teacher's library? It is very possible. Vera pondered for a moment before she said, then, I will write a letter to my teacher and ask him about this matter when I go back. Well, it would be best if you ask him about the conditions for casting the forbidden spell, the price that needs to be paid, and whether there is any way to break the spell. Colin was a little worried that he would become the target of this forbidden spell one day. This forbidden spell was too terrifying. It could even petrify a paladin. He felt that if he became the target of this forbidden spell, even the characteristics of the Blood Clan would not be able to save him. Okay. The first rays of the morning sun appeared above Ice Stone City earlier than usual, shrouding the city that had just experienced great joy and great sorrow. Perhaps the sun also knew that today was a special day and wanted to let the two of them who had not slept the entire night finish their vigil earlier. The golden sunlight shone on the dome of the church, dyeing it with a layer of gorgeous halo. The side door of the church opened and Colin walked out holding Vera's hand. Colin did not sleep the entire night, but Vera was so sleepy that she could not even open her eyes. In the crisp sound of horse hooves, Night Leg had personally driven the carriage in front of Colin. However, Colin did not get into the carriage immediately. This was because he had already seen another figure standing outside the church. It was Scholar Dawn. Obviously, Scholar Dawn did not wake up so early to pray for the Duke of St. Hilda. Instead, he was waiting for Colin. You can go back and rest first, Colin said as he walked Vera to the carriage. He then walked towards Scholar Dawn. Good morning, Sir Viscounts. Good morning, Scholar Dawn. Colin had been standing for the entire night and he was a little tired now. He turned around and walked into the church and sat down on the wooden chair at the back. Scholar Dawn also followed him into the church and stood behind Colin. Colin did not invite Scholar Dawn to sit down. Instead, he leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. He then asked casually, Scholar Dawn, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Sir Viscounts, I want to remind you that the Angeli family is in danger. Colin did not even open his eyes when he heard Scholar Dawn's words. He was still in a lazy posture. Colin had seen Scholar Dawn's tricks many times in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his previous life. When the strategists of the Three Kingdoms wanted to persuade someone, they would first scare the target with words of alarm. Then, when the target panicked, they could use their glib tongue to make the target dizzy. In the end, the strategists would be led by the nose. It was the same as when the fortune-telling Taoist said, Benefactor, I see that your glabella is turning black. There will be a disaster in the near future. Why is the Angeli family in danger? When Scholar Dwayne saw Colin's expression, he knew that Colin wasn't a lord that could be easily fooled. He hastily raised his spirits and said, with the death of the Duke St. Hilda, the most important pillar of the northern frontier has collapsed. In the current situation, I'm afraid that the Golden Lion Legion can't hold the fort alone. If you don't act immediately, I'm afraid that the House of St. Thean will become the new ruler of the northern frontier. Colin's eyes were still closed as he said faintly, Why do I feel that you were trying to say that the House of St. Hilda is in danger? Lord Viscounts, since you have already married Miss Vera, the Angeli family and the House of St. Hilda are one. If the House of St. Thean becomes the ruler of the northern frontier, how can they tolerate you? Well, that makes sense. Colin finally nodded. Then, what do you think I should do? Scholar Dwayne said without hesitation, in the current situation, your best strategy is only one word, defense. Defend? Colin frowned. Yes. With the death of the Duke St. Hilda, the people of the northern frontier are in chaos. The Golden Lion Legion alone won't be able to stabilize the situation in the entire northern frontier. Therefore, our only choice now is to defend Winter Castle first before making any other plans. Therefore, the Golden Lion Legion must retreat. I am not qualified to order the Golden Lion Legion to retreat to Winter Castle. But Miss Vera is qualified to do so. Are you sure? Vera is not the Marquis of the Eastern region. Isn't there still a Joyce in front of her? Scholar Dwayne smiled before he said, Lord Viscounts, you may not know this but the Duke St. Hilda did not confer Joyce the title of Marquess of the Eastern region when he was alive. Colin finally opened his eyes. He stared at Scholar Dwayne and said, "But Joyce is indeed ahead of Vera in the line of succession." The smile on Scholar Dwayne's face did not change at all as he said, "But Joyce is only a 10-year-old child after all. Don't you think it is a little inappropriate for him to inherit the position of the Dukes of the North?" Colin rolled his eyes before he continued asking, "So, do you support Vera to become the Dukes of the North?" The smile on Scholar Dwayne's face disappeared as he nodded solemnly. "Yes." Colin finally showed a sincere smile before he patted the chair beside him and said, "Have a seat." Scholar Dwayne did not stand on ceremony and sat down. At this time, the two of them finally had the foundation to cooperate. Colin's tone also softened a lot as he said, "Are you sure that the Golden Lion Legion will listen to Vera's orders? You should know that she is not the Dukes of the North now. Lord Viscounts, as long as Miss Vera appears in the camp of the Golden Lion Legion, I am confident that I can persuade Knight Nelson to retreat to Winter Castle." Knight Nelson was the commander of the Golden Lion Legion. He was also a knight of the House of St. Hilda and he only obeyed the orders of the Duke. Colin stared into Scholar Dwayne's eyes and when he saw the confident look on Scholar Dwayne's face, he believed his words for the time being. "What will happen after we retreat to Winter Castle?" "Winter Castle is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack, but we can't just stay in the city forever." "Will the other large territories on the northern frontier be given to the St. Thean family?" "Of course not." Scholar Dwayne continued to analyze the situation. "Lord Viscounts, this time, the St. Thean family is mainly relying on three forces to conquer the northern frontier. The Trolls, the Dwarves, and the Oman family. The Trolls have already been eliminated by you in advance, so you don't have to worry about them anymore. As for the Oman family, you don't have to worry too much either. This is because Earl Oman has the same cautious style as the Oman family. To put it bluntly, he lacks courage. During the chaos on the northern frontier last year, I have already seen through this person. He is just a fence-sitter who only cares about himself. He will side with whichever side is stronger. You don't have to worry about him working for the St. Thean family. As for the Dwarves, they are mainly divided into two factions, the Dawson family and the Menham family. They are the most difficult faction to deal with, especially now that the Menham family's army has entered the northern frontier. They will soon join forces with the Dawson family and form a pincer attack on the Golden Lion Legion. This is the main reason why I advise you to withdraw the Golden Lion Legion from Winter Castle. However, the ultimate goal of the Dawson family and the Menham family is to establish the Dwarven Kingdom and not to help the St. Thean family control the northern frontier. Therefore, if we have no choice, we can cede a portion of the northern frontier territory and allow the dwarves to establish a kingdom. This way, they won't continue to fight with us for the sake of the St. Thean family. Lord Viscounts, now you understand. The reason why I advise you to be on the defensive is because the St. Thean family has a fatal flaw. They don't have a direct army, therefore, once the war reaches a stalemate, there is a possibility that the rebel forces they have roped in will be divided and drawn over. As long as these forces fall apart one after another, the chaos in the northern region will naturally come to an end. Indeed, the St. Thean family had been in exile for so many years. They didn't have any territory and naturally couldn't afford to raise their own army. Therefore, Mr. Fong could only rely on his connections to rope in the various forces to help him deal with the House of St. Hilda. However, this weakness always existed. If the death of the Duke of St. Hilda was the last straw that broke the camel's back, then everything would be fine. However, if the northern frontier didn't completely lose the ability to resist, then when the situation was in a stalemate, the St. Thean family's biggest weakness would become a fatal flaw. Therefore, the most important thing for the northern frontier was to stabilize the situation. Listening to Scholar Dwayne's detailed analysis, Colin didn't show it on the surface, but in his heart, he sighed. The talents of the White Tower Academy were indeed capable. It was no wonder that he could become the Duke of St. Hilda's most relied-on think tank. At this time, Colin found Scholar Dwayne more and more pleasing to the eye, especially since the other party also supported Vera to become the Dukes of the North. This made Colin and Scholar Dwayne have a common language. Colin also realized that if he could subdue Scholar Dwayne, then it would be a great help for him to take over the legacy left behind by the Duke of St. Hilda. Therefore, Colin stood up and invited, "Scholar Dwayne, are you hungry? Why don't you come back to the castle with me for breakfast?" Scholar Dwayne also showed a bright smile, stood up, and bowed. It's an honor. In the dining room of the Red Castle, Colin was sitting at the main seat on the long table made of red paulownia wood while Scholar Dwayne was sitting beside him. The half-elf maid, Kathy, quickly served up a sumptuous breakfast. There was lemon-roasted chicken, bacon-fried eggs, oatmeal, buttered bread, and of course, Colin's exclusive deer blood wine. As for Scholar Dwayne, he drank milk. After staying up all night, Colin's appetite was very good at this time. It did not take long for him to stuff all the food in front of him into his stomach. Scholar Dwayne's eating posture was very elegant and it was obvious that he had undergone special training. However, his eating speed was not slow either. He finished his meal almost at the same time as Colin. After wiping his mouth, Colin asked Kathy to pour 2 cups of coffee. He then asked with a smile, Scholar Dwayne, I have always had a question. Why are you willing to support Vera to become the Dukes of the North? Don't use the excuse that Joyce is too young to fool me. Indeed, a young monarch was a good opportunity for every powerful official to show off their skills. Scholar Dwayne took a sip of coffee before he said, Sir Viscounts, the reason why I chose to support Miss Vera is because of you. Me? Colin was obviously stunned. Yes. Scholar Dwayne looked straight into Colin's eyes with a calm expression on his face. It is because I think that only you can turn the tide and quell the rebellion in the northern frontier. Scholar Dwayne could obviously see that Colin was undoubtedly the leader in the relationship between Colin and Vera. Therefore, once Vera became the Dukes of the North, the one who would truly control the northern frontier would be Colin. Do you think so highly of me? Colin was slightly proud. After all, everyone liked to be praised. Of course. You are a military genius who was chosen by Marquis Garcia. You have also defeated 2 strong enemies in Silvermoon City and Troll City. You have proven your military ability. It can be said that after Marquis Garcia, you are the best commander in the northern frontier. Moreover, you are quite talented in politics. No matter if it was winning the final victory in Silvermoon City's complicated game of chess, or stabilizing Icestone City in the midst of the chaos on the northern frontier, they all proved your outstanding political talent. In addition, I recently discovered the points system that you use to manage the slaves. It can be said to be a genius creation, therefore, I firmly believe that the northern frontier will be revitalized under your governance. Colin was a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect Scholar Dwayne to have studied him so deeply. Moreover, Scholar Dwayne could tell at a glance that the point system he had created was the key to motivating the slaves. However, he did not want to appear too complacent. He quickly picked up the coffee and took a sip, then smiled reservedly and said, I didn't expect Scholar Dwayne to pay so much attention to me and have so much confidence in me. However, not everyone supports me like you do, and not everyone wants to see Vera become the ruler of the northern frontier. Scholar Dwayne instantly understood what Colin meant and immediately replied, Lord Viscounts, it is actually not difficult to let Miss Vera inherit the title of Duke. Colin's eyes lit up. He did not care about being reserved anymore and quickly asked, how? Scholar Dwayne smiled confidently, cleared his throat, and analyzed the situation. Lord Viscounts, the ownership of the Dukes of the North mainly depends on 3 forces. First, of course, is the House of St. Hilda. To be more precise, it is the will of the previous Duke. However, the Duke has died suddenly and did not leave behind any will, let alone a clear successor. Therefore, there is no need to think too much about this aspect. Colin nodded in agreement. In fact, he was a little puzzled as to why the Duke of St. Hilda did not give the title of Marquis of the Eastern Frontier to his 3rd son, Joyce, to determine his right of inheritance. However, since this matter was beneficial to Vera, Colin did not want to be entangled with the Duke of St. Hilda's real thoughts anymore. The second force, Scholar Dwayne continued, is the royal family of the Empire of Light. The Dukes of the North need to be conferred by the Emperor. Therefore, Vera must be recognized by Emperor Reinhardt. The third force is the Senate of the Empire. Although the Senate is full of old men who play with their birds and dogs all day long, they do not seem to care about anything. However, they also have the right to speak about the ownership of the Dukes of the North. If they unanimously oppose Vera, then even Emperor Reinhardt will not be able to ignore their influence. Colin's expression was a little dignified. He suddenly realized that he did not have any understanding of the above forces, let alone influence their decision. However, Scholar Dwayne's explanation had given him a direction, and he believed that there must be some ways to deal with it. After thinking for a moment, Colin asked seriously, "So, how can we make Emperor Reinhardt and the Senate agree that Vera should inherit the title of Dukes of the North?" Scholar Dwayne still had the same unhurried expression on his face as he said, "Let's talk about the Senate first. The Senate of the Empire is composed of 117 noble members. Although they do not have a title, they are very senior and have a wide range of connections. They have great influence in the upper class of the empire. To be honest, I do not know what their attitude towards Vera is, and it is difficult to figure it out in a short period of time. However, it is difficult to make them like the same person at the same time, but it is easy to make them hate the same person at the same time." "Oh? What do you mean?" "Lord Viscounts, do you know Baron Heidegger?" "Of course, I know him. After all, he is the Prime Minister of the Empire," Colin said lightly. In fact, he felt a little guilty. After all, this was all he knew about Baron Heidegger. Scholar Dwayne did not know if he could see Colin's embarrassment, so he continued to explain in detail. Baron Heidegger was born in a civilian family. He was lucky enough to have the opportunity to study at the White Tower Academy. After graduation, he has been serving the San Lorenzo family. Although he was born in a humble family, Baron Heidegger was very talented. It only took him 13 years to become the Prime Minister of the Empire from a civilian. He has been in this position for more than 40 years. It can be said that he is the most irreplaceable old minister in the Empire. When Emperor Reinhardt first ascended the throne, he tried to give Baron Heidegger a title to show his favor and to win him over. However, this decision was strongly opposed by the Senate. The reason was very simple. Although Heidegger was the Prime Minister of the Empire, he was still a civilian. According to the aristocratic law, he could not be given a title directly. The Senate hoped that Emperor Reinhardt would choose a noble's daughter to marry Heidegger. They also promised that their descendants could receive a title. However, the Prime Minister would be nearly 70 years old at that time. Even if he married a noble, how could he have children? Moreover, Heidegger had never married in his life. It was said that he was not fond of women. At this point, Scholar Dwayne's expression was a little strange. Seeing this, Colin's imagination immediately ran wild about the Prime Minister's sexual orientation. In short, the Emperor and the Senate fell out over the matter of Heidegger being given a title. In the end, after a fierce struggle and a series of concessions, the Senate reluctantly agreed. However, the Emperor also made a great compromise. The Prime Minister only received the lowest title of Baron. Moreover, this title was lifelong and could not be inherited. It was also a title without any territory. Although there were various restrictions, Heidegger was still the first civilian to be given a title. This was a great honor for him. Unfortunately, the resistance shown by the Senate during this process and the various restrictions placed on the title of Baron angered the arrogant Heidegger. He even publicly declared that, "I would rather be a free civilian than a noble with my hands and feet tied." Although Heidegger finally accepted the title under the emperor's persuasion, he had already formed a grudge with the Senate. After that, the Prime Minister took advantage of his position to pass several bills that limited the power of the Senate. This also deepened the hatred between the two sides. Therefore, if you want the Senate to support Miss Vera, then you do not need to figure out the attitude of hundreds of members of the Senate. You only need to ask Baron Heidegger to support Mr. Joyce. As long as Baron Heidegger supports Mr. Joyce, the Senate will definitely oppose it. So, how can I get Baron Heidegger to support Mr. Joyce? Colin's heart gradually became excited. "You can leave this to me," Scholar Dwayne said confidently. "I have some friendship with Baron Heidegger, and I am confident that I can ask him to express his support for Mr. Joyce in public." Colin realized that both of them were from the White Tower Academy. Therefore, it was normal for them to have some connections. Okay. Then, there is only one last problem left. How can I get Emperor Reinhardt to agree to let Vera inherit the position of the Dukes of the North? Tap, 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 Kathy tiptoed into the dining room and refilled the glasses of the two people who were talking. Then, she tiptoed away. After the door was closed again, Scholar Dwayne said, "Sir Viscounts, between Miss Vera and Mr. Joyce, Emperor Reinhardt would definitely side with Miss Vera. Oh? Why? Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Scholar Dwayne took a sip of his coffee before he replied calmly. Sir Viscounts, do you know why the San Lorenzo family allowed the St. Thean family to usurp the northern frontier this time? They even secretly ordered the Menham family to send troops to attack the Golden Lion Legion? I think they want to use this opportunity to divide the northern frontier, Colin said in an uncertain tone. The Menham family and the Dawson family do want to establish a kingdom of dwarves, and this move will divide the northern frontier. However, do you really think that the San Lorenzo family would disregard their relationship with the House of St. Hilda and help the St. Thean family, who they have an old feud with, seize the northern frontier? The St. Thean family must have offered other conditions, right? Yes. I had guessed so before, but the death of the Duke immediately made me realize what the St. Thean family's condition was. What is it? Colin's curiosity was immediately piqued. Scholar Dwayne did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Sir Viscounts, what do you think killed the Duke? It should be some kind of forbidden spell. I think so too. Moreover, I think that this forbidden spell should be the work of Mr. Foam from the St. Thean family. I just don't know what kind of price he paid for it. When he heard this, Colin could not help but think of the burning Eagle City and Mr. Foam who was surrounded by green smoke. He wanted to tell Dwayne about Fallen Eagle City, but the word stopped at the tip of his tongue. Only a day had passed since the incident at Fallen Eagle City. With the speed of communication in this world, Colin could not have received the news so quickly. In order to not reveal his greatest secret, Colin could not let anyone know that he was aware of the situation in Fallen Eagle City. He would have to wait a few days before he could reveal anything. Lord Viscounts, do you know Prince Rhy? Scholar Dwayne asked again, not knowing what Colin was thinking. Yes, I know. He's the only living holy knight of the royal family. Yes. It was true that Prince Lacy was a holy knight, but he was from a side branch of the San Lorenzo family. Before he had advanced to the saint level, he had not been valued. He had even suffered a lot because of the fight over cultivation resources. As a result, after becoming a paladin, this person became arrogant and domineering. He was extremely greedy for power and profit, and he was not very respectful to the direct descendants of San Lorenzo. Therefore, Emperor Reinhardt relied heavily on this person, but he was also afraid of him. I feel that the latter was more likely. However, with Prince Rhy's strength, he was destined to be undefeatable. Even Emperor Reinhardt could only swallow his anger in front of him. Therefore, when I saw the Duke of St. Hilda die under an unknown forbidden spell, I understood what the St. Thean family wanted in exchange for the Emperor's support. Colin also understood at this time. You mean, the St. Thean family used a forbidden spell that could kill a holy knight in exchange for Emperor Reinhardt's support? Scholar Dwayne nodded. Yes, Emperor Reinhardt was afraid of Prince Rhy's strength. If the St. Thean family gave him a forbidden spell that could kill a holy knight, Emperor Reinhardt would definitely be tempted. Colin nodded involuntarily, agreeing with this guess. However, he then wondered, what does this have to do with Emperor Reinhardt supporting Vera to become the Dukes of the North? Scholar Dwayne smiled and continued to explain. I think that Emperor Reinhardt did not want to kill Prince Rhy. The House of San Lorenzo needed such a banner, and they also needed a paladin to intimidate everyone. However, the Emperor did not want the sword to hurt him, so he needed something that could keep the paladin in check. That was the forbidden spell of the House of San Thean. However, in order to release this forbidden spell, Emperor Reinhardt needed the help of a mage. However, the hatred between the nobles of the Empire and the Mage Parliament was too deep. Therefore, Emperor Reinhardt did not dare to rope in Yule. Therefore, he needed a mage to partner. Colin immediately understood when he heard this. Mr. Fa was such a partner, but Vera could also be his partner. She was a descendant of the Holy Knight family and a mage. She was even more suitable than Mr. Fa to be Emperor Reinhardt's partner. Therefore, if he had to choose between Joyce and Vera to become the Dukes of the North, Vera would definitely be Emperor Reinhardt's first choice. Colin was excited. He was originally worried that Vera would have a hard time inheriting the position of the Dukes of the North. However, after listening to Scholar Dwayne's analysis, he suddenly realized something. It turned out that Vera had an absolute chance of winning compared to Joyce. As he thought of this, Colin looked at Scholar Dwayne with a fiery gaze. Scholar Dwayne was indeed a rare talent. He had wisdom, connections, and knew the nobles of the Empire like the back of his hand. If he could get Scholar Dwayne's help, Colin would definitely become even more powerful. Although he wanted to recruit Scholar Dwayne, Colin was not in a hurry. Scholar Dwayne was a retainer of the House of St. Hilda. As long as Vera successfully inherited the position of the dukes, he would naturally become Colin's support. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the St. Thean family was defeated. If Mr. Dwayne became the Dukes of the North, then Vera and Joyce would not be able to compete anymore. However, according to Scholar Dwayne's previous analysis, as long as the Golden Lion Legion did not lose Winter City, the war would be in a stalemate. Then, they would divide the vassal forces of the St. Thean family and the chaos on the northern frontier would naturally subside. Very good, Scholar Dwayne. After I reorganize the army, I will personally escort Vera to the Golden Lion Legion's camp as soon as possible and persuade them to return to Winter City. When Scholar Dwayne heard this, he smiled happily and said, Lord Viscounts, you have made the wisest choice. However, the Menham family's army is approaching the Golden Lion Legion. You have to race against time and arrive at the camp before the enemy cuts off the Golden Lion Legion's escape route. Alright, I will set off tomorrow morning. Yes. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Scholar Dwayne got up and left. Colin was the only one left in the dining hall. He was drinking his cold coffee alone and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Kathy came in to pack up and asked, Master, do you need anything else? Colin shook his head and said, No, I am already full. Ask Eamon to come and see me. Yes. Not long after, the butler Eamon hurried into the dining hall. Master, are you looking for me? Yes. I remember that Scholar Dwayne is not a commoner, right? What is his surname? Master, Scholar Dwayne's full name is Dwayne White. White. Colin was confused again. Is this a family from the northern frontier? Fortunately, Eamon had some understanding of this family and quickly explained, Master, the White family is a vassal of the imperial family. Their title is Viscounts and their territory is in the Flaming Flame territory. However, Scholar Dwayne is not the eldest son of the family and has not inherited the title. A vassal of the imperial family? Colin's eyes flashed. He was greatly surprised. A scholar from a vassal of the imperial family was regarded as a trusted retainer by the Duke of St. Hilda. There must be a reason for this. After a while, he spoke again and ordered, Send someone to investigate this White family. I need more detailed information. Yes, Master. Also, inform Knight Roger to gather 1,000 black cavalry soldiers. They will set off with me tomorrow morning. Yes. The sunset glow in the sky heralded another fine day. Clop clop clop, amidst the rapid sound of hooves, a rider galloped towards the north. The rider was in a sorry state, his hair fluttering in the wind. His originally luxurious clothes were tattered in several places, and he was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle. This was Viscount Lawrence, who had escaped from the Oman family's camp. He held a blood-stained sword in his hand, but he had already used it as a whip. He kept slapping the horses but, urging it to gallop forward. Behind him, there was a column of smoke rising. Dozens of figures galloping on horseback were following closely behind him, waving their swords and bows. This chase had gone on for an entire day, and Viscount Lawrence felt that he was reaching his limit. But he did not dare to stop. Because from the previous few short exchanges, he could clearly feel that the pursuers really wanted to kill him. His mother was most likely dead. In fact, Count Oman should already know that he wasn't his biological son. Viscount Lawrence's heart was filled with deep regret. If he had known this, he would not have acted on his own and tried to assassinate Count Oman with his mother. He should have waited for his father to arrange it. But then, he shook his head fiercely, throwing this thought out of his mind. He could not wait for his father to arrange everything. Viscount Lawrence knew that his real father, Mr. Oman, had more than one son. Although those were all illegitimate children, he was not his father's son. Furthermore, even if his father were to become the new Duke of the Northern region, he would never be able to marry his own sister, Penny. Incest was a taboo love in this world and was not recognized by the world. Therefore, if those illegitimate children had a slim chance of becoming official, then Lawrence was destined to never become the son of the first wife. Of course, Lawrence knew that his father and mother had agreed that he would become Mr. Oman's adopted son, and change his surname to St. Sean. But what if Mr. Oman had a son of his own? Mr. Oman had not married yet, but what about after he became the Dukes of the North? Could it be that he would never marry? This sense of danger made Lawrence and Penny decide to take the risk of assassinating Earl Oman, and then take control of the Oman family's army. In this way, with an army in his hands, he would have a bargaining chip. Thus, the mother and son gained some confidence. But who would have thought, I screwed up? All sorts of complicated emotions churned in Lawrence's heart. He was so distracted that he didn't notice that the warhorse beneath him was about to die. White foam was already coming out of the horse's mouth. It was obvious that it could collapse at any time. In the blink of an eye, another 6 to 7 miles had passed. Viscount Lawrence's warhorse was already sweating profusely. Traces of blood seeped out of the white foam at the corners of its mouth. Sure enough, in the next second, the warhorse staggered and rolled on the ground. The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly ear-piercing. Viscount Lawrence was immediately flung away, his heart filled with shock. Fortunately, as a third-grade knight, his physical fitness was far superior to that of an ordinary person. While he was in the air, he forcefully curled his body into a ball. When he landed, he rolled a few times, and then he leaped up vigorously. Viscount Lawrence panted a few times. Looking at the cavalry chasing behind him, a feeling of despair rose in his heart. But very quickly, he shook his head and suppressed these emotions. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes. Viscount Lawrence gripped his sword with both hands and bent his knees slightly, preparing for battle. Since he had failed, he could only bear the consequences. Viscount Lawrence threw away all useless emotions and focused on the approaching cavalry. Ta-ta-ta, the sound of horse hooves became heavier and heavier, and the ground shook more and more violently. Come! The House of St. Theon will never yield. Lawrence roared, his ferocious expression like a tiger in a desperate situation. The cavalry's faces could be seen clearly. They all raised the swords in their hands. The cold glint of their swords was like a forest of steel as they charged towards Lawrence. He was getting closer and closer. Lawrence took a deep breath and prepared for the impending collision. Time seemed to slow down, and the air seemed to be scorching hot. No, it wasn't as if, the air was really hot. In a short moment, Lawrence felt a wave of heat coming towards him, as if he was facing a large furnace. Boom, just as he was puzzled, a wall of fire suddenly stood in front of him. The air was so hot that it seemed to be suffocating. Nay, the pursuers were terrified. They frantically tried to control their horses, trying to stop in front of the wall of fire. However, how could the charging horses stop in such a short time? Like moths to a flame, most of the pursuers rushed into the wall of fire one after another due to inertia. The raging flames seemed to have a strange magic, turning them into ashes in an instant. The pursuers behind did not have time to figure out what was happening. They all tried their best to turn their horses around and immediately ran back. However, before they could escape far, another huge fireball fell from the sky, completely engulfing the remaining pursuers. The flowing flames instantly covered the grass within a few hundred meters. When the fire subsided, only a large patch of scorched earth and what looked like ashes could be seen. As the gentle night breeze blew, the ashes that danced in the air were like specks of starlight. There was a strange and cruel beauty to it. Lawrence looked at everything in front of him in a daze, as if he had not recovered from the huge change. After a long while, he finally put away his long sword, his face revealing a smile of someone who had survived a disaster. "Father, is that you?" Lawrence looked around and shouted loudly. Soon, he found an inconspicuous figure not far behind him. "Father!" Lawrence hurriedly ran over. "Why are they chasing you?" Mr. Chung's face was covered by the hood of his mage robe. His expression could not be seen. "They..." Lawrence was at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he told Mr. Chung everything that he and his mother had done. After Mr. Chung heard this, he did not move for a long time. The sun gradually set, leaving only a bit of afterglow to illuminate the world. The footsteps of darkness were unstoppable, about to rule this land. The night breeze was slightly cold, but Lawrence's heart was even colder. Mr. Chung's silence was slowly eroding his faith, causing him to slide into the abyss of despair. But just as the darkness was about to completely engulf Lawrence, a ray of light suddenly illuminated his world. He heard Mr. Chung say, "I understand." His tone was extremely calm, as if he did not care about the trouble that Lawrence had caused. Lawrence's heart was uneasy as he asked tentatively, "Father, then what should we do now?" Mr. Chung suddenly raised his head, the white hood slipping back to reveal his face. What kind of face was that? The left side of his face had completely turned into a strange greenish-gray color. The twisted blood vessels were like earthworms, constantly wriggling under the skin. What was even more terrifying was his left eye. There was no longer an eyeball there, only a hole, a bottomless hole that seemed to suck in one's soul with just a glance. Lawrence was so frightened that he took 3 steps back, but he immediately realized that his actions were inappropriate and hurriedly took 3 steps forward. Suppressing the fear in his heart and the trembling of his body, he asked, "Father, are you all right? Follow me." Mr. Chung's tone was cold. After saying this, he didn't answer Lawrence's question. Instead, he stood up silently and walked forward. Lawrence did not dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly followed. The last ray of sunlight disappeared into the horizon, and endless darkness completely enveloped the land. The warm morning light shone through the treetops, leaving behind mottled shadows on the grass. Lawrence woke up amidst the crisp chirping of birds. After getting up from the ground, he immediately looked around. Only when he saw the thin figure shrouded in mage robes not far away did he relax. Lawrence walked over and said softly, "Good morning, Father." Mr. Chung did not turn around, only focusing on writing something down. Lawrence felt a little awkward, but he did not dare to disturb him too much. He quietly retreated, preparing to find some prey for breakfast. In the morning, the air in the forest was especially fresh, and there was still a bit of dew on the leaves. Lawrence found the tracks left behind by a few wild hares and immediately chased after them. But before he could go far, he saw a flock of startled birds flapping their wings as they flew out of the forest. Someone was coming. Lawrence immediately broke into a run. When he saw Mr. Chung's figure again, he immediately shouted, "Father! Someone's coming. I'm afraid it's the Oman family's pursuing troops." Mr. Chung did not seem to hear the shouts behind him, continuing to write and draw on the parchment scroll. Lawrence ran to Mr. Chung and reminded him again, but Mr. Chung still did not move. This time, Lawrence was at a loss. Just as he did not know what to do, the surrounding bushes rustled, and soon, a group of fully armed soldiers surrounded them. Lawrence held his sword with both hands, nervously looking around. Mr. Chung was still engrossed in writing, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. The surrounding soldiers got into formation, but did not move forward. Just as Lawrence was puzzled, he saw a knight step out from the crowd. He dismounted and took off his helmet, revealing an expressionless face. It was Count Oman. Lawrence's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. Count Oman's appearance meant that the army was nearby. This also meant that they would not be able to escape. Even if Mr. Chung was a powerful 6th-level mage, he would not be able to escape the encirclement of tens of thousands of soldiers. Under Lawrence's despairing gaze, Count Oman slowly walked towards them alone. Mr. Chung finally finished writing. He unhurriedly put away the parchment scroll and stood up. Coincidentally, Count Oman also walked up to them. Lawrence's sword-wielding hands couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to greet him, but he didn't know how to address Count Oman. Earl Oman did not even look at his former son. Instead, he said to Mr. Burr, "Is this how the House of St. Thean treats their allies?" Mr. Chung pointed at his left eye and said expressionlessly, "How can you not pay a price for killing a paladin? Eagle Fall City is your price, and I have also paid mine." Count Oman let out a cold laugh, saying disdainfully, "A left eye and a city. Mr. Khan, do you think such a price is fair?" "It's indeed unfair," Mr. Chung said calmly. "What other compensation do you want?" "You can tell me directly." "Compensation?" The mockery on Count Oman's face deepened. "I've already killed the stupid woman who wrote me a blank check. Don't forget, you're still not the lord of the northern frontier, so don't think of compensating me with something you don't have." Mr. Khan's eyes flashed when he heard the words stupid woman. He seemed to understand what had happened to his sister Penny, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked calmly, then, tell me what I have now. What do you want? Count Oman's eyes were filled with brutality. He growled, I want you to pay with your life for the 300,000 citizens of Eagle Fall City. Are you willing? Mr. Khan shook his head calmly. If you kill me now, it won't help the Oman family at all. Instead, you'll be cutting off your last hope. Count Oman didn't refute this time. He obviously agreed with Mr. Khan's point of view. He needed Mr. Khan alive. But the anger in Count Oman's eyes burned even brighter, as if it was about to burst out. Lawrence shrunk between the two like a quail, trying his best to reduce his presence. But obviously, his efforts were in vain because he heard his own name. All right then, let your son, Lawrence, pay with his life for Fallen Eagle City. Okay. Hearing Count Oman's request, Mr. Khan agreed without hesitation. It was as if the person he wanted to kill wasn't his own son, but a pet dog he'd casually adopted. What? Lawrence stood there in a daze, as if he couldn't believe that his fate had been decided so easily. He couldn't help but tremble as he called out hoarsely, "F.A. father." Unfortunately, his biological father, Mr. Khan, ignored him. His nominal father, Count Oman, had already taken a step forward, grabbing his hair with one hand. Father. Lawrence looked at Count Oman with pleading eyes. At this moment, he couldn't care less about who he should call father. As long as he could save his life, he would call him father. He could even call them both. Swish, a silver light flashed, and Lawrence's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Mr. Khan. Count Oman purposely raised Lawrence's head in front of Mr. Khan and said coldly, "This is only interest." Mr. Khan stared expressionlessly at Lawrence's head, not moving at all. Count Oman seemed to have finally vented his anger. Carrying the bleeding head, he swaggered off. When the surrounding soldiers had all dispersed, Mr. Khan took out the parchment scroll and continued to write and draw. Lawrence's headless corpse fell at his feet, and the flowing blood quickly dyed a large patch of grass red. The surrounding air suddenly froze, the temperature dropping by more than 10 degrees without warning, as if winter had once again enveloped the land. You're not even going to collect your son's corpse? The white-robed mage Xianxia suddenly appeared beside Mr. Khan and mocked him. Mr. Khan raised his head and didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at his friend's white hair and the uncontrollable cold air around him and frowned. How did you end up in such a sorry state? Xianxia sighed, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. We met Ernest. Cough cough, why do you think this old man wants to go against us? Can't he see that the things we've researched can truly allow the Mage Congress to rise to prominence? Mr. Khan sneered, he's just worried that his position will be challenged. Haha, that short-sighted old thing. Xianxia cursed, then asked suspiciously, but, how did this old thing know about our plan? And he just happened to appear in Fallen Eagle City at this time? It should be Emperor Reinhardt who informed Ernest. Emperor Reinhardt? Why would he? Xianxia stopped in the middle of his sentence. This was because he had already guessed the reason for Emperor Reinhardt's actions. Clearly, Emperor Reinhardt was wary of Mr. Kuei and was worried that Mr. Kuei would threaten him with this forbidden spell. Since he had already verified the feasibility of the forbidden spell and obtained the casting scroll, it was naturally better for Mr. Kuei to die. If that's the case, I'm afraid the assassination against us has only just begun. Xianxia's face was gloomy. Mr. Khan shook his head. No, Reinhardt will only hint to Ernest or even Prince Rhy to make a move against us. He will not send people to kill us himself. You trust him that much? Or did he promise you something? Mr. Khan didn't answer Xianxia's question and continued to focus on the parchment scroll in front of him. Xianxia saw this and understood that Mr. Khan didn't want to talk about it. He could only helplessly scratch his head and change the topic. What about Earl Oman? Are you going to let him humiliate you like this? Mr. Khan's hand that was holding the brush paused for a moment before he said softly, 2 heads of the descendants of the St. Thean family is enough for him to gain the trust of the House of St. Hilda. Xianxia thought for a moment and seemed to understand Mr. Khan's meaning. He muttered, you destroyed Fallen Eagle City, and he killed your sister and your son. Yes, this will indeed make the House of St. Hilda think that you have broken off relations with him. However, under such circumstances, can you still continue to trust this person? Will Earl Oman still continue to trust you? Mr. Khan shook his head. The word trust is too extravagant. I just think that Earl Oman will make the choice that is most beneficial to him. And this choice would also be helpful to me. That is why I allowed him to take Penny and Lawrence's heads. What do you mean? Xianxia obviously couldn't follow Mr. Khan's train of thought. After the death of the Duke of St. Hilda, the two people most likely to inherit the title of Duke are Vera and Joyce. Earl Oman will not support Vera because he has a grudge against Viscount Angley. Therefore, he will definitely stand on Joyce's side. And one of my main targets is the Angeli family. Therefore, no matter how much Earl Oman hates me, he will still be my natural ally. At this point, a helpless expression appeared on Mr. Khan's face. Originally, I had better arrangements for Earl Oman, but now, because of the reckless actions of those two idiots, I can only do this. Xianxia laughed and suddenly said playfully, speaking of which, Vera was my student in Yevil. Do you want me to help you? Mr. Khan's gaze paused and he looked at Xianxia seriously for a long time until the other party felt uncomfortable. Finally, he nodded. Alright, you can give it a try. However, I have to remind you that Viscount Angley is not easy to deal with. Don't worry, I know what to do. May in the northern frontier was the season of the year when the rain was the heaviest. It was obviously noon, but the sky was already covered with dark clouds and there was no sunlight at all. The surrounding environment was as dark as the night and even the most inexperienced traveler knew that a storm was coming. Colin looked at the dark clouds above his head and ordered Knight Roger, who was beside him, "The rain is not going to be light. Ask the soldiers to set up camp here. We will continue to move forward after lunch." "Yes, Sir Viscounts." As soon as Knight Roger left, Colin felt a slight chill on his forehead. The rain had already arrived. Colin dismounted from his horse and walked towards the carriage next to him. As soon as he climbed up the wooden stairs, the door of the car was opened. A beautiful face that was both angry and happy at the same time poked out and welcomed Colin into the car. As soon as the door was closed, Vera stretched out her white and round arms and hooked Colin's neck. She gave him a lingering kiss and then carefully helped Colin take off his cloak and armor. She then squatted down and helped him take off his leather boots. Enjoying the gentleness of his newly married wife, Colin smiled and said, "The storm is coming. I am afraid that we will have to wait here for a while before we leave." "Well, okay." Vera nodded obediently. She suddenly thought of something and her ears suddenly turned red. It was raining heavily outside the carriage, but it was warm and peaceful inside the carriage. Vera was only wearing a knee-length sleeveless silk nightgown. Her smooth and straight legs were exposed under the nightgown and she was not wearing any shoes on her feet. She was stepping on the white cashmere carpet. Her golden hair was casually draped over her shoulders, revealing her white and slender neck. Because she was squatting down, her round buttocks were full and attractive. Vera blushed and raised her head as if she could feel Colin's burning gaze. She stretched out her hand and swept her hair to the side so that her chest could be seen clearly. Colin immediately reached out and held his wife's slender waist before he carried her to the soft bed at the back of the carriage. The wind was whistling and the carriage was shaking slightly. Raindrops the size of beans hit the car window, covering the sound of ecstasy in the car. After a storm, the sky gradually cleared up. Colin pulled back a corner of the curtain and looked outside. Vera rested her delicate chin on Colin's shoulder and said in an extremely languid tone, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything." "Colin, are we leaving?" "Yes, we need to get to the Golden Lion Legion's encampment as soon as possible. With you by my side, how can it be hard for me?" Vera smiled before she kissed him again. After being intimate for a while, Colin walked out of the carriage. Knight Roger, who was standing guard not far away, immediately walked over and reported, "Sir Viscounts, the messenger of the Morrison family has found us. Would you like to meet him?" "Morrison family? All right, bring him here." The lords of this world had strict rules when they went out. This was not only to show their status, but also to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. If they wanted to pass through the territories of other lords, they would need to send a messenger in advance to inform the local lord of their identity, the number of people accompanying them, the destination, and other information. After the local lord received the message, he could make preparations to receive the distinguished guest in advance. However, Colin's trip was obviously not going to follow this procedure. Otherwise, the Golden Lion Legion would have already been attacked by the dwarf army from both sides by the time he arrived at the Rapids River. What's more, the soldiers accompanying him this time were obviously beyond the standard of an ordinary lord. Strictly speaking, it was an expedition. It was reasonable to say that such a troop movement must be approved by the lord of the northern frontier before the other lords along the way would let them go. However, under the current situation, the northern frontier was already a mess. The dukes of the north were already dead. Therefore, Colin did not care about this rule and did not inform the local lords along the way. Although their whereabouts would be discovered by the patrolling sentries, in the face of the Black Cavalry's flag, these sentries did not dare to step forward to stop them. Of course, the lords along the way who received the news would definitely not invite an uninvited guest like Colin into the castle. Therefore, this Count Morrison was the first lord to send an invitation to Colin. Respected Viscounts, welcome to the Morrison domain. The Count has ordered me to come and invite you and your wife to the Phoenix Butterfly Castle as guests. After the messenger of the Morrison family finished speaking, he respectfully handed over an invitation. Colin took it and glanced at it. He was a little hesitant. He did not want to waste time along the way, but facing the Morrison family who took the initiative to invite him, he felt that it was inappropriate to directly refuse. First of all, this was a count's family and had enough value to win them over. Secondly, the current Count Morrison had dealt with Colin before, and Colin had a good impression of him. Moreover, the Morrison family was a loyal follower of the House of St. Hilda. Perhaps he could gain a powerful ally in this trip to the Phoenix Butterfly Castle. Moreover, after this storm, the ground was slippery, and the cavalry could not advance at full speed. It would be better to go to the Phoenix Butterfly Castle to rest for the night and set off the next day. Thinking of this, Colin nodded and accepted the other party's invitation. It is my honor to be a guest of the Morrison family. Under Colin's command, the Black Cavalry started to turn. After traveling for about half an hour, they saw the outline of a city. That was the Flowertalk City under the rule of the Morrison family. This city had been run by the Morrison family for more than 300 years. After several renovations and expansions, it had already become one of the largest cities in the central part of the northern frontier. Flowertalk City was famous for its flowers, especially the unique black tulips here, which had once set off a craze in the Radiance Empire. At the craziest time, the price of a black tulip was enough to equip a company of 100 soldiers. However, this craze also put the Morrison family on the cusp of the storm. Countless greedy and covetous eyes made this family, which was not known for its military strength, almost suffer a disaster. Fortunately, Earl Morrison was sober enough at that time, and he immediately publicized the cultivation method of the black tulip, which made the price of the black tulip plummet. Although the Morrison family lost a money tree because of this, they also avoided the danger of being overthrown. Scholar Dwayne, who was riding beside Colin, suddenly smiled and said, "Sir Viscounts, do you know? Earl Morrison also once asked the Duke of St. Hilda to marry Miss Vera." "Oh?" Colin was stunned. Then, the reason why the Duke did not send me a marriage proposal was because he was hesitant between me and Earl Morrison? Scholar Dwayne shrugged. "I don't know about this. Sometimes, I can't understand the Duke's thoughts. However, I guess that Earl Morrison will definitely ask Miss Vera for help later." "Help with what?" Colin suddenly became vigilant. "Help him marry a daughter of the House of St. Hilda. Of course, there is no daughter of the House of St. Hilda, but there are still collateral descendants." Colin was relieved and smiled. This should not be a big problem. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was also lifted, and Vera poked her head out and explained softly. "Colin, the Morrison family has always liked to marry the House of St. Hilda. In recent years, almost every wife of Earl Morrison has been born in the House of St. Hilda." Colin suddenly laughed. "What are they doing? Are they trying to improve their bloodline?" Scholar Dwayne's eyes flashed. "Yes. Who doesn't want to give birth to a paladin in their family? However, it seems that no one has ever succeeded in improving their bloodline by marrying a noble daughter of a paladin family. More than 1,000 years have passed, and the number of paladin families in the Empire of Light has only decreased. Therefore, most families have now given up this extravagant hope, and the daughter of a paladin family is not as popular as before. However, this Morrison family seems to have not given up yet. Maybe they think that a noble bloodline can be artificially cultivated like a precious tulip. Colin looked at the smile on Scholar Dwayne's face and suddenly became interested. What kind of secret was hidden in the paladin bloodline, and what exactly had the Morrison family researched? While they were talking, Floral City was already in front of them. Earl Morrison, who was dressed in splendid clothes, was standing in front of the city gate. When he saw Colin and the others, he immediately stepped forward and greeted them. "Honorable Viscount Angley, Madam Viscounts, welcome to Floral City." Dang, 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 the dull sound of the funeral bell came from the church in the center of Floral City. In the church, the Duke of St. Hilda's coffin was opened again for the members of the Morrison family to mourn for him. When the ceremony was over, everyone left the church with a heavy heart. The dead were gone, but the living had to move on. Colin and Vera calmed down and went to the Butterfly Castle under the lead of Count Morrison. The castle of the Morrison family was located in the southeast corner of Floral City, covering an area of more than 800 acres. The main body was made of solid granite, and the outer wall was made of precious white glazed rock. Looking from afar, it looked like a white jade castle. There were all kinds of gorgeous courtyards and rows of buildings in the castle. Of course, there was also the signature of the Morrison family, the tulips. From the most common white, red, yellow, to the rarest and most precious black tulips, they could be found here. The multicolored tulips decorated the Phoenix Butterfly Castle beautifully, giving it a lively scene. Colin couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his nose was immediately filled with the fresh and elegant fragrance of the flowers. Why is there a trace of blood? Colin frowned and turned to look at Vera. However, she didn't seem to notice anything unusual, and she was still intoxicated by the sea of flowers. Knight Roger, who was behind him, also didn't have any reaction, and Count Morrison was still enthusiastically introducing the relevant information about the tulips. Colin sniffed carefully again, and found that it was not an illusion just now, and the castle was indeed filled with a faint smell of blood. This smell may be hidden from others, but it couldn't escape the nose of the vampires. What's going on? Could it be that the tulips were the same as the blood roses, and they needed to be cultivated with blood? Colin temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Count Morrison to the castle's inner court. After settling the guards and servants, Colin and Vera comfortably took a hot bath. When they were dressed, the butler of the Morrison family, Monton, had been waiting outside for a long time. "Lord Viscounts, the banquet is ready." "Okay, please lead the way." Colin held on to Vera's hand as he followed the butler, Monton, through a long corridor before they finally arrived at the banquet hall. Hundreds of fragrant incense candles lit up the elegant and luxurious hall. However, the atmosphere of the banquet was not very lively. After all, everyone had just observed a moment of silence for the Duke of St. Hilda. The Morrison family didn't even have a band, so tonight's banquet was bound to be cold and solemn. When Vera held on to Colin's arm and walked into the room, everyone's eyes immediately focused on the Viscount's couple. Colin was wearing a wine-red Viscount's suit and there was a black tulip on his chest that was given to him by a servant of the Morrison family. It was a perfect match for Vera's black strapless dress. Vera's attire tonight wasn't too grand, and there weren't too many decorations on her body. Her golden hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her snow-white and exquisite feet were wearing a pair of silver high-heeled sandals. There was a hint of laziness in her appearance. Earl Morrison hurriedly greeted Colin and his wife warmly and introduced several important people of the Morrison family to them. It had to be said that the Morrison family really had a fanatical love for the daughter of the House of St. Hilda. Colin had already greeted several ladies of the House of St. Hilda. However, they were all branch family members of the St. Hilda house. Even though their seniority was higher than Vera's, in terms of status, they couldn't compare to a daughter of the first wife like Vera. The only exception was the old Earl's wife, Grace St. Hilda. This Lady Grace was also the Duke of St. Hilda's aunt. Therefore, Vera had to address her as Grand Aunt. During the rebellion of the Lords of the Northern Frontier last year, the old Earl was publicly stabbed to death by Khan Sudwa because he refused to betray the Duke of St. Hilda. After the news spread to the Butterfly Castle, Lady Grace insisted on going to Winter City despite the dissuasion of her family. She wanted to ask the Duke of St. Hilda for an explanation for her husband's death. As a result, the Duke of St. Hilda personally came to Floral City and attended the old Earl's funeral. He even became one of the 4 pallbearers. Many people thought that this kind of courtesy was because the Duke of St. Hilda felt guilty towards the old Earl. However, some people thought that the reason why the Duke of St. Hilda was so humble was entirely because of Lady Grace. In short, if there was a family that was least likely to betray the House of St. Hilda in the current chaotic situation, it had to be the Morrison family. This family had already been deeply entangled with the House of St. Hilda. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a side branch of the House of St. Hilda in Floral City. Therefore, marriage was still useful, but the premise was that there were enough marriages. As long as you could make the wives of the important members of the other family become members of your own family, then this kind of bond would inevitably exceed the limit of interests. This was also the reason why Colin dared to accept the invitation of Earl Morrison to enter Floral City. Anyone could be roped in by the St. Thean family, but it was impossible for the Morrison family. Because time was too tight, I couldn't make it to your wedding, and I don't have any good gifts. I can only give you this bracelet that has accompanied me for most of my life. Lady Grace smiled as she held Vera's hand and tied a golden wheat bracelet on her hand. Thank you, Grand-aunt. Vera's face was flushed. The meaning of wheat in the Empire of Light was many children, and it was quite appropriate to give it to the newlyweds. According to the customs, the bride generally needed something passed down from her mother or maternal elders. However, the Duchess had passed away many years ago, and Vera's biological mother had always been a mystery. At this time, Lady Grace's gift just made up for Vera's regret. Lady Grace smiled and patted Vera's hand, indicating that she did not need to be so polite. Then, her face became serious. I am very sorry about your father's death. However, I am more curious about how he died. Vera told her about the situation at the wedding and added her own speculation about the Duke's death. Is it a forbidden spell similar to the Eyes of Petrification? Lady Grace thought for a moment and nodded. You guessed it right. It must be a forbidden spell that can kill a paladin. And it is very likely that the one who did it is Mr. C from the St. Thean family. I don't think so. Earl Morrison shook his head and said, casting a forbidden spell requires the sacrifice of one's life. However, Mr. C has been planning for so many years to take over the northern frontier, and he is about to succeed. Why would he be willing to exchange his life for the life of the Duke of St. Hilda at this time? I think so too. Scholar Dwayne nodded and agreed with Earl Morrison's words. If the St. Thean family was at an extreme disadvantage, then Mr. C might have made such a desperate counterattack. However, the current situation at the northern frontier, Scholar Dwayne did not continue, but everyone knew that the St. Thean family should have the upper hand in the current situation at the northern frontier. Lady Grace coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. She then sighed and said, perhaps, the cost of this forbidden spell is not borne by Mr. C. Scholar Dwayne curiously asked, Oh? Respected Madam Grace, could it be that you know something? Just before the banquet, I just received a piece of news. Lady Grace looked dignified. Fallen Eagle City has been burned to ashes a few days ago. What? Everyone was immediately shocked by this news. Except for Colin. Of course, he already knew about this news, but he never said it. Thus, Madame Grace's news did not surprise him at all. However, Colin discovered something else that was very interesting. Even Count Morrison had only just found out about it. It seemed that Lady Grace was the real master of the Phoenix Butterfly Castle. The banquet hall of the Butterfly Castle fell silent for a while. Everyone was still digesting the shocking news that Madame Grace had just told them. After a long while, a series of questions came out from everyone's mouth. Are you saying that the entire Eagle City has been turned into ashes? What about the residents of the city? Are they also? Is this the price of the forbidden spell that you mentioned just now? Is the Ormond family crazy? In order to support the St. Thean family, they actually burned their own nest to the ground? Madame Grace pressed her hands down and comforted them. Everyone, this news was sent back by a merchant that has a good relationship with the Morrison family. I have already sent people to Eagle City to check it out. I am afraid that we will have to wait for some time to find out what happened there. Only then did everyone stop asking questions. However, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. They whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. Colin also temporarily put away the surprised expression on his face and asked Vera, "Can the price of a forbidden spell really be transferred to the civilians of a city?" I am not sure." Vera frowned. "At least, from what I know, the price of a forbidden spell can only be borne by the caster," Scholar Dwayne said in a deep voice, "but the one that killed the Duke of St. Hilda that day was a brand new forbidden spell. Therefore, it is very likely that Mr. Dwayne has developed a way to transfer the side effects of a forbidden spell. It is possible." Vera's expression became very serious. Everyone fell into silence. They had also come to their senses. If this was true, then the status of mages and the relationship between Yevil and the Empire of Light would most likely undergo an earth-shattering change. This is an inhumane evil spell. His Majesty will never allow such evil spells to appear in the Empire of Light. Earl Morrison's voice was a little sharp. Obviously, this forbidden spell was a great threat to every knight of the Empire. It could kill a paladin, and of course, it could also kill any knight. And the price for it seemed to be sacrificing some civilians. In the past, the nobles of the Empire were not too worried about the forbidden spells of the mages. Although the power of the forbidden spells was terrifying, it was still a means of exchanging lives for lives. As long as the mages were not forced into a corner, they would not fight to the death. However, if Mr. Feng was able to exchange the lives of the civilians for the lives of the paladins without sacrificing his own life, even if it was at the cost of a city and the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians, it would still be a terrifying thing for the nobles of the Empire. Such a forbidden spell was like the sword of Damocles, hanging high above the heads of every Imperial knight. Colin and Scholar Dwayne looked at each other and sighed in unison. According to their previous analysis, the release of this forbidden spell in Fallen Eagle City was most likely approved by Emperor Reinhardt. The Emperor wanted to use this opportunity to restrain his uncle, the Holy Knight Prince Lacy. As for whether or not the Emperor's actions would bring trouble to himself, or even cause an even greater disaster, he could only wait and see how the situation developed. Madame Grace patted Count Morrison's arm, indicating that he did not need to be too alarmed. "After we investigate the situation in Fallen Eagle City, I will send a letter to Imperial Dragon City and inform His Majesty. I believe His Majesty will not allow such an evil wizard to continue wreaking havoc within the Empire's borders." She then looked at Colin and asked, "Viscount Angley, are you going to escort the Duke's body back to Frostwinter?" Colin nodded and said, "Yes. Also, I am going to the Golden Lion Legion's encampment to persuade them to retreat to Frostwinter and temporarily avoid the rebel army." Madame Grace immediately frowned and asked, "Viscount Angley, is it your idea to have the Golden Lion Legion retreat to Frostwinter?" Before Colin could reply, Scholar Dwayne spoke first. "Madame Grace, this is the Duke's last wish." "Oh? Is that so?" Madame Grace looked at the former confidant of the Duke with a playful gaze. "Yes." Scholar Dwayne's expression did not change as he continued to explain. The moment the Duke received news that the Menham family had sent troops to the northern frontier, he had already ordered the Golden Lion Legion to retreat. However, before he could send out the order, the Duke met with misfortune. Madame Grace did not seem to believe this explanation, but she could not refute it. After all, the Duke of St. Hilda had spent the last part of his life in Ice Stone City. Apart from Scholar Dwayne and Angeli and his wife, no one could say that they knew what the Duke was thinking in his last moments. Colin saw that Count Morrison still wanted to say something, so he spoke first. "Lord Count, I have long heard that the Morrison family's Phoenix Butterfly Legion's combat prowess is outstanding. Now that the northern frontier is in danger, is it time to send troops to quell the rebellion?" Hearing Colin praise his family's combat prowess as outstanding, Count Morrison blushed a little. The Phoenix Butterfly Legion was not considered a strong army on the northern frontier. Furthermore, Charles's defeat at the front lines last year had caused the death of the Phoenix Butterfly Legion's elites. However, in front of Colin and Vera, Count Morrison could not directly refuse. He could only put on a sad expression and sigh. "Lord Viscounts, of course the Morrison family is willing to send troops to help the House of St. Hilda clear out the rebels. However, the famine this time caught us by surprise. Without enough food, I do not dare to send out the army easily." Actually, Count Morrison was not deliberately looking for an excuse. This time, the famine in the northern frontier came very suddenly. Coupled with the fact that the House of St. Thean had secretly stockpiled food in advance with the help of the Tulip Merchant Guild and raised the price of food, it caused most of the lords in the northern frontier to be in a state of shortage of food. Other than the rebels who were already prepared, the only one who didn't have to worry about food was Colin, who had plundered the half-elf kingdom. At the beginning of the year, Count Morrison had personally gone to Ice Stone City to purchase food from Colin. At this time, Count Morrison was once again using the lack of food as an excuse in hopes of getting more food from Colin. Madame Grace also nodded in agreement. Discount Angley, the Morrison family's food reserves are indeed very tight. However, our determination to support the House of St. Hilda has never wavered. How about this? I can promise you that if the Angeli family can solve the food problem of the Phoenix Butterfly Legion, then this legion will definitely appear on the front lines against the rebels. Hearing such a promise, Vera's eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly held Madame Grace's hand and expressed her gratitude. However, Colin did not immediately agree. Who knew how big the food shortage of the Morrison family was? He did not want Angeli's territory to fall into a state of food shortage just to help them. Moreover, after Scholar Dwayne's analysis, Colin had already determined the most suitable strategic choice for the current situation: defense, dragging the war into a stalemate, splitting up the vassal forces of the St. Thean family, and even finding a way to push Vera to the position of Dukes of the North first. This was the best choice. He did not want to take the initiative to fight to the death with the rebels. The Morrison family is indeed loyal to the northern frontier. Colin laughed as he flattered the other party. He then said carelessly, "How about this, Lord Count? You can first calculate the food needs of the Phoenix Butterfly Legion, then send someone to Ice Stone City to discuss with my butler Eamon." "Thank you so much." Count Morrison excitedly held Colin's hands. The Angeli family's help, the Morrison family will always remember it. Madame Grace seemed to have seen through Colin's perfunctory attitude, so she did not say anything more. Instead, she held Vera's hand and chatted about daily life. This old madam did not seem to be keen on taking the initiative to send out troops to fight the rebels. Colin did not mind. He raised his wine glass and began to entertain the gentlemen and noblewomen who came to chat. However, his mind was still paying attention to the faintly discernible smell of blood, trying to figure out its source. The banquet at the Butterfly Castle ended at 8 o'clock. After returning to their residence, Vera took off her high heels and said to her husband, "Colin, Mrs. Grace just told me that Earl Morrison wants to marry Cousin Nina. She wants me to help her." Colin laughed on the spot. Scholar Dwayne had guessed correctly. The Morrison family really wanted to marry St. Hilda. Was this a perverted obsession, or was it a family tradition that could not be abandoned, or did they have other motives? Colin did not know this so-called Nina St. Hilda. However, even if her surname was also St. Hilda, it should not be enough for an earl to want to marry her. How can you help him? Now that the Duke of St. Hilda has just died, the position of the head of the family is vacant. Even if Earl Morrison wants to marry Cousin Nina, he will not be able to find anyone to make the decision. Vera was sitting in front of the dressing table at this time. She took off her sapphire earrings and said, "Mrs. Grace also knows that. She said that there is no need to rush this matter. After the rebellion in the northern frontier subsides, the position of the Dukes of the North will be decided. Only then can we talk about Earl Morrison's marriage." Colin looked at Vera as she took off her long dress, revealing her slim waist and long slender legs. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Vera. Did Mrs. Grace say anything to you about who will inherit the position of the Dukes of the North?" It seemed that Colin's burning gaze made Vera's face turn slightly red. She turned around and glanced at the man. She quickly changed into her silk pajamas and shook her head. "No. But shouldn't Joyce be the one to inherit the position of the Dukes?" Colin looked at his ignorant wife and suddenly realized that he should also have a frank and honest talk with her. Otherwise, she would not have thought that he could also fight for the position of the Dukes of the North. "Joyce is not a Marquis of the Northern Frontier." "How can you say that it's a should?" Vera was obviously taken aback by Jiang Yuning's question. But according to the order of succession, Joyce is indeed at the front of the line of succession. Colin untied his bow tie and threw it on the table. He then walked over to Vera and gestured for her to help him take off his suit. but Joyce is only 10 years old. Do you think it's appropriate for a child like him to become the ruler of the northern frontier? Dara was unbuttoning Colin's shirt as she raised her head and looked into the man's eyes with a puzzled expression on her face. Is there a problem? There's no minimum age limit in the Overlord law. Colin shook his head. I'm not questioning Joyce's qualifications to be the successor, but I'm worried that such an immature child really has the ability to deal with the current chaos on the northern frontier. Dara could not help but frown as soon as she heard Jiang Yuning's words. She stopped what she was doing, and it seemed as though she also felt that it was inappropriate for her 10-year-old brother to take on such a heavy responsibility. Then, who do you think can take on such a heavy responsibility? Dara asked in a trembling voice. Obviously, she also realized what Colin was trying to say. I think you can. Colin said in a deep voice as he looked at his wife with a pair of bright eyes. It seemed as though he wanted to convey his determination to her. Dara's eyes were avoiding Jiang Yuning's gaze as she held her husband's shirt tightly. She then asked in an uncertain tone, Can I? Of course. Colin pulled Vera into his arms and kissed her forehead gently. He then said solemnly, in my opinion, a qualified ruler of the northern frontier should have the virtues of justice, kindness, compassion, and tenacity. You have all of these virtues. Dara pursed her lips and hesitated. But I don't know how to govern the territory at all, that's all secondary. Colin waved his hand confidently. In terms of politics, you can ask Scholar Dwayne for advice. He is very familiar with how to govern the northern frontier. In terms of military affairs. Colin gave her a thumbs up and said confidently, you can completely trust your husband. Whether it is the eastern region or the trolls, I can easily deal with them. As for the rebel forces that are now entrenched in the northern frontier, there is nothing to be afraid of. Dara smiled as she looked at her husband's smug expression. The nervousness and fear that she felt earlier had subsided a lot. She stretched out one hand and stroked Colin's chest. She then drew circles on Colin's chest with her finger and said, Yes. My husband is now a great hero who has killed the Troll Emperor with his own hands. Colin laughed as he grabbed his wife's red lips and gave her a deep French kiss. He then asked, How is it? Do you have the confidence to become the lord of the northern frontier? Dara lay on Colin's chest and did not speak. When Colin saw this, he spoke again, If you don't take the initiative to take on this heavy responsibility, aren't you afraid that Joyce Young's shoulders will be crushed by this heavy burden? Think about it. Given the current situation on the northern frontier, do you think that a 10-year-old child will be able to cope with it safely? Dara was silent for a long time before she finally raised her head. The confusion in her eyes had finally disappeared and was replaced by a determined look. Well, if everyone thinks that I should inherit the title of the Duke, then I will definitely not refuse. Colin finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This is what a real Saint Hilda should be like. Dara's face flushed red and her tone became a little less confident again. But I may not be able to inherit the title of the Duke. Joyce's right of inheritance has priority over mine. What's more, we still have to consult His Majesty and the Senate. You don't have to worry about this, Colin said confidently. When he saw Vera looking at him with a puzzled expression, he had no choice but to laugh. I believe that His Majesty and the Senate will make the right choice. You are the real leader that the northern frontier needs right now. Colin, you have overestimated me. Dara stuck out her tongue and suddenly thought of something. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she suggested, Do you think that it would be better if Uncle Garcia becomes the Dukes of the North? Marquis Garcia? Colin frowned suddenly. If Vera was not his trump card, then Colin would definitely consider Marquis Garcia. However, if there was a chance to become the husband of a duke, why would Colin be willing to just be the son-in-law of a duke? Although Marquis Garcia had indeed helped Colin a lot, Colin would rather redeem Marquis Garcia and provide him with good food and drinks. Colin had just sent away a huge mountain that was pressing down on his head, and he did not want to create a new mountain for himself. The Duke of St. Hilda still has a son and an adopted daughter to choose from. Therefore, the Senate will not agree to let Marquis Garcia inherit the title of the Dukes of the North. What's more, I am afraid that the people of the northern frontier will find it difficult to accept a duke who was once a prisoner of the eastern frontier. No matter what kind of brilliant achievements he has made before, the shame of the Shadow Canyon. I am afraid that Marquis Garcia will accompany him for the rest of his life. When she heard Colin's words, Vera nodded in disappointment. Well, you don't have to think too much. Colin kissed his wife's cheek. You just have to be mentally prepared to bear this heavy responsibility. As for the rest, I will leave it to the Emperor and the Senate to decide. Okay. Vera nodded obediently, and also gave Colin a goodnight kiss. The two of them then turned off the magic lamp and went to bed to rest. The sky outside the window was thin, and only a crescent moon was hanging high in the treetops, casting a faint cold light. After midnight, the windows of the butterfly castle were no longer lit, and only the corridor and the sentry post were still lit. The faint sound of an owl could be heard from afar, making the quiet night even more peaceful. Vera? Vera? Colin called a few times in his wife's ear, and when he saw that she had fallen asleep, he quietly got up, put on his casual clothes, and jumped out of the window. The air was filled with the fresh and elegant fragrance of tulips, as well as a faint smell of blood. Ta-ta-ta, among the heavy footsteps, a group of fully armed guards patrolled past. The light from the torches gradually dissipated as they went further away, and the courtyard was once again shrouded in darkness. In the shadows of the corner, Colin slowly quickened his pace. Following the faint smell of blood, he gradually came to the northwest corner of Phoenix Butterfly Castle. A strong stench assaulted Colin's nostrils, almost causing him to faint. It was the smell of horse dung. Only then did Colin realize that he had come to the stable. Damn it, Colin cursed in his heart. The smell of blood was covered by the smell of horse dung, and it was a little difficult for him to identify the source. Fortunately, this place was already at the edge of Phoenix Butterfly Castle, so Colin began to search around. Soon, he found the source of the smell of blood again, the clock tower. This was an old clock tower that had experienced hundreds of years of wind and rain. The mottled outer wall and the vines that crawled on it were traces left behind by time. Clang, it was exactly 1:00 in the morning, and the old clock tower let out a dull and hoarse sound. Colin hid in the shadows not far away, but he did not immediately go forward. Because, with just a rough check, he had already found 3 hidden sentries around the clock tower. There must be something wrong here, however, Colin was not confident that he could enter the clock tower without alerting the hidden sentries. Just as he was about to leave, the thick door of the clock tower suddenly opened. With a creak, a wheelchair was pushed out. The face of the man in the wheelchair could not be seen clearly, but Colin could guess the identity of the other party. Count Morrison's father, Franco Morrison. After the death of the old count, his son, Franco, was supposed to be the first heir to the title. Unfortunately, Franco was seriously injured in a battle many years ago and had been paralyzed ever since. Therefore, the title of count was passed on to his son, Xianxia Morrison, who was the grandson of the old count. Colin looked at Franco's back as various thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he still quietly followed. Franco's wheelchair was not fast, and it was moving along the central axis of Phoenix Butterfly Castle towards the inner courtyard. Along the way, they met a group of patrolling guards, who immediately stopped to greet Franco. From their greetings, Colin also confirmed Franco's identity. After some distance, seeing that Franco was about to enter the main castle, Colin deliberately increased his footsteps and walked out of the shadow. Sure enough, Franco also stopped. This Count Angley? Under the moonlight, Franco recognized Colin. You are? Knight Franco? Colin pretended to be surprised. However, this was indeed their first meeting. Franco did not attend the morning ceremony and the welcoming banquet. This night Franco looked to be in his 50s. He had a gloomy temperament, a thin face, long and narrow eyes, and thin, bloodless lips. Years of paralysis had ravaged this once famous knight of the Northern Territory to the point that he was extremely haggard. You are? Oh, I couldn't sleep late at night, so I came out for a walk. I hope I didn't disturb you. Colin walked up with a smile. Sure enough, the smell of blood was getting stronger. Of course not. I couldn't sleep either, so I came out for a walk. Franco nodded his head and looked at his right hand. While Colin was puzzled, the maid who pushed the wheelchair explained softly, Sir Viscounts, Sir Franco wants to shake hands with you. Colin then bent down slightly and held Franco's skinny right hand. It was cold and slippery, as if he was holding a dead fish. I'm sorry, I couldn't attend your welcoming banquet. Franco smiled apologetically. You're welcome. Colin quickly let go of Franco's hand and smiled. You were injured because you fought against the trolls. You are a knight worthy of respect. Franco laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm just a poor guy who was defeated by the trolls. You, on the other hand, annihilated 100,000 trolls outside the Howling Wind Castle, and personally cut off the head of the troll emperor before the king's city. With such achievements, you deserve to be the hero of the northern frontier, the role model of a knight. If it weren't for my physical inconvenience, I would definitely give you the most noble knight etiquette. Colin waved his hand again and said modestly, this is all thanks to the brave soldiers who killed the enemy. I dare not take the credit alone. Franco smiled, and then changed the topic. Did Xianxia tell you that he wants to marry Miss Nina? Yes. Madame Grace did ask Vera to help the count. Colin thought that Franco also wanted to help his son. Unexpectedly, Franco slowly shook his head. Can you tell Miss Vera that she does not agree to this marriage? Oh? Why? Colin was puzzled. Wasn't the Morrison family St. Hilda's daughter complex? Why did Franco not want his son to marry Nina? Franco's expression was a little gloomy. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Sir Viscounts, do you know why the Morrison family is obsessed with marrying the daughter of the House of St. Hilda? Why? Colin asked with interest. You should have heard of the theory of blood purification, right? Franco asked. Colin nodded. In fact, this was what Scholar Dwayne had told him. In short, people in this world believed that blood was an important determinant of the upper limit of the family's descendants' strength. The reason why the Paladin family could continue to produce paladins was because of their noble and sacred blood. Therefore, the nobles of the Empire of Light had a period of time crazily chasing after the noble daughters of the Paladin family, trying to marry them and purify their own bloodline. However, the reality was cruel. Since the founding of the Empire of Light, the number of Paladin families had not increased at all. Those nobles who married the daughters of the Paladin family for several generations found that the strength of their descendants did not increase at all. On the contrary, the power of the Paladin family spread through the means of marriage. Their attempt to purify their bloodline only helped the Paladin family to consolidate their rule. Therefore, gradually, the nobles no longer diligently pursued the daughters of the Paladin family, and marriage became more practical. However, the Morrison family was an exception. It seemed that they still had not given up on the theory of blood purification and were still persistently pursuing the daughters of the House of St. Hilda. Franco said with a solemn face, the Morrison family has been deeply poisoned by this theory. Due to the teachings of the ancestors and the traditions that have been formed over many years, the family members can no longer see the reality clearly. Therefore, I hope that you can help me to stop this tragedy from continuing. Tragedy? Colin was stunned. This can't be a tragedy, right? A painful expression appeared on Franco's face. You may not know this, but I originally had 2 brothers. However, one of them died young, and the other was born with a deformity. It was estimated that he could not live for more than a few years. He had to endure inhuman pain, so his father reluctantly killed him. And my child, Xianxia, is not the only one, but his brothers and sisters. Haha, they are either mentally retarded or disabled, therefore, the bloodline of the House of St. Hilda is no longer a gift to us, but a curse. Colin finally understood what Franco meant by tragedy. It seemed that the long-term marriage had gradually assimilated the genes of the Morrison family into the House of St. Hilda. As a result, although they were not close relatives, they were closer than close relatives. Thus, the consequences of incestuous marriages gradually appeared in the descendants of the Morrison family. And this evil consequence, in the eyes of Franco, who did not understand genetics, became a bloodline curse. Okay. I will pass on your request to Vera, but I want to remind you that your mother values this marriage very much, so. Thank you so much. As for my mother, I will personally persuade her. Colin sighed in his heart. This Morrison family was really complicated. It was no wonder that their direct line of descent had only one son for 3 generations. It turned out that they were looking for trouble. After that, the two chatted casually. Colin found that Franco was quite optimistic about the current situation in the northern frontier. He believed that the current chaos was only temporary and it would not be long before it calmed down. Colin did not know whether Franco was deliberately being polite, or because he had been closed in the castle for a long time and was a little slow to the changes in the outside world. However, he did not intend to delve into it. He was more interested in why the other party entered the clock tower in the middle of the night. And why was that place filled with the lingering smell of blood? Of course, Colin also knew that such questions could not be asked directly to Franco, so he accompanied him for a while and then left. Looking at Colin's back gradually disappearing into the darkness, Franco suddenly asked, "How long has he been following us?" The maid who pushed the wheelchair shook her head, "I am not sure." Franco narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he ordered in a low voice, "Add more people to the clock tower." "Yes, sir." Early the next morning, Colin said goodbye to Count Morrison. Count Morrison brought his family and personally sent Colin and Vera to the gate of Floral City. However, Colin did not see Sir Franco Morrison, whom he had met by chance the night before, in the farewell procession. The weather today was good. The sky was clear and the wind was not dry. Colin and the others sped up and headed south. In the evening, Colin ordered them to stop moving forward and set up camp to rest. After a simple dinner, everyone went to bed early. But as the night deepened, Colin sneaked out of the camp. When he came to an uninhabited wilderness, his body suddenly emitted a blood-colored smoke. As the smoke lingered, countless strange runes appeared in the air and then disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Colin's body gradually swelled. Poochie, a pair of black bat wings emerged from his back and then stretched out. Whoosh, amidst the raging waves of air, Colin shot up into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, shooting in the direction he had come from. Phoenix Butterfly Castle. After Colin and the others left, the castle returned to its usual tranquility. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. Dinner started at 6 o'clock and ended at 7 o'clock. Count Morrison would patrol the castle as usual after dinner, and Madame Grace would go to the church to pray as usual. Knight Franco, on the other hand, would eat alone in his bedroom as usual. After 10 o'clock, the lights in Phoenix Butterfly Castle gradually extinguished as usual. Perhaps the only difference was that the southeast corner of the castle was brighter than usual. When the patrolling guards saw this, they quickly went to check. "Fire! Fire!" Immediately, the shouting woke the entire Phoenix Butterfly Castle up. Groups of patrolling guards rushed to the southeast corner of the castle. Count Morrison also immediately got up from the bed. He did not have time to put on his armor and rushed out with a knight's sword. At the same time, in the northwest corner of Phoenix Butterfly Castle, a bloody and strange massacre began. "What is it?" A guard in front of the clock tower seemed to feel something flying over his head, but when he raised his head, he could only see the dark night sky. Tonight, the sky was overcast, and the moon could not be seen. Even the starlight was completely covered. The guard turned around and was about to ask his companion when he suddenly realized that his companion's head was gone. The headless corpse was still standing in the same place, blood spurting out from its empty neck. "Enemy, crack." He only managed to say half of the word "enemy attack" before it was cut off. At the same time, his head was cut off. Colin threw away the head in his hand and walked towards the door of the clock tower. He tried to push it twice, but it didn't budge. Clang, Colin simply barged in. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. Colin soon heard a series of footsteps behind him. However, before the footsteps could get close, a series of screams and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Colin no longer cared about what was behind him. He lowered his head slightly and entered the clock tower. There were a few torches on the walls of the clock tower, and the light from the torches illuminated the stairs leading to the top. However, Colin did not walk up the stairs. Instead, he lay on the ground and sniffed carefully. The smell of blood came from underground. Soon, he locked onto his target's position. Boom, the marble floor was smashed into pieces by Colin's foot, and his huge body fell through the hole in the floor. Boom, the drop was not big, probably only about 10 meters. Colin stood firmly on the ground. Although smoke and dust were everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere, he still opened his eyes wide and stared at the darkness in front of him. When the dust settled, nothing came out of the darkness. Colin's expression softened. He felt that he might have been too cautious. Flapping his bat wings, Colin flew up the clock tower hall, took a torch from the wall, and returned to the basement. With the help of the torch's light, Colin could see clearly that this was not a basement, but a sealed and damp cave. There were cold and hard stones on both sides of the cave. One end was blocked by a pile of rocks, and the other end extended inwards. He did not know where it led to. Since he was already here, Colin naturally would not be afraid. He immediately walked forward. After turning a corner, what appeared in front of Colin was a long stone corridor. However, the stones here were a little strange. They were actually emitting a faint light. Even without the help of a torch, he could roughly see the path under his feet. Colin continued forward. The smell of blood in his nose became more and more intense. Moreover, he could even hear the faint sound of water flowing. After walking for a while, the sound of water gradually became louder and louder. Not long later, Colin saw the end of the passage in front of him. A curtain of water hung down from the top of the cave. The water splashed in all directions, sparkling and translucent. Finally, it fell into a small pool at the end of the passage. Colin had never thought that there would be such a place hidden under the Phoenix Butterfly Castle's clock tower. However, at this moment, Colin was not in the mood to admire this underground river. Stepping into the pool, the ice-cold water did not slow down Colin's movements. He walked towards the curtain of water in large strides, as if he was sure that behind the curtain of water, there would definitely be a target he was pursuing. Splash, the transparent and clear water curtain wet Colin's body. Behind the curtain of water was another deep and serene tunnel. The stone walls on the side of the tunnel also emitted a faint light, allowing Colin to see the path clearly without the help of a torch. Along the way, nothing happened. However, this made Colin even more vigilant. This was too abnormal. For a moment, he even planned to go back the way he came. However, since he had already come here, if he did not figure out what secrets the Morrison family was hiding, he would definitely not be satisfied. This family that had always kept a low profile in the northern frontier was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. While thinking, Colin suddenly stopped. This was because he had already reached the end of the tunnel. There, impressively, was a huge sculpture of a butterfly. The insignia of the Morrison family was the golden-tailed butterfly. However, the tail of this butterfly sculpture was not golden. Instead, it was blood-colored. Colin looked at the blood-tailed butterfly in front of him and carefully approached it. After passing by this sculpture, he unexpectedly arrived at a rather spacious underground space. Just as he entered this place, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses, almost causing Colin to suffocate. Considering his identity as a vampire, Colin increasingly felt that there was a terrifying scene ahead. Sure enough, when he clearly saw the situation in this underground space, his whole person was stunned on the spot. Blood, endless and endless blood, the stone walls were covered in blood. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The ground, it was completely a huge pool of blood. Above the pool of blood, there seemed to be a huge spiderweb-like thing. And within this spiderweb, there were many cocoons. Within the cocoons, there were clearly living people. Traces of blood continuously dripped from these living people, falling into the pool of blood. Seeing this scene before his eyes, even as a vampire, Colin, who had the bloodthirsty characteristic, could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill from the bottom of his heart. What kind of Azura hell was this? What did the Morrison family want to do? Bang! Just as Colin was in a daze, an armored man suddenly scuttled out of the pool of blood. Brandishing a blood-red longsword, he directly chopped down at Colin. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. However, the blood was not Colin's, but was brought out from the blood pool by the armored man. At that moment, Colin quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the armored man's slash. At the same time, he also saw the energy used by the other party. It was holy light. So, this was also a knight. The armored knight's sword missed, and he immediately approached again, stabbing at Colin's throat. Colin did not panic at all, because he had almost determined that the armored knight was a fourth-rank knight. Although Colin was also a fourth-rank knight, in the state of true body, ordinary fourth-rank knights were no match for him. Clang! Colin quickly blocked in front of his body with his arms. The blood traces on his skin seemed to be alive, emitting a heart-palpitating energy. When the armored knight's longsword landed on the surface, it only left a faint mark that was barely visible. Bang! A dark golden flash suddenly lit up in the cave. Colin's bat wings suddenly opened, as if he was flying. His huge figure completely enveloped the armored knight. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the armored knight's entire right arm was cut off. However, after suffering such a heavy injury, the armored knight did not make a sound, as if he did not feel pain. His blood-red eyes stared blankly at Colin through the holes in the armor, without a trace of human emotion or reason. At the same time, the armored knight's body quickly retreated, as if he knew that he was no match for Colin, and wanted to hide in the blood pool. "Want to run?" Colin sneered, and his bat wings suddenly shook. Under the turbulent air waves, he rushed toward the armored knight like lightning, his hands crisscrossing like scissors, grabbing the other party's head. But at this moment, the blood pool suddenly exploded again. Bang! In the splashing blood, a huge red figure suddenly jumped out, holding a huge white shield in his hand, and rushed toward Colin. This time, the figure that appeared was more than 4 meters tall. His body was not inferior to Colin after his transformation. His whole body was like a giant tank, carrying an unstoppable momentum as he rushed over. Colin instinctively sensed danger. He immediately threw down the armored knight with the longsword in front of him, flapped his bat wings, and leaped backward. Rumble! In an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted. The enormous power caused the entire cave to tremble. The stone ground suddenly exploded, and a large amount of gravel shot out like bullets, hitting Colin's body and even causing bruises. This knight with a huge shield was at the 5th tier. The original armored knight took this opportunity to dive back into the blood pool and disappeared. Before Colin could regain his footing, the newly appeared armored knight pulled out a white spear from behind the giant shield. The tip of the long spear suddenly lit up with a trace of blood. Hiss! Lines of blood suddenly shot out from the blood pool and converged at the tip of the spear. The entire spear turned red in an instant, and a demonic blood light constantly circulated. It looked as if it was made of blood. An indescribable aura rapidly spread in the cave, and a heart-palpitating pressure instantly filled the entire place. Colin's pupils shrank slightly as he faintly sensed danger. Suddenly, an incantation of unknown meaning was uttered. Colin's scalp went numb. There was no time to think. The blood chi in his body rapidly surged, and the bat wings on his back suddenly flapped. Chi, the blood-red spear stabbed out like lightning. A circle of blood-red halo was like a ring-shaped ripple that instantly dispersed into the surrounding space. Wherever the halo went, everything was split into 2 halves. Colin was still in midair, but suddenly, streaks of blood appeared on his body, as if he had been dismembered by countless tiny blades. Bang! Colin was sent flying, and crashed into the wall of the cave with a loud bang. Thump! 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 The armored knight raised his giant shield and spear, and his entire body was like a charging tank, quickly approaching Colin. His heavy footsteps caused the entire cave to tremble. Colin didn't even think about it. With a flap of his bat wings, he rushed out of the tunnel he had come from. The narrow terrain here couldn't make full use of his mobility advantage. Moreover, that strange blood pool clearly had an additional effect on the armored knight's strength. Colin naturally had to change the battlefield. Seeing Colin running away, the armored knight suddenly let out a strange scream that didn't seem human, and immediately chased after Colin's figure into the tunnel. Waiting until the footsteps of the 2 people were getting farther and farther away, the cave regained its tranquility. Only the blood people in the cocoons above the blood pool seemed to be wriggling slightly, letting out faint moans. Splash! Amidst the surging blood, the armored knight who had rushed out the first time once again emerged from the water. He silently walked towards his broken arm, picked it up, and put it back on his body, as if he felt that he could recover in this way. Then, he walked back to the blood pool in a daze, and slowly sank into it. Outside the clock tower, more and more guards of the Morrison family had gathered, but they were still blocked by a group of mysterious people covered in armor, unable to take a step closer to the clock tower. Not far away, Franco Morrison sat in a wheelchair, frowning as he looked at the battle in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Is that big guy at the 5th rank?" "Yes." The maid pushing the wheelchair nodded, and added, and he's a 5th-rank warrior. Troll warrior? Franco's brows furrowed even tighter. Why would they appear in Phoenix Butterfly Castle? There was no response from behind. Clearly, the maid didn't know how to answer this question. This group of invaders were all professionals. If they wanted to sneak into Flower Talk City, it wouldn't be difficult. Franco looked for a while, and then decisively ordered, "Inform Saiken, ignore the fire in front, and immediately bring people to the clock tower." Yes. Just as the maid was about to turn and leave, she heard Franco add, "Also, let him mobilize the city defense army to surround Phoenix Butterfly Castle. The enemy this time might not be easy to deal with." Yes. At this moment, the side wall of the clock tower collapsed, and a huge figure rushed out from it. Immediately after, another blood-colored figure chased out. However, after leaving the clock tower, Colin was no longer restricted by space. With a flap of his bat wings, he rushed into the sky, leaving behind the armored knights behind him, who raised their huge shields and spears, and helplessly roared at the sky. What the hell is this? Franco was dumbfounded. Phoenix Butterfly Castle had been peaceful for over 100 years, why would a group of inexplicable invaders suddenly appear? Colin stood in the air, looking at the Blood Shadow Guards fighting with the guards of the Morrison family below, and then looking at the guards of Phoenix Butterfly Castle gathering in the distance. He understood that today's investigation would have to stop here. Otherwise, when more guards surrounded them, or even the city defense army was mobilized, it would be difficult for them to leave. Although he didn't completely understand what the Morrison family was doing in the secret realm below the clock tower, at least he knew that there was definitely a big problem with this Morrison family. His main goal now was to pacify the internal strife in the northern frontier, and push Vera to the position of Duchess. For the time being, it wasn't good to complicate matters. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the Morrison family's army had not yet formed an encirclement, he immediately ordered the Blood Shadow Guards to retreat. At the same time, he also flapped his bat wings and flew away. The Blood Slaves immediately rushed towards the walls of Phoenix Butterfly Castle under the lead of Prince Malvi. Rumble, the tall wall was like a piece of paper under the impact of the heavily armored Prince Malvi, and in an instant, a large hole was smashed open. A group of Blood Shadow Guards filed out of the large hole, and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. The flames in the fireplace flickered and crackled from time to time. Sitting in his wheelchair, Franco looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the window in a daze. It was the darkest moment before dawn. The curtain of night shrouded the land, quietly hiding the slaughter, sin, and blood. Footsteps sounded behind him, but Franco didn't turn around. "Father, the fire has been completely extinguished. The chaos in Phoenix Butterfly Castle has also been completely quelled." Count Morrison came behind the wheelchair and reported softly. Franco still looked outside the window and said expressionlessly, "Did you find out the details of the enemy?" Count Morrison shook his head and said with a grave expression, "No, they didn't. These invaders didn't fear death. We didn't catch a single one alive. However, the invaders we killed were all professionals. There were troll warriors, human knights, and of course, warriors. Someone even recognized a knight from the east." "East?" Franco's brows furrowed deeply. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him had become complicated and confusing. He couldn't figure it out at all. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded again. Very quickly, a knight of the Morrison family appeared in the meeting hall and reported loudly, "Sir, I've been waiting for a long time. Sir Count, the invaders we killed came back to life and all of them escaped." "What?" Count Morrison couldn't believe his ears. "Say that again." The knight had no choice but to repeat it. At that moment, Franco slowly retracted his gaze from outside the window and looked at the knight with a sharp gaze. He said coldly, "What do you mean by come back to life? Tell me about it." The knight was sweating profusely. He knew that what he said was too outrageous. He could only brace himself and explain. "Sir, I am willing to swear in the name of my ancestors that what I said just now wasn't a lie. Originally, we had already collected the corpses of the invaders and were preparing to deal with them together. But in the blink of an eye, these corpses suddenly came back to life and killed the guards around them. Such a strange thing scared the guards out of their wits and they didn't dare to stop it. So, they escaped from Phoenix Butterfly Castle." Are you sure that those invaders are already corpses? This. Faced with Franco's spiritual interrogation, the knight was dumbfounded. He couldn't possibly say that he was lying motionless on the ground with a few swords stuck in his chest. Wasn't that a corpse? Franco narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he ordered the maid behind him, Kadina, go and interrogate those guards yourself. Find out what happened. Yes, sir. The maid nodded and walked to the knight's side. She crooked her finger and motioned for him to follow her out. The knight hurriedly bowed to Count Morrison and Franco as if he had been pardoned and followed Kadina out of the meeting hall. Father, what's going on? The series of events that happened tonight made the young Count Morrison lose his head out of fear. Even his voice was trembling. Franco looked at his son, who was panicking, and scolded him, "Why are you panicking?" Count Morrison hurriedly lowered his head and forced his wandering gaze to focus on his feet, not daring to meet his father's sharp gaze. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. It was so quiet that one could almost hear Count Morrison's rapid heartbeat. After a long while, when Count Morrison's heartbeat finally calmed down, Franco's deep voice sounded once more. "Do you know the Winged Knight?" "Winged Knight?" Count Morrison was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. "Are you talking about the knight who appeared in Silvery Moon City and killed the previous half-elf king?" Franco nodded. "Yes. According to the information I received, the monster that flew out of the clock tower tonight should be the Winged Knight." Count Morrison thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Father, then which faction does this Winged Knight belong to? Why did he come to Phoenix Butterfly Castle?" Franco pondered for a moment and said, "I suspect that this Winged Knight should be an assassin secretly cultivated by the Angeli family." "The Angeli family?" Count Morrison exclaimed. "Yes. Viscount Angli just left Phoenix Butterfly Castle, and this Winged Knight came right after. How could it be so coincidental? Moreover, Viscount Angli was also present when the coup happened in Silvery Moon City. If it happened once, it might be a coincidence, but if it happened twice, there must be some sort of connection." Hearing Franco's explanation, Count Morrison nodded in agreement, but immediately after, his expression became panicked again. "Father, if this was really arranged by Viscount Angli, then he must know about the situation below the clock tower. What should we do?" Franco didn't say anything and only looked at his son coldly. Only when he calmed down again did he say indifferently, "So what if he saw the situation below the clock tower? Does he know what it is? Moreover, does the Angeli family not have any secrets? Winged Knights, and those suspected unkillable professionals. I think the Angeli family has no less things hidden in the dark than us. Moreover, his main target now is the St. Thean family. He can't possibly provoke us at this time." Only then did Count Morrison feel a lot more at ease. He let out a long sigh and thought for a moment before asking. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Father, then should we still send an envoy to Ice Stone City to discuss the matter of supplying food and sending troops?" "Why not?" Franco said indifferently, "Don't make a fuss just because the other party saw your secret. It's still hard to say whether the Angeli family is our friend or foe. You should know that sometimes, letting the other party know a bit of your secret will instead make it easier to gain trust." "All right, I will send an envoy to Ice Stone City tomorrow." Just as Count Morrison finished speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Seeing that it was Madame Grace's maid, Franco asked, "Mother was also startled awake?" "Yes, Madame wants to know what happened." Franco turned to look at Count Morrison and ordered, "Saikin, go explain to Mother." "Yes, Father," Count Morrison hurriedly replied. Not long after they left, Franco's maid, Kadina, appeared again. "Sir, I personally asked. Those invaders actually didn't all come back from the dead. There were still 3 corpses left at the scene. That's why I suspect that those invaders who escaped were actually playing dead. A bunch of idiots. Don't they know how to add salt to the wound?" Franco cursed in a low voice and no longer bothered with the matter. He turned and ordered, "In the name of the Count, issue a gag order. Everything that happened tonight is not to be leaked." "Yes, sir." "Come, push me to the bottom of the clock tower to take a look." Kadina obeyed and walked behind Franco, pushing the wheelchair outside. At this time, the castle had gradually regained its calm. Only the patrolling guards still had some panic and nervousness on their faces. The fire had been completely extinguished long ago, but the property losses were still being calculated. In the pitch-black night, suppressed cries could be heard from time to time. It was likely that they had lost their companions and family members in this battle. Franco arrived at the clock tower amidst the creaking sound of the wooden wheel. At this time, the door of the clock tower had been completely damaged. A large hole had also been smashed into the floor of the tower, like a deep and terrifying giant mouth that wanted to swallow all living things in the vicinity. Katina, the maid, pushed the wheelchair to the hole. Seeing that Franco nodded, she picked up the wheelchair and jumped down. "Colin, did you not sleep well last night?" Dara looked at Colin, who was yawning, and asked with concern. At the same time, she handed over a roasted deer leg. Colin took it and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I was awakened by a few mosquitoes in the middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep after that." "Then do you want to take a nap in the afternoon?" "No, I will continue my journey after lunch. The earlier I withdraw from the Golden Lion Legion, the earlier I can feel at ease." "Okay." Dara no longer tried to persuade Colin, and she handed him a few pieces of white bread. Scholar Dwayne's eyes flashed because he saw that when Colin reached out to take the food, there were several obvious scratches on his arm. However, he didn't ask anything. Smart people were like this. Even if they saw the problem, they knew that they shouldn't ask. In fact, Colin also noticed Scholar Dwayne's gaze, but when he saw that the other party pretended not to see it, he took a bite of the roasted deer meat and took the initiative to speak. "Scholar Dwayne, what kind of family do you think the Morrison family is?" Scholar Dwayne paused and said, "Lord Viscounts, I think that the Morrison family has the qualities that an excellent family should have: loyalty, humility, and pragmatism." Colin pondered over the 3 comments given by Scholar Dwayne, and he seemed to have some ideas in his mind. Obviously, the 3 adjectives given by Scholar Dwayne were not chosen randomly. First, loyalty. This meant that the Morrison family was deeply involved with the House of St. Hilda, and there was basically no room for betrayal. Second, humility. This implied that the Morrison family was low-key and not well known in the northern frontier. Finally, pragmatism. This was also the most interesting comment. Would a pragmatic family insist on marrying the daughter of the House of St. Hilda generation after generation, knowing that the bloodline purification theory was not feasible, especially when such behavior had already caused the Morrison family to suffer from the bloodline curse? Obviously, it was impossible. Therefore, the Morrison family was obsessed with the daughter of the House of St. Hilda, and there must be a deeper reason. Thinking back to the horrifying scene he saw under the Phoenix Butterfly Castle's clock tower last night, Colin suddenly had some guesses. Scholar Dwayne seemed to have seen through some of Colin's thoughts, and advised, "Lord Viscounts, I think you should be more concerned about the Morrison family now." "Oh? Which clan do you think it should be?" "The Oman clan," Scholar Dwayne said decisively. "Oman." Colin mulled over the name of his old rival's family. "What do you think?" "Lord Viscounts, you must have heard the news of Fallen Eagle City's destruction in Phoenix Butterfly Castle. Clearly, the Oman family has been abandoned by the St. Thean family. No, to be more precise, they have been sacrificed. Earl Oman will no longer be loyal to the House of St. Thean, and his soldiers will definitely hate the House of St. Thean for destroying their home. So, this is our chance." "You want to rope in the Oman family?" Colin frowned. He did not wish for Earl Oman to be on the same side as him. Wouldn't that mean that he would not be able to avenge his predecessor? Furthermore, Count Alman, that old bastard, Colin did not feel at ease leaving his back to him. Scholar Dwayne did not seem too keen on roping in the Oman family, and said calmly, "I only feel that we can give it a try. However, I suspect that the St. Thean family already has a plan against the Oman family. They will definitely not let their newly established enemy turn around and join the House of St. Hilda. So, we should first confirm the situation of Earl Oman and his family's army. If he has not been harmed by the St. Thean family, then we can indeed rope him in and take advantage of the opportunity to disintegrate the power of the St. Thean family." Colin nodded and did not say anything, nor did he express his agreement to Scholar Dwayne's suggestion. Scholar Dwayne seemed to want to say something, but he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a burst of frost. The bonfire in front of them began to flicker, as if it would be extinguished in the next second. Something is wrong. Colin immediately stood up, threw away the deer leg, and grabbed the sword at his waist. It's an arcane fluctuation. Vera shouted in surprise. There is a sorcerer casting a spell. Moreover, it is an extremely powerful sorcerer. Alert! Search the surroundings. Knight Roger immediately shouted loudly, and at the same time, he sent out a small group of cavalrymen to try and find the sorcerer who was casting the spell. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky suddenly became densely covered with dark clouds. It was as if a rainstorm was about to start. He is in the forest in the west. Vera suddenly pointed and shouted. Quick! Stop him! In the midst of the rapid sound of horse hooves, a group of cavalrymen rushed in the direction that Vera had pointed out. However, before they could find the sorcerer who was hiding in the dark and casting the spell, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Boom! What followed was a dull sound of thunder. After that, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. That's it. Colin and the others, who were originally waiting for the sorcerer, were suddenly dumbfounded. Looking at the other party's formation, they thought that it was some kind of terrifying spell, but they never expected that it was just a snowstorm. Of course, being able to create a heavy snowstorm in the early summer was also considered a skill. At this time, the cavalrymen who rushed over had already found the sorcerer and immediately escorted him to Colin. Teacher Xianxia? Why are you here? Vera suddenly exclaimed in surprise when she saw the person who had come. No wonder she had felt a very familiar aura just now. It turned out that her teacher was casting the spell. Haha, Miss Vera, Viscount Angley, don't be nervous. I am just joking with you. Xianxia had a calm expression on his face even though the cavalrymen were pointing their swords at his back. He even had the mood to joke around. Colin looked at the high-level sorcerer and his heart was slightly moved, but on the surface, he had a welcoming attitude. He smiled and shook hands with the other party. Mr. Xianxia, right? I am so lucky to be able to meet you here. Vera has always told me that you have taught her a lot of things in Yevil, and I have always wanted to find an opportunity to thank you in person for taking care of her. Viscounts, you are too polite. I hope that my joke did not cause too much trouble for you. Of course not. Would you like to have a meal together? It is my pleasure. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony with Colin. He walked over to the campfire and directly grabbed a piece of roasted venison from the barbecue grill and put it in his mouth. Wow! It tastes good. As he ate, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Teacher, what are you doing in the northern frontier this time? Vera poured a glass of red wine and handed it over. Xianxia took the glass and drank it in one gulp. After that, he burped in satisfaction and said casually, I am here to travel and also to see my friends in the northern frontier. Of course, I also want to see you, my good disciple. You have been away from Yevil for more than a year now, but you have not fallen behind in your studies, right? Do you still remember all your magic knowledge? Of course I remember. Vera said immediately, but she did not sound very confident. Xianxia saw through her at a glance and immediately began to examine Vera's arcane knowledge. Colin looked on coldly from the side, and his vigilance did not decrease at all. The timing of Xianxia's appearance was too coincidental. Moreover, according to Vera, this person was a close friend of Mr. Feng from the St. Thean family. Even the forbidden spell that Mr. Feng had used to kill the Duke of St. Hilda by sacrificing the entire Eagle City was suspected to be an improved version of a forbidden spell called Petrifying Eyes that Xianxia had once collected. Under such circumstances, Colin did not believe that Xianxia really did not know anything about what had happened in Eagle City. He also did not believe that the other party would suddenly appear here without any ulterior motives. Of course, Colin would not chase him away. After all, he was still Vera's teacher. Moreover, a mage who was hiding in the dark was the scariest. A mage like Xianxia who was actively exposing himself was not much of a threat. At the end of May, the temperature in the northern frontier was quite high. However, there was a layer of ice on the Rapids River. Hey, Sir Viscounts! I told you we could definitely cross. On the solid ice, Wizard Xianxia was jumping up and down, showing Colin that there was no problem with his masterpiece. Colin smiled and waved his hand to Knight Roger. "Let's cross." Knight Roger obeyed and began to organize the cavalry to cross the river. At the same time, he was also on guard against the Dawson family's sentries. However, Colin's group was not a big target, and they were all cavalry that came and went like the wind. Although the Dawson family was on the north bank of the Rapids River, they could not completely seal off the entire river. Of course, it would be different if it was an army crossing the river. This was also why Colin only brought 1,000 light cavalry. If there were too many people, they would be intercepted by the Dawson family if they wanted to cross the river. It might even lead to a fierce battle. After crossing the Rapids River, Colin's group met the sentries of the Golden Lion Legion after half a day. After revealing their identities, the sentries led Colin's group to the Golden Lion Legion's encampment. When evening came, Colin finally saw a huge army camp with Golden Lion flags fluttering in the wind. The main generals of the Golden Lion Legion who had received the news had already lined up outside the camp to welcome Colin's group. On the way here, Scholar Dwayne gave Colin a brief introduction of the higher-ups of the Golden Lion Legion. Knight Nelson, commander of the Legion, and his 2 deputies, Knight Lewis and Knight Campbell. Of course, as an army under the direct command of the House of St. Hilda, the so-called Legion commander of the Golden Lion Legion was actually just a title. The one who truly controlled this army was the Duke of St. Hilda himself. Of course, if it was the first successor of the Duke, such as Marquis Charles, he would also have the qualifications to lead this army in battle. However, now that the Duke of St. Hilda was dead and the position of Marquis of the Northern Frontier was vacant, it was debatable who the Golden Lion Legion should listen to. At this moment, the attitude of Knight Narson was of utmost importance. Knight Nelson was a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor. He was over 2 meters tall and had a muscular build, giving him an imposing aura. Knight Lewis was slightly older. His sideburns were graying, and he always had a kind smile on his face. When he spoke, it was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Knight Cambanine, on the other hand, had a cold temperament and was taciturn. He also had a hideous scar on his face, which made him seem difficult to get along with. The fact that these 3 knights were able to lead the Golden Lion Legion meant that they were deeply trusted by the Duke of St. Hilda. Their loyalty shouldn't be a problem. After some small talk, Knight Nelson led Colin and the others into the barracks. The last elite force of the House of St. Hilda was gathered here. The neat rows of soldiers and horses, as well as the endless military tents, gave people a sense of security. The 80,000-strong army was in good order. From this, it could be seen that Knight Nelson had excellent leadership skills. After entering the temporary command post, Knight Nelson went straight to the point and asked, "Miss Vera, Viscount Angley, I have heard the news of the Duke's death. Is it true?" "It's true." Vera nodded with a sorrowful expression. She then told Knight Nelson about the events that happened on the day of the wedding, as well as some of her speculations about the murderer. Knight Nelson listened quietly, and the atmosphere in the barracks was filled with sadness and anger. After the 3 commanders of the Golden Lion Legion digested the news, Colin coughed softly and said, "Everyone, please accept the news. I know that the death of the Duke is hard for you to accept and that you want to take revenge as soon as possible. However, the enemy is strong now. The Menham family's army has entered the northern frontier and will soon appear behind the Golden Lion Legion. Therefore, I suggest that we retreat to Winter City and avoid the enemy for the time being before we make further plans." Colin's words did not cause much of an uproar. Knight Nelson's head was still lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Obviously, even though he had married Vera, Colin was still not qualified to mobilize this army. "I also think that we should retreat. We cannot let the last elite force of the House of St. Hilda die at the Rapids River." Vera also agreed. However, Knight Nelson still did not say anything. The atmosphere in the barracks gradually became awkward. At this time, Knight Lewis smiled and said, "Viscount Angley, I know that you are sincerely planning for the Golden Lion Legion, but we are under the orders of the Duke to stop the Dawson family. If we retreat, the Dawson family will take the opportunity to cross the Rapids River and invade the territory of the House of St. Hilda. Who will bear the responsibility for this?" Colin shook his head and retorted, "But if you are trapped here and wait for the Menham clan to cut off the army's escape route, then attack from both sides with the Dawson clan. The Golden Lion Legion might not be able to escape defeat." Knight Lewis wanted to say something, but when he saw Knight Nelson slowly stand up, he decisively closed his mouth and threw the problem to the other party. Knight Nelson's eyes swept across Colin's face and finally stopped at Vera. He then asked, "Miss Vera, where is the Duke's body now?" "It is just outside." "Can we pay our respects to the Duke's remains?" "Of course." Vera then looked at Colin. Colin nodded at Knight Roger and motioned for him to bring the Duke of St. Hilda's coffin. Knight Roger took the order and left. Once again, the barracks fell into an awkward silence. Colin and Scholar Dwayne looked at each other and saw the dignified look in each other's eyes. The high-ranking officers of the Golden Lion Legion were more stubborn than they had imagined. However, such stubbornness was somewhat baffling to Colin. Even if Knight Nelson felt that Colin and Vera were not qualified to give orders to the Golden Lion Legion, under the current circumstances, if the Golden Lion Legion did not want to be attacked from both sides, the best choice was to retreat to Cold Winter City. Colin did not understand why Knight Nelson and the others were so resistant to this suggestion. Soon, Knight Roger pushed the Duke of St. Hilda's coffin into the barracks. Everyone immediately surrounded the coffin and prepared to pay their respects. With a click, the lid of the coffin slowly opened. Colin placed his left hand on his chest and bowed his head. His face was perfectly painted with a sad expression. However, he immediately heard Knight Nelson's questioning voice. "Viscount Angley, are you sure this is the Duke's body?" "Huh," Colin raised his head with a puzzled expression. He looked at the coffin and explained, "That's right." He explained, "Knight Nelson, the Duke was petrified by an unknown forbidden spell. Therefore, his body might look a little..." Before he could finish his sentence, Colin was stunned. This was because he saw a stone statue of the Duke of St. Hilda lying in the coffin. It was not the petrified Duke of St. Hilda, the two statues looked the same, but they were actually worlds apart. Whether it was the details of the statue or the feeling it gave off, Colin was certain that it was not the Duke of St. Hilda's body, it was just an ordinary statue of the Duke. It had been swapped. Colin was shocked, and he turned his head to meet Scholar Dwayne's shocked gaze. Both of them exchanged glances, and the same thought flashed through their minds. The Morrison family. Looking at the stone sculpture in the coffin, Colin's mind flashed with thousands of thoughts for a moment. Along the way, only the Morrison family was able to secretly swap the Duke's body with the Duke's body. After all, they had only stayed in Floral City for a night and even opened the coffin for the Morrison family to pay their respects. Who would have thought that they would actually want to steal the Duke's body? What were they trying to do? Colin naturally thought of the blood pool under the clock tower of Phoenix Butterfly Castle. He had a hunch that the reason why the Morrison family wanted to steal the Duke's body was related to the mysterious blood pool. "It looks a bit like a stone sculpture, but this is indeed the Duke's body," Colin said firmly. He had to be tough now. It was not a big problem that the Duke of St. Hilda's body had been swapped, but if Knight Nelson found out about it and refused to acknowledge the Duke's death, then it would be troublesome. They could even claim that the Duke of St. Hilda was missing. Death and missing were two completely different concepts. Once the Duke died, then the command of the Golden Lion Legion would naturally fall into the hands of his successor. However, if they could not confirm the Duke of St. Hilda's death, then without receiving the Duke's orders, Knight Nelson and the others could completely ignore the orders of others and independently control the most elite military force of the House of St. Hilda. Knight Lewis squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the body in the coffin for a long time before he smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Viscount Angley, I'm not questioning your integrity, but this is obviously just an ordinary stone sculpture." Vera also saw that there was something wrong with the body at this time, but when she saw that Colin insisted that it was the Duke's body, she remained silent. Scholar Dwayne of course saw that something was wrong, and he also realized that things were developing in an unpredictable direction, so he quickly said, "Knight Nelson, Knight Lewis, Knight Campbell, the Duke was petrified to death by an unknown forbidden spell at Viscount Angley's wedding." This happened in front of everyone's eyes. If you have any questions, you can ask the nobles present at the wedding. I believe they will give you a definite answer. Scholar Dwayne's words were a little tricky. He did not directly say that the body in the coffin was the Duke's. Instead, he wanted to use the witnesses at the wedding to confirm the Duke's death. However, Knight Narson remained unmoved. As for what happened on the night of Viscount Angley's wedding, we will naturally send someone to verify it. But before that, please forgive us for not disobeying the orders of the Grand Duke and withdrawing to chilly winter. Colin's suspicions grew stronger and stronger. Narsen and the others' attitudes were too strange. Even if he was wary of Colin seizing power, he should have waited until they were safely back to chilly winter. Otherwise, if the Golden Lion Legion was surrounded by the Menham and Dawson families, what was the point of fighting for command? Of course you can take your time to verify the Duke's death, Colin advised in a low voice. But now, withdrawing to chilly winter is an urgent matter. This is the only way to protect the Golden Lion Legion. Even if the Duke comes back to life, he will give the same order. Knight Narsen chuckled and shook his head. Not necessarily. What do you mean? Colin asked with a frown. Knight Lewis laughed at the same time and explained, Lord Viscounts, you may not know this, but we already have strong reinforcements. Even if the Menham and Dawson families come together, the victor will only be determined after a battle. Strong reinforcements? Colin suddenly had a bad premonition. Scholar Dwayne's eyes flashed as though he had thought of a possibility. That's right. Knight Narsen nodded. Just a few days ago, Earl Oman led his army and surrendered to us. So, with the addition of the Oman family's army, we may be able to fight a decisive battle with the dwarves. Earl Oman? Colin narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a dangerous light. You actually believe the words of a northern frontier trader? What if he's faking his surrender? Impossible. Knight Narsen said confidently. We received news that Fallen Eagle City has been burned to ruins by the St. Thean family. With such a deep grudge, I don't believe that Earl Oman is willing to continue following the St. Thean family. Knight Lewis immediately added, furthermore, Earl Oman also brought two heads, Lawrence and Penny. If you know anything about the House of St. Thean, you will know that one of them is Mr. Ullman's son, and the other is his sister. Viscount Angley, tell me, under such circumstances, is it possible for the Oman family and the St. Thean family to make peace? Colin was silent. This was the first time he knew that Lawrence was Mr. Oman's son, but seeing how Earl Oman had cut off his head to surrender, it was probably true. This meant that Earl Oman had really fallen out with the St. Thean family. This kind of blood feud had already exceeded the scope of a trick of self-injury. It was not something that could be resolved with simple trust. If Zhou Yu burned down Huang Gai's home, and Huang Gai killed Zhou Yu's son and sister, then even if the two had agreed on a fake act, they would suspect that the other party would really do it. Moreover, Lawrence and Penny were the only ties between the St. Thean family and the Oman family. Now that they had been killed, what reason did Mr. Oman have to believe that Earl Oman would stand on his side? But what puzzled Colin was, why would the meticulous Mr. Oman allow Earl Oman to kill Lawrence and Penny, and even lead the Oman family's army to the House of St. Hilda, since Mr. Burr had already planned to sacrifice Fallen Eagle City? He should have guessed that Earl Oman would break off relations with the House of St. Thean. Could it be that he did not make preparations in advance? At the very least, he should not have allowed Earl Oman to switch sides and strengthen the enemy. At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside the tent. Following which, Count Oman quickly walked in. I heard that His Excellency the Duke was murdered. Is that true? Earl Oman asked anxiously as soon as he entered. Then, he saw the coffin in the middle of the tent. Suddenly, Earl Oman froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. It was as if he could not accept the news of the Duke of St. Hilda's death. Colin rolled his eyes at the sight of this. Forcing it was too awkward. Your Grace. Earl Oman rushed to the side of the coffin, but when he saw the Duke's body, he was stunned. This is the Duke's body? Is there a mistake? This is clearly an ordinary stone sculpture. Colin was getting more and more frustrated. The pit that the Morrison family had dug for him could no longer be filled. Thus, he ignored Earl Oman's question. Instead, he looked straight into Knight Nelson's eyes and asked in a low voice. Knight Nelson, does this mean that you have decided to fight to the death with the dwarfs here? Yes, Knight Nelson nodded and said concisely. He was firm and resolute. Then, Colin turned to look at Knight Lewis. Knight Lewis lowered his head and avoided Colin's gaze. It seemed like he had decided to support Nelson's decision. Colin glanced at Knight Cambanine. Only then did he realize that this knight had not expressed any opinion. Although Knight Cambanine had always been a man of few words, How could he not say anything when it came to such an important decision? Seeing Colin's gaze, Knight Cambonine stared straight into Colin's eyes, as if trying to convey some sort of message. All right. Colin suddenly smiled. Then I wish you, Knight Nelson, a great victory over the dwarves. Bring order and peace to the northern frontier. Thank you, Lord Viscounts. If you can lead the Angeli family's army to advance and retreat with us, then, without waiting for Knight Nelson to finish speaking, Colin immediately interrupted him. I still need to escort the Duke's body back to Coldwinter City. It's getting late, so I'll stay here for the night. We'll set off tomorrow morning. As for Rapid Flow River, I'll leave it to you and Earl Oman. After saying that, he motioned for Roger to push the coffin out, and at the same time, he pulled Vera and walked outside. The three knights and the Earl looked at each other in dismay. End of chapter 240. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.